After finishing today's filming, Lu Rulan returned to Xiaohe's side and handed him a water glass. Thank you. I've already discussed it with director Lin. Tonight, you'll be doing a live stream on Yinfu, a Chinese music platform, a final effort to attract viewers to pay for viewing, Lu Rulan said. The live stream will be back at the hotel on shore. I've had my team do some styling for you. Okay. Xiaohe had no objections. After everyone started wrapping up, Xiaohe said goodbye to director Ren, then followed Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen back to shore by boat. That evening, Xiaohe started his live stream on time. Here it comes, here it comes. Good evening, brother Xiao. Please, I'm begging for the Thieves Part 2. Please, I'm begging for the Thieves Part 2. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. Wah, will I ever see such amazing action scenes in the Chinese entertainment industry again? Brother Xiao, you and brother Pu, you absolutely have to keep pushing the boundaries of action scenes. Because various platforms had already given advance notice, many fans flooded into Xiaohe's livestream as soon as he started. The number of viewers instantly skyrocketed, reaching over 10,000 in the blink of an eye. Soon, director Lin, who was in charge of the main livestream, invited Xiaohe and Pu Rong to join the official The Thieves livestream. Hi. Pu Rong looked like he had just finished filming, still wearing his costume under his leather jacket, waving to everyone in front of the camera. If Xiaohe remembered correctly, Pu Rong was currently filming a crime action movie, in which he played an undercover police officer. Good evening. Lin Yipen, like Xiaohe, was casually dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and floral shorts, judging from the background, seemingly in a hotel room. It looked like they weren't live streaming, but just a video chat with a few close friends. In contrast, Xiaohe, who had changed his clothes and styled his hair, was the most formally dressed. Seeing the two of them, Xiaohe sighed helplessly. You two make me feel out of place. Pu Rong chuckled. I couldn't help it, I was a little late today, and I couldn't redo my makeup and styling. Lin Yipen completely slumped into a chair. What's wrong? I'm the director. Just get up, don't push me. Xiaohe shrugged. I have to push you, everyone's asking about your new project. Get up and start working. Lin Yipen squinted at the live stream comments. You're talking nonsense, they're all asking me when the second season will come out. Xiaohe, they're about the same. No, very different. Begging for a second season of The Thief Catcher. The first season is practically worn out. Look at the kid. Hopefully the second season will have the original cast. Please, I'm really craving it. Yes, strongly support a second season. Looking at the vibrant live stream comments, Xiaohe rubbed his nose. Actually, he knew what everyone was asking for, but Lin Yipen had been either traveling or seemingly out of the public eye lately, so Xiaohe wasn't sure about her future plans. Therefore, he deliberately didn't mention it, lest he not only give everyone hope but also affect Lin Yipen's upcoming filming schedule. But Xiaohe didn't expect Lin Yipen to bring up the issue herself. The second one, let me think. Lin Yipen began rubbing his chin. This action undoubtedly gave his fans a lot of confidence, and even the comments in the live stream chat started jumping around rapidly. Do you agree? Director Lin, I knew you must be understanding, brave, generous, universally loved, the most beautiful woman in the world. Upstairs, did you copy the wrong gender? Director Lin, just name a number, and tonight the brothers will help you boost the box office, guaranteed to satisfy you. However, faced with the fans' persistent requests, Lin Yipen only gave a wicked smile. Guess. No, we've built up the atmosphere, and this is what you show me? Okay, I get it, so it's a box office hit. Looking forward to the second movie in theaters. Looking forward to theaters +1. The quality of The Thief Catcher 1 is really wasted on a web movie. It should have been competing for this year's summer blockbuster season. By the way, are there any new movies being released this summer? I don't really remember any. No recollection +1. Summer movie seasons used to be so lively, why is it so quiet this year? Haha, is it possible that their popularity was completely overshadowed by The Thieves? Here's a little known fact, 13 theatrical films have been released this summer so far, but without exception, none of them have generated any buzz. 2 have already been withdrawn from theaters, and 3 have been postponed. What? Is The Thieves really that successful? Haven't you guys noticed? Lately, the internet is full of fan-made content and recommendations for The Thieves. In this sweltering heat, who would go out to watch a movie when they can stay home? After The Thieves became popular, I started looking for other online movies, and I discovered several gems. The ideas and plots are excellent, completely shattering my previous stereotypes about online movies. Please, do you even understand the significance of being the highest-grossing online movie in Chinese history? Good news! The Thieves Catcher has officially surpassed 100 million in box office revenue. Congratulations on officially reaching 100 million in box office revenue. Congratulations! To be honest, I feel this number is unprecedented and will likely never be surpassed, unless The Thieves Catcher 2, oh no, The Thieves' Catcher 2 absolutely has to be released in theaters. Unfortunately, Lin Yipen's comments seem to be just a joke to tease everyone, and he didn't mention The Thieves' Catcher 2 again. Although the enthusiasm in the comments remained high, Xiao He and Pu Rong tacitly refrained from bringing it up. The live stream continued in this lively manner for over an hour before finally coming to a successful conclusion. After the live stream ended, Xiao He finally asked Lu Rulan about this year's summer movie season. To be honest, Xiao He had absolutely no idea that The Thieves' Catcher had stolen the spotlight from the summer movie season, and he hadn't expected this situation. If it weren't for the comments on the live stream, he probably would still be unaware. After all, the difference between the two is quite significant. One is a theatrical film, the other is an online film. For many years, they've maintained a state of non-interference, like two completely different classes. Theatrical films are heavily promoted, while online films are released quietly. Most ordinary people probably only learn about the film while scrolling through short videos, and then watch it there without any interest in watching the original. However, The Thief Catcher does have one unique aspect that short video clips can't fully capture: the action scenes. A full-length action sequence would take about 40 minutes to edit out of short videos. It's much better to watch the original film. The action is more exciting and the viewing experience is smoother. But Xiao He still hadn't expected The Thief Catcher to be this amazing. Lu Rulan glanced at Xiao He sideways. Do you understand the value of a phenomenon? Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be called a phenomenal blockbuster. They haven't made a fuss? This was what surprised Xiao He the most. The three virtues of the Chinese entertainment industry: playing the victim, engaging in online feuds, and promoting products online. Now that The Thief Catcher has stolen their summer blockbuster season, these people are still so good-natured, without making a sound. Based on Xiao He's understanding of these people, in the past, they would have already jumped out to attack The Thief Catcher, or hired a large number of online trolls to launch an attack. In any case, they would have taken some action. But Xiao He couldn't imagine that they would remain so calm until now. This doesn't make sense. Lu Rulan, however, seemed to have anticipated this. They wouldn't dare. Xiao He, ha. Xiao He dragged a chair in front of Lu Rulan, staring at her suspiciously. Do you know something? About Director Lin? I noticed you weren't acting right last time. Oh dear, I've been busy backstage all night and haven't had a chance to drink some water. Lu Rulan fiddled with her nails, starting to build suspense. Xiao He readily offered her some water. For my dear sister Lu, you've worked so hard today. Sister Lu is beautiful and kind, she'll definitely tell me, right? Lu Rulan took a sip of water, cleared her throat, and deliberately coughed lightly before slowly saying under Xiao He's expectant gaze, do you know who the representative figures of the 5th generation of Chinese directors are? The nth generation of directors is a term used to refer to a group of directors from different periods who possess the creative characteristics and styles of that era. For example, Lu Rulan asked about the 5th generation directors. These directors generally emerged in the 1980s, and their films mostly still carry the historical and cultural connotations and background of that era, such as Sorghum Red and Black Soil. Just hearing the titles tells you they are works from that period. Several representative figures from this generation are still active in the public eye. Even though Xiao He hadn't formally studied film history, he could probably name several. After Xiao He finished listing the people he knew, Lu Rulan finally put down her water glass and said unhurriedly, Lin Jixiu, you mentioned this director earlier, so you must know something about him, right? Xiao He nodded. I've seen his film The Unreturned and several other award-winning works, but I don't know much about his personal life. Compared to the big-name directors who are still active in the industry, Lin Jixiu is an exception. He possesses works and talent comparable to other directors, and has won numerous awards both domestically and internationally, proving his abilities. However, over a decade ago, he paused his directing career to return to school and become a teacher. Even so, he has never faded from the public eye, as most of his students have become pillars of the directing world, surpassing even some of his nominally mentored students in terms of talent and ability. Some even jokingly say that most of China's future 8th generation directors might be Lin Jixiu's students. This is not an exaggeration, but a reality. Especially in the Shanghai film circle, ask any director you randomly, and they will all be students of Lin Jixiu. If he's not Lin Jixiu's student, then he must be a student of Lin Jixiu's students, and these students aren't necessarily all in the directing industry, they might be involved in other fields, scattered throughout the industry. Upon hearing Lu Rulan's words, Xiao He's eyes widened. So, Lin Yipen is Lin Jixiu's son. Lu Rulan nodded. Although he changed his name, it shouldn't be wrong. I heard years ago that director Lin had a son born late in life, who was very mysterious and hadn't appeared in the industry for a long time. I even went to great lengths to add him as a friend and ask if he had any interest in acting, but I never received a reply. Despite this, Lu Rulan still persistently sent text messages to these gentlemen during holidays, just to maintain a superficial relationship and become acquainted with them. Xiao He was embarrassed. Sister Lu, you actually had such an idea. Going to try and recruit someone's son into acting, cough cough, that's really clever. It was unexpected that Lin Yipen had such a powerful background, no wonder he knew everything so quickly. It turns out that from directors to insignificant production assistants and logistics staff, his network of connections is everywhere in the industry. What do you know? Lin Yipen's family has members working at the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television, in high positions, managing us. Lu Rulan patted Xiaohe's shoulder earnestly. You have no idea how fun it is to be carried around by these young masters and ladies. Directors from that era were never from ordinary families, they had connections in the industry, some even famous, with 3 generations of their families holding official positions. Their families might have existed even longer than the nation itself, and their descendants were naturally fawned over from the moment they entered the industry. You know Qin Lizang, right? He's from the Beijing entertainment circle. Although his looks are average and his acting is passable, his resources are phenomenal. He can get any role he wants with a wave of his hand, regardless of genre or subject matter. Even if he doesn't act well, he has countless fans who dote on him and try to salvage his image. His manager posts about it on WeChat moments every day. I really want to block him. Xiaohe didn't know Qin Lizang, but that didn't stop him from gossiping, is that so? Lu Rulan shrugged, that's right. If you're interested, you can check out his comment section. It's like they're possessed. They keep calling him young master, and the fans call themselves old servants. Even though the Qing dynasty is over, they still eagerly become slaves to this ugly man. It's mind-boggling. And they don't allow other celebrities or fans to use the term young master. They say Qin Lizang is the only true young master in the entire industry, and the only one qualified to be called young master. Xiaohe, fans are truly terrifying creatures. Oh right, except for his fans. So, our crew got carried by Director Lin this time? Perhaps part of it, but definitely not the main reason. Lu Rulan shook her head. I deduced Director Lin's identity based on the contact information I left behind. Others probably don't know yet. The quality of the thieves' catcher is also excellent. There's no way Director Lin would use his identity to help with vote rigging. So I guess he's just using his position to protect the thieves' catcher and prevent others from causing trouble. Of course, from the perspectives of filming, directing, and scriptwriting, it's not unreasonable to say that Lin Yipen carried him to success. Director Lin's talent is truly a direct inheritance from his father. Lu Rulan remarked, he's a successful example of a son following in his father's footsteps in the industry. It's strange, really. Many famous directors and actors emerged from that era, but very few descendants successfully followed in their father's footsteps, especially directors. Their children either chose acting or went into other industries, not directing. Even those who wanted to inherit their father's positions remained unknown despite years of support, far from being recognized by the audience. Lin Yipen's ability to make it on his own is truly remarkable. Xiaohe echoed, indeed. Before he could finish speaking, the phone on the table rang. Xiaohe glanced at the phone and recognized it as Lin Yipen, the person he and sister Lu had been discussing. You answer the phone first. Lu Rulan gestured and left the room. Hello, Director Linear. Xiaohe answered the phone, his tone unchanged despite knowing Lin Yipen's identity. He even teased, you're not calling to tell me about the thieves too, are you? Lin Yipen was silent for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Sorry, I just wanted to tell you that a sequel is probably unlikely. What happened? Xiaohe was surprised that there really was a sequel, and even more surprised that it had been cancelled so soon after he learned of its existence. We originally wanted to invite someone to play an important role in the sequel, but she still refused. Lin Yipen sighed. Maybe I was too pushy with her, but this role was completely designed for her. If she didn't want to come, there was no point in filming it. Xiaohe fell silent. He thought he probably guessed which role Lin Yipen was referring to. Naturally, it was the landlady of Penglai Inn. Director Lin insisted on not showing the actress's face throughout the entire film, and she even had very few lines. Many of the dialogue was conveyed by his character, Shen Ju. Therefore, Xiaohe had vaguely guessed that Director Lin had planted a foreshadowing element in this character. It's just a pity that Director Lin isn't making a sequel. Perhaps this character will never appear on the big screen. Although he didn't know who the boss lady Lin Yipen was thinking of was, Xiaohe wisely refrained from responding, remaining a silent listener. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Yipen only slumped for a second before casually changing the subject. You must have had a tough day with the live stream. I was originally planning to get together with you all, but you and Pu Rong are both filming, so I didn't want to bother you. Director Lin, you've worked hard too, Xiaohe replied. Get some rest tonight. I'll invite you out for a celebration party when you get back to Shanghai. Okay. After hanging up, Xiaohe began to ponder the matter. Just then, Lu Rulan walked in. So, did Director Lin reveal any plans for the next film? Is it a sequel to The Thieves? She couldn't believe Lin Yipen hadn't seen how high the demand for a sequel was. Xiaohe shrugged helplessly. He doesn't plan to film a second part. Lu Rulan frowned. Why? I don't know. Xiao He didn't mention Lin Yipen's reason. Okay, what a pity. Lu Rulan sighed, then rest up, we have to rush back tomorrow. At the door, Lu Rulan remembered something and looked at Xiao He. By the way, I asked you last time, and you didn't tell me, besides swordsmanship, knife skills, and rock climbing, do you have any other advantageous skills that I can put on my resume? Xiao He's face blank. The system has been stuck updating for days, and he doesn't have any skills he can put on his resume. That depends on the situation. Xiao He touched his nose and answered vaguely, Sister Lu, do you have any role goals? You can tell me first, and I'll see if I can learn them. Lu Rulan clicked her tongue lightly, it's not like you can learn them without me. Xiao He chuckled dryly, ha ha ha, that's not necessarily true. Then listen carefully. Lu Rulan took out her phone, took a deep breath, and Xiao He suddenly had a bad feeling. First of all, the male lead needs to be handsome, over 1.8 meters tall, with a pleasant voice, highly educated, fluent in a foreign language, English is the minimum, French is even better, a good cook, and able to play at least 3 musical instruments, piano and guitar are preferred. He should also be able to sing, not be tone deaf, and be able to drive various vehicles, including but not limited to race cars, motorcycles, helicopters, and yachts. Ideally, he should also be able to ride horses, skateboard, and participate in some common extreme sports. Lu Rulan rattled off her demands on her phone, her requirements so demanding they seemed to defy death. Xiao He's lips twitched until Lu Rulan finally stopped, at which point he asked in a dry voice, Sister Lu, what you just read, was the male lead's character description, right? Lu Rulan put away her phone and smiled brightly, it's the male lead's character description, and also the actor's requirements. Xiao He, thinking about how he'd spent 4 years getting his driver's license but had barely driven, Xiao He practically pushed Lu Rulan out the door, it's too late, everyone should wash up and go to bed. You should go home now, good night. Lu Rulan, watching the door slam shut, she shrugged helplessly. I wasn't finished yet. This script has been stuck in censorship for years, and whether it can even be filmed is still a question. It's still nowhere in sight. Oh well, let's just let this guy act all confident and capable of learning anything, and give him a little push. Then she turned and walked towards her room. Xiao He, having chased Lu Rulan away, naturally recalled his outrageous request again. To be honest, with a little effort, it wasn't impossible. Cooking and musical instruments he had magic hands, so he should be able to learn quickly. Singing, although he was definitely off-key, but being able to fix it makes one a good singer, and he thought that was fine. It was just that all those vehicles that required driving. Xiao He shrugged somewhat helplessly. These things weren't something you could just learn by hand, it was more about experience, knowledge, and practical reflexes. Forget flying a helicopter, he'd never even been in one. Unless. Xiao He took out his skill replication capsule. He'd almost forgotten, he still had a chance to replicate skills. Xiao He stared at the capsule for a moment, then shook his head, put it away, and turned on his computer. He began searching for basic information about director Lin Jiaxiu. Lin Jiaxiu was now 60 years old, with a son and a daughter with his wife, Chu Kaiyuyan. His eldest daughter worked in finance, and Lin Yipen was his youngest son, who had shown directing talent since school, once independently directing a 10-minute campus play that shocked many at the time. However, he gradually faded from public view, and some media outlets in his early years even called him a tragic figure. Of course, there was no need to dwell on these comments now, his film The Thief Catcher was enough to dispel all doubts. However, these weren't Xiao He's main focus of investigation. His gaze fell on the name Chu Kaiyuyan. If you ask the younger generation about Chu Kaiyuyan today, they probably wouldn't know who she is. But if you ask their parents' generation, they'll likely immediately call her Goddess Chu. There were many film actresses and superstars in that era, but only one person could be called a goddess by countless fans, Chu Kaiyuyan. Chu Kaiyuyan is a legendary figure in Chinese cinema. She created countless memorable and classic roles, winning numerous domestic and international Best Actress awards, setting a historical record. Even American media outlets named her Asia's most influential actress and Asia's most beautiful goddess. Her influence and achievements have become a hallmark and symbol of an era. Any discussion of Chinese film history cannot ignore her. Chu Kaiyuyan and Lin Jiaxiu mutually benefited each other, but even separately, they created numerous popular and classic works. They were often jokingly referred to as Asia's strongest couple, as they invariably dominated award ceremonies, winning awards without controversy simply because of their sheer strength. However, just when everyone thought Chu Kaiyuyan would continue in the entertainment industry or follow in her husband's footsteps and pursue a career in education, an unexpected event occurred. During an advertisement shoot, a crew member accidentally threw a real Molotov cocktail at Chu Kaiyuyan, causing her to burst into flames. Chu Kaiyuyan screamed in agony as the flames were extinguished by fire extinguishers, but she suffered severe burns, including facial disfigurement. From that day on, a star fell from the sky and vanished completely. Chu Kaiyuyan withdrew from the entertainment industry entirely, and no one knows what became of her. Some say she suffered a mental breakdown after the disfigurement and was sent to a mental hospital by Lin Jiexu. Others say she was burned alive on the spot, and the hospitalization was merely a humanitarian gesture. Still others say she survived, but became unrecognizable, and eventually committed suicide by overdosing on medication. At the time, online speculation was rampant, but the person involved never reappeared. Even Lin Jiexu rarely appeared in the media. When the media managed to get into the school and meet with Lin Jiexu, he refused to answer and drove them away. Thus, more than 10 or 20 years passed, and people had long forgotten her existence. Many even believed she was dead. However, Xiao He knew that Chu Kaiyuan was not dead. Although he hadn't seen Chu Kaiyuan's current state with his own eyes, Xiao He had seen Lin Yipen's post on social media about returning home to celebrate his mother's birthday, so he was certain that Chu Kaiyuan was alive. Furthermore, based on the foreshadowing Lin Yipen had planted in the story of the thief catcher, Xiao He boldly guessed that the role of the innkeeper's wife was actually originally intended by Lin Yipen for her own mother. No wonder the innkeeper's wife's voice wasn't clear and melodious. Shen Ju's feelings for her were more of a filial affection. This explained many of the previous events. One can imagine that if Chu Kaiyuan had been willing to participate in The Thief Catcher, this film would have been even more significant. Unfortunately, not everyone can calmly face the trauma and pain of those years later, especially after falling from the peak. Xiao He sighed inwardly for a moment, then closed his laptop again. This matter truly depended on Chu Kaiyuan's own wishes. Outsiders couldn't force her. Perhaps only her own son, Lin Yipen, could persuade her. But no one knew how long that would take. Xiao He still felt some regret. After all, The Thief Catcher had performed well, and he really liked the movie, but alas, oh well, he wouldn't think about it too much. These were issues for the director to consider. Xiao He temporarily put the matter aside, washed up, and went to bed. The next day, Xiao He and his group prepared to return to the island by small boat. However, today, the area near their boarding point was quite lively. As soon as he parked his car in the open-air parking lot, before he even got out, he saw the beach area in the distance packed with people. Xiao He was somewhat surprised. Is it the weekend? Why are there so many people here? Xiao Chen, standing nearby, also looked suspicious. Brother Xiao, did our itinerary get exposed? Have a lot of paparazzi and fans come again? Xiao Chen still vividly remembered his experience with paparazzi on the island, so seeing so many people, this thought immediately popped into his head. Xiao He also looked at Lu Rulan. Lu Rulan definitely knew more about these things than they did. Sure enough, Lu Rulan glanced out the car window for a moment, then relaxed. It's probably some variety show crew filming here, it has nothing to do with us. She checked her phone for a while and finally remembered, it's the crew of Fearless Journey. Fearless Journey? Xiao He recalled, I think it's one of those challenge shows. It's called a large-scale outdoor competitive reality show, Lu Rulan said, using a relatively professional term. Basically, it's a show where several celebrities are divided into teams, competing against each other, challenging themselves with extreme or impossible tasks to attract viewers' attention. Xiao He, I think I've seen it before. Fearless Journey is a long-running, nationally popular variety show. Xiao He used to love watching it on TV when he was younger, but as he grew up, he gradually lost interest in such things. And to be fair, most variety shows these days have become boring and lack originality. They must have invited some big-name celebrity this time, Lu Rulan said, getting out of the car first. She said to Xiao He in the car, Director Lu from this production team is no ordinary person. Since we're passing by, I'll go say hello to him. You wait here. Xiao Chen, go to the boarding gate and ask when we can leave. Xiao Chen, okay, Sister Lu. Xiao He nodded, then I'll wait for you. After Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen left, Xiao He, with nothing to do, leaned against the car window, quietly watching the scenery outside. Just then, he suddenly heard several girls talking behind him. I'm speechless. Their production team is going too far. They know our Yin Yin can't swim, yet they still insisted on making the other person go into the sea. I saw Yin Yin's face turn white. Yeah, and they already filmed it once, but because the footage wasn't good enough, they made everyone compete again. It's disgusting. Can Yin Yin please not participate in variety shows like this next time? It breaks my heart to see him like this. There's nothing we can do. Fearless Journey is a long-running variety show with high national recognition. It's a great resource for Yin Yin. All we can do is continue to support him. Xiao He turned his head and saw several young girls standing behind the car next to him. He overheard everything they were saying. Xiao He frowned slightly. Was this production team really that unreasonable? Fortunately, his main job was acting, and neither he nor Sister Lu had any intention of participating in any variety shows. Xiao He, needless to say, didn't really need the viewership from these shows. He wanted the fame of the characters he played and the characters he portrayed. Participating in variety shows wouldn't help him at all. Lu Rulan's reasoning was even simpler. She felt that actors participating in variety shows was essentially a retirement activity. Variety shows neither improve professional skills nor enhance personal value. Besides making money and gaining viewership by simply being terrible on the show, they offered no real benefit to an actor. Some actors' natural talent is worn away by various variety shows, even becoming typecast by the audience, making them unable to take on more roles. Therefore, Lu Rulan never mentioned appearing on variety shows to Xiao He. Of course, appearing on shows to promote the drama is a different matter. Xiao He didn't chime in, continuing to sit in the car listening to the girls in the back complain about the crew's inhumane behavior. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen and Lu Rulan returned together. "How did it go?" Xiao He asked. "The boat rental owner said there were a lot of people renting boats today, so we have to wait a while," Xiao Chen answered first, then complained, "We clearly booked it yesterday, but he insisted on taking advantage of this opportunity to make a quick buck, and the rented boat still hasn't returned." Lu Rulan said, "The Fearless Journey crew is filming a sea competition today. Other staff members or fans probably went out to sea with the rented boats." "Who came today? So many people?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. Lu Rulan raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao He. "Xiao He, why are you looking at me?" Xiao He looked bewildered. "What's wrong?" "Lu Rulan, remember the guy I casually mentioned to you yesterday?" Xiao He observed Lu Rulan's expression. "Is it about whether his surname is Lin or Qin?" Lu Rulan chuckled and got into the car. "It's definitely the young master Qin Lezang." "Oh, him? He's participating in this program too?" Xiao He was shocked. "He's participating in the sea competition too?" He had just heard those girls say that the competition was tough and the production team was unfair, and now that Lu Rulan mentioned yesterday that young master from the Beijing elite circle is actually suffering along with them, this is different from what he imagined. Lu Rulan seemed to have guessed Xiao He's doubts and explained helplessly, "Of course not. The participants in this competition were all pre-arranged in the script. How could that young master possibly participate?" Just now, when Lu Rulan went over, she saw the young master comfortably resting on a beach chair, with screams and shouts from his fans coming from time to time. This scene contrasted sharply with the group of artists paddling small plastic boats in the sea under the blazing sun. Xiao He's expression was complex after hearing Lu Rulan's words. "Speaking of which, are all these shows scripted these days?" Lu Rulan scoffed. "Yes, most of them are scripted. Even many viral moments are pre-arranged by the production team." In the end, the two sides at the center of the incident gain traffic and attention, while only the audience genuinely gets angry. For example, their competition just now actually, because the results didn't follow the scripted winning team, the director forced them to reshoot. Previous variety shows might have had some authenticity, but now, don't ask, the answer is always the same. Actors are 3 parts emotion, 7 parts tears. Even Lu Rulan herself sometimes wasn't sure if the other person was simply acting for the show's effect or genuinely expressing their feelings. Xiao He and his group weren't particularly interested in learning about the production crew's situation. They just wanted to get to the island as quickly as possible. After the boat rental owner called to let them know they could board, Xiao He put on his hat and mask and, along with Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen, squeezed through the crowd. Well, there was really no other way. Many variety show fans knew that the show was filming today, so the beach was packed with people, some fans, some just casual passers-by. Although the production crew had set aside a large area to keep people away, those on the outer edge kept pushing in, making the area completely congested. To get to the boarding gate, Xiao He and his group had to push their way through the crowd to the very back. Because there were so many people, most of whom were taking pictures with their phones, Xiao He and his group moved very slowly. Finally, with no other option, the taller Xiao He took the lead. The 3 of them switched places, with Xiao He leading the way, followed by Xiao Chen and Lu Rulan. Finally, after a few complaints, they finally squeezed to the boarding gate. "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Xiao He glanced back at the seemingly overwhelming crowd, shook his head, and muttered to Lu Rulan, "I think if director Feng is lacking inspiration for his film, he could come here and take a look. Who says China doesn't have good zombie movies? This place, cough cough, just kidding." Lu Rulan glared at Xiao He warningly. "Say less, you'll offend people." Xiao He immediately zipped up his lips. Because there were so many people renting small boats today, they didn't have time to choose and boarded the smallest speedboat, preparing to head towards the island. Although it was still very hot today, it was cloudy, with large white clouds frequently passing by, blocking the sunlight. Even the sea surface reflected the shadows of the clouds, and on the distant sea, there was a beautiful scene where the sea and sky met, with seabirds flashing across the horizon. Xiao He put on his life jacket, looked up at the sea, and squinted. They actually rowed that far. At the far end of the sea, several small boats, which looked somewhat plasticky, were swaying and circling in the center of the ocean. That spot was quite far from the shore, even the smaller boats following were few and far between. The only people on that stretch of sea were the few guests from the production crew. Lu Rulan glanced over as well, then explained, "Their game is a rowing race, seeing who can row back and forth across the sea first." Xiao He frowned. But this is already their second lap, isn't it? Such a distance, even trained athletes would be exhausted, let alone celebrities. Moreover, this is a competitive sport, everyone's stamina will be depleted much faster than usual. Aren't they worried about accidents in this situation? Xiao He asked. There have been accidents, Lu Rulan replied calmly. Xiao He paused, then immediately looked at Lu Rulan. The speedboat had already begun to slowly start moving, but Lu Rulan's gaze fell on a parasol erected on the beach, her expression tinged with sarcasm. I wonder if you've heard about the director being changed a few years ago for Fearless Journey. Xiao He shook his head. The new guy who came up as director Lu now. Lu Rulan gestured with her chin in that direction, and Xiao He followed suit. Under the parasol, a man wearing a hat and using a fan was staring at the screen in front of him, talking to something. He was probably in his 50s, with an average appearance, a bloated figure, and a particularly round beer belly. During director Liu's tenure, several safety incidents occurred on The Fearless Journey. One relatively unknown artist was nearly killed in an explosion on set. Xiao He gasped. Such a thing happened? Lu Rulan said, arms crossed. Unfortunately, although the incident caused quite a stir at the time, it ultimately fizzled out. The artist took money to keep quiet and slunk away from the entertainment industry, while director Liu's show continued unaffected. During later filming, injuries to artists and even crew members were commonplace. As long as no one died, they were all covered up. Lu Rulan shrugged. Firstly, because of the show's fame, these people didn't dare offend the production team. Secondly, director Lu himself is not simple, the production team is practically his personal fiefdom, wielding immense power. Resistance was futile. But why? There were clearly safer options. Xiao He was utterly confused. So many safety incidents have happened, yet director Lu shows no restraint whatsoever, which Xiao He finds unbelievable. Because audiences love seeing things real, Lu Rulan said with a smirk. Even if the plot is fake, the outcome is fake, the competition is fake, their dedication is real. Xiao He just chuckled. But don't worry about encountering a director like that. Lu Rulan shifted the focus to Xiao He. There are only a handful of guys who dare to be this crazy. Xiao He, a handful? Well, thank you very much. Soon, their speedboat slowly approached the filming location near the island. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew in, and the sea began to rock violently. Large waves crashed over them, the speedboat was unexpectedly lifted up by the waves, and then quickly submerged again. Those sitting on the speedboat instinctively gripped the armrests to steady themselves. Lu Rulan then remembered something and turned to Xiao He. Can you swim? Lu Rulan hadn't considered this question before, since it was generally assumed that someone could swim, which would make filming underwater scenes much easier. However, Xiao He, holding onto the handrail, smiled somewhat awkwardly at Lu Rulan. Not really. Xiao He wasn't afraid of water, otherwise, he wouldn't have been suspended by wires jumping around on the bow of the boat during the filming of The Thieves, or even riding in a small boat following Lu Rulan and the others back and forth between the island and the shore. But he couldn't swim. Actually, Xiao's parents had sent him to swimming lessons before. At that time, Xiao He was about 7 or 8 years old. He was rather quiet, and his father, wanting his son to have a sporting hobby, used his connections at the sports bureau to send him to the city's children's training camp, hoping he could receive more professional training. However, he didn't expect that the children there were not only younger than Xiao He, but they had also been training in this skill from a very young age, some already paddling around the age of 3, possessing a much better foundation than Xiao He, a complete novice. Almost every time Xiao He couldn't learn something, the coach would call on a little girl 2 or 3 years younger than him to demonstrate again, then point at the little girl and say to Xiao He, look at that little girl, so young and already swimming so well, how come you can't teach her? Then the other children would join in mocking him. This happened almost every day. The child was easily embarrassed and couldn't stand this treatment. In the end, Xiao He refused to learn to swim anymore. He was willing to learn anything, as long as it wasn't swimming. Fortunately, Xiao He's parents respected his wishes. After understanding the situation, they proactively switched him to badminton, first enrolling him in a basic class and then a professional one, without forcing him to learn swimming. So, to summarize, Xiao He wasn't afraid of water, he simply disliked the idea of learning to swim. This is why Xiao He is still a landlubber to this day. Lu Rulan was unaware of Xiao He's situation. Hearing him say he couldn't swim, she was about to say something when she suddenly heard someone shout from the sea. Help! The boat has capsized. The boat's capsized? Everyone looked over. A large wave rolled in, and the sea returned to calm, leaving only a few ridiculous plastic boats floating upside down. The guests who had been paddling and chasing each other during the filming of the show had vanished. Fortunately, they were still wearing life vests, and soon several celebrities who could swim emerged from the water. The production crew rushed to help them out. To ensure a clean and aesthetically pleasing shot of the sea scene, the crew had only deployed 2 speedboats. Each speedboat carried a cameraman, a director, a driver, and 2 lifeguards, positioned on either side of the course to film the battle between the 2 groups. Now, with this situation unfolding, the lifeguards jumped into the water first, helping to push the celebrities back onto the boat. But soon, someone noticed something was wrong. There are only 6 people. 2 more are missing. Has anyone seen them? Someone shouted. Not only were the production crew looking around, but Xiao He and his group nearby were also observing. Their driver stopped the boat and said to Lu Rulan, "Excuse me, just a moment. Let's check where they are and ensure their safety." The speedboat's propeller generates extremely strong suction and impact when spinning, which is very dangerous for anyone who has fallen into the water, especially since they are positioned below the crashing waves. The waves could easily sweep them nearby, so what they need to do now is stop the propeller immediately. Lu Rulan immediately nodded in understanding. "We understand." Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly saw something and exclaimed, "Isn't there someone over there?" Everyone immediately looked in the direction Xiao Chen was pointing and saw something that looked like it was floating in the distance. It was the production crew's life vest. "Hold on tight, I'll go check it out," the driver said, observing the surrounding sea before carefully steering the boat closer. For some reason, the already cloudy weather suddenly picked up again, and even the white clouds were tinged with gray. This is the unpredictability of the sea, especially in this area with its tropical monsoon climate and significant atmospheric convection, which often results in short-lived and immediate weather changes. No one had expected to encounter such a situation this time. Seeing the speedboat rocking increasingly violently, Xiao Chen panicked and whispered, "Won't it capsize? I can't swim either." Xiao He, a non-swimmer, reassured him, "It's alright, this speedboat is much better quality than those plastic boats. We're safe now." The driver headed in that direction and quickly approached the location Xiao Chen had described. Sure enough, there was a female entertainer floating there. Her face still showed panic, but as the boat approached, a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. However, with each step closer, she drifted further away with the waves, creating a stalemate. "Can't we get any closer?" Lu Rulan asked the driver anxiously. However, due to the large number of people going out on the boat today, this driver was a last-minute replacement. Although he was licensed to drive, his skills weren't great, and he wasn't a professional rescuer. Seeing the situation, he was sweating profusely and shouted, "No, the waves are too big, I'm afraid I'll hit her." Lu Rulan frowned. Xiao He stood up and, following the driver's direction, threw the lifebuoy with the rope attached to it. Unfortunately, the female artist in the sea kept moving. After the lifebuoy landed on the surface, she did try to struggle to swim over and grab it, but she failed. It was clear she couldn't swim. Xiao He and Xiao Chen quickly pulled back the lifebuoy and threw it again, but still failed. The driver was still too far away, and the sea breeze and waves made their aim very poor. The turbulent sea made them feel dizzy for the first time. Xiao He sat back down, covering his head, feeling like he was going to vomit on the boat. The driver, realizing his poor driving skills were to blame, first used the walkie-talkie to explain the situation to the people on shore, then shut off the engine and said to Xiao He and the other two, "There's no other way. Hold on tight, I'm going down to rescue her. Don't touch the instruments." He then jumped off the boat, grabbed a swimming ring, and swam towards the female celebrity. Just after the driver went ashore, Xiao Chen spoke in a trembling voice, I think I saw someone again." Xiao He, wait, what kind of eyesight does Xiao Chen have? MVP of the night? He and Lu Rulan turned to look in the other direction Xiao Chen was pointing. Sure enough, on the rippling sea, a black dot bobbed in the water. And it looked even worse than the female celebrity, because its life jacket was missing. Lu Rulan squinted, recognizing the person. "I know this person, it should be Su Yin." Xiao He immediately recalled the news he'd overheard in the car. Su Yin? Yin? Oh no, he can't swim. He's sinking. Xiao Chen cried out anxiously. Xiao He turned around, intending to call for help from the production crew. But as soon as he turned around, good heavens, how did they drift so far? Xiao Chen stood on the speedboat, frantically waving at the production crew's boat, but it was no use. They were in complete chaos themselves, and no one noticed their plea for help. Although the driver had notified the shore, at this distance, by the time the rescue boat arrived, they'd all be underwater, blowing bubbles with the fish. Xiao He sighed, utterly speechless. "I really admire them. No organization, no plan, no safety measures whatsoever. It's hard to imagine that they, in such a large production crew, would witness this situation. No one would believe this if I told them." Lu Rulan pondered for a moment, then took off her shoes and socks and stood up. Xiao He grabbed her arm. "What are you doing?" "Saving someone." Lu Rulan turned to look at Xiao He. "Right now, I'm the only one on the boat who can swim. That guy can't swim and won't last long. I'll take a swimming ring and help him for a while. Once the captain gets on board, you can come and pick us up. Otherwise, he'll definitely be in danger." Xiao He chuckled in exasperation. "The sea is so rough, how do you think you can swim across? This is like the Calabash brothers trying to save their grandfather. It's common knowledge that swimming in calm water and swimming in rough seas are completely different things. Otherwise, why do so many people drown at the beach every year? Is it really because they can't swim? No, as the saying goes, those who drown are the ones who can swim. Xiaohi couldn't deny that the other person really needed help, but he couldn't possibly agree to his manager's naive idea of saving someone. But, no buts. Xiaohi strode over and sat directly in the driver's seat. System, copy my driving skills. Xiaohi stated the target of his long-considered skill copying capsule, proficiency in driving all types of vehicles. Please state the criminal target in reality that needs to be copied. Xiaohi, oh no, how could I forget about that? Asterisk and %u and hashtag at dot. Sorry, please repeat, the system didn't hear you clearly. Xiaohi said confidently, you didn't hear me clearly, that's not my fault. Anyway, there's definitely such a criminal. He can drive all kinds of basic vehicles, check it yourself if you don't believe me. I'm sure I'm not wrong. Hurry up. Your own problems can't affect me. He didn't believe it. Out of all the people in the world, throughout history, there wasn't a single criminal who was such an all-rounder. The system was silent for a second, then actually found a real person who matched that description. Are you referring to D.B. Cooper? D.B. Cooper's criminal resume, the most mysterious criminal of 1971, who perfectly hijacked a Boeing 272. System investigation revealed his real name to be Robinson Creek. He is proficient in basic transportation such as racing cars, motorcycles, and airplanes. In 1971, he used his knowledge of airplanes. Xiaohi had no time to listen to the other criminal's glorious deeds and immediately confirmed, yes, that's him. Copy his driving skills. Congratulations on acquiring driving skills, automatically learned. Driving skill details, driving techniques copied from D.B. Cooper, all-around driving coverage, easily handling various traffic situations, helping you use transportation more efficiently and safely to commit crimes. Hey, don't touch the ship's instruments. In the sea, the pilot, holding a female entertainer in the water, saw Xiaohi suddenly sit in the driver's seat and immediately warned him anxiously in the water. Xiao, brother Xiao. Xiao Chen also timidly called out to Xiaohi. Xiaohi simply closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his face was full of confidence. Sit tight, hold on. With his words, the speedboat's engine restarted, the propeller churning in the water. The three people on board leaned back, Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen instinctively gripping the handrails. The next moment, the speedboat circled in place in the sea, then rushed towards the driver and the female artist in the water. The female artist screamed, closing her eyes in terror. When she opened them again as the waves crashed over her, she found the speedboat had already crossed the waves diagonally and stopped steadily in front of them. In standard rescue operations, encountering such turbulent waves, one should not attempt to rush directly towards the boat, the risk is extremely high. But sorry, the criminal skills Xiaohi had just learned were inherently without principles. You too, hold on to the side of the boat. Xiaohi shouted. The driver, astonished by Xiaohi's driving skills, also helped the female artist cling to the side of the boat. However, the water resistance was significant, making it difficult for them to climb out on their own. But the next moment, the speedboat started moving again. The speedboat made a small circle at high speed, the entire boat tilting sharply due to the turn. Even the other two people on board screamed in fright. Then the boat regained its balance and tilted in the opposite direction. The two people in the water were suddenly pulled out of the water by the force of the boat returning to balance, and then uncontrollably plunged headfirst into the speedboat. Although the fall hurt a bit, compared to their lives, nothing else mattered. The speedboat didn't stop, circling back towards the direction Xiao Chen had pointed. Xiaohi called out loudly, Xiao Chen, quickly find where that person is. Xiao Chen didn't dare delay, immediately opening her eyes wide to look around. Lu Rulan also searched diligently. Soon, Xiao Chen, with her sharp eyes, spotted a wisp of clothing fluttering in the air. There it is! There it is! Xiao Chen quickly went to Xiaohi's side and pointed out the direction. Xiaohi slammed on the throttle, and the speedboat sped to Su Yin's side. This time, no words were needed, Lu Rulan jumped in willingly. After all, the driver had also expended a lot of energy in the sea and was still panting heavily. As one of only two people who could swim, she naturally felt obligated to help. This time, Xiaohi stopped very close, so Lu Rulan didn't need to swim far. She simply carried the unconscious Su Yin, secured the swimming ring under his armpits, and then, holding the ring with one hand and his arm with the other, looked up at Xiaohi. He's not fully conscious right now, I'm afraid he won't be able to get up on his own. Xiaohi, easy. Xiaohi looked at Xiao Chen, tighten the rope, tie it to the other side, and then sit here, ready to catch him. Xiao Chen quickly pulled the rope tight with all her might, and the driver, realizing what was happening, helped tie a sturdy knot. Sister Lu, hold on tight. I'm fine. Then, using the same technique, Xiaohi nimbly tossed the two people out of the water. Lu Rulan was already prepared. After getting on the boat, she flipped over and landed gracefully, while the unconscious Suyin fell into Xiao Chen's arms, who half lifted, half carried him back onto the boat. At this point, both individuals who had fallen into the water had been successfully rescued and brought aboard the boat. The driver, experienced in rescuing drowning victims, immediately began performing CPR on Suyin to help him expel the water from his stomach. Xiao He, meanwhile, turned the speedboat around and returned to shore. The beach was already in chaos. Ever since the two teams participating in the competition capsized at sea, the surrounding fans had been restless, extremely worried about the situation on the water. After the frantic rescue of 6 people, the fans went wild. The two who couldn't be rescued were singer Su Yin and actress Huang Ziqian. Although their fame wasn't as high as those rescued, it still involved 2 lives, and not only were their fans worried, but other fans and bystanders were also concerned. If something had happened, it would have been a huge problem. The production team quickly sent people to continue searching the sea, and soon they saw Xiao He return to shore in his speedboat. The 2 missing guests were on board. The entire production crew breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful their director Liu's background was, if someone had died this time, their show would truly be cancelled. Xiao He stopped the boat, having Xiao Chen and the driver help Su Yin, who had regained some consciousness, off the boat, while Lu Rulan helped Huang Ziqian. For some reason, cheers and applause erupted from the crowd outside, making it seem like a hero returning from a rescue in a movie. Xiao He found it a bit over the top, but hearing their cheers and applause still put him in a very good mood. And even the heavens seemed to have conveniently cleared the clouds, revealing bright sunshine once more. Looking at the dazzling sunlight spilling onto the beach, Lu Rulan finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning to look at Xiao He as if she were seeing him for the first time. "You can actually drive a speedboat?" Xiao He was silent for a moment, then scratched his head and chuckled. "Didn't you say you wanted to learn how to drive a speedboat? I secretly looked at some textbooks, and then observed a few times on these recent sea trips. It's a piece of cake." Lu Rulan, is this guy in Versailles? The driver, who had overheard a few words, damn it, what dazzling talent. Just then, Lu Chenyan, the show's director, walked over with a smile. "Heroes, heroes. Luckily you were here, otherwise our team would have suffered this undeserved disaster." Xiao He sized Lu Chenyan up and down, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Undeserved disaster? Your team dares to call this an undeserved disaster? Forcing non-swimmers to go boating, deliberately replacing the boats with brightly colored but poor quality plastic boats for the sake of difficulty and hype, forcing contestants to participate in a second race, failing to set up any safety nets, letting the guests swim so far, and most importantly, the only safety measures were 2 speedboats and a few lifeguards. Ha, this isn't an undeserved disaster, this is just asking for trouble. With the team acting like this, they can only go out at noon. Sooner or later, something bad was bound to happen." Compared to Xiao He's cold sneer, Lu Rulan was quite composed, a smile on her face, saying to Lu Chenyan, "It's nothing, we just happened to run into them this time, and we're honored to be able to help in a little way." Xiao He, every time he saw Sister Lu speak to people in a way that suited them perfectly, he felt she was practically a superhero. Anyway, when he encountered someone like that, he was already being polite by not throwing a huge punch, let alone laughing. Lu Rulan clearly knew what Xiao He was thinking. After a few superficial pleasantries with Lu Chenyan, she mentioned leaving, saying, "My clothes are wet from rescuing people, so I'll go back with Xiao He first." Lu Chenyan glanced at Xiao He, then his gaze fell on Su Yin, who had already been loaded into the ambulance. He then smiled and said, "I think Xiao He is a very nice person, handsome and with good character. He's a great contributor to our program this time. How about coming to our program as a temporary guest?" Xiao He barely suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Even with Su Yin in that state, he was still thinking about recording the rest of the program? He even wanted to pull him in to temporarily fill Su Yin's place? Ha ha ha, how could this person be so shameless? Lu Rulan's expression also changed. "I'm sorry, Director Lu, Xiao He is filming today, and the director is already waiting for him on the island. This is really inconvenient." Lu Chenyan's smile faded slightly. "Really not okay?" Lu Rulan, "Yes, I'm really sorry, Director Lu. You know film crews usually have very tight schedules. We're just worried about leaving a bad impression on the director." "You're worried about leaving a bad impression on the director over there, but aren't you worried about leaving a bad impression on me?" Lu Chenyan asked with a half-smile. Xiao He, hold back, Xiao He, don't you dare punch him in the face. Lu Rulan's smile remained unchanged. "Of course we wouldn't dare leave a bad impression on Director Lu. Mainly, as you know, the situation was quite urgent today, and we weren't prepared. We were afraid of delaying your show's recording schedule. Besides, Xiao He has never been on these kinds of shows before, and he's not very articulate. If he affects your filming, it would be counterproductive, wouldn't you say?" Lu Chenyan looked Xiao He up and down. "This kid hasn't been on variety shows before." Lu Rulan patted Xiao He. "Well, he's just a college graduate entering the workforce. He doesn't know how to be tactful, and he easily offends people with his words. There's nothing we can do about it. He is indeed a young man who doesn't talk much. Lu Chenyan, considering the script required by their production team, didn't insist further. Alright, you can go now. We hope you'll keep this matter to yourself online. Our production team will have its own marketing plans, you understand? Of course. We wish Director Lu and your show all the best. Lu Chenyan ignored Lu Rulan and slowly left with his hands behind his back. Seeing that Xiao He looked like he had something to say, Lu Rulan gave him a look, signaling them to go back to the hotel first. Xiao Chen, have you notified Director Ren? Lu Rulan asked Xiao Chen first to confirm. Given what happened, they probably wouldn't be able to get there in time this morning. Xiao Chen nodded. Director Ren told us to go before the afternoon's filming starts. Okay. The group returned to the hotel. After Lu Rulan finished showering and changing into clean clothes, Xiao He frowned and asked her, Sister Lu, just who is this Director Lu? To be honest, this was the first time he'd seen Lu Rulan so humble. Lu Rulan showed no embarrassment at all, casually scratching her wet hair, sitting on the sofa, and said unhurriedly, their family mainly has some connections, it's best not to offend them if possible. The entertainment industry, it's all the same circle. When you encounter these kinds of people, it's best to be polite to avoid trouble. Xiao He smirked sarcastically, but they can't be this arrogant. Their methods are far more sophisticated than those of us who only know how to manipulate public opinion and talk a good game. Lu Rulan shook her head. Take Chu Kaiyuyan, for example, you know her, right? Xiao He nodded. Of course I know her, Goddess Chu, Lin Yaipen's mother. Chu Kaiyuyan had an accident while filming an advertisement music video, and she retired from the entertainment industry, becoming a regret and a white moonlight in the hearts of countless people. But actually, very few people know that Chu Kaiyuyan was actually implicated by the Lin family, targeted by Old Master Lin's rivals. Xiao He gasped, such a thing actually happened? Lu Rulan sighed, thinking of Chu Kaiyuyan's case. The prop master was imprisoned for 3 years for negligent infliction of serious injury, and the production team involved only paid 3 million in compensation. But they ruined a female star at the peak of her career with one person's 3 years and 3 million. Do you think that's a fair deal? Xiao He remained silent. Lu Rulan sighed, although the Lu family's power is far less than the Lin family's, we don't have the same background as Chu Kaiyuyan. Even Chu Kaiyuyan could fall victim to this. If we were to encounter them, we'd likely be nothing but bones. So, for small fry like us, it's best not to get involved in the affairs of powerful figures. It's best not to offend them if possible. Xiao He pursed his lips, then pressed, what about Chu Kaiyuyan and the others? Did they just let this matter drop back then? If this matter was truly, as Lu Rulan said, a revenge tactic by their rivals, then would Chu Kaiyuyan just suffer in silence and do nothing? How could that be? Lu Rulan chuckled and tapped Xiao He on the head. They naturally have ways to retaliate, but what can you do if you encounter them? Xiao He shrank back, covering his head. Oh, I see. Then there's really nothing I can do. So, Lu Rulan went to the bathroom, picked up a hairdryer, and before drying her hair, she peeked out and said one last time, don't worry about this. Anyway, we shouldn't have any more contact with them. You should focus on preparing for the afternoon shoot. Xiao He obediently nodded. Okay. But what Lu Rulan didn't know was that after she went into the bathroom, Xiao He secretly turned on his computer. 20 minutes later, Lu Rulan, having tidied herself up, came out and said to Xiao He, we don't know how long the production crew will be filming here. Let's board the boat from the other gate later, so we don't run into them again. It's really bad luck. Xiao He nodded and packed up his laptop. Okay, Sister Lu. This time, there were no obstacles or pressures, and the group safely arrived at the island by boat. But just as they stepped onto the island, a mysterious rumor suddenly appeared online. Fearless Journey stumbles again. Fearless Journey capsizes, 2 guests nearly die at sea. Is it a fearless journey, or an ignorant journey? A look back at the accidents of Fearless Journey over the years. These news reports had already been circulating online when several guests from the show capsized, but as before, while they spread quickly, they were also quickly suppressed, quickly fading into obscurity. Hey, kid, don't do this, it won't get you any traffic. An experienced veteran leaned back, offering Zhou Junhao advice with the air of someone who'd been there before. Zhou Junhao stared at the plummeting video data traffic, pursing his lips in dissatisfaction. Why is this happening? Shouldn't such big news generate more traffic and buzz? Why is the traffic dropping so fast? The veteran shook his head. You don't understand. Often, what viewers see is what they're allowed to see. What they're not allowed to see, naturally, they won't see. Simply put, everyone lives in their own information cocoon. Big data has already categorized the scope and content for each person. Everything you see might be what big data makes you see, or even what you actively choose to see. And those forbidden taboos are naturally off limits. But our news didn't break any laws, didn't fabricate rumors, and didn't mention any other related sensitive topics. Why is it being sanctioned? Because of someone. The veteran yawned lazily. Never mind it. You'd better change the subject quickly, or you won't meet your data target for this week. Jo Junhao sighed deeply. Look at your worried face. Come on, let's do this story. Actress XX's stomach looks protruding in photos, suspected of being pregnant. Jo Junhao glanced at it and said, but she just came from a restaurant. Normal people have a little belly after eating, right? This is too far-fetched. Then, how about this one? Male celebrity XX's face is swollen. Please, female fans, eat something good. Jo Junhao, who's this male celebrity? Does he still have fans? The senior colleague stared intently at Jo Junhao, then sighed deeply, patted Jo Junhao's shoulder. I don't think you're suited for this. You should change careers as soon as possible. Then he slid his chair away, leaving Jo Junhao with a conflicted expression. Sigh. Jo Junhao sighed deeply. Before graduation, he aspired to be a cultured journalist. After graduation, teacher, reality isn't what you taught me. Jo Junhao shook his head dejectedly, just about to exit the interface, when he noticed the data in front of him suddenly turn red, then into a vertical line. Yes, it suddenly changed from a straight, seemingly lifeless horizontal line into a perfectly vertical line, almost imperceptibly straight. This data almost instantly went from 0 views to tens of thousands of views, and it was still climbing at an alarming rate. Jo Junhao gasped, even rubbing his eyes. Exploded, exploded, exploded. Never mind, the old man, mishearing the message, replied, change careers sooner, eat your fill sooner. Exploded. My video exploded. Finally, someone understood what Jo Junhao said. Instantly, a group of people surrounded Jo Junhao, then let out a series of strange screams. Holy crap, it's about the Fearless Journey scandal? They actually released this. Awesome, bro. How did you get it approved? Teach me. Just then, someone else said, it's out. It's all out. All the gossip about Fearless Journey is going to explode. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone scattered and returned to their seats. Where's that video I suppressed last year? Where did it go? I just wrote a draft at the beginning of the year. Now it can finally be released. Ha ha ha. I knew they'd get this day sooner or later. That idiot production team, they deserve to be shown their true colors. Following his colleague's words, Jo Junhao pursed his lips, his earlier gloom dissipating. Little Joe, come help me. We'll share this wave of traffic. The senior colleague also called out to Jo Junhao at this moment and passed him a file. After composing himself, Jo Junhao opened the file, then exclaimed in shock, it's an exclusive interview about the celebrity injured in the Fearless Journey incident? Didn't you say topics related to them don't get much traffic? Why would he spend so much time tracking this down? Haha, back then, I was just too enthusiastic, like a fool, thinking I'd struck gold, so I did some research and recording, only to get kicked out of my previous company in the end. The senior colleague chuckled. I thought I'd never get a chance to publish it, but I never expected to see this happen. Jo Junhao was somewhat surprised. So the senior colleague had such an experience. Looks like sometimes you can be persistent. The senior colleague patted Jo Junhao on the shoulder. Hurry up, publish it while it's still hot. Seizing opportunities is one of our strengths. Some things, retribution may be delayed, but it's just a matter of time. Meanwhile, on the island, the group remained undisturbed by the incident. Director Ren was still diligently instructing Lu Zehang on the scene. In this scene, Lu Zehang, playing Lin Yuan, is running through the woods, unprotected by Su Ning, and pursued by another group of players who intend to loot all his high-level cards. You run over from here right now. This is a fast-paced scene requiring the actor to move in tandem with a moving vehicle, demanding good coordination from both sides. Director Ren personally led the team through the entire sequence before confidently sitting in the moving vehicle and adjusting the camera angles. Lu Zehang stood on the set, ready to run, while Xiao He, appearing last, stood offset watching the filming. Action! At the director's command, Lin Yuan sprinted forward. The woods and bushes rushed past him, and behind him, several unfamiliar figures relentlessly pursued him. Bang! Reaching a slope, the person hiding behind a tree suddenly pounced, slamming into Lin Yuan and tumbling down the slope with him. Although the slope was covered with plants and fallen leaves, Lin Yuan still rolled flat on his back, crashing heavily to the ground and sending leaves flying. He also hit his head, wincing in pain as he clutched his chest. The person who had tackled him swiftly got up and pinned him down. Several others caught up and joined in, pinning Lin Yuan to the ground. The leader crouched down and began ruthlessly searching Lin Yuan for the cards. Let go! Let me go! Lin Yuan struggled, his eyes darting quickly across the group, trying to find a way out. Finally, his gaze settled on the man examining the cards. I don't want anything else, I just want the rabbit cards. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly said, I can give you all the wolf and fox cards I have, as long as you spare my life. I'm willing to take all your rabbit cards. Oh, sure enough, Lin Yuan's words made the man raise an eyebrow. He gestured for the men around him to release Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sat on the ground, panting heavily. I only have 1 point left. Even if you take my life, you can only take 1 point from me at most, but I can take all the cards you don't want, as long as you spare my life. Based on Lin Yuan's deduction, these people still had at least 10 rabbit cards. These men specialized in robbing other lone players. First, they would steal all the players' wolf cards, then force the player to challenge them, and finally, using the wolf's absolute apex predator advantage, they would devour the player's rabbit and fox cards, plundering all the player's points. Since the rules prohibit the forced transfer or discarding of cards, these rabbit cards are useless to them except for offsetting similar cards. However, they will eventually have to find a way to use them up. The problem is, this alliance is temporary, everyone has their own agendas, and they don't fully trust each other. What if someone deliberately steals a point during an offsetting event? Should they take back the stolen point or not? This tests their trust, but unfortunately, they don't trust each other. And now this kid is actually asking for everyone's rabbit cards. The thin man squatted down, staring at Lin Yuan suspiciously. Are you sure you want our rabbit cards? You should know that even if we release you now, you're still doomed. With only 1 point left but more than 10 rabbit cards, this kid is now like a little rabbit on this island, at the bottom of the food chain, destined to be eaten by other animals. Lin Yuan forced a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and stared intently at the man before him. I'm sure. The group finally left. Su Ning jumped down from the tree and casually strolled to Lin Yuan's side. It's good that they were killed. Why make such a fuss? Lin Yuan got up from the ground, carefully counting the rabbit tokens he had painstakingly collected in his hand, a mocking smile on his face. It's good to be alive. Only by being alive can you earn more points. Then what do? Rely on the rabbit tokens you have now? Su Ning crossed his arms and looked at him coldly. Yes, it's all thanks to the rabbit card in my hand. Lin Yuan looked at Su Ning, his face filled with confidence and composure. However, that depends on you. If you can kill, I can profit. Su Ning's lips curled into a smile, his half-face hidden in the shadows of the trees appearing particularly sinister, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, his tone rising. We'll see. After finishing filming today's scenes, the group finally got to eat the hottest gossip online. Holy crap! Fearless Journey almost caused a death. What? Apart from some young people who hadn't yet reacted, everyone else who was a little older instinctively looked over. Lu Rulan immediately turned her head, her gaze instantly landing on Xiaohe. Xiaohe tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong, Sister Lu? Come and get some gossip. Lu Rulan looked Xiaohe up and down suspiciously, then pulled him aside and asked in a low voice, Did you hire someone to do this? Ha! Xiaohe looked astonished. How could that be? I don't even know what kind of gossip this is. Then how is it such a coincidence? We were just talking about him, and now this has happened. You still say you didn't? No. Xiaohe looked at Lu Rulan sincerely. Sister Lu, how could I have such abilities? Lu Rulan stared at Xiaohe for a while, but ultimately didn't dwell on it anymore, taking out her phone to check the current situation. Xiaohe also took out his phone and happily started eating gossip. Brothers, this is really terrifying to think about. Several safety incidents have happened in just a few years. It's really scary. What's the background of this production team? Why wasn't this exposed before? This question is even more chilling than the previous one. In the industry, it's not that the production team has a powerful background, it's that the director has a powerful background. His scandals have been suppressed for years, but for some reason, they suddenly stopped being suppressed recently. Everyone suspects there was a system problem, but now, for this traffic, everyone is rushing to expose old scandals. I don't know how long these scandals will remain after the system is fixed, but I can only say that he's extremely powerful. I dare not say more. This account is deleted, don't ask me. No, I don't understand. Since you have such a powerful background, why are all the media accounts posting about it? Aren't you afraid of offending someone now? Upstairs, this is traffic. At first, everyone might have been afraid to post it, afraid of offending that person, but look now, the number of accounts posting related videos has even exceeded 100. If you don't grab this traffic, someone else will. As for settling scores later? Laughable. Everyone's watching. Ask that person if they dare to cause trouble now? They're probably sweating behind their screen first. So I've summarized the current situation. This director surnamed Lu ousted the original directing team of the hugely popular show Fearless Journey a few years ago and became the current director of Fearless Journey. During his tenure on the show, numerous safety incidents, large and small, occurred. The most serious one nearly killed Chang Jiajia, a female idol from Group C, but he wasn't affected at all and can still act like a tyrant on the show. What a lawless outlaw. I think this isn't just an entertainment industry problem, it's a social problem. Every single detail behind this could be made into the news. I also think this can't be treated as just a normal entertainment topic. It involves such a dangerous situation, it could easily lead to someone's death. Can anyone dig into Lu Chenyan's background? This Rob should just go to jail and enjoy his retirement. As public opinion gradually fermented, some all-knowing netizens uncovered the identities of Lu Chenyan's family, and everyone gasped in shock. It seemed that everything had been explained. Wow, this connection is so blatant, they're not even pretending anymore, it's undeniably strong. I've already reported them. Investigate them, I don't believe they're truly innocent. The internet was abuzz with discussion, but Lu Chenyan, the person involved, was the last to find out. They had just finished filming when a junior assistant rushed up to Lu Chenyan with a phone in a panic. The director, who had been all smiles, turned deathly pale after seeing the contents of the phone. What's going on? He abruptly stood up and stormed out. The other guests, having finished recording, glanced at the hastily departing director, vaguely guessing what had happened. They all quietly called to their assistants to check the online situation. While Lu Chenyan was racking his brains over this matter, Xiao He had already put away his phone. Looks like you really weren't behind this, Lu Rulan said, seemingly relieved. The ones who know so many secrets are probably their rivals. This exposure must be a battle of titans. After all, the positions of the Lu family members are highly coveted, and this time they probably seized the opportunity and took them down. Xiao He shrugged, definitely not me. I don't have that ability. Lu Rulan was somewhat disappointed, it's a pity. This could have been a good marketing opportunity, but with this happening, we can only keep a low profile. After all, when the big shots fight, the underlings suffer. Xiao He wasn't too disappointed, whatever, I've been trending a few times already, one more won't make a difference. Lu Rulan, tisk. Then she sat down next to Xiao He and asked, tell me the truth, did you really learn how to ride a speedboat on the spot? Xiao He feigned profundity, okay, to be honest, I learned it when I went to Hawaii with my dad. Lu Rulan, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, seriously, tell the truth. Actually, now I know a little about racing cars, helicopters, speedboats, motorcycles, even tanks. Xiao He coughed lightly, telling the truth. However, Lu Rulan's next sentence completely crushed him, have you taken any certification tests? Xiao He, damn it. The system didn't issue any certificates when he was learning. Xiao He shattered. So now he has Schrodinger's cat skill? Seeing Xiao He remain silent, Lu Rulan understood. She looked at Xiao He with a complicated expression, then patted his shoulder, I understand. If you're really interested in these things, I'll enroll you in a class later. Study hard, and don't mess around. You need a license to drive, understand? And that tank, you really dare to brag, but since you can't drive it anyway, I'll just assume you know how. Turns out, she's a theory master. Xiao He tried to save face, then enroll me in a class first. I really know all of this. The main thing is to take the exam and get the certificate. Lu Rulan asked suspiciously, so confident? That's how confident I am. Alright. The online discussion continued, with netizens' enthusiasm reaching unprecedented heights. In a villa district in Shanghai, someone also saw the news. A woman sat on the sofa, slowly scrolling through the online comments, her expression calm, yet tinged with melancholy. Although she was over 50, she still had a head of jet black hair, her posture was graceful and dignified, and her gentle eyes held a quiet elegance honed by time. It seemed that time truly could not diminish her beauty, there wasn't a trace of aging on her. Just sitting there, she was a beautiful sight. The only flaw was perhaps the uneven skin on her right cheek. Even after numerous treatments, the burn scars remained permanently. Lin Yipen walked in from outside. Seeing the news on the tablet, Lin Yipen was somewhat surprised. Mom, you're watching this news too? Chu Kaiyuyan put down the tablet, her tone indifferent, just looking around. This news, however, brought back some memories. So many years have passed, and that circle is still the same. Tisk. Well, thankfully this incident was successfully exposed. I think the production team will be punished soon. Lin Yipen walked over and stood next to Chu Kaiyuyan, saying. Chu Kaiyuyan shook her head, difficult. Then she stood up and walked upstairs. Lin Yipen watched her mother's retreating figure, sighing helplessly. But clearly, Chu Kaiyuyan's prediction was correct. The day after the public outcry, another trending topic suddenly appeared. Qin Lezang's proposal. Has Qin Lezang finally found true love? Let's wish this former couple well. Zhu Zishan, our happiness is simple, but I hope our love can be shown to everyone in a high-profile way. In the blink of an eye, the trending topic was silently removed, and another new topic quickly rose to prominence. Everyone seemed to have tacitly forgotten the previous topic, and enthusiastically discussed Qin Lezang and Zhu Zishan's marriage in the comments section. It seems everyone's enthusiasm has been diverted to celebrity romances again. Wow, they were spotted having problems last year, and now they've actually announced it officially. Wah, I'm not envious at all. I don't believe Zhu Zishan is Qin Jiyi's only publicly acknowledged girlfriend. I don't believe it. I don't care, you two won't allow it. Has Tichin Ge had many girlfriends over the years? How many of them lasted? Not a single one. Waiting for their breakup. Zhu Zixin is a perpetually washed-up actress. I don't know how she hooked up with Qin Ge. Qin Ge, promise me you won't marry her, okay? Otherwise, I'm really going to make a scene. Dude, just have fun, don't take it seriously. This is all just gossip from marketing accounts. The woman's side is making a huge fuss, but the man's side hasn't responded yet. Don't spread rumors. Am I the only one thinking this? Isn't this just a way to suppress another scandal? As far as I know, Qin Lizang was recently on Fearless Journey, and he has a good relationship with that person. Those who know. I've been wanting to say this for a while now. Qin Lizang is a well-known womanizer in the industry, changing girlfriends every now and then. Fans are used to it, so they're not making a fuss. But now he's suddenly trending, while another popular trending topic has vanished instantly. I can only say, think about it carefully. Indeed, it's obvious that Qin Lizang's trending topic is used to suppress someone else's. LCY's name can't be posted anymore, but everyone knows who it is. Don't be misled, folks. LCY must be investigated, he must get out of the entertainment industry. On the other side, Xiaohe also noticed this situation. He was somewhat surprised, but not unexpected. The hacker they hired was better than him. Fixing the system review bug he fabricated wouldn't be difficult. Even if things got tough, manual review could be done overtime. But it was too late. The veil had been torn, and light was already streaming in. The real battle had only just begun. Of course, the one who should be fighting wasn't him, but rather the one who truly needed to intervene. But to everyone's surprise, including Xiaohe's, several other trending topics suddenly appeared, overshadowing all the others. Chu Kaiyuyan liked a Weibo post. Chu Kaiyuyan mentions the film crew safety incident again. Chu Kaiyuyan subtly criticizes Lu Qinyan's incident. Chu Kaiyuyan publicly supports Cheng Jiajia from Group C. Netizens were in an uproar. The previously fixed restrictions suddenly failed again, but this time it wasn't due to a system bug. The platform actively lifted the restrictions, and netizens could freely mention Lu Qinyan's name again. Chu Kaiyuyan? Is that the Chu Kaiyuyan I know? Dad, the goddess you were chasing is back. Oh my god, Chu Kaiyuyan is still alive? I thought she was dead. I sent this to the family group chat, and the whole group exploded. My dad and several uncles are all asking me where they can see the trending topics. Why did Chu Kaiyuyan suddenly speak out about Lu Qinyan? Do they have a conflict? To explain, Chu Kaiyuyan suffered facial disfigurement in a film accident years ago and had to leave the entertainment industry. Seeing Lu Qinyan's situation might have reminded her of that incident. Indeed, Cheng Jiajia is practically a second Chu Kaiyuyan. If she hadn't been luckier, she probably would have been killed in the explosion. Even so, she suffered severe back injuries. Her attempts to expose the situation were unsuccessful, and she could only take the program's money back for treatment, only to be falsely accused of defrauding the program. Her back still hasn't fully healed. Chu Kaiyuyan probably empathized and wanted to help. Wow, so many years have passed, and Goddess Chu is still so gentle. That's so satisfying. The platform tried to suppress the topic, but with Goddess Chu's intervention, they immediately abandoned Lu Qinyan. It's clear who has the stronger background. But all I want to say is, Goddess Chu did a great job. Go for it. Let's go, family. They still want to suppress the trending topics? Let's show them what we're capable of. My dad said he'd give me 100,000 yuan to help push this up. He really meant it. I'm so happy. Wow, the stocks of Fearless Journey and the companies controlled by the radio and television stations behind it are plummeting. No wonder she's the Goddess Chu. What a coincidence. The young men who chased after Chu Kaiyuyan back then are now all in high positions, powerful and wealthy, the backbone of society. They couldn't help Chu Kaiyuyan back then, but now they're all stepping in to protect their goddess. I'm truly deeply moved by the enduring loyalty of these big shots. So I only have one thing to say: investigate Lu Qinyan's family thoroughly. Lu Qinyan, get out of the biosphere. With Chu Kaiyuyan's downfall, the previously suppressed incident reignited heated discussions, and with the platform fully unblocking the account, these trending topics dominated the charts daily. Lu Chen, through this incident, completely faded from the entertainment industry, becoming a national topic of conversation. The outcome of this matter seemed predictable. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The plot of Jungle Law finally reached its climax. The game time was drawing to a close. The players, who had been indiscriminately slaughtering the lower-level animals and frantically collecting points, finally discovered a terrifying fact. The number of rabbit tokens on the island was dwindling, while the number of wolf tokens belonging to the same species was increasing. Although they were searching for rabbit tokens while plundering points, the players still able to remain on the island to frantically plunder points were almost all ruthless wolf token hunters. Most rabbit tokens were forcibly absorbed during their plundering of other players, and the remaining rabbit tokens were naturally not actively sought out. Therefore, in the end, the rabbit tokens were automatically taken away by the organizers due to player deaths. Not only rabbit tokens, but fox tokens were also affected. These players had accumulated many points on the island, but their hands were almost entirely filled with wolf cards. Because encounters between wolves of the same kind result in point deductions, the top-of-the-line cards they had been plundering had now become deadly tools. After all, according to the original rules, players could only leave the island after using up all their cards. But now, almost everyone they encountered was a wolf, with even fox cards being scarce. No matter how they fought or plundered, the likely outcome was only one: encounters between their own kind, mutual destruction, and both losing points. So, after all their busy work, they might end up losing many points, or even their lives. These players, blinded by money and greed, who had recklessly plundered points, were suddenly dumbfounded. They suddenly realized that the number of rabbit cards on the island was limited. No, rabbit cards have always been limited, but the selfishness and greed of human nature are limitless. They only knew how to plunder, never considering that everything they had was temporary. They arrogantly believed they controlled their destiny, unaware that the law of the jungle is always cruel. I don't know if you've ever learned a term called ecological balance, Lin Yuan said as they walked. Wolves are the natural enemies of rabbits. On the surface, rabbits seem inherently weak, preyed upon by wolves. They are born in a predator-prey relationship. But in the long-term dynamics of a simple ecosystem, the relationship between wolves and rabbits is never a one-sided one of domination, but a two-way, mutually constraining balance. If other complex factors are excluded, once the number of rabbits in the ecosystem decreases, the number of wolves will also be forced to decrease due to resource scarcity. In nature, strength and weakness are not absolute, and temporary weakness is not absolute weakness. Unfortunately, by the time they understood this simple relationship, it was too late. Lin Yuan looked at the large stack of rabbit cards she had collected, a slight smile playing on her lips, and looked at Su Ning. Of course, the law of the jungle for animals is indeed that simple, but the law of the jungle for humans is much more complex. Su Ning remained silent, simply and tenderly wiping the tang sword in her hands. Lin Yuan, receiving no reply and showing no anger, walked directly to Su Ning's side and said pointedly, however, there's another term, ecological disturbance. Simply put, it refers to a temporary change in the food chain structure of an ecosystem due to natural or human influence, without disrupting the ecological balance. Instead, it returns to balance over time, or a new balance emerges. Su Ning paused slightly in her wiping motion, then looked up, coldly staring at the person before her. So, the occasional ecological disturbances by native apex predators are, in a way, adjustments and protections for the jungle ecosystem. Lin Yuan was no longer afraid of Su Ning's gaze, his smile still on his face, but as he spoke, his eyes held a mocking and cold glint. Cut! Ren Changwen observed the camera, then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Xiao Lu, you've worked hard today. You can leave early. Lu Zehang let out a long side grate, finally a wrap. This scene was where Lin Yuan shed his harmless facade, truly revealing his fangs. Throughout the journey, he had maintained the image of a weak, innocent rabbit, but little did they know that the rabbit would ultimately turn the tide and become everyone's winner. Director Ren's requirement for Lu Zehang was to portray the transformation from white to black. As for Xiao he didn't need to act, he was a pure, wicked wolf. The following scenes were all about his action-packed rampage. Brother Xiao, keep it up. I'm off now, he. Lu Zehang waved to Xiao He with a grin. Xiao He sheathed his prop sword and waved to Lu Zehang, bye. After Lu Zehang left with his manager, Cheng Shui, Lu Rulan slowly strolled over, arms crossed. You two look like schoolchildren leaving school. Xiao He, Sister Lu, I've noticed you're getting better at using metaphors. Lu Rulan shrugged. I call it being observant, okay? I came to talk to you about something else. Xiao He became serious and listened attentively. Go on. Lu Rulan, Lu Chenyan's whole family is under investigation. They'll most likely be arrested. Xiao He understood, but his face showed surprise. They're really under investigation. With such a huge uproar online, there would definitely be an investigation. However, these details all need to be investigated and confirmed thoroughly, so it's impossible to do it so quickly. Reaching a result within a month is already incredibly fast, Lu Rulan explained. The current outcome is a happy one for everyone. Xiao He quickly asked, then what about Lu Chenyan and the others? Lu Chenyan has been arrested, Fearless Journey has been suspended indefinitely, and several other members of the production team have also been summoned for questioning. Lu Rulan said with a sigh, he has completely ruined Fearless Journey, a long-running national program. Xiao He sneered, a program that can't even guarantee safety measures is better off being taken off the air sooner rather than later, to avoid setting a bad example for the industry. That makes sense. Lu Rulan immediately expressed her agreement. By the way, since this incident involved many people, several guests from the show who were on set during the capsizing incident have also spoken out. Lu Rulan handed her phone to Xiaohe. This is a common hindsight tactic in the Chinese entertainment industry. Before, when Lu Chenyan was powerful, they didn't dare say anything, but now that Lu Chenyan and his family have fallen, they're rehashing the incident. Su Yin and Huang Ziqian, whom we rescued, both expressed their gratitude on Weibo. Would you like to reply personally, or should I reply for you? Xiaohe glanced at it and said casually, Sister Lu, please reply for me. Just a normal polite reply will suffice. After rescuing them, the two immediately left in an ambulance without even saying goodbye. Considering their emergency situation, Xiaohe didn't mind. As long as they were alright, that was fine. However, afterwards, the two cooperated with the show's team by remaining completely silent, not responding to any online comments about the capsizing incident, and not even contacting Xiaohe privately to express their gratitude. Now that the child is dead, they know they breastfed, which Xiaohe finds rather pointless. Okay. Lu Rulan nodded. There are still many videos online about you rescuing people in your speedboat. You can take a look if you're interested. We were so far away, they probably couldn't have captured anything. Xiaohe opened the video with some doubt. It was actually a drone shot. Although the drone was still quite far away, the overhead view provided a wide perspective, allowing for a zoomed-in capture of the situation. The main parts of the video were Xiao Chen repeatedly giving directions with his eagle eyes, Sister Lu taking off her shoes to rescue people, and Xiaohe skillfully drifting the boat. Of course, the driver who jumped off the boat to rescue people was also very skilled and worthy of respect, but compared to the actions of professionals, the rescue actions of Xiaohe and his companions undoubtedly provided more room for discussion. Netizens flooded the comments section with sharp remarks. This is hilarious. What kind of people are on Xiaohe's team? It's outrageous. The assistant warded multiple times and caught 2 people, earning MVP. Sister Lu jungled and went into the water to accumulate merit, while Xiaohe can only drive the boat. Xiaohe is a lazy winner. Is this what talented netizens are like? Even trying to use memes can't keep up with you guys, it's really hilarious. Wait, am I the only one who thinks Xiaohe's drifting moves are cool? They're so cool. I am not saying they're not cool, it's just that Xiaohe saving people is basic for him, we're used to it. Ha ha ha, Xiaohe will be speechless when he sees this. Xiaohe himself, I saw the message, and I am indeed a little speechless. Xiaohe was truly exasperated with these netizens. What would happen if they stopped using so many memes every day? Just then, Xiaohe's phone rang again. Seeing the name saved in the phone's contact, Xiaohe was quite surprised. Director Wang Xingyuan. Wang Xingyuan was the director of Xiaohe's first famous work, the idol drama Burning Heart. He later gained recognition for his role as Mu Ziyi in Burning Heart, and the drama itself benefited from this success. However, Xiaohe had been constantly joining different productions and getting to know more and more people in the industry, and he hadn't contacted anyone from this particular production team in a long time. He never expected that director Wang would call him personally this time. Xiaohe first showed the name to Lu Rulan. Lu Rulan instantly recognized the person and nodded slightly to Xiaohe. You answer the phone first and hear what he has to say. Okay. Normally, if someone you haven't contacted in a long time suddenly contacts you, it's definitely because they need something. Although Xiaohe didn't know Wang Xingyuan's purpose, it was very likely related to his recent trending topic. Hello? Director Wang. Xiaohe answered the phone and exchanged pleasantries. It's been a long time since we last talked. How have you been lately? Good afternoon, Teacher Xiao. I'm sorry to bother you at this time. Wang Xingyuan's attitude this time was much better than before. It was clear that Xiaohe's status in their eyes was slowly changing. He was no longer the minor supporting character or extra they could boss around. However, Xiaohe felt that Wang Xingyuan didn't need to act this way. He had always had a good impression of Wang Xingyuan, and if Wang Xingyuan's attitude was the same as before, Xiaohe might feel more at ease. Director Wang, is there anything I can help you with? Xiaohe cut to the chase. Well, it's like this. Wang Xingyuan didn't mince words either, directly stating his purpose. I'm currently filming a TV series in Haishi, and there's a problem with the actor for a very important role. We need to replace him temporarily, but this role mainly involves a scene where the actor drives a speedboat, and I haven't been able to find a suitable candidate right now. That's why I just happened to see the video of you rescuing someone in Haishi, so I wanted to ask if you had any time to fill in for us. It was indeed an invitation to film a drama, and it was for filling in. Xiaohe hesitated a bit. Director Wang, what kind of TV series is it? Could it be some kind of melodramatic, mindless romance idol drama? Are they going to let him play the villainous turn of events? Although director Wang was, in a sense, his first benefactor, it didn't mean Xiaohe would play such a brainless character again. He still couldn't forget the plot where Mu Ziyi had a smooth ride, killing everyone, almost even the female lead, only to be hastily shot dead by the male lead in the end. It looked brainless, but it wasn't. It was also brainless to act. It's a crime drama, mainly about antique smuggling, Wang Xingyuan quickly said. I've already sent the script to your collaboration email. You can take a look. The role I'm looking for you to fill in for is one of the more important villains later on, the head of the transportation operation, named Mo Tunnel. Xiao He, Mo Tun? That name doesn't sound Chinese. But come to think of it, isn't director Wang supposed to be making idol dramas? When did he start making crime dramas? Of course, Burning Heart doesn't count, that still falls into the idol drama category. Let me check my schedule first. Xiao He answered cautiously, Director Wang, as you know, I'm currently filming on the island, so I might not have time to come and fill in. I'll have my agent check and see how things go, is that alright? Sure, please. This role is very important to our crew. I'm really forced into this, so I'm shamelessly asking you for help. I apologize for bothering you. As Wang Xingyuan spoke, for some reason, he remembered the request Xiao He had made to him when they first met, and inexplicably added, this character is decisive and ruthless in killing, his entire entrance is filled with knife attacks. You'll definitely be interested. Xiao He, wait, even after all this time, Director Wang, is your misunderstanding of me still so deep? Well, who told him to be so desperate back then, directly revealing his burgeoning knife-wielding thoughts? Never mind. After hanging up the phone, Xiao He discussed the matter with Lu Rulan. When did Director Wang start filming a crime drama? Does Sister Lu know anything about it? Lu Rulan nodded. This is still related to you. Xiao He was surprised. Huh? Me? Yes, The Burning Heart gained some popularity because of your role. Many people were impressed by your character, but also felt sorry for the plot. They thought Director Wang's crime drama style was quite strong, but the plot was too mindless to watch. Then, for some reason, Director Wang suddenly realized his dream of directing and decided to actually try his hand at crime dramas. However, people in the industry aren't optimistic about his move. Many are waiting to see him fail. A director who's been making terrible idol dramas for years switching to crime dramas, just thinking about it makes everyone shake their heads. After all, no one expects a director who only knows how to make plots that are all over the place to be able to bring a highbrow suspense drama to life. You want to save the day? Lu Rulan asked. Xiao He nodded, a little. After all, Director Wang treated me quite well back then. But I still need to look at the script and the shooting schedule here first. If the script is terrible, then sorry, he's not just into killing anymore, he wants prestige. Lu Rulan picked up her phone and started typing. Okay, then look at the script. If you've decided, I'll ask Director Ren for you, and then confirm the shooting time with Director Wang. Xiao He was surprised. Sister Lu, you don't object? Lu Rulan paused, recalling carefully. Actually, very few people remember that Director Wang became famous with a 10-minute suspense music video. If she remembered correctly, he even won some awards back then, but unfortunately, many years have passed, and very few people remember it anymore. Lu Rulan felt that since Wang Xingyuan dared to return to this field, it certainly wasn't a decision made on a whim. Director Wang actually has such a resume? Xiao He suddenly felt that this was different from the idol drama director he remembered. Lu Rulan was already used to it. These days, who isn't just trying to make a living? Alright, I'll take a look at the script. Xiao He opened his phone and began reviewing the script Wang Xingyuan had sent him to his email. The script was titled Sea Fog Tracking. The story takes place in the early 2000s. The protagonist, Nguyen, a recent college graduate, returns to his hometown to help his recently deceased grandfather manage his antique shop. Unexpectedly, a group of people arrive at his shop that day. These people speak a dialect he doesn't understand and inquire about his grandfather's whereabouts in extremely broken Mandarin. Upon learning that Nguyen's grandfather died in an accident, their expressions turn grim, and when they discover that Nguyen happens to be an archaeology graduate, they forcibly take him away. Of course, they aren't taking Nguyen to rob tombs. Their main purpose is to have Nguyen help appraise a batch of antiques recently smuggled from a neighboring country. It was only then that Nguyen realized his grandfather had been working for these people, appraising antiques, determining their authenticity, and even grading and categorizing them for transport and packaging. No wonder his grandfather left behind such a large inheritance. The money hadn't come from running an antique shop, but from these people's shady dealings. But as the ultimate beneficiary, Nguyen had no chance to refuse, especially in that era when these men even carried guns. He couldn't escape and was forced to disguise himself as a local fisherman, boarding a fishing boat to the dangerous high seas. On that boat, Nguyen saw things he had only ever seen in books and museums before. Especially the Buddha head they had cut off from somewhere. The face was intact, the Buddha's features benevolent, but perhaps out of guilt, under Nguyen's fear, he felt the Buddha's face was staring at him menacingly, and a string of Sanskrit, from who knows where, was whispering in his ear, tormenting his soul. That day was destined to change Nguyen's fate. He dutifully helped appraise the batch of antiques, then, following the group's instructions, sorted and arranged the items. Finally, sitting on a drifting boat, he watched helplessly as the group sailed off with the antiques towards a distant western land. Ultimately, Mu Wen, having received his payment in hush money, safely returned to his grandfather's antique shop. He then began taking over his grandfather's previous work, facilitating appraisals for these people. Meanwhile, the police, who had been monitoring the group, began their operation. A silent battle between good and evil unfolded on the sea. Wang Xingyuan needed Xiaohe to play Mo Tun, the low-level leader responsible for maritime transportation in this antique smuggling ring. Mo Tun was ruthless, treacherous, and cunning. He led his men across international waters to transport large quantities of antiques and other contraband between China and two nearby small countries. Even in those days, they were a group of very rampant criminals. The police listed him as an important target and carried out arrest operations against him many times, but he managed to escape every time, as slippery as an eel. This character only appears in casual conversation in the early part of the story. Muwen only caught a glimpse of his back during a transaction and was brutally beaten by his henchmen as a warning. Therefore, Muwen harbors a deep fear of this character. Later, after gaining the trust of the transport personnel on shore and gradually infiltrating the criminal gang, Muwen finally meets this man for the first time. During their first meeting, Mo Tun brutally murders a subordinate who betrayed him right in front of the protagonist. This scene is only briefly depicted, but after returning home, Muwen suffers from severe vomiting and nightmares for 3 or 4 days, his fear of Mo Tun reaching a new peak. Even in the end, the police fail to catch him, instead killing him on the spot during a chase at sea. Xiaohe quickly schemed the script and swiftly summarized the character's abilities. The character's design isn't particularly unique. In many films and television shows, crime bosses are portrayed similarly ruthless, cruel, and terrifying. However, it must be said that in the current Chinese entertainment industry, very few young actors can convincingly portray this role, because he needs to be ruthless enough to make the audience feel the protagonist's fear even through the screen. His performance needs to be imposing enough, with acting skills that can overshadow the other actors. Otherwise, after all the build-up, if the character's aura completely collapses upon their first appearance, making them look like a street thug, the audience will only have one thought: is that all? Of course, Xiaohe has absolutely no worries about this. Lu Rulan was busy with other things nearby. Noticing Xiaohe put down his phone, she looked up and asked, "What do you think?" "I can take it," Xiaohe nodded. "I think director Wang is really going to realize his dream of entering the entertainment industry this time. This script is actually quite unique. It creates a third-party perspective within the two camps of police and criminals, focusing on the protagonist Mu Wen, who doesn't originally belong to either side. He participates in the case from the entire perspective, acting as both a participant and a recorder. The struggle between the two sides is also exceptionally well written. These criminal gangs are not only arrogant but also extremely cunning. The police have repeatedly tried to track down the sellers and buyers, but many times they have failed. The criminal gangs have also repeatedly tried to exploit loopholes to smuggle antiques, but they have been successfully intercepted and confiscated by the police on multiple occasions. Although the entire series isn't very long, only about 16 episodes in total, Xiaohe felt that as an ordinary viewer, he would quite enjoy watching this type of drama. Lu Rulan noticed the satisfaction on Xiaohe's face and nodded. "I just checked your recent filming schedule. You've been filming action scenes these past few days, so the filming schedule is very heavy and you definitely won't be able to come. However, after the action scenes, Director Ren has arranged about 2 days of rest for you. I'll go ask Director Ren first to see if he'd be willing to give you an extra day off." According to Wang Xingyuan, this kind of emergency rescue usually doesn't take too much time. Generally, the entire storyline for this character can be filmed in 2 or 3 days. Xiaohe hesitated slightly. Director Ren shouldn't mind, right? He'd heard that this was considered double booking in the entertainment industry. Lu Rulan immediately understood. "Oh, you mean double booking?" Xiaohe nodded. "Yes, it seems fans in the industry are quite opposed to it." Lu Rulan chuckled. "You seem to know more and more now. But don't worry, this is nothing. You're not playing a major role there, it's just a short-term rescue. Director Ren will usually agree after a brief discussion. Besides, it's just adjusting your subsequent filming schedule, it won't delay the overall progress of the production." Actually, in the early days, double booking was considered a sign of an actor's hard work and dedication. During the peak of Hong Kong cinema, almost all stars filmed multiple projects simultaneously. Not doing so only meant you weren't famous enough. At the height of their careers, some stars could film 14 movies a year. Later, however, the phenomenon of actors taking on multiple projects simultaneously became rampant, with actors often forced to shoulder multiple responsibilities even when they lacked the necessary skills. This led to the term gradually acquiring a derogatory connotation. Generally, fans and directors dislike actors taking on multiple projects simultaneously for two main reasons. Firstly, seamlessly transitioning between multiple projects can easily lead to a decline in performance quality. Secondly, if a lead actor is filming multiple projects at once, it's highly likely to disrupt the entire production schedule, as other main characters will have to wait for the actor to return before filming can begin. Lu Rulan patted Xiaohi's shoulder, half teasingly and half disdainfully saying, "You little Karaomi, you should just go wash up and go to bed. I've seen the most hard-working person in the industry before, who filmed 17 projects in 1 year plus several other gigs. Don't worry about that." Xiaohi. Ha! Under Lu Rulan's guidance, Xiaohi was extremely busy and fulfilled. On the island, Lin Yuan began openly running his business. Everyone could exchange 5 gold bars for a rabbit token. This was the exchange mechanism Lin Yuan had figured out on the island. In the very center of the island was a shop run by the organizers, where points could be exchanged for various items, including some melee weapons and more valuable items like gold bars. Some players, for self-defense, gritted their teeth and used 1 point to buy a weapon, but they had no intention of exchanging anything else in the shop. After all, they were more looking forward to the money they could exchange when they left the island than the items on it. Exchanging items in the island shops now would undoubtedly be flaunting their wealth, inviting others to plunder them, and ultimately leaving them penniless. But this mechanism was simply fantastic for Lin Yuan. Points on the island cannot be directly traded. Even though points could be exchanged based on battle wins and losses, the trust level between players was almost zero, making this method unreliable. This is where the organizer's shop comes in as a crucial intermediary. Players could exchange points for real goods, without going through the game challenges, ensuring a safe and secure transaction cash on delivery, fair and honest. Lin Yuan even openly ran his business right outside the island shop, making it easy for other players to find him and quickly convert their points. As for how to take the goods off the island and how to ensure others wouldn't have any ulterior motives, that wasn't Lin Yuan's concern. Sure enough, one player's eyes darted around, then he suddenly shouted, "There are only 2 of them. Do you think we can't beat them?" He then drew his exchanged knife and charged at the 2. Following this player's words, the others also became restless. Soon after, several more people pulled out their exchanged weapons and charged at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan quickly took a few steps back, revealing Su Ning behind him. Su Ning. This time, Su Ning finally didn't stand idly by, but drew his Tang sword. This Tang sword was a weapon Su Ning had exchanged for himself after finding the shop. Lin Yuan had only seen him wipe the blade before, but hadn't seen him use it to kill. The young man's movements were lightning fast. As the blade severed the first person's throat, he immediately executed a clean, swift spinning motion, slashing the face of the person next to him. In an instant, one person clutched their throat and collapsed to their knees, while another was left with only half a face and half a head. Blood spurted out, and everyone was deeply shocked by his actions. Compared to the death threat brought by the organizers, Su Ning brought naked bloodshed and violence. Watching the crowd retreat, Su Ning twirled the hilt of his sword, flicking the blood from the Tang sword onto the ground, restoring the blade's luster. "Don't be afraid of him, he won't last long." Some were intimidated by his actions, but others quickly and persistently charged towards Su Ning. Of course, there were also some cleverer ones who, seeing that Su Ning and Lin Yuan were in cahoots, immediately turned their attention to Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan wasn't stupid. Seeing someone trying to seize him during this opening, he immediately grabbed his redeemed backpack and circled around Su Ning. Su Ning showed no mercy, cutting down anyone who came at him, even pairs. Even those who had redeemed longswords or similar weapons were no match for Su Ning's devastating power, easily sliced into pieces. Wherever Su Ning went, Lin Yuan followed, steadfastly hiding behind him, never showing his face. Only after all the players who had rushed in to cause trouble were down did Su Ning, still somewhat unsatisfied, brandish his sword, keeping the blade gleaming clean. Then, looking at the crowd expectantly, he asked, "Anyone else want to try?" The remaining players silently took a large step back. They dared not try. To try meant certain death. At this moment, Lin Yuan swaggered out from behind Su Ning, feigning regret. "Oh dear, what a waste of killing so many people. They're all points. If you're going to die, squeeze them dry first." Su Ning glanced at him sideways, calmly sheathing his Tang sword. The others stared at Lin Yuan in horror. "This guy, please don't become a capitalist, he's too ruthless." "Alright, everyone make way. Those who want to buy cards, hurry up. Cards are limited, first come, first served." Looking at the bloodstains on the ground and the young man with the knife, everyone swallowed hard, and the previously noisy crowd instantly became orderly. Thus, the law of the jungle on the island was rewritten by Lin Yuan. Because Xiaohi completed this fight scene very smoothly, they arrived at Wang Xingyuan's film set half a day early. The filming of sea fog tracking took place in a village near Haishi. Originally a fishing village, it gradually transformed into a tourist resort with economic development. The villagers abandoned fishing and opened guesthouses, offering boat trips for nearby tourists. When Xiaohi arrived, he spotted Xiao Song from afar. Xiao Song was the casting director for Burning Heart. He was the one who grabbed Xiao He in the crowd, securing the role of Mu Ziyi. He was also the assistant director on set, having worked with director Wang for years. Seeing a familiar face, Xiao He greeted him, "Brother Song, long time no see." Xiao Song was also happy to see Xiao He and quickly ran over. "It really has been a long time. Thank you so much, Brother Xiao, for coming to the rescue." Xiao He waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing much. I really like the script, and it's an honor to be invited by Director Wang." A little while later, Director Wang himself came to greet them. Upon seeing Director Wang again, Xiao He could clearly sense that he had lost a lot of weight. The last time he saw him, he was a plump and easygoing director, but now his cheeks were sunken, showing how exhausted he had been. Despite this, Wang Xingyuan's spirits remained high, and his eyes shone as he looked at Xiao He. "It's so great that you could come, thank you so much." Wang Xingyuan's voice choked with emotion. "I'm so happy to see you here." He then gripped Xiao He's hand and gave it a vigorous, swinging motion, nearly dislocating Xiao He's shoulder. He quickly winked at Sister Lu while subtly pulling his hand away and moving to Wang's other side. "Director Wang, don't get too excited. Let's change our clothes first. We can talk about everything as we walk." Before coming, Xiao He had Lu Rulan do some extra research and learned that Wang Xingyuan had assembled this production team under immense external pressure, even investing the money he'd earned from making low-quality, mass-produced idol dramas, determined to create a blockbuster drama with both critical acclaim and high viewership. However, reality was harsh. Wang Xingyuan switched to directing suspense dramas, but the investors who had previously been willing to invest withdrew their funds upon seeing this, unwilling to invest in what they considered a terrible project. Actors and stars he had worked with before also avoided him, unwilling to be cannon fodder in his productions. Finally, after much pleading and searching, Wang Xingyuan managed to gather the lead actor and several other important roles. Originally, the role of Xiao He was to be played by another actor, but history repeats itself. Just like with Xiao He's experience with Burning Heart, this actor encountered a better opportunity during filming and decisively abandoned the project. And just like before, Xiao He stepped in to save the day. Well, it seems he and director Wang have a special connection. After discussing the general situation, Xiao He sat down to begin his makeup. However, an awkward problem suddenly arose in the script. Tun was supposed to have a buzz cut, but due to filming Law of the Jungle, Xiao He had always kept his hair short for easier styling. Furthermore, although Law of the Jungle had been filmed for a long time, the scenes were actually all from the same day, and Xiao He's hair had been consistently styled by the same hairstylist from Law of the Jungle to prevent any discrepancies on camera. Therefore, it was impossible for Xiao He to get a buzz cut specifically for this role in Sea Fog Tracking, which only involved 2 days of filming. Upon discovering this, the hairstylist immediately consulted with Wang Xingyuan. Wang Xingyuan, also surprised by this situation, rushed to the makeup room to check. Looking at the person in the makeup mirror, Wang Xingyuan pondered with a troubled expression, "Should we sweep the front of his hair up and give him a slick-back hairstyle?" The makeup artist immediately complied. Xiao He and Lu Rulan remained silent, quietly following the instructions. After getting the slick-back hairstyle, he did look much more mature and ruthless than before, but something still felt missing. He didn't quite look like someone who had lived on the edge of several borders. Wang Xingyuan rested his chin on his hand. This isn't quite the Tun he imagined. Just then, Xiao Song whispered, "How about trying medium-length hair? Longer is always better than shorter." Tun isn't actually Chinese, and his appearance and style are quite different from the common perception of Chinese people. Moreover, he spends most of his time at sea, so he probably doesn't cut his hair often. Even if he does, he likely cuts it himself with a razor, rather than having someone else style it for him. Therefore, his hair is probably quite long, a bit messy and frizzy, and slightly wavy. After hearing Xiao Song's analysis, Wang Xingyuan's eyes lit up, and he patted Xiao Song heavily. "You little rascal. After being by my side for so long, you've finally improved a lot." Xiao Song scratched his head and chuckled. So when Xiao He finally appeared on set, he had slightly wavy, medium-length hair that reached just to his shoulders. He wore a dark beach shirt, black shorts, and flip-flops, and chewed gum as he leisurely strolled over to director Wang. In the script, Tun chews betel nut, but everyone knows that it's something you should absolutely avoid, and quit if possible. Xiao He couldn't risk his health, so he used chewing gum as a substitute. Even if it appeared in a few scenes, there were always props to work with, making it very easy to achieve. Wang Xingyuan nodded excitedly upon seeing Xiao He's appearance. Great, this is exactly the effect I wanted." Now, Xiao He looked almost exactly like the Tun in his mind. At this moment, Su Ji, the actor playing the lead role of Mu Wen, also walked over. "Wow, is this the actor who came to save the day?" Seeing Xiao He walked over excitedly. Xiao He nodded slightly to him. "Hello, brother Su." Su Ji, one of the male actors of the same generation as Lu Zehang, is also a relatively good actor. However, compared to Lu Zehang, his resources are much worse. He basically has to fight for leading roles, compete for resources, and rely on his fans for marketing. His affiliated small company studio just sits behind the scenes, happily raking in the profits. Soo-ji's fans have protested, argued, and gone crazy, but nothing has changed. While Taedong Entertainment is still grooming Lee Zae-hang as the leading young actor, hoping to make him the next Grand Slam Best Actor and their future flagship, Soo-ji's small company is eager to leech off him, completely disregarding his well-being. As long as they can make money, they'll accept any role. This is why Wang Xing-yuen was able to successfully get Soo-ji to play the male lead in a production that was rumored to be a major flop. Xiao He had heard Lee Zae-hang comment on this person before, saying that he was indeed very good, but he chose a relative as his agent, was very easily influenced, and was easily manipulated by the agent and agency, and had almost no opinions of his own. This situation is somewhat different from Lee Zae-hang's back then. Lee Zae-hang was clear about his position and wanted to change his current situation, while Soo-ji might be quite content with the status quo. However, none of this mattered to Xiao He. As long as Soo-ji didn't affect his filming schedule, that was fine. He would only be filming for 2 days, and then leave. There was no need for them to have too much interaction. Because the filming schedule was tight, everyone didn't have time for small talk. After Wang Xing-yuen gave a few instructions to the crew, the entire crew immediately entered a state of preparation for filming, beginning to shoot Mo Tun's first scene. This scene mainly tells the story of how the protagonist, Nguyen, through deliberate flattery and ingratiation, finally becomes good friends with a road transport worker. That day, some problems arose on their transport route, and the good friend simply asked Nguyen to help with the transport. So, on a ship moored at the shore, he finally met the legendary man. "Sorry, boss, something happened on the way, so I'm a little late." Nguyen's new good friend, Wan Shan, rubbed his hands together, looking at the man in front of him with a fawning smile, but luckily, the goods have arrived safely, so please don't mind. The man gestured to the people next to him to load the goods onto the ship, while glaring impatiently at Wan Shan. I know, it's already very late, hurry up and get your men to help move them, stop nagging." "Okay, sure." Wan Shan turned to look at Nguyen and winked. "Quick, help move them." "Oh, okay." Nguyen immediately and dumbfoundedly helped move the things. It was a small cruise ship, and the deck was filled with wooden crates of the same size as the ones they had transported. As soon as Nguyen boarded the ship, his eyes widened, his gaze involuntarily fixed on a wooden crate next to him. Perhaps due to inconvenience in packaging, or simply because the wooden crate couldn't hold it all, the item wasn't placed inside the crate like other items, but rather casually placed on top of it. Nguyen recognized it almost instantly as a well-preserved, historically and collectively valuable carved beam from Phoebe Jenny's wood. This object originally belonged to an ancient building, serving as a crucial component of its structure and a vital carrier of ancient art. But where did these people get it from? They simply chopped it up, cut it into pieces of varying sizes, and transported it roughly, leaving many areas of the exquisite, flowing carving severely damaged. Looking at the shredded figures of the celestial banquet scene, hacked off by an axe, Nguyen felt a pang of heartache. Heartless. Absolutely heartless. A perfectly good Phoebe Jenny's wood beam, and you just chopped it down like a piece of wood? These people are truly insane. And because of this, Nguyen lingered a little longer than expected. Just then, a man dragged someone off the ground out of the cabin. Thump! The man was thrown heavily onto the deck like a dead dog, his face and body covered in blood. Nguyen was startled and instinctively turned his head to look. He saw a man with a sinister gaze and bloodstains on his face emerge from the cabin. Mo Tun glanced at Nguyen first, then strode over to the man on the ground, picked him up, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Still dare to lie to me? No, I won't. Even though he was covered in blood, the man didn't dare to resist. He looked at Mo Tun timidly, trembling all over, and kept pleading, "I'm sorry, brother, I was really just momentarily blinded." "Won't dare? No, you dare very much." The next moment, Mo Tun punched the man in the face, knocking out several of his teeth. One tooth even flew to Nguyen's feet. Nguyen took a step back in shock. Then he saw Mo Tun pull out a small knife and plunge it into the man's mouth, brutally digging out all his teeth. And it wasn't just a simple digging, he neatly pried out the teeth, along with flesh and bone. When he encountered hard spots, Mo Tun would step on the man's head, using the knife to slice open his face and pry it open forcefully, completely disregarding the man's screams of agony. Only after the bloody objects had fallen to his feet did Mo Tun finally stand up and kick the man who had already passed out from blood loss. Seeing this, Nguyen felt a wave of nausea wash over him. However, before he could even find a place to compose himself, Mo Tun's gaze was already fixed on him. At that moment, Nguyen felt his heart stop for a split second, an overwhelming sense of fear surged through him. A lump formed in Nguyen's throat, and he almost burst into tears. "Who brought this?" Mo Tun's voice was cold, carrying an undeniable air of authority. This is a helper who came with Wan Shan and the others. He's temporarily here to help out, and he's one of our own. He was in charge of the appraisals before. A crew member rushed over to help Mu-won out of the predicament. A last-minute replacement? Emo-tun smiled smirkly, then grabbed the crew member and slapped him hard across the face with his bloodied hand. Who gave you permission to let him on board? And you put him in front of me like that? Yes, I'm sorry. Slap. Another slap. Only after the man's cheeks were covered in bloody handprints did Emo-tun put him down, coldly shouting, "Throw them out. Set sail immediately." Then, what about the rest of the goods? Tell them to take them to the warehouse to explain themselves. We're leaving right now. Yes, yes. The man, his face covered in blood, didn't dare delay. He grabbed Mu-won and dragged him away. Mu-won, in this situation, didn't dare resist, fearing for his life if he hesitated. He scrambled off the ship with the man, not daring to look back. Once off the ship, Mu-won saw another man carrying the man from the ground and throwing him overboard. The man was then hung upside down in the sea. His feet were bound with rope, and his head was stuck underwater, the agony of not being able to breathe causing him to writhe wildly. Meanwhile, ripples spread across the water, and faint traces of red blood rose from the depths, accompanied by large, dense bubbles. Slowly, the bubbles diminished, and the man's struggles weakened until, finally, apart from the spreading blood, the water became still. Mu-won dared not look any longer, immediately lowered his head, got into Wan Shan's truck, and sped away from the port. Xiao He remained with the sea fog tracking crew, filming intensively for 3 days. During these 3 days, he quickly completed all of Emo-tun's storylines. In the finale, the police wrapped things up, but the cunning Emo-tun sensed something was wrong beforehand and fled alone in a speedboat towards the border, with the police in hot pursuit. The chase at sea was fierce. Emo-tun, as expected of someone who had repeatedly evaded police pursuit, was ruthless and strong. But the police were no less formidable. Those chasing him were the elite of the elite, their primary goal being to bring these ruthless criminals to justice. Finally, with a gunshot, Emo-tun's head exploded in blood, and he collapsed limply onto the speedboat. By the time the police speedboat surrounded him, the man on the speedboat was already dead. Xiao He, with blood still on his head, returned to shore. Lu Rulan handed him a towel to wipe the bloodstains, looking him up and down with suspicion. "What's wrong, Sister Lu?" Xiao He asked. "Lu Rulan, you're really strange, aren't you? You've already learned to drive a speedboat, but you still haven't learned to swim." Xiao He was embarrassed. This wasn't something he could control. "Learning to use a speedboat doesn't require you to learn to swim first," Xiao He said matter-of-factly. "Lu Rulan, but from a safety perspective, you definitely need to learn to swim first." Xiao He. "Okay, no need to ask anymore, I'll learn when I get back." Xiao He decided he should just go back and improve himself. Or wait for this damn system update to finish. Xiao He glanced at the system update bar, which was progressing at a snail's pace, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, it should be finished by the time I get back today. This damn system, hopefully it updated something useful." With this unrealistic but beautiful fantasy in mind, Xiao He washed his face, said goodbye to the rest of the crew with Lu Rulan, and then returned to the set of Law of the Jungle that very night. After finishing his work there and resting at the hotel, Xiao He checked the system again and found that the system update had indeed reached 100%. Xiao He decisively entered the system panel. He first checked his points. No problems. It seems this stupid system really didn't notice his exploiting the bug. In fact, since his points have been automatically increasing, his total points have now reached 70,000. This is truly a promising situation. Xiao He happily checked other areas, only to find that the previous low-level lottery pool had disappeared, replaced by a points exchange option. Points redemption details: points can be directly redeemed for lifespan and criminal funds. Xiao He. Great. I don't have to worry about becoming Lobus's bastard anymore. But what about this? Criminal funds? Isn't that just money? Ah Tong. You've changed. You've become a stranger. We never used to talk about money. But, cough cough, it's not impossible. It's just that your criminal funds, are they clean money? Although system-issued products are definitely guaranteed, what if it's some dirty money laundered by a criminal group? Thinking about it this way, the money is a bit too hot to handle. Forget it, I won't redeem it for now, I'll see how it goes later. If it really comes down to it, I'll donate it. Anyway, I'm not short of money right now. Xiao He continued reading. System update compensation: since the lower level prize pool has been removed, the basic rewards from the original pool have been automatically merged into the intermediate level prize pool. You are now receiving a free upgrade to 2 active skills in the beginner level prize pool, along with compensation of 100% hit rate targeted draw *1. Please check your account. Targeted draw: you can customize the draw content according to your requirements, but you can only target one goal at a time. You cannot change the target midway, otherwise, the count will reset. If you don't get the desired result after 10 draws, you are guaranteed at least skill copy capsule *1 or item generation tool *1. Now please select the skill you wish to upgrade. Free skill upgrades? Xiao He's eyes lit up. And there's this targeted lottery and guaranteed reward system. Xiao He did the math in his head. Although he felt it was a bit of a loss, it was still acceptable. To be precise, after seeing all the system's random skills, Xiao He felt he could accept them all. Sure enough, life has smoothed out his rough edges. Even though the system no longer poses a threat, he still needs to consider accumulating retirement points. Xiao He sighed. What's the difference between working for life and working for the system? Humans are born to be beasts of burden. Working makes me happy, working makes me content. Okay, I'm going to collect my compensation reward. Xiao He rubbed his hands together and first clicked on the skill upgrade options. Currently, the skills he could upgrade were bone-crushing knife technique, hacking skills, beginner, excellent climbing, and art of lies. The rest were all passive skills with no upgrade potential. Xiao He stared at his veteran employees who had been with him all this time, deep in thought. He had 2 upgrade opportunities, but only 4 skills, and he didn't know which direction to upgrade them in. System, give me a hint. I don't know what will happen after upgrading these skills. Xiao He requested. However, the usually agreeable system rejected Xiao He's request this time. You only have 2 free skill upgrade opportunities. Please choose carefully. Xiao He, if you don't want to say, then don't say. Why emphasize free again? Tisk tisk. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, so stingy. Even though I've already upgraded, you didn't give me the complete set. You have to be so stingy with just 2 opportunities, like you're afraid I'll take advantage of you. Sure enough, those who run lottery games aren't exactly heartless. Xiao He could only think for himself. Hacking skills were one of Xiao He's favorite skills, but after careful consideration, he ruled that out first. The main reason was that this basic skill was already more than enough for him. Although he had encountered some experts during the Lu Chen incident, as long as he ran fast enough, no one could catch him. Even if this skill were further developed, its current use would be similar. Most of the real experts had already been recruited, and the areas they protected were naturally heavily guarded by the government. Xiao He wouldn't go there to seek death. As for his first skill, the bone-scraping knife technique, Xiao He stared at this skill, unsure of its future development. But since it was a knife technique type skill, if he wanted to upgrade it, it should also be a knife technique, right? That would overlap with his magic hand skill. Right now, whether learning knife techniques or swordsmanship, as long as it involved hand skills, Xiao He wasn't worried. He could learn it on his own by memorizing movement techniques and positioning. If that was the case, then that option was temporarily ruled out. Xiao He finally focused his attention on excellent climbing and the art of lies. If he had to choose one thing first, Xiao He felt it would definitely be the art of lying. After all, he was already an actor, and the art of lies had been a great boost to his acting skills. If he could continue upgrading, Xiao He was quite excited to see what other effects it would bring. And superior climbing, perhaps it could upgrade to wall climbing? That would be amazing. He could secretly fly while suspended by wires, of course. For now, the system probably wouldn't allow him to be that overpowered. Xiao He endlessly fantasized about these 2 skills, feeling they were the safest and most useful upgrades. After much deliberation, he chose these 2 skills. Skill upgrade in progress. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining Extreme Escape, automatically learned. Extreme Escape details an extreme sport upgraded from superior climbing, facilitating extreme escapes in various environments. Congratulations on acquiring Psychological Suggestion, automatically learned. Psychological Suggestion details you disdain lying because your words are the truth. Rather than fabricating lies, you now perhaps prefer to tamper with all truths, leaving no trace of loopholes. Looking at the 2 newly acquired skills, Xiao He took a deep breath and clenched his fist tightly. From this day forward, his feud with the system is over. The system is his god. No, he acquired them through his own skill. What does it have to do with the system? Xiao He mentally condemned his own wavering stance, then immediately began studying his 2 new skills. Extreme Escape, on the surface, is for escaping, but Xiao He's focus was on extreme sports. Speaking of extreme sports, Xiao He's mind immediately conjured up cool activities like skydiving, bungee jumping, skiing, and scuba diving. Oh right, especially scuba diving. So, has he automatically learned to swim now? Xiao He smiled wryly. So how was he supposed to tell Sister Lu about suddenly being able to swim overnight? Sister Lu was just saying she wanted to enroll him in a class a while ago. Never mind, when Sister Lu asks, he'll just stick to the word talent. Xiao He finally focused his attention on Psychological Suggestion. Psychological Suggestion, the skill sounds impressive, but it only subtly changes a person's inner thoughts or a certain memory. It can't completely alter a person's cognition or underlying thought processes. For example, you can make someone believe they did something a few days ago, but you can't make them believe they are a dog. The former is an influence exerted by the subconscious, the latter is a complete change in a person's cognition, which is definitely impossible. However, the extent of its impact and how long it would last, to be honest, Xiaohe was hesitant to conduct the experiment directly on someone. What if something went wrong? He wouldn't know what to do. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohe went into the bathroom and mentally prepared himself in front of the mirror. That evening, Lu Rulan came to see Xiaohe. The moment she saw him, she frowned. You? Xiaohe. Xiaohe. What's wrong, Sister Lu? He tilted his head slightly, puzzled, and let Lu Rulan in. Lu Rulan stared at the person in front of her, her face showing hesitation and conflict, as if she were pondering something. After a long silence, she finally said, "You seem a little different." Xiaohe, really? Could that psychological suggestion really work? It's just a feeling, Lu Rulan said, pressing Xiaohe down to sit on the sofa, her face showing concern and worry. Have you been working non-stop these past few days, under too much pressure? Or have you encountered something unpleasant recently? Haven't you been resting well? Is something on your mind? If you have any problems, you must tell me, we can communicate promptly. Since Lu Rulan met Xiaohe, he had always possessed an unapproachable, cold aura, with fierce eyes, giving the impression of a ruthless and explosive temper, capable of drawing a knife at the slightest provocation, making people instinctively want to keep a safe distance from him. But in reality, Xiaohe himself had a very good temper and was very friendly with everyone. Lu Rulan had gradually become accustomed to his suspicious criminal aura, and could even easily discern his true thoughts from his tone and micro-expressions. But upon seeing Xiaohe this time, Lu Rulan was surprised to find that his demeanor had softened considerably, and his eyes had lost their sharpness and ferocity. At this moment, Xiaohe seemed like a wolf that had been savage for a long time, suddenly undergoing a transformation, displaying a docile and submissive side to others. To be honest, perhaps because Lu Rulan had already grown accustomed to his appearance, she now felt that Xiaohe was harboring something sinister. Xiaohe. Xiaohe's lips twitched. The effect was surprisingly good? Actually, Xiaohe hadn't done anything special. He had simply looked in the mirror and repeatedly told himself several times that he was a good person. After the self-suggestion, Xiaohe didn't feel any change in himself. He didn't experience that strong urge to do good deeds, and when he watched some touching short videos, he didn't feel the urge to donate or help share them. He felt completely unmoved. Xiaohe had initially guessed that the skill might have cancelled out when used, which was why the self-suggestion had no effect on him. But wow, it turned out it was just his eyes and aura that had changed. So, when he uses this skill on himself, it can reduce his criminal aura, making others less afraid of him and preventing them from immediately feeling fear or wanting to call the police upon seeing him? Xiaohe's eyes lit up. Wow, so this thing can be used like that? Ha ha ha, awesome. Even the system probably didn't think of that. Lu Rulan felt like her world had collapsed. Looking at Xiaohe, who had suddenly become somewhat different, alarm bells rang in Lu Rulan's mind. She looked at Xiaohe cautiously, her tone serious. Are you really okay? If there's anything wrong, you absolutely have to talk to me. It's not that she's afraid of artists having problems, it's that she's afraid of artists having problems secretly. Now Lu Rulan was completely flustered, her nerves on edge. Xiaohe explained helplessly, Sister Lu, I'm really fine. Then what's wrong with you now? Lu Rulan didn't believe him. How could you change so much? Xiaohe, maybe I read a few books on self-cultivation and suddenly realized the true meaning of life? Lu Rulan rolled her eyes, looks like nothing's wrong. However, she still took out her phone and called Xiao Chen up. Xiao Chen will be sharing a room with you these next few days. You absolutely must tell Xiao Chen anything, okay? Xiaohe was startled by Lu Rulan's unusual wariness. Sister Lu, I'm really fine, and I'm not as fierce as I used to be. Isn't that a good thing? It means I'll have a wider range of roles to choose from in the future. Lu Rulan sighed. Actually, it's a good thing for an actor to have a unique, memorable quality. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't be so busy creating personas. These persona-creating behaviors are essentially labeling themselves, increasing the public's recall of them. And as long as the public has a memorable quality, then the marketing is successful. This is why Lu Rulan hadn't paid attention to Xiaohe's demeanor and eyes. She felt that these were actually what made Xiaohe stand out in the entertainment industry, an advantage that made him memorable. Xiaohe, I've never thought about this angle before, but things are fine as they are now. As an actress, your works are quite representative, subtly increasing your public recognition. Even if some minor changes occur now, it won't have a significant impact. Lu Rulan patted Xiaohe. Just be sure to tell me if anything happens. Definitely. Xiaohe blushed. Sister Lu, you're being too cautious. Lu Rulan chuckled. You haven't experienced getting a phone call in the middle of the night, only to hear the artist on the other end tell you that she swallowed a whole bottle of sleeping pills and is currently lying in the bathtub cutting her wrists. Xiaohe. Lu Rulan shrugged. It's a true story, but not something I encountered myself. It happened to Cheng Shui. She used to manage a female artist who was usually very kind to everyone, and everyone liked her. However, due to some family problems, she suffered from bipolar disorder. During depressive episodes, she would just open the window and jump off. It was truly terrifying. And when someone was watching, her behavior was perfectly normal. When no one was watching, she was like a bomb, ready to explode at any moment. And this explosion wouldn't just devastate her, but also her manager and the agency. You can imagine what the public opinion would be like if an artist committed suicide under this manager's management. The artist's fans alone could verbally abuse her to death. Hearing this, Xiaohe couldn't help but swallow hard. So, what happened after that? Since it's so serious, you should probably go to the hospital for treatment. The problem is, she has no one else to help her. Her family is the cause of her illness, and they resolutely refuse to let her leave the entertainment industry. She doesn't have any true friends either, Lu Rulan sighed. I can't go into too much detail, but in the end, it was the company that helped, sending her to leave the industry for treatment. Otherwise, Chang Shui would have been stuck in this situation indefinitely. Everyone gets sick and vulnerable sometimes, it's perfectly normal and understandable. It's just that the entertainment industry is incredibly cutthroat. Everyone's constantly on edge, and the slightest disturbance can trigger a media frenzy. No one can escape it. If Chang Shui doesn't want things to go wrong, she has to spend even more energy and time caring for a patient. And she has indeed been doing just that. It's manageable for a while, but to keep doing it indefinitely, frankly, you can't be made of iron. Anyone who frequently receives several death calls in the middle of the night, their heart pounding with fear, is truly unbearable. So we learned from that experience and paid special attention to the mental health of our artists. Lu Rulan very seriously steered the conversation back to the topic. If you encounter any problems, especially emotional ones, you must tell us. We're always ready to help you find solutions and work together to resolve them. Don't hide anything, understand? Xiaohe, okay, I understand. During the conversation, Xiao Chen also came up. Sister Lu, hey, brother Xiao. Xiao Chen glanced at Xiaohe a few more times. Brother Xiao, you seem to be in a good mood today. Xiaohe, yes. Okay, perhaps he should still take a good look in the mirror and adjust his skills. After ending the topic, Lu Rulan gestured for Xiao Chen to pack her things, then continued to Xiaohe. Once the remaining filming on the island is finished, and we return to Shanghai, Shining Stars will begin its pre-release promotion. We'll need to cooperate with the production team for publicity, especially with Su Shenxi's side. We'll be dealing with them again, so be prepared. We won't be embarrassed, they'll be. Xiaohe sighed, so fast. It felt like he'd only known Sister Lu for a short time, but so much had already happened. He was still a little taken aback by the name Shining Stars. Of course, we should air it as soon as possible. We're not the ones in a rush, Lu Rulan shrugged. Su Shenxi lost a lot of fans recently, and now they're hoping this drama will help them successfully reinvent themselves and return to their peak. Xiaohe, hey, that might be even faster if he just dreams about it. In the following period, Lu Zehang was the first to wrap up filming, completing his tasks. Because Su Ning's character still had some scenes to film separately, Xiaohe would have to stay on the island for a few more days. Before leaving, the two bumped fists in encouragement. See you later. See you later. After Lu Zehang left, Xiaohe continued filming on the island for about another week. When Xiaohe returned to Shanghai, it was already mid-September, and National Day was just around the corner. The broadcast date for Shining Stars was set for October 12th. Back in Shanghai, Xiaohe became even busier. Although his main job was acting, he could still take on other lucrative gigs, since they were profitable. Especially after The Thief Catcher, Xiaohe's fame had grown significantly, and offers for events and advertisements poured in like mushrooms after rain. If he hadn't been filming in Shanghai at the time, he probably would have received even more offers. So, during his time back, Xiaohe was constantly busy with these gigs. The most important gig of all was a photoshoot for Cool magazine. Cool is currently one of the most well-known and commercially valuable men's magazines in China, exploring trend culture and humanistic sentiments from a fashion perspective. It not only features male celebrities but also focuses on industry elites, successful business people, and other prominent and representative figures. Xiaohe's appearance on this magazine cover was due to two main reasons. Firstly, his role in the hit film The Thief Catcher sparked a resurgence of traditional Chinese martial arts films. Secondly, Xiaohe himself had been featured in numerous news reports, and his acts of saving lives were a topic worthy of in-depth exploration. Therefore, considering all these factors, Xiaohe successfully became the interview guest. As Xiaohe's first magazine shoot, Lu Rulan took it very seriously, taking him to meet with the styling team at Cool magazine beforehand. Although Xiaohe had taken precautions against the sun during the shoot in Shanghai, he inevitably became noticeably tanned upon returning. Therefore, after adjustments, the styling team opted for a slightly wild, desert western cowboy-style photo shoot. However, Xiaohe had only done a few of these commercial art photos before, when their studio was first established. Back then, Lu Rulan invited a well-known photographer to the studio, and the studio wasn't very large. This time, Xiaohe was facing a massive filming crew of dozens of people, and had to pose in various ways according to the cameraman's instructions. Even with prior mental preparation, Xiaohe's ears were still burning. Whoosh, Xiao Chen, give me a small mirror. Taking advantage of a break, Xiaohe quickly asked for a boost. Xiao Chen hurriedly handed Xiaohe a small mirror she carried with her, looking puzzled. Brother Xiao, when did you become so narcissistic? She never used to admire herself in a mirror. Xiao Chen, if you say another word, I'll have Sister Lu throw you out. Xiao Chen immediately obediently muted herself. Xiaohe, meanwhile, gave himself positive self-talk. After Lu Rulan's reminder, Xiaohe readjusted his criminal aura, retaining its unique dangerous and mysterious charm without making people overly fearful or wary, thus affecting his normal life and social interactions. And if necessary, such as for later auditions, he could make adjustments as needed. Now, Xiaohe has discovered another useful application for this skill to cheer himself up. Yes, although it might seem a bit silly, like a naive and energetic female lead in an idol drama, it's undeniably effective. After the adrenaline rush, he was full of energy, incredibly motivated, and in an exceptionally positive and vibrant state, without feeling tired at all. Everyone who used it said it was amazing, comparable to taking performance-enhancing drugs. However, after the effects wore off, he felt even more mentally exhausted, and his body couldn't handle continuous high-intensity work. Therefore, Xiaohe usually didn't use it much, and even when he did, he used it very sparingly, but in this situation, he had to use it. Otherwise, being surrounded by so many people, and having the photographer demand that he exude charm in front of the camera, would be enough to scare an introverted person to death. Besides, Xiaohe really didn't know where this photographer had trained. After making these strange movements, the photos he captured were actually quite handsome. Finally, having adjusted his state, Xiaohe went all out, and the previously slow shooting process instantly accelerated at rocket speed. Xiao Chen, who had watched the whole thing unfold, glanced at the energetic Xiaohe, then curiously looked down at the small mirror in her hand, muttering, "Brother Xiao, is this mirror really that useful?" His whole demeanor changed instantly. With that, Xiao Chen raised her own mirror, cheering herself on. "Go, Xiao Chen, you're the best." Smack! Lu Rulan, who had walked up from behind, smacked Xiao Chen hard on the back of the head, her tone unfriendly. "What are you muttering about? Stop admiring yourself. Go fill up the water over there, we're heading to our next event soon." Xiao Chen rubbed the back of her head, looking dejected as she put away her mirror. "Oh, I know, Sister Lu. Wah, this method doesn't work at all." After working non-stop for several days, National Day arrived. Xiaohe, completely overwhelmed with work, finally remembered that he was now apparently the owner of a studio. He's the boss. The supreme boss. What's wrong with taking a break? He's been working non-stop for almost 4 months. Just then, Lu Rulan walked in. Today's a day off." Xiaohe waved his hand with a hearty expression. "We finally finished all the previous gigs, so don't take any more. Take a break and celebrate with the nation." Lu Rulan blinked. "Huh? But I'm the boss, what I say goes." After a pause, Xiaohe generously decided, "Everyone's worked hard lately, let's give them a big bonus." "Okay then." Lu Rulan shrugged, seemingly helpless, then turned and walked out. "Hey, wait a minute, you haven't said what you came here for," Xiaohe asked, somewhat puzzled, as she was about to leave. "Oh, I was just telling you about our studio's holiday during the National Day holiday." Lu Rulan turned her head, smiling at Xiaohe. "I just didn't expect the boss to be so generous, even giving us an extra big bonus. On behalf of all the employees, thank you, boss." Xiaohe, damn it, a miscalculation. Xiaohe spent this National Day holiday with his parents. Xiaohe's family structure is relatively simple. His parents have few siblings, and they don't often interact. Therefore, during holidays, they prefer to enjoy their own private time or go on trips. However, this year is different. It's Xiaohe's father's turn to work, so after much consideration, they decided against a trip and chose to stay home. As someone in the entertainment industry, Xiaohe specifically set aside time to watch all the movies released during the National Day holiday. It has to be said that the Spring Festival and National Day film seasons are incredibly competitive. Of course, this doesn't refer to the content, but rather the format. Especially based on his viewing experience, Xiaohe found that the quality of this year's National Day films was quite good. Perhaps due to the relaxed policies in recent years, the themes and content of films are now much more diverse, no longer confined to a particular genre or template. Xiaohe even saw a plot where the protagonist, with a villainous background, ultimately triumphs. That was a movie starring the award-winning actor Ho Kam-nin. In it, Ho Kam-nin played a character who wasn't a truly good person. He did many bad things, but also many good things. Originally, this character should have either died or been arrested. There were no other answers. However, the director ultimately gave the ending where the protagonist's whereabouts remained unknown. Immediately afterward, the scene shifts to a post-credits scene showing the protagonist playing with his child. The upper right corner of the phone screen clearly displays the date, several months later, implying the protagonist's successful escape. While the film doesn't explicitly explain the protagonist's final fate, the details essentially hint at it all. This post-credits scene is practically a blatant declaration of the ending, though perhaps to avoid being overwhelmed by the mysterious force, it's somewhat restrained. However, Xiao believes this is also a test by the director. Whether there's now greater freedom in character development and the creation of endings for such characters in film and television. Clearly, the answer is yes. Xiao thinks this is a good thing. Perhaps we'll see more and better scripts and production teams in the future. This will give actors like him more choices, rather than being limited to a particular genre or role. These days are getting more and more promising. The joyous National Day holiday is coming to an end, and Shining Stars has officially begun its online pre-release promotion. It will premiere on October 12th at 8 p.m. on CCTV8's primetime slot and simultaneously on online platforms. Shining Stars boasts veteran actor Jang Emo as the lead, popular idol Su Shensi and rising star Yumani are in important supporting roles, and is directed by the husband and wife team of director Wen Hong Yuan and screenwriter Tan Yuan. This guarantees the drama will attract a lot of attention and buzz. Sure enough, the news of the premiere date immediately became a trending topic. At the same time, the first official trailer was released. War-ravaged ruins, a bustling night city, a woman in a bright red cheongsam stands in the center of a dance floor, singing a little tune, her eyes sparkling, beautiful and captivating. The fan in her hand swayed slightly. The scene shifted abruptly to Li Shuo, a fawning smile on his face, standing amidst the clinking of glasses at a banquet, gently swirling his wine glass. Then, as if noticing something, his smile slowly vanished, and he abruptly looked up at the camera, his gaze seemingly piercing through the screen to those outside. A mysterious contact dressed in black flashed past in a dark alley. Immediately afterward, Bai Mingchuan, a reporter with a camera slung around his neck, looked tense, glancing left and right before raising his camera and snapping a photo out the window. As the shutter clicked, the background music grew increasingly rousing. A gunshot rang out suddenly, the bullet whizzing through the window and into the crowd. Meng Zetian, in uniform, his eyes cold and ruthless, raised his gun and fired back into the surging crowd. A loud thud of flesh hitting the ground brought all sound and sight to an abrupt halt. In the darkness, someone lit a cigarette. No matter how much you do, it's all in vain. Isn't it better to be alive? Li Shuo turned to look at the person in the shadows behind him, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. Life and death are but a moment's difference, but a life of lingering on is a lifetime. I'm not afraid of death. Bai Mingchuan adjusted his glasses, his face solemn and earnest. I only hope to truthfully record all of this, so that those people won't erase our true names with despicable means. Death? Meng Zetian crouched down, his gaze calmly surveying the blood-soaked man on the ground, his face unrecognizable. Once you're here, your life and death are no longer yours to decide. Kill him. With Li Shuo's shout, the music intensified again, and important characters appeared one after another. The actors' names and the names of the characters they played changed with each new face on screen, followed by the 4 characters' Shining Stars appearing like a thick history book, emitting a deep, resonant sound. Shining Stars, October 12th, 8 p.m., see you there. Following this trailer, there were also individual trailers, mainly featuring several important characters: the protagonist Li Shuo, the second male lead Bai Mingchuan, the female lead Xu Ronjiao, and even a trailer for the 4th male lead, Meng Zetian. These trailers were edited in fragmented pieces, not clearly explaining the plot, but they were generally intended for the actors' respective fan bases, primarily for promotion and attracting viewers. Unsurprisingly, the trailers they released attracted a large number of fans and passers-by. Especially Su Shensi's fans. Despite the many events that had previously affected him, many more chose to show their support, quickly taking over the front rows to help generate buzz for the drama. Wow, finally! I'm so excited! I've waited so long. Wishing Shining Stars a huge success. I say Shining Stars, you say explosive. Shining Stars. Explosive. 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 Shining Stars. Explosive. Finally, Manner's biggest fans have booked a special screening on Fruit Video on October 12th. Welcome everyone to watch Shining Stars. Welcome everyone to watch Xiao Su's latest work, Shining Stars. Looking forward to Xiao Ge's performance. Also booking a special screening on Fruit Video. There will also be a red envelope giveaway on Weibo that night. Welcome everyone to watch. Wow, this is the first time I've seen Xiao fans. How rare. A little-known fact: Shen Zhu, played by Xiao He, recently ranked among the top 3 trending topics on Weibo. His fans aren't usually very active, but they are quite numerous. This is mainly because Xiao He doesn't have many endorsements or events, so you don't usually notice them. With the lead actors' excellent performances and the supporting cast rising to stardom, what reason does Shining Stars have not to be a hit? Let's go! The front rows were basically dominated by fans of various characters, with comments controlled by various groups. It wasn't until slightly lower down that we saw genuine feedback from casual viewers regarding the trailer. Jang Mo's dramas are really good. His last spy drama was 7 years ago, right? I'm quite looking forward to his new work. Indeed, and with Wen Hong Yuan as the director, the quality is always guaranteed. It's reliable and reassuring. Is that singer in the opening scene Yuman? She's so beautiful. The Cheongsam suits her perfectly. Sneak peek, she wears different styles of Cheongsams in almost every scene afterward. She looks stunning in leaked photos. You can search for it. Wow, that makes me even more excited. To be honest, I'm really interested in this drama, but I really don't like Su Shensi. Is there an option to skip Su Shensi's scenes? Or just delete him? Seeing him makes me feel out of place. Dislike Su Shensi +1. Looking at the top comments, I thought I had a different memory than others. Wasn't he in a scandal? How come he's still around? Can the haters get lost? When did Su Shensi's scandal collapse? Wasn't it already clarified? When was it clarified? Was it about Su Shensi being a slip-on master, or about Su Shensi managing accounts on all platforms? The victim is still in the same drama, aren't you ashamed to say that? I'd forgotten all about these things if you hadn't mentioned it. That's a very insightful summary. So, once the storm has passed, it's considered clarified? Don't drag us netizens into this, we're not buying it. If you don't like it, get lost. Nobody's forcing you to watch. Wow, no wonder they're Su Shensi's fans. Their ability to drive people away is top-notch. I'm outta here. I'm really fed up. Su Shensi's fans, can you please say less? I'm begging you, we're working hard on our data, please stop causing trouble. We finally built up some buzz, and you're attacking casual viewers. Isn't this just being a hater? Even if Su Shensi's life isn't important, at least consider the fate of other fans. Yeah, I'm really fed up. It's not just your fandom that's looking forward to shining stars, okay? Be more low-key. We still need to promote it. This is hilarious. It's the first time I've seen fans of actors from the same drama begging fans of other actors to stop promoting it. Is it funny? I only see a bunch of desperate fans trying to control the comments. That's definitely desperate. The online uproar didn't affect Xiao He. To promote his drama Shining Stars, he and several key members of the production team were scheduled to appear on Hunan TV's Happy Every Day. Happy Every Day is a variety entertainment program on Hunan TV, primarily featuring games, singing and dancing, and interviews. It has accompanied many viewers through their childhood and has a very wide audience. This long-running variety show is considered a prime platform for drama promotion. Many new dramas and even movies prefer to promote themselves here to increase their exposure and generate buzz. Xiao He himself grew up watching this variety show and never imagined that one day he would be here, even standing on its stage to promote his own work. He was very excited. However, when he saw Su Shensi, Xiao He's joy turned sour. The main participants in the recording were Jang Mo, Su Shensi, Yuman, and Xiao He. Originally, according to the billing order, there was a third male lead ahead of Xiao He, the older actor who played Li Shuo and Meng Zhaxian's leader in the drama. However, that actor was indeed a bit older and couldn't participate in the activities of younger actors, so when Hong Yuan didn't force him to come along for the promotional activities. Instead, he directly invited several slightly younger actors with some public interest to appear on the show. Of course, everyone knew about the unpleasantness between Xiao He and Su Shensi, so it was inevitable that there would be some awkwardness when they met again. Yi Manor was still wearing a light purple cheongsam that fit her character's image. She was elegant and composed, holding a small folding fan. Upon seeing Xiao He, she smiled and greeted him. Xiao He, long time no see. Xiao He also went over to her. Sister Manor, long time no see. How have you been? What have you been busy with? Hi, I just finished filming a movie recently and am resting now, Yi Manor said. Originally, Yuman had planned to audition for Feng Zhenjiang's film, but unfortunately, an old friend she knew ran into some trouble and urgently needed Yuman to fill in. Therefore, Yuman ultimately didn't participate in the audition. However, it was fortunate she missed that audition, otherwise, she would have been really stuck with nothing. What about you? You've gotten so much darker. Yuman looked Xiao He up and down. You seem a bit more robust than before. Xiao He explained, I was filming in Haishi, so I got a tan. I see. I remember seeing you trending on social media before. Yuman said knowingly. I think it was for director Ren's film. Yes. Xiao He nodded. While Xiao He and Yuman were talking, Zhang Mo and Su Shensi also walked over. Actually, Zhang Mo wanted to come over and greet Xiao He immediately after seeing him, but Yuman beat him to it. Seeing Su Shensi alone, he hesitated briefly but decided to bring Su Shensi along. There was no way around it. Almost everyone in the production crew knew about the Discord, but they still had to maintain the facade of harmony. After all, Shining Stars still needed to air, and they couldn't give others the opportunity to stir up public opinion. Xiao Xiao, long time no see. Hello, Teacher Xiao. The way they addressed each other revealed the closeness of their relationships. However, no one showed it. Xiao He greeted Zhang Mo and Su Shenxi with a smile, his face showing no displeasure. Yi Man'er unfolded her fan to cover the lower half of her face, her smile fading considerably. Fortunately, everyone present was an actor. Even with their own differing thoughts, they managed to maintain a lively atmosphere until the production crew came to confirm the upcoming program schedule. The person who came was Chu Hua, the host of Happy Every Day. Chu Hua was a veteran host at Hunan TV, with many years of experience and extremely high emotional intelligence. Even when not recording a program, his attitude remained gentle and humble, his speech logical and organized, making people feel very comfortable. Since the others had already participated in the program before, only Xiao He was a first-timer. Chu Hua was especially considerate of Xiao He's feelings and chatted with him for a while longer. Xiao He had to admit that Teacher Chu was truly a very charismatic person, a charm that would captivate people of all ages and genders. Working with someone like that was incredibly comfortable. After chatting for a while longer, Chu Hua went to the other side to begin preparations for the recording. Imaner walked up to Xiao He again, her expression clearly displeased. Xiao He glanced at her. What's wrong? It's that guy again, Imaner pouted. He and I are a couple in the drama, so we'll be paired together for the games later. In the drama Shining Stars, romance is actually a minor element. The main focus is on the relationship between the female lead, Xu Ran Jiao, and the second male lead, Bai Mingchuan. However, due to their national and political backgrounds, they don't end up together, though they're practically the official couple. The male lead, Li Shuo, remains a bachelor throughout. While this kind of drama doesn't necessarily involve creating a romantic pairing, it's inevitable that they'll be paired up for promotional activities. It was all just work, and in the past, Yumaniar wouldn't have cared. But what she hated most about Su Shenxi was his lack of control over his obsessive fans. And ever since Su Shenxi and Su Yuyu's relationship was exposed, those obsessive fans had become even more obsessed. They constantly harassed Yumaniar, fearing she'd become a mistress or a third party in their relationship. Yumaniar was truly exasperated. It was just acting, their interactions were limited to colleagues. What did she have that made her so blind to fall for such a tasteless and incompetent good-for-nothing? Did they think she, Yumaniar, was a garbage collector in the Chinese entertainment industry? Would she collect any kind of trash? Su Yuyu was blind, and she was blaming her? Yumaniar grew angrier the more she thought about it, but she could only swallow her anger, not wanting to directly confront those obsessive fans before the drama aired, lest it affect its broadcast. Xiao He, having roughly understood the situation, comforted Iman with pity. It's alright, it's alright. Just think of it as you leading a little good-for-nothing through the challenges. Show your spirit and attitude, and anyone with eyes can see who's looking down on whom. Iman took a deep breath, then smiled, half seriously and half jokingly saying, I'll try my best not to beat him up on stage. Xiao He chuckled, then, Sister Manner, you'd better hold on, or I won't be able to resist going up and beating him up too. What beating him up? Zhang Mo walked over, just in time to hear this. Imaner shrugged. Xiao He and I are plotting to put a sack over that guy's head later. Teacher Zhang, want to join us? Zhang Mo and Imaner worked at the same company, so he naturally knew about Imaner's situation. Hearing Imaner's words, he smiled helplessly. You young people these days are really energetic. Imaner crossed her arms and bluntly exposed him. Teacher Zhang, you're usually much faster at surfing the internet than us. Are you pretending to be clueless now? Zhang Mo feigned ignorance. Oh dear, as people get older, their hearing really doesn't work as well. Imaner did some quick calculations on her fingers. That makes sense. After all, Teacher Zhang is 20 years older than Xiao He. Xiao He. Zhang Mo clutched his chest. For a moment, Zhang Mo did feel as if he had aged several years in an instant, and even his heart began to ache slightly. Zhang Mo coughed violently a few times. Beat him up, beat him hard. I'll be in charge of putting the sack over his head, and Xiao Xiao will hold him down. You can hit him all you want, okay? Don't say he's old anymore. He's getting old, his mental fortitude isn't what it used to be. Hearing this was a bit too much for him. Imaner suppressed a laugh. That would be best. Xiao He could tell that Imaner and Zhang Mo had a good relationship, but he didn't rush into this sensitive topic. He just smiled and watched from the sidelines. Don't worry, Sister Manner, Brother Zhang and I will definitely help you on stage. Imaner snorted. You two better do that later. After waiting another 10 minutes or so, the recording of Happy Every Day officially began. With a lively opening dance, several familiar hosts danced their way onto the stage. Following them were the cast and crew of Shining Stars, and several other invited guests. Even knowing it was just a pre-recorded show, Xiao He couldn't help but feel a little nervous looking at the densely packed crowd below. After introducing himself, he quietly served as a decorative element. It must be said that Su Shenxi's basic professional skills were quite high, which was why he had reached his current position. He actively cooperated with Chu Hua and the other hosts throughout, and even subtly mentioned the premiere trailer for Shining Stars. Even though Xiao He didn't particularly like him, he had to acknowledge the professional skills Su Shensi had cultivated over years as an idol. Even Yumaniar maintained a proper demeanor, actively participating in the program's activities and engaging in some subtle interactions with Su Shensi. Xiao He, on the other hand, had it much easier. He was just there to add to the show, to fill the seats, and could simply relax and relax. After a few fun games, the recording paused. The participants went offstage to change clothes, while the other staff members went forward to set up their large game props on the stage. Xiao He, quick as a flash, had already changed and came over to take a look. It was a large log bridge with a balloon hanging from the top in the center. The bridge was only wide enough for one person to barely cross, and both sides were piled high with protective foam. Based on this setup, Xiao He could roughly guess that the game involved two people teaming up to pop the hanging balloon. Sure enough, everyone quickly regrouped, and the recording of the program resumed. The host, Xu Hua, carefully explained the rules. The rules were similar to Xiao He's guess. Each team had to walk across the narrow log bridge in the shortest possible time and pop the hanging balloon. The game was challenging in two ways. First, one person's feet couldn't touch the ground the entire time, while the other had to carry them while maintaining balance to reach the center of the bridge. Second, the balloon was suspended very high. Xiao He estimated it to be about 2 meters above the bridge, and the person being carried had to pop the balloon using a pointed hat they wore on their head. Therefore, simply carrying someone on your back wouldn't reach that height. Two people working together to pop the balloon definitely requires skill and coordination. After understanding the rules, each team sent out 2 people to compete. The first to go were several regular guests, serving as a demonstration, but unfortunately, the demonstration was a complete failure. The 2 struggled to get stuck in the middle of the bridge, and before they could even come up with a solution, they both fell into the water and were eliminated. Unsurprisingly, the Shining Stars team sent out Yumaniar and Su Shensi. However, these 2 were hardly coordinated. Su Shensi looked miserable, his movements stiff and labored as he carried Yumaniar, barely managing to get her to the middle of the bridge before stopping, leaving Yumaniar to figure out how to pop the balloon herself. But the height was simply not right. Even with her neck stretched out, Iman was still a long way from the balloon. She suggested to Su Shensi that they try a different angle, but he refused. Finally, Su Shensi was exhausted, and the 2 returned empty-handed. Failure was actually quite normal. After all, it was just a game. But as they were leaving, Su Shensi insisted on saving face. Sister manner, looks like the food was great during the National Day holiday. Iman, did this guy have a death wish? Iman's smile, which she had maintained, crumbled for a moment. For female celebrities, weight is a very taboo and sensitive topic. And now, it had been brought up by a particularly annoying colleague and in front of everyone. At that moment, Iman really felt like punching him. She maintained her last shred of composure, suppressing her anger, and walked back to her seat. Xiao He quickly handed Yumaniar water and asked in a low voice, "Are you alright?" Yumaniar took the water, gritting her teeth, and said, "After the show's recording ends, I'm going to find a sack, and then we'll ambush him in the parking lot. I'll beat him to a pulp today, or I'm not Yumaniar." "Calm down, so many people are watching," Zhang Yimou comforted her from the side. "Say less, those people are very sharp these days, they might be able to read your lips." Yumaniar sneered, "If they had that ability, I'd just start attacking them online." Xiao He didn't know how to comfort her, but after thinking for a moment, he suddenly had a good idea. He walked over to Zhang Yimou and whispered a few words to her. Zhang Mo's pupils dilated, staring at Xiao He intently. "Are you sure?" Xiao He nodded, "I'm sure." As long as it could cause Su Shensi some trouble, he would naturally do it without hesitation. "Alright then," Zhang Yimou cracked his neck and gave a wry smile. "These young people nowadays, I guess I'll just have to play along." So, for the second round, the Shining Stars team sent out Xiao He and Zhang Yimou. Xu Hua was quite shocked. "Are you sure about your team?" Generally speaking, a male-female pairing is most advantageous in this kind of game, since the woman is lighter and easier to lift. Zhang Yimou laughed it off. "Oh, we were just trying a different approach. We failed earlier because of the height difference, but Xiao He and I are quite tall, so we can easily reach each other with a simple hug." Xu Hua immediately slapped his forehead in agreement. "Hey, that's a pretty good idea. Looks like you guys already have a plan. Just be careful though." "Definitely." And so the game began. Without a word, Xiao He bent down, raised his right arm, and in a semi-sitting position, steadily lifted Zhang Yimou up. Zhang Yimou hadn't expected Xiao He to be so strong, lifting an adult so easily. However, after a moment of surprise, he immediately cooperated, holding onto Xiao He's shoulder to steady himself. After confirming Zhang Yimou was seated, Xiao He didn't hesitate, quickly stepping onto the balance beam and steadily walking to the balloon. Looking at the balloon so close, Zhang Yimou didn't even need to exert much effort. He simply lowered his head slightly and easily popped the balloon. Finally, Xiao He smoothly led Zhang Yimou back and gently set him down. This series of moves took less than 20 seconds, a stark contrast to Su Shenxi's previous performance. The others on set were dumbfounded. After her initial shock, Yumaniar quickly covered her mouth and chuckled, then casually remarked, "How heavy is Teacher Zhang? Xiao He carried him so easily? Looks like I really should lose weight, otherwise I'll be heavier than Teacher Zhang and even Su Shenxi won't be able to lift me, that would be so embarrassing." Su Shenxi caught Yumaniar's sarcasm, his face turning a kaleidoscope of expressions. Meanwhile, one of the regular male guests even forgot they were filming a show and couldn't resist leaning closer to Xiaohe, expressing his admiration for the strong man. "Damn, can I touch those muscles? I want to sit on them too." Xiaohe silently moved aside. Get lost. Because Xiaohe's performance was so overwhelming, the game ended with the Shining Stars team emerging victorious. Several more games were played afterwards, and the atmosphere was quite good, though a degree of awe was inevitable when facing Xiaohe. The recording of the show concluded successfully amidst everyone's enthusiastic promotion of Shining Stars. The group finally returned backstage. Su Shenxi's manager, Tian Heng, looked quite displeased and was the first to greet them. As he passed Xiaohe, he glared at him fiercely. Su Shenxi tried to say something, but he simply shook his head and hurriedly led Su Shenxi away. Lu Rulan, on the other hand, walked over unhurriedly. "Wow, nice muscles, let me touch them, let me touch them." Lu Rulan repeated the words the male guest on stage had said earlier with a smile. Xiaohe was speechless. "Sister Lu, stop teasing me, I'm about to break." Hilarious. It really proves that famous saying, "Moderate exercise attracts the opposite sex, excessive exercise attracts the same sex." He was truly terrified. Then, Xiaohe was poked in the arm by Iman, who walked over from the side. "Xiaohe." Iman's eyes held no appreciation for a male physique, only doubt about muscle structure and arm strength. "Your muscles aren't very defined? Where does your strength come from?" "Xiaohe, since you've been so merciful as to ask, I'll humbly tell you. That's talent." Hey, did you hear me? That's talent." In silence, Xiaohe chose to remain silent. Imaner, in a good mood, initiated a conversation with Lu Rulan. "Thank you so much, Xiaohe. But judging from his manager's appearance, he's probably gone to discuss post-production editing with the production team." Lu Rulan chuckled. "Let him go. It won't affect anything. I'll definitely make sure Xiaohe gets the screen time he deserves." For Lu Rulan, offending Su Shenxi was practically the same as not offending him at all, because she had already offended him thoroughly. She hadn't suffered any consequences. Imaner continued, "Xiaohe stood up for me, and I don't know how to express my gratitude. Consider this a favor I owe you. If you ever need my help, feel free to contact me." Lu Rulan didn't refuse, nodding in agreement. "Okay." A week later, the latest episode of Happy Every Day aired. As Lu Rulan had said, the scenes featuring Xiaohe were completely uncut. It's clear that in the confrontation between Tian Heng and Lu Rulan once again proved superior, firmly controlling the direction of the show's post-production editing. Of course, Yumaniar's contribution was also undeniable. However, with the premiere of Shining Stars imminent, the subtle power struggles in this episode weren't directly shown to the audience. The overall post-production editing style remained cheerful and upbeat, and at this point, neither fans nor casual viewers noticed this, maintaining a friendly viewing experience. Wow, here it comes. Wishing Shining Stars a huge success. Yumaniar's Cheongsam today is absolutely gorgeous. Welcome everyone to admire her beautiful wardrobe in Shining Stars. Looking forward to Su Shenxi's by Mingchuan. Came specifically for Su Shenxi. The Hakka Bandits are here supporting Xiaohe's new drama. Haha, who came up with this milk and old man duo for the lone Zhang Mo and Xiaohe? What the hell is this milk and old man duo? A little puppy and an old man? Ha ha ha, you guys are killing me with laughter. Zhang Mo? Hiss, what a wicked duo name, but I like it, ha ha ha. It's hilarious. Yumaniar and Su Shenxi are working so hard to promote Shining Stars, while Zhang Mo and Xiaohe are just nodding along behind them. Yumaniar and Su Shenxi are diligently promoting the show, while Zhang Mo and Xiaohe are clapping in unison from below. If they keep slacking off like this, won't they get assassinated by Sister Yumaniar later? Haha, the two oldest and youngest, what's wrong with letting them slack off? We call this respecting the elderly and caring for the young. The older Chu Hua? Hey, didn't we say we shouldn't mistreat the elderly? Damn, I almost forgot about Teacher Chu, ha ha ha. Initially, the show was flooded with fan comments, everyone laughing and cheering for their favorite stars, while also generating buzz for Shining Stars, hoping it would reach a wider audience. The passers-by who had been silently observing were mostly longtime viewers of Happy Every Day, watching the show only as a habitual pastime. They weren't fans of Shining Stars or the actors, so they didn't post any comments, simply watching the program quietly. It was the same old, ever-popular games, and the guests on the show were quite entertaining. Watching them scheme against and sabotage each other's teammates had the audience laughing along. Until the balance beam game. The first round was between Su Shensi and Yumani R. Their teamwork was quite poor, and they even bickered. While some viewers in the live chat vaguely sensed the tension between them, most were just laughing and joking, not taking their banter seriously, assuming it was just a deliberate attempt to create a romantic pairing. Then came the second round, and that man appeared. With lightning speed, he lifted Zhang Mo up without hesitation or delay, his steps steady and swift, popping the balloons while holding Zhang Mo, then quickly bringing Zhang Mo back and placing him steadily on the ground. The live chat started with 0 frames, a sea of question marks. Not a buddy? Ha! I don't remember changing channels. Where did this come from? How many gold medals has China won? What's their overall ranking? Holy crap, I'll never say Xiao he's just slacking off again, he's really awesome. Damn, the Milk Law group actually stood up. Haha, when will I stop laughing when I see the name Milk Law? This is the first time I've seen Teacher John lose his composure, making a seasoned actor forget what he's doing. Xiao He, you're something else. Hilarious, this guy really doesn't follow the usual path. Teacher John, I don't know. He just shouted something like hidden star shines, it'll explode, and then carried me out, really fast, whoosh. Am I the only one genuinely curious about how Xiao He developed such arm strength? I don't see Xiao He being that muscular, he doesn't even have as much muscle as me. How did he train? Upstairs, maybe you should stop taking those veterinary drugs for a bit, otherwise your brain won't be able to think straight. Didn't you guys see the video of Xiao He climbing the building to save someone? This guy is a tough guy who dares to climb 5 or 6 floors barehanded. Do you think his muscles are just dead muscle from the gym? With Xiao He's performance in Happy Every Day, discussions about shining stars skyrocketed. Some even edited his scenes into videos and uploaded them to Bilibili to help promote Shining Stars. Xiao He now knew that these actions were definitely orchestrated by Sister Lu. However, it was actually a good thing. This initial promotion would create a buffer before the character was fully revealed and faced a lot of criticism. This pre-release publicity would prevent him from being dragged into the backlash later. Just as the buzz was building, Shining Stars finally began its official broadcast. The story begins by detailing the historical context of the time. At that time, Shanghai had completely fallen to the Japanese and became a puppet state. They implemented aggressive policies in politics, culture, and the economy, attempting to infiltrate the people's national consciousness and culture, glorify their aggression, and further encroach on Chinese territory. Under these circumstances, Li Shuo's superiors prepared to temporarily evacuate, while underground agents like Li Shuo continued to build up their strength, waiting for an opportunity to re-establish contact and infiltration plans once the organization was stable. However, the arrests and cleanup operations never ceased. Even though most comrades had evacuated, a small number remained trapped in Shanghai, constantly at risk of arrest by special agents. Li Shuo needed to ensure his own safety while assisting these comrades in their safe evacuation. The scene began with a gunfight at the entrance of an alley. When Li Shuo arrived after receiving the news, the battle was nearing its end. Chief Li, what brings you here? A short, stocky middle-aged police officer approached, smiling obsequiously. What's going on here? Don't you know we're conducting a cultural propaganda activity over there? If you do this, what if important figures come and it leaves a bad impression? Li Shuo reprimanded sternly, his face dark. I'm sorry, the officer could only apologize repeatedly. We didn't know about this. We just heard that there were suspected bandits in Ping'an Alley, so you're just here to disturb other people? Li Shuo raised his hand and slapped the officer's cap on his head. Tell them to clear that path immediately. Hurry up. Yes. The officers quickly dispersed, and the previously noisy alleyway instantly fell silent. Li Shuo turned and walked to the street corner behind him. His serious expression vanished instantly, replaced by a forced smile as he approached a black car parked on the side of the street. I'm sorry, Chairman Yamada, he said, it was my subordinate's incompetence that caused this minor mishap. Chairman Yamada, a man with a mustache and round-framed glasses wearing a small top hat, stroked his mustache with feigned concern upon hearing Li Shuo's words and said in a broken Japanese accent, "It's all right. This Greater East Asia Cultural Exchange Conference is an important form of friendly exchange between our two countries. I hope Section Chief Li will pay more attention in the future and prevent similar incidents from happening again. Otherwise, affecting the conference will damage the friendly relations between our two countries, a responsibility neither of us can afford." Yes, you're right. The car finally started moving slowly. Li Shuo stood there, watching it drive away, his smile fading slightly, his eyes becoming unusually sharp. The pacing of Shining Stars is fast, with almost no superfluous shots. After establishing the basic background and character relationships, the plot quickly unfolds. Li Shuo's mission this time is to help cover the escape of an elderly gentleman from Shanghai. This senior figure, ostensibly a school teacher, secretly dedicates himself to writing about the atrocities committed by the Japanese invaders. Using historical allusions, he promotes national culture, conveys beliefs and faith, and uses his pen to combat the cultural invasion and brainwashing of those who invaded. In chaotic times, a writer like him might not be able to exert much influence, but his words and the spirit he conveys constantly inspire people to uphold their beliefs, maintain their stance, and participate in the fight without hesitation. Therefore, this old man himself is a symbol of a spirit. However, the puppet regime also deeply resented these intellectuals, not only carrying out mass arrests and persecutions but also organizing some ridiculous Greater East Asia Cultural Exchange Conference in schools to openly promote its own ideology and invading culture. Thus, a turbulent cultural exchange conference unfolded in this tense and serious atmosphere. After watching the first 2 episodes, the feedback has been quite positive. To be honest, I don't really like watching these kinds of TV shows because they make me feel really depressed, but now I can't help but want to watch them again. I think this drama is pretty good. The actors who have appeared so far have all given excellent performances, the plot is fine, the pacing is fast, and it's quite interesting to watch. I hope it updates soon. Judging from the trailer, it seems several main actors will be appearing in the next episode, especially Yumaniar, Su Shensi, and Xiao He. I wonder how they'll perform. To be honest, I'm a little worried about them appearing. The veteran actors in the earlier episodes have all performed very well, raising the bar significantly. If these 3 young actors perform poorly, it will ruin everything. Worry +1. Yumaniar is actually alright, after all, she's acted in several movies and has the necessary skills. But I'm genuinely worried about Su Shensi and Xiao He. What does this have to do with Xiao He? I suggest watching his performances as Mu Ziyi in Shenju, his acting is really good. What acting skills does Xiao He have? His Mu Ziyi performance is like someone having a fit of Chuyunibiu, middle school syndrome, and his Shenju performance is completely wooden from beginning to end. Where's the acting in that? Zhu Lao-san, you didn't mention a word about him. Didn't Zhu Lao-san wear a fake face? How can you tell his acting skills? I just think that makeup artist was really amazing, she gave him a work injury. Hahaha, Xiao He, you've really become famous, people are even starting to drag you down, haha. Suddenly I feel relieved, Xiao Ji is being dragged into this by someone to take the blame, I'm a little happy, and a little schadenfreude. No way around it, as everyone knows, Xiao He is Su Shensi's good buddy. Hahaha, indeed, my assessment is that Xiao He is not as good as Su Shensi, welcome everyone to come and judge for yourselves tomorrow. Don't panic, the results will be clear tomorrow, and whoever is worse will be embarrassed. Watching the show from the front row, the debate about acting skills quickly unfolded in the Shining Stars topic. Lu Rulan and Xiao He arrived at the scene immediately. Looking at the arguments in the comments section, Xiao He was both amused and exasperated. Wait, what's there to argue about? It's all the same drama, isn't this comparison a bit unfair? If it were 2 dramas, it would be fine, since they're in competition, but insisting on determining a winner within one drama is really unsightly. Lu Rulan didn't seem to care, it's just a way to maintain popularity, let them discuss it, anyway, you won't be the one who suffers in the end. Xiao He shrugged, that's true, but now there's another situation. Lu Rulan swiped her phone to change the topic, you should remember the drama Clear Light like the first night, right? It's the idol drama that aired in the same time slot as ours. Xiao He was a little confused, It's that idol drama that started filming around the same time as Shining Stars, starring Su Yuyu and Ran Yunrui. We even stayed at the same hotel back then, Lu Rulan reminded him. Xiao He immediately remembered, I remember now. Back then, a criminal was hiding in Su Yuyu's room, and he even helped catch him. But Su Yuyu was acting quite strange back then. Now, so much time has passed in the blink of an eye, I wonder what happened afterward. Clear Light is before started filming around the same time as Shining Stars, and now they've just started promoting it, with its broadcast date only 1 day later, Lu Rulan continued. But their production team's methods are a bit baffling, it's purely disgusting. How so? Xiao He asked, somewhat curious. You must know about Su Yuyu and Su Shensi, Lu Rulan said. Yumaniar and Su Shensi have a romantic entanglement in the drama, and given Su Shensi's relationship with Su Yuyu, now the internet is starting to link Yumaniar together, deliberately hyping up a love triangle and riding the coattails of Shining Stars. Xiao He was shocked. That's possible? Sister Manor must be itching to tear them apart. Yes. Lu Rulan showed Xiao He several headlines. Su Shensi stolen? Su Yuyu falls for someone else. Su Yuyu exits the love whirlpool, blessings to Su Shensi and Yumaniar? A love triangle is too crowded? With Ran Yunrui added, the 4 of you making the most of your time is better than anything else. Xiao He, subway, phone, ? What's this? Xiao He didn't understand and was greatly shocked. A promotional headline. Lu Rulan said with pity. Xiao He, haven't you noticed? Now, promotional headlines don't include character names, they just use the actors' names, making it seem like they've officially announced it. Lu Rulan shrugged. That's their way of attracting traffic. Now, platforms use very ambiguous headlines when promoting TV dramas. For example, even if the female lead in a drama is unexpectedly pregnant, various platforms insist on using the actress's name in their promotions. As a result, unsuspecting viewers who see the pop-up headline automatically assume the actress is pregnant, then click on it out of curiosity, only to be redirected to a video app. This tactic might indeed be effective at attracting traffic, but it's not so friendly to actors, especially many actresses. These headlines, designed to gain attention and traffic, will use anything to garner praise, and topics with hints of scandal are commonplace, leaving viewers feeling disgusted and resentful. Of course, things aren't much better for male actors. Headlines like XX arrested or XXX rapes woman in bedroom make it seem like every time a male actor acts, he's about to be featured on a legal channel. Moreover, the reality is that these situations are mostly actively promoted by the production team and the platform, essentially done by their own people. In many cases, the actors even tacitly approve, since they can't afford to have a public falling out with the production team and the platform over such matters. Thus, this unhealthy phenomenon of actors relying on popularity for publicity gradually evolved into this form. But why are Su Yu and her crew trying to use our production to drive viewership? Xiao He asked the question that puzzled him the most. He had done some research on Qing Guang Ru Chu before. This work is adapted from a well-known romance novel IP, with a certain fan base. Su Yu's fame and status are undeniable, comparable to Yi Manners, and while Ran Yunrui isn't as popular as Su Shenxi, he's still a top-tier celebrity. An idol drama starring these two should definitely generate buzz. There shouldn't be any worry about viewership. Why would they try to piggyback on Zhang Xing Shanyao? It can't be. Lu Rulan suddenly remembered something. Oh right, you probably don't know about this. She picked up her tablet, scrolled through it, and then placed it in front of Xiao He. You were busy filming during that time, so you probably didn't see this news. Xiao He picked it up with some curiosity and glanced at it. Su Yu's night out with a new lover? Is it a sugar daddy or a lover? Hiss. Xiao He became more serious and examined the tablet carefully. The accompanying photo showed Su Yu talking to a man while holding his arm, the man gently brushing a stray hair from Su Yu's ear, the man leading Su Yu into a black Bentley, and the car driving away. Below that was a complete set of GIFs, showing Su Yu arm in arm with a man as they walked out of the hotel and got into a car together. Xiao He was genuinely surprised this time. She and Su Shenxi broke up? To be honest, since their relationship was exposed, Xiao He hadn't paid any attention to whether they were together or broken up. He couldn't possibly be secretly checking other people's chat logs every day, so he didn't know their current situation. But seeing this almost undeniable evidence, Xiao He guessed that they had most likely broken up. That's quite normal, though. Su Shenxi didn't seem like the type to take responsibility. Their relationship was doomed from the moment it was exposed. However, Xiao He found this revelation somewhat strange. Especially the person walking with Su Yu. None of the photos and videos captured his face, so his identity is unknown. But that car, it looks familiar. Xiao He zoomed in on the man's photo, his gaze suddenly lingering on the ring that flashed briefly on the man's finger. Xiao He remembered. It all went back to the last day of last year, the New Year's Eve when he rescued people from the fire. Xiao He had seen Su Yu then. She was with 2 bodyguards, getting into a Bentley. That's the car mentioned in the exposé. But he had only recently exposed their relationship then, right? Were these two already in contact back then? Being exposed twice for dating has had a huge impact on her, Lu Rulan continued, unaware of Xiao He's shock. As you know, Su Yu has always cultivated a pure and innocent image, marketing herself as a campus goddess, a pure first love. It's normal that many people can't accept this. Especially the man she's currently dating, who's supposedly a wealthy second-generation developer from Hong Kong, an incredibly rich tycoon. He's dated people both inside and outside the entertainment industry before, and is known for his rich, womanizing, and playboy image. He hasn't publicly had any contact with Su Yu, so nobody expected Su Yu to be with someone like that. Under these circumstances, it's hard for the public not to speculate. So, in this situation, Su Yu's image has essentially collapsed on a large scale. Lu Rulan said with a hint of regret. It can only be said that they marketed Su Yu too aggressively. Faced with this problem, she had absolutely no way out. Ultimately, it's because Su Yu started as a traffic star. Han Entertainment, behind her, elevated her to an absolutely perfect level, shaping her into a flawless goddess, leaving her no way out. Once this kind of persona collapses, it easily triggers a backlash from fans who can't accept it. This mainly comes down to different choices. If Su Yu and her team had properly guided their fans from the beginning, perhaps more people would have taken a more rational approach to this matter. But clearly, it's too late now. Su Yu is a prime example of negativity. And she's still using Su Shenxi for marketing. Does Su Shenxi agree to that? Xiao He continued to ask. I'm not too sure about that, Lu Rulan shrugged. I only know that Xingguang Ru Chu is Su Yuyu's first project after that incident. To attract more viewers, they started marketing by associating her with Su Shenxi, and incidentally, to whitewash their image among fans. Actually, initially it was just about using Su Shenxi for marketing, but Yumaniar was unlucky. She was Su Shenxi's on-screen partner, so she was also dragged into the marketing. Xiao He asked doubtfully, what's there to whitewash? There's no way around it. Compared to her two ex-boyfriends, fans are more accepting of Su Shenxi. Lu Rulan spread her hands, her expression playful. A young, top-tier male idol versus an older playboy compared, fans naturally accept the former. Some fans even called for Su Yuyu to get back together with her ex-boyfriend. They can't accept her current boyfriend. Xiao He's lips twitched. They're like concubines, changing partners whenever they want. Sure enough, entering the entertainment industry means seeing all sorts of strange things and hearing all sorts of seemingly hypocritical opinions. It's quite interesting that Su Shenxi has remained silent about this. Xiao He rested his chin on his hand. It's normal. No matter how much fans dislike Su Yuyu's current boyfriend, they can't deny one thing: he's incredibly rich, super rich, Lu Rulan said. Bundling marketing can only be annoying at best. If you offend a wealthy tycoon, it's not worth it. But it's really strange, why are all the rich people from over there flocking here lately? Xiao He muttered to himself. It's like this with director Fang, and it's like this with Su Yuyu. I wonder if there's some connection between the two. Maybe I can investigate later. Alright, just keep an eye on this. It's their business anyway, as long as it doesn't affect our show's airing. Lu Rulan placed a stack of scripts on the table in front of Xiao He. While Shining Stars is airing, you can take a look at some recent scripts. However, most of the production teams that are able to start filming recently are of average quality. Take a look and see if there are any that interest you. Then she skillfully separated the scripts and introduced them one by one. These two are for the male lead, these three are for the second male lead, this one is a somewhat special script offer, and the rest you can take a look at first. Xiao He first glanced at the two male leads Lu Rulan had mentioned. Perhaps because he had previously played Shen Ju and Mu Ziyi, one of the scripts was a historical suspense drama, and the other a modern suspense drama. Xiao He schemed through them, finding neither quite satisfactory. The historical suspense drama mainly focused on crime solving, with many episodic episodes where the protagonist, along with his friends, investigates and ultimately finds the culprit. The protagonist of this script was a highly skilled martial artist, but his character was relatively upright, quite different from Xiao He's goals. The protagonist of the modern suspense drama seemed like a carbon copy of Mu Ziyi. The beginning was alright, but Xiao He didn't like the ending. It felt like the screenwriter had dragged their feet for ages, only to deliver a terrible mess. Xiao He wasn't short of points now, and he felt it unnecessary to act in such things. He already had some fame. It wasn't unreasonable to protect his reputation, was it? Finally, Xiao He sighed, shook his head, and put both scripts down. Unfortunately, this is a common predicament for many villain actors today. True villainous protagonists are a minority. Most protagonists on the market are still portrayed as either absolutely righteous or, even if unrighteous, redeemed and transformed into righteous. If Xiao He wants to play a villainous protagonist, he has to wait for an opportunity. And such opportunities don't come easily. For example, Xiao He's first role as the second lead in Law of the Jungle was a stroke of luck, but he might not be able to replicate that opportunity again. However, it's encouraging that there are many outstanding villainous roles on the market now. Even if they aren't the true protagonists, if they are played well, their fame can be no less than, and sometimes even surpass, that of the protagonists, like Xiao He's portrayal of Mu Ziyi. Therefore, sometimes the role's specific character type isn't important. What matters is the character's inherent design and the plot development. Seeing Xiao He's reaction, Lu Rulan knew he wasn't interested in the two male leads, so she didn't waste any time and directly pulled out the rather unusual script she'd mentioned earlier and handed it to him. Since you're not satisfied with the main characters, take a look at this. I've already looked into the recent suspense dramas for you, but they're mostly just pretentious gimmicks. They're probably only good in the trailers, and besides, you're not even a main character. I think this special script is more suitable for you than those. Xiao He casually took it, then raised an eyebrow. A cameo role offer? A cameo role is a character with limited screen time and minimal screen time. These roles mostly just make a brief appearance, serving a supporting narrative function, essentially a plot device. These kinds of roles, well, even if they were deleted or recast, wouldn't affect the overall narrative rhythm. They're just tools to add hype and buzz to the film. Many movies like to invite big-name stars or actors to make a cameo appearance in their films, and then shamelessly promote these cameo roles as main characters to lure audiences in. As a result, audiences sit there for 2 hours, and the cameo roles may not even have a single minute of screen time. Of course, there are also legitimate cameo invitations from film crews, simply because of a role or actor being invited to make a cameo appearance. However, this is rare nowadays. Most of these are manipulated by capital, mainly to send their own affiliated actors in for gilding their resumes. But the one Xiao he is dealing with now is somewhat different. This director is very ambitious. He wants to create a film series, inviting actors to sign contracts for cameo appearances in a series. A series of cameo appearances means that Xiao He will play all subsequent appearances of this character. Essentially, Xiao He has signed a future acting contract for this role, ensuring continuity in subsequent films, rather than just appearing in one movie. Film series are still relatively rare in China, and film series that form a complete world-building system are even rarer. This field is currently a very new and lucrative market in China. This director's willingness to target this market naturally indicates a certain level of ability and skill. Indeed, this is the case. The director, Zhuang Hong'ai, is a highly influential figure in the industry, exceptionally skilled at making commercial films, and one of the first directors to achieve a box office of over 10 billion yuan. His works aren't necessarily masterpieces, but they are guaranteed to be profitable at the box office. Even though some previously criticized him for only producing 6-point films, the sheer 2 billion yuan he's generated ultimately rendered them speechless and defeated. Judging from Zhuang's filmography, he's definitely not the type of director who insists on producing high-quality, artistically noble works. He's more like a shrewd businessman who knows how to make money, what themes are currently popular, and then capitalizes on trends to cater to audience tastes. Although many directors in the industry look down on him, they have to admit he's very good at making money at the box office. From a capital perspective, a good director is one who can generate box office revenue. And with the rapid development of theatrical films in recent years, Zhuang Hong'ai's ambition has also been steadily growing. So, at the beginning of this year, he finally announced his plan to build an original universe series, intending to create a unique cinematic universe. The script Xiao He currently holds is the first installment. Xiao He carefully read the script and found it quite interesting. The script is titled The Phantom Thieves Alliance, an action comedy. It mainly tells the story of Lu Xiaokong, a recent college graduate who, unable to find suitable work, goes to the neighboring country of Baixiang to stay with his uncle, Shi Ji, hoping to find some work. However, he never expected that his uncle, who supposedly drives luxury cars and wears expensive watches, isn't doing so well abroad, making a living through swindling and cheating, and even having been arrested and imprisoned for theft. The jobs his uncle recommends are naturally not good jobs, either smuggling lookout work, pyramid scheme fraud, or even more directly, robbery or theft, staking out a slightly bustling red light district, where he can earn tens of thousands of RMB in one night. Of course, according to his uncle Shi Ji, if Lu Xiaokong wanted to, he might earn more money by working as a prostitute, but it would likely come at a price, and it's not something anyone can just do. Even Shi Ji couldn't do it. Making a living with his looks isn't shameful. The result was predictable. The unlucky Lu Xiaokong, tricked into being a man and almost losing his underwear, completely lost his composure and wanted to pack his things and go home as soon as he got back to his place. However, misfortune was yet to come. The dishonest Shi Ji had stolen something from a big shot in the red light district and resold it, causing the boss to send a group of assassins to hunt them down. So, unable to go home, Lu Xiaokong was forced to run away with Shi Ji, trying to steal back the items for the boss before they were killed, to prove his innocence. And that's how this story begins. The story revolves around two main characters, the unlucky Lu Xiaokong and the unreliable Shi Ji. One is responsible for strategizing and planning the theft, the other is responsible for carrying out the plan, escaping, and fighting, while also getting his nephew into trouble. These two go from being completely incompatible to remaining so, creating numerous hilarious situations and absurd plot points that are undeniably funny. Ultimately, because the boss's belongings are sold to a powerful family in another country, the uncle and nephew are forced to return to their old ways, trying to infiltrate and steal back their boss's lost items. They inadvertently gain fame, making a name for themselves in both the legitimate and criminal worlds as a minor, well-known thief duo. Xiao He's cameo role is as a hacker sent by the boss, monitoring the two's every move to ensure they aren't escaping and are diligently helping their boss recover his stolen goods. This hacker is also a master thief, only more sophisticated. Unlike the two clumsy thieves, he's a globally ranked master thief. He was invited to White Elephant Country specifically to steal something for this big shot. Unexpectedly, the two protagonists intervene and ruin his plan. However, it's not all bad. Watching the two protagonists complete his task, the hacker is happy to observe, only turning off the surveillance when the protagonists are in danger. This character isn't very important. He might only appear for less than 5 minutes in the movie, basically just sitting in front of a computer typing away. But the character is very well developed, and if acted well, it could easily leave a lasting impression on the audience. Xiao He thinks this character is quite good. If you want to take this role, you can start filming anytime in the next few days, it won't take too long, Lu Roland said. This production team is rushing to release it for next year's Spring Festival. Aside from a few reshoots, the overall work is already in post-production. Xiao He was surprised. Since filming is already finished, why would they ask me for a cameo role now? Lu Rulan explained, this role was originally cut because they couldn't find a suitable candidate. But I have some connections, and I got the production company to submit your resume. Director Zhuang thought your image was quite suitable, and you also happen to be a computer science graduate, which brings some buzz, so he agreed to give you a chance. In other words, if Xiao He goes, he gets the role, if he doesn't go, he doesn't get the role. Xiao He clicked his tongue in surprise, I didn't know it was possible? Reshoots are perfectly normal. Your character has few scenes, and shooting alone won't affect others, so reshoots are definitely possible, Lu Rulan said, arms crossed. So if you want to go, I'll contact them for you right now. If you don't want to go, I'll just let the production company know. Wow, Sister Lu has amazing connections. However, Xiaoyi still had some questions since it's just a minor cameo role. With less than 5 minutes of screen time, the director could just grab any actor for a cameo. Why are the requirements so high? Ultimately, they couldn't find anyone and simply deleted the character. That brings us back to the character himself, Lu Rulan said meaningfully. You know, this director wants to create an original universe, a completely independent film series world. So, on the surface, he might just be a minor character with only a few minutes of screen time, but in the next story, he could very well be an important supporting character, or even half of the main cast. Xiao He understood, so, Sister Lu, you're actually eyeing his subsequent film series. Lu Rulan nodded. Director Zhuang is quite capable and has a solid foundation. After the first film, there's a high probability that the second one will continue the story, and the chances of building their own original universe are very high. And if you join them now, your character will have a stronger presence and more say in the future. It's all about getting involved early. They're betting on the film's huge success, while the production team is betting on Xiao He maintaining his popularity and continuing to rise in status. Neither side would miss such a good opportunity. Xiao He finally agreed to a cameo role in the film. Just as Sister Lu had said, this was a form of early investment. If the film generated more buzz upon its release, he might not have had such a good opportunity to get the role. Now, being able to act in one film early would at least allow him to become a familiar face. So, after confirming the role, Lu Rulan immediately began helping Xiao He with contacts and preparations. After Lu Rulan left, Xiao He didn't forget about Su Yuyu. He promptly turned on his computer and investigated Su Yuyu's current boyfriend. This supposedly extremely wealthy and womanizing tycoon was named Chen Kong, 41 years old this year. His family was in the real estate business, and he was known for his extravagant spending, frequently flaunting his luxury cars and mansions online, making him somewhat famous in mainland China. Rumors circulated online that this guy had been married once before, but information about his ex-wife was scarce. It was Hong Kong media paparazzi who uncovered this story after discovering changes in Chen Kong's assets. Chen Kong later admitted to the affair, revealing that he had a son and a daughter. Based on the timeline, those two kids would be almost in middle school now. Upon reading this, Xiao He took a deep breath. No wonder Su Yuyu's fans were so upset. Sister Lu hadn't even told him that this guy was divorced with 2 children. However, thanks to this news, Xiao He noticed that Chen Kong's ex-wife wasn't a simple character either. His ex-wife was also a businesswoman, running a pharmaceutical company. She currently operates several pharmaceutical companies overseas. Since divorcing Chen Kong, she immigrated to another country and hasn't returned. Selling pharmaceuticals? Xiao He frowned, deciding to investigate further. But soon, Xiao He sensed resistance. This resistance came from foreign forces, and it seemed to be under close scrutiny from another gaze. Currently curious, Xiao He went to investigate, only to break out in a cold sweat and quickly flee. Oh my god, there's a national team involved. Get lost. So, judging from the situation, the authorities are also investigating this woman. Xiao He immediately turned his attention back to investigating Chen Kong, and unsurprisingly discovered that Chen Kong's father had been an investor in Feng Zhenjiang's first film, and that Chen Kong also had an investment in Feng Zhenjiang's new drama. However, compared to that, Chen Kong's other investment was larger and more conspicuous, so many people hadn't noticed this. The company with the larger investment, named Chemingen, was a pharmaceutical company under Chen Kong's name, which had recently emerged and attracted much attention and admiration from industry insiders. Their company has recently been selling some health products, the most eye-catching of which is a supposedly imported aid liquid for healthy weight loss, claimed to be consumed by young people in neighboring and Western countries. In short, it's a weight loss drug, a blatant money-grabbing scheme. Besides these weight loss drugs, there are also things like skin whitening injections, anti-baldness lotion, and breast enhancement pills, all cleverly disguised with new names, just the same old thing in a new guise. When Xiaoyi saw these things, he thought he had stumbled into some large-scale pyramid scheme. Putting aside whether these things are even effective, just considering Chen Kong and his group's purpose in coming to the mainland, it's clear that what they have is fake. Moreover, these people are quite clever. They didn't expand their customer base extensively. Initially, they targeted insiders, focusing only on online celebrities and stars for offline sales, not even targeting their fan base, of course. Xiaomi thinks it's highly likely they haven't had time to develop that yet, otherwise, they wouldn't ignore such a lucrative market. Su Yuyu plays a crucial role in this. She's basically the one handling recruitment and promotion, introducing more peers to buy these products offline. With her guarantee and the inherent aura of high-end foreign products, this business has been surprisingly successful since the beginning of the year. Xiao He sighed, speechless. Wait, do people actually believe in this stuff? It seems quite a few people believe it. Making money in the Chinese entertainment industry is really easy, not just from fans, but also from these celebrities. This stuff is definitely not safe. Especially drugs, you really can't just take anything. Some things are addictive, and once you come into contact with them, it could have lifelong consequences. These people are usually quite clever and shrewd, treating fans like lambs to the slaughter, so why are they all happily helping count the money when it's their turn to be the lambs? But being involved, you can't be too harsh on them. But why hasn't the operation ended yet? Xiao He inexplicably thought of the attack at the hotel that day, when Su Yuyu helped the assailant Xu hide from the police. She had acted very strangely then, as if she was hiding something from the police. Drug sales, weight loss, drug withdrawal, addiction. Xiao He rubbed his arms, feeling a bit uneasy, and decided to stop overthinking. But since he was already here, he might as well make things difficult for these people. So he decisively relayed the news about Su Yuyu promoting weight loss drugs within the entertainment industry to some reporters and media outlets. While it wouldn't be of much help, it would at least make Su Yuyu and her group more discreet, preventing them from continuing their blatant business dealings within the industry. It would also prevent the Qingguang Ruchu production team from constantly using Kang Xin Shanyao for promotion, engaging in derogatory comparisons. It was incredibly annoying. Sure enough, the next day, the related report sparked a lot of skepticism and speculation. After all, thanks to years of official public education and the stark real-life examples, many people's first reaction to the mention of weight loss drugs was suspicion and wariness. Many fans even went to their idols' accounts to leave messages, urging their idols not to trust Su Yuyu and not to buy those dubious, unregulated products. They worried that even if they bought fake medicine and nothing bad happened, other problems might arise. No one could take responsibility for that. Amidst this uproar, Su Yuyu's side immediately quieted down, no longer daring to continue attacking Yuman, and busied themselves clarifying the situation on their side, neglecting everything else. Shining Stars finally got rid of this persistent nuisance. Afterwards, Yuman was so happy that she posted 10 updates on her WeChat moments. Xiao He glanced at the list during his spare time, finding it somewhat amusing, but still liked each post to express his stance. Meanwhile, Shining Stars continued its regular updates. In the latest update, the alluring karaoke bar owner, Xu Ronjiao, made her official debut. Wearing a striking red cheongsam, her smiling eyes immediately captured many eyes. Her mission was to openly attract President Yamada's attention and delay the start of the exchange conference. Meanwhile, Bai Mingchuan, wearing a hat and carrying a camera, entered the school under the guise of a reporter. While others prepared for the exchange conference, he secretly met with the senior student, Shen, who was hiding within the school. Meanwhile, Meng Zhaxian's men, through severe torture, obtained the name Shen Yiwei from a student. This Shen Yiwei, teacher Shen, was the one who had recently sent numerous letters to the newspaper. He even attempted to exploit the special environment of the concession to send letters opposing the invasion and exposing the massacres to the international community, using international public opinion to pressure the Japanese military. At the same time, he was secretly gathering students, spreading his ideas and beliefs, and calling on them to unite and resist the enemy's brainwashing and cultural control. Such a person could not be allowed to live. He had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Meng Zhaxian led his men directly towards the school. Thus, in a tense atmosphere, the two sides finally met at the school. "Mr. Shen, please come with me." Bai Mingchuan looked at the steady old man at the desk, his eyes pleading. "They've already started arresting students en masse for interrogation. It won't be long before you're discovered. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Mr. Shen, however, remained calm and composed, continuing to write his manuscript with unwavering ease. "No need, Comrade Bai, you go. I'm not leaving today." Bai Mingchuan paced anxiously. "Mr. Shen, I know you're worried about your students, but you're the most important person right now. We need you. The Greater East Asia Cultural Exchange Conference is in a little while. How could I possibly miss it?" Mr. Shen put down his pen. "They invaded our land and tried to corrupt our integrity. They held bayonets to our necks, yet demanded we admire their civilization. The human body can endure suffering, but the human spirit cannot be extinguished." Old Mr. Shen raised his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Mingchuan, his face already bearing the composure of someone facing death. "Comrade Bai, I am very grateful to you for your willingness to lend a helping hand to this old man in this time of crisis, but I am sorry, this time I must disappoint your expectations. By Mingchuan's Adam's apple bobbed, trying to continue persuading Mr. Shen, I understand what you mean, but you also know that this is tantamount to suicide. You are the spark of culture, you are the spiritual leader of many. You could have led your students and many more people in resistance, instead of staying here. You are wrong, child. Old Mr. Shen shook his head, his gaze falling to the window, his expression tinged with melancholy. The spark was never hidden here. I've lived through that era, and I've witnessed too much along the way. Look, that withered tree outside the window is in the midst of autumn and winter. No matter how tenacious the leaves on the tree are, they will eventually fall to the ground, buried in the soil, and become fertilizer for spring. True hope is never on a single leaf, but hidden in the roots beneath the soil, deeply buried in the hearts of countless people. A single leaf cannot represent the arrival of spring, nor can it stop the invasion of winter. All it can do is contribute its last bit of meager strength to the future of this great tree. Old Mr. Shen smiled self-deprecatingly, folded the dried letter in front of him, put it in an envelope, and handed it to Bai Mingchuan. Child, go. Give this letter to your superior, he will understand. Bai Mingchuan hadn't expected this outcome. After a moment of silence, he reached out and took the letter. Old Mr. Shen glanced around his office one last time, picked up his pen again, wrote a final sentence on the paper on the desk, then stood up and straightened his clothes. Judging by the time, they should be arriving soon. Old Mr. Shen glanced at his watch, his back straight, his step steady and composed. I should go greet them. That day, after the update of Shining Stars, related topics exploded. May old Mr. Shen rest in peace. Shining Stars, you have no heart. Give me back old Mr. Shen. After so much build-up, seeing how meticulously Li Shuo and Rong Yu planned, even preparing for the student council's premature leak, I thought they would definitely be able to send old Mr. Shen away. But I never expected that old Mr. Shen himself didn't want to leave. The empty auditorium and the raging fire. Inside, Mr. Shen was giving a speech without notes. Outside, his students and colleagues, and the enemies who set the fire. When will I ever see a scene like this without crying? When I saw Mr. Shen being burned alive, I burst into tears. The pride of a scholar remains unyielding even in the face of raging fire. I didn't cry when I saw Mr. Shen die, but when Li Shuo was ordered to investigate Mr. Shen's office and saw Mr. Shen's last words, I couldn't hold back anymore. What is this? While Li Shuo was lost in thought, Meng Zetian abruptly snatched the letter from his hand. The handwriting was strong and powerful, exuding the style of a master, and the content directly expressed the pride of a scholar. True character is revealed in times of adversity, and those who sacrifice themselves for their country will be remembered in history. True character is revealed in times of crisis, and those who sacrifice themselves for their country will be remembered in history. Meng Zetian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the words above, letting out a sneer of extreme sarcasm. Fine, you want to be remembered in history, huh? He turned around, his voice icy. Go, drag that guy's body out and hang it on the flagpole outside. He wants to be remembered in history? Fine, I'll give him a hand. Let those restless people come out and see what happens to them if they continue to resist. Wait. Li Shuo quickly stopped Meng Zetian. Meng Zetian stared at Li Shuo with a sinister look. Oh? Section Chief Li, what do you mean by this? Have you been influenced by Shen Yiwei's one stroke of genius? Captain Meng, there's been enough of a farce today. Li Shuo looked at Meng Zetian, unfazed by his tone, his voice calm. Shen Yiwei isn't an ordinary person. This is the school he spent many years at, filled with his students and colleagues. You burned him alive in front of so many people, that has already served as a deterrent. Continuing to desecrate his corpse might provoke a backlash. Besides, reporters filmed the whole thing. Instead of continuing to torment a dead man, you should go back and explain what happened today to your superiors. Meng Zetian's gaze remained fixed on Li Shuo's face, seemingly trying to discern something, but Li Shuo maintained his fake smile, revealing no flaw. Finally, Meng Zetian withdrew his gaze and strode out. Destroy everything here, then call it a day. That day, Xiao He's Weibo was unusually lively. Brother Xiao, you're really infuriating. I'm unfollowing you for a while, I need to recuperate. I followed Mu Ziyi, but unfollowed him when he was playing Zulao-san. Later, Shen Ju became so handsome that I instantly became a fan. As for now, I'm speechless. Brother Xiao, see you next time. My thought process while watching the show when Meng Zetian appeared. Wow, so handsome. When Meng Zetian ordered Mr. Shen to be burned. Damn it, go to hell. Wow, it's been a long time since I've hated a character this much. The last time was Zulao-san. Putting my finger on it, it was another day I was blown away by Xiao Ji's acting. The moment Meng Zetian appeared, his imposing presence completely overwhelmed his subordinates. I knew then he was going to be a ruthless character. Indeed, and I don't know if it's just my imagination, but his makeup seemed more natural. When the camera shifted from Li Shuo to him, I didn't feel out of place at all. Haha, I get what the person upstairs means. What do you mean? I don't understand. It just means Su Shenxi's acting was terrible. What else is there to not understand? Can't he see where his eyes are? He was the most distracting character throughout the entire scene, especially the scene where old Mr. Shen calmly faces death. The veteran actor's performance was superb, his lines and emotions were spot on, and I was teary-eyed by the end. But then the camera panned to Su Shenxi, and he just stared blankly, looking like a clueless student who couldn't understand what the teacher was saying. It made me so angry. To be honest, Su Shenxi is on a completely different level from the others. Everyone else is so immersed in their roles, so perfectly in character, but Su Shenxi is still so pale and innocent, just being himself the whole time. Yesterday someone said this was Su Shenxi's transformation, and I laughed so hard. What's there to transform? From a pretty face in the music industry to a pretty face in the acting industry? That's impressive, though. Staying true to himself. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Based on these scathing comments from netizens, I have to offer my critique. You absolutely have to watch it. Highly recommend Shining Stars. Except for one person, everyone's acting is superb, especially Xiao He. He really amazed me. The scene where he takes the letter and acts opposite Zhang Mo, I was completely immersed in Li Shuo's perspective. I couldn't help but feel a jolt of tension, a sense of having my identity exposed. Xiao He's acting is truly amazing, he held his own against Zhang Mo. Please update. Update quickly. This is the first time I've been so engrossed in a spy drama. What are you guys doing, production team? Hurry up and upload all the remaining episodes. Clearly, Xiao He's portrayal of Meng Zetian has won everyone's approval from the very first scene. Of course, this approval carried a hint of resentment. Even Xiao He's mother called him that very night, hesitant to speak, her words trailing off, before finally asking only one question: did the bastard you played die in the end? Xiao He, of course he died. Good riddance. Perfectly good. Xiao's mother instantly cheered. Xiao He, or, I'll spoil the rest of the plot for you. No. Xiao He rubbed his temples helplessly. Then you shouldn't watch it. If relatives and friends ask about it these days, just pretend you don't know anything, just pretend it wasn't me acting. However, Xiao's mother chuckled, her voice tinged with pride. I won't pretend I don't know. My son's acting is excellent. If they dislike you because of the character, it only proves my son is too outstanding. They can't distinguish between reality and fiction. It's better for us to avoid such fools. Xiao He paused, then chuckled softly. Alright, whatever. But if it affects your daily life, you must tell me. And about moving. Oh, forget about moving, Xiao's mother decisively refused. We're perfectly fine here, we don't want to move. Since both of Xiao He's parents had very stable jobs, the Xiao family hadn't moved much after being allocated the apartment. They continued living in the same neighborhood. Aside from the slightly old apartment and neighborhood, life and work were very convenient. Xiao's mother was also sentimental and didn't really want to move. But, and most importantly, your dad heard that this area is very likely to undergo urban renewal in the next few years, and there might be a compensation payment. Xiao's mother said very seriously, anyway, your dad and I aren't leaving. You can go wherever you want, just don't bother us. Xiao He, okay then. Xiao He didn't try to persuade her further. After chatting with his mother for a while, Xiao He hung up the phone. Although it was already late, Xiao He and his group were still waiting to board their flight in the airport waiting area. Xiao Chen handed him a cup of hot coffee. Thank you. Xiao He picked it up and took a sip, then looked at Lu Rulan. Sister Lu, how's the situation online? Lu Rulan was scrolling through her tablet. Hearing Xiao He's question, she smiled and showed him the video playing on her screen. Haha, Su Shenxi's terrible acting has received unanimous praise. Xiao He. Sure enough, whenever Su Shenxi is involved, Sister Liu's fighting spirit skyrockets. You can tell how much resentment she's held over the years. Curious, Xiao He also took a look. It was a video from a Bilibili. Bilibili is a Chinese video sharing website, content creator. His video was mainly promotional, strongly recommending everyone watch Shining Star, but he also spent a significant amount of time criticizing the show's only flaw. I now seriously suspect that Su Shenxi was set up by Capital. I'm serious, not lying at all. Otherwise, why didn't anyone tell him that his acting in Shining Star was obviously terrible? Shining Stars is entirely director Wen Hanyuan's showcase of skill. He successfully used Su Shenxi to show us that even with a weak point in the entire series, he can still create a great work. Of course, my suggestion is that director Wen shouldn't insert self-promotional advertisements into the plot next time. Otherwise, every time I see Su Shenxi, this living advertisement, I have to manually skip the advertisement, which is really annoying. And some fans, please don't make me critique Xiao He's acting. I think everyone can see it with their eyes. If you insist on saying something unpleasant, then I'll oblige. Meng Zetian, you son of a bitch, birdsong and fragrant flowers. Alright? I think my evaluation is quite fair. If you found my video helpful, please like, comment, and subscribe. Xiao He. Okay, here you go, like, comment, and subscribe. After Xiao He clicked the like, comment, and share button, the video automatically redirected to another video from the same content creator who was also criticizing the show. This video was indeed purely a critique. Xiao He looked closer and realized it featured two familiar faces, Su Yuyu and Ran Yunrui from the drama Qingguang Are You Chu. Qingguang Are You Chu, released around the same time as Zhang Xing Shanyao, also premiered recently. However, unlike the widely recommended Zhang Xing Shanyao, this drama received shockingly poor reviews. Overnight, every negative review and marketing account seemed to have jumped on the bandwagon. And this content creator, without holding back, immediately launched into a summary of the show. Believe me, everyone, this is a 360-degree, flawless masterpiece that offends everyone, young and old. I can only say, listen to advice and don't watch this show, or you're doomed. You're about to waste the most precious time of your life buying something so disgusting you can't swallow it. I'm not kidding. I suspect the male lead has intermittent mania and facial paralysis. And the female lead? Needless to say, I feel like her existence is solely to torment everyone, not just the male lead, but all viewers of The Light of Day. She can't be described as human, she's practically a vengeful spirit. It's clear how deep this content creator's resentment runs. The first 2 or 3 minutes are entirely dedicated to rants, with no overlap whatsoever, truly a barrage of criticism. Xiao He got a headache just listening to it. He scrolled through the rest and found it was still a 2CAO, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical commentary, only this time, a well-reasoned one. The male lead had a volatile temper, beating people up at the drop of a hat. He'd attack anyone he disliked, attacking everyone and everything. If he weren't watching Xiao He would have thought the uploader had completely exposed Ran Yunrui's true colors. To be honest, the male lead played by Ran Yunrui was practically identical to him. If it weren't for the fact that the swearing in the show was censored, Xiao He would have boldly declared, a perfect recreation. As for the female lead, played by Su Yuyu, she was constantly being a brainless troublemaker or yelling and screaming, possessing a kind of "I'll drive you crazy if I don't" kind of aesthetic. This uploader hadn't even edited the video, just played the raw footage, which already made many viewers uncomfortable. Just hearing the female lead's identical screams in the background at different times, places, and for different reasons made Xiao He silently quit the video. He rubbed his ears, still shaken. It was hard to believe that in just a few short minutes, Xiao He had already developed a headache from Su Yuyu's screams. He felt he should give this poster some compensation for her work injury. Of course, the post-production team of this TV series was the worst off. Being repeatedly tortured by these screams was truly a hellish ordeal. Are you watching Su Yuyu's show? Lu Rulan had obviously also heard Su Yuyu's shrill screams. Xiao He handed the tablet to Xiao Chen to put away, answering her question as he did so. It was playing automatically just now, so I glanced at it a few more times. But is the quality of their show really that bad? Xiao He found it hard to believe that this was an adaptation of a major IP with a strong fan base. Logically, with the original story as a foundation, the plot logic and quality should have been guaranteed. How did it end up like this? Lu Rulan shrugged. You know what happened during filming. Su Yuyu and Su Shenxi's relationship had just been exposed, causing a massive loss of fans. Meanwhile, Ran Yunrui's fans were also constantly causing trouble. They felt that Su Yuyu's relationship was delaying their idol's filming and affecting his mood, so they argued with the production team about replacing him. In the end, although they didn't succeed in replacing him, Ran Yunrui's fans started demanding higher billing, insisting that Ran Yunrui be listed first and Su Yuyu second, otherwise they would boycott the show. Anyway, the commotion lasted for a long time, almost from the start of filming to its completion, without a single day of peace. To be honest, it's quite ironic. Su Yuyu is a film award winner, yet she's already lowering her status by filming this kind of lowbrow idol drama. Besides, she originally came to this drama to mentor her junior, Ran Yunrui, and help him rise in the ranks. Now that she's in trouble, Ran Yunrui's fans are the first to betray her, vying for top billing. It's really ridiculous. However, she herself is also disappointing. She should have had no problem supporting Ran Yunrui, but her performance in the drama was terrible, even disastrous. So much so that Ran Yunrui didn't seem so out of place. Of course, this isn't to say Ran Yunrui acted well. Just thinking about it this way, Su Yuyu is actually a major contributor, generating all the buzz before the show aired and attracting all the criticism afterward. Xiao He thinks that Qingguang Are You Chu production team should give Su Yuyu a shout out. She's a true benefactor. Lu Rulan sighed. Their managers have been working themselves to the bone lately. Their WeChat moments are full of complaints. It's so pitiful. Even Lu Rulan, who usually doesn't get along with Chang Hongwen, silently liked his latest post as encouragement after learning about the situation. However, of course, to Chang Hongwen, Lu Rulan's like was probably more like mockery. Xiao He suddenly realized, right, they have the same manager. Haha, this is even more interesting. Two artists with the same manager are fighting each other. What should the manager do in this situation? Whom should they side with? The advice here is to sit back and watch. Don't try to mediate. Those fans' obsession with billing order far exceeds that of the stars themselves. Otherwise, even if the stars themselves tried to mediate, they'd get slapped a few times, let alone the manager. It's that absurd. While chatting and laughing, the plane was delayed. Xiaohe glanced at the time and shrugged helplessly. Looks like you can't talk about people behind their backs. If you do, you'll get your comeuppance. Lu Rulan was speechless. Now you're spouting metaphysics. Fortunately, the delay didn't keep everyone waiting too long. The plane soon arrived at the airport, and they could begin preparing to board. This time, Lu Rulan had booked business class, which offered better privacy. After boarding the plane, Xiaohe immediately removed his hat and mask, preparing to settle down and catch up on some sleep. Just then, someone suddenly stood next to him. Xiaohe paused, taking out his eye mask, and looked at the elderly man staring at him. The old man was probably in his 80s, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. His back was slightly hunched, but his eyes were still sharp and bright, silently fixed on Xiaohe, seemingly lost in thought. Xiaohe, who is this person? Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Xiaohe looked the old man up and down, finding nothing unusual, and asked curiously. However, the old man didn't speak, only continuing to stare intently at Xiaohe, making Xiaohe feel a little uneasy. Dad, what are you doing here? A middle-aged man came up from behind and pulled the old man away, then apologized to Xiaohe with a look of regret. Sorry, I disturbed you. It's all right. The old man was then pulled away by the middle-aged man. Xiaohe glanced at him, but didn't think much of it, and simply put on his eye mask to rest. This was a direct overnight flight from Shanghai to Beijing, with a flight time of approximately 2 hours. Xiaohe felt as if he had only just closed his eyes to rest, and they had already arrived in Beijing. Xiaohe lazily yawned. Let's go. Lu Rulan walked over and patted Xiaohe on the shoulder. Okay. The group disembarked, retrieved their luggage, and prepared to head to their booked hotel. However, just as Xiaohe was about to step out of the terminal, several uniformed special police officers approached him, blocking his path. As the capital's airport, it was always guarded by armed special police officers who maintained strict control of the area, ensuring the safety of passengers and other airport staff. These special police officers, clad in black uniforms, were all imposing and had sharp eyes. Just their presence alone was like a wall, radiating immense pressure. Xiaohe paused, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Chen, walking ahead, immediately called out to Lu Rulan. Both were startled by the sudden appearance of the officer. Hello, we just received some reports and would like to ask you about some things. We hope you can cooperate with our work, the lead officer said first. Could you please show us your ID card and flight information? Xiaohe, sure. He quickly began to take out his basic identification documents. The officer looked Xiaohe up and down, his brow furrowing slightly. Xiaohe's criminal aura had been somewhat concealed through his adjustments, but not completely eliminated. Therefore, in the eyes of these experienced officers, this ironically became evidence of a deeply hidden suspicious individual. Could you please remove your mask and hat? Okay. Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen quickly bypassed the small circle of police officers and approached Xiaohe. What's wrong? What's going on? The officer glanced at Lu Rulan, who had approached him, and asked seriously, Madam, what is your relationship to this gentleman? Lu Rulan immediately replied, I'm his manager. Officer, is there some misunderstanding? She then produced her ID card before Xiaohe could, along with her manager's license and Xiaohe's work permit. The officer was surprised by Lu Rulan's experience, or perhaps even astonished that Xiaohe was an entertainer. He looked at Xiaohe a few more times, finding him somewhat familiar, and then carefully examined Lu Rulan's documents and certificates. Xiaohe finally produced his own identification and handed it to another officer. The two officers carefully examined the documents, photographing them for verification. Meanwhile, a crowd had already begun to gather nearby when Xiaohe removed his mask. There was no way around it. Even though it was past midnight, the airport was still crowded, and with several police officers gathered there, it was hard for the curious Chinese to stop and watch. Furthermore, because Shining Stars was currently airing and Xiaohe's fame had diminished, people around him gradually recognized them and started taking pictures with their phones. Upon discovering this, the officer who had confirmed Xiaohe's identity returned Xiaohe and Lu Rulan's identification documents. His expression softened considerably, and he said, I'm very sorry to disturb you all. There are some special circumstances here, and it may take a few more minutes. It's all right. Xiaohe and his group then followed the police to a nearby restroom. An elderly man was sitting in the restroom. The moment he saw Xiaohe, he stood up, pointing at him excitedly and saying, It's him. It's him. I saw him talking to a group of Japanese soldiers. He's definitely a spy. A traitor. Xiaohe. Lu Rulan. Xiaohe, looking at the old man who was red-faced and furious, seemingly wanting to execute him immediately, was speechless and could only look up at the sky in despair. At this moment, another staff member led a middle-aged man who looked hurried over. This gentleman's father is missing. Could you please check if he is this elderly man's relative? Seeing the densely packed crowd, the middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat, vaguely realizing that his father had done something terrible. He quickly stepped forward and apologized. I'm so sorry, I've caused you all trouble. My father may have misunderstood something. I'm so sorry. What exactly happened? Lu Rulan glanced at the middle-aged man, her expression remaining unchanged, and continued to press the police for answers. It's like this. After the lead officer's explanation, everyone finally understood the details. It turned out that after getting off the plane, the elderly man went straight to the SWAT team's post and insisted that there had been spies on the plane. The police weren't entirely sure what had happened either, but seeing the old man so anxious he was almost fainting, they could only try to calm him down first. The old man insisted he witnessed Xiao He and his group's rendezvous and urged the police to arrest the man immediately, warning them not to let the traitor escape. Although the police vaguely suspected a misunderstanding, they sent several officers to investigate and confirm the situation, just in case. And indeed, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. According to the old man's son, the man was quite remarkable in his youth. During a period of rapid development, many criminals remained hidden within the organization. While not a professional arrester, he enjoyed studying these matters and even taught himself investigative techniques. He would gather intelligence and gossip in the neighborhood, and surprisingly, he managed to catch several criminals during those years. His glorious deeds were even reported in the news. Even after so many years, and now suffering from Alzheimer's disease, he hasn't forgotten his past mission and honor. Later, after moving in with his son's family, the old man enjoyed wandering around the neighborhood, gathering intelligence and gossip, analyzing people's family situations and lifestyles to determine their safety. His son had tried to stop him a few times before, but the old man was very stubborn and insisted on going out for a walk. Since the son saw that the old man usually just chatted with the other women and did not disturb or affect other people's lives, he stopped trying to stop him. Fortunately, the old man had always been sensible and hadn't caused any trouble over the years, except for this time with Xiao He. Perhaps because he'd been watching the TV drama Shining Stars, the old man somehow connected the plot with reality. Normally, when he hadn't encountered the characters or scenes from the show, it was fine, but seeing Xiao He automatically triggered his connection to the drama, setting off an alarm mechanism and prompting him to call for help to arrest Xiao He. The middle-aged man, Tao Weiguo, blushed upon learning the situation and repeatedly bowed to Xiao He, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. My father might be sick, he's not quite clear-headed. I'm so sorry. He's disturbed you. Grandpa Tao was getting old, and his health and memory were declining. Tao Weiguo and his family had discussed it and decided to bring his father to the capital again to watch the flag-raising ceremony, a way to relieve his father's fond memories. So they took an early morning flight, intending to queue at the square beforehand to secure a good, front-row seat. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Xiao He, who was on his way to Beijing to film a movie. The whole story was clear, leaving everyone both amused and exasperated. Only old Master Tao remained indignant, stubbornly insisting that Xiao He was the culprit. His eyes blazed with anger as he stared at Xiao He, ignoring Tao Weiguo's earnest explanations that Xiao He was just an actor, not a bad person. He stood in the doorway, blocking Xiao He's escape. After laughing, Xiao He looked at the old man's expression and felt a pang of sadness. Alzheimer's disease is truly terrifying. For a patient, the world they see and hear may have undergone a complete transformation, as if trapped in a terrifying nightmare from which they can never escape. And for the patient's family, they can only watch helplessly as this disease devours their soul, turning their loved one into a soulless body, a walking corpse. Xiao He had previously come across a video where an elderly woman woke up forgetting her children and her spouse, only remembering that she was once an 18-year-old boy who had just joined the army. Looking in the mirror, she found herself with a full head of white hair and a face covered in wrinkles. As her daughter repeatedly explained her identity and described her mother's current situation, the old woman's eyes held a childlike innocence and clarity, blankly observing this world so different from what she remembered. For her, it was as if she had woken up one morning and suddenly gone from a boy to an old woman. At that moment, although the background music in the video was light and cheerful, Xiao He still felt a pang of sadness even through the screen. The cruelty of Alzheimer's disease lies in the separation of cognition and personality, leading to a dual death of soul and body, a process that current treatments are almost ineffective and irreversible. Dad, you've really misunderstood. He's Xiao He. You've even seen the thief catcher. Tao Weiguo was still trying to explain, but old Master Tao glared at him with exasperation. Have you been bribed by the enemy? Why are you on their side? Get out of my way. You're not my son. I don't have a rebellious son like you. Tao Weiguo, he's an actor. When he played Shen Zhu before, didn't you praise his kung fu skills? However, Tao Weiguo's words triggered another memory for the old man. He immediately grabbed the police officer beside him and exclaimed excitedly, "That's right. I just remembered. He and an accomplice killed many people. My God, the scene was littered with corpses. You must not let him go. You must get the whereabouts of his accomplices from him. The police officer who was grabbed, Tao Weiguo, the son. While the Tao family father and son were arguing about national righteousness versus blood feud, the officer in charge of the investigation approached Xiao He and Lu Rulan and said, "Thank you so much for your help this time. Let's exchange contact information. If what happened earlier has had a negative impact on you, you can contact us or the airport management at any time. We will definitely help clarify things." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Lu Rulan skillfully exchanged contact information with the police officer, then said, "Then Xiao He and I will be leaving now." "Okay, please feel free." Although this incident wasn't pleasant, everyone had seen old Master Tao's condition. His intentions were good, but his mind wasn't quite clear. Xiao He couldn't pursue any further responsibility, so after confirming everything was settled, Lu Rulan immediately prepared to leave with her people. However, before leaving, Xiao He said something to Lu Rulan and then walked up to old Master Tao. "I'm really not a bad person." Xiao He stared into old Master Tao's eyes, using his psychological suggestion skills on a stranger for the first time. Or rather, he was trying to call back a lost soul. "Now the country is prosperous and strong, you've completed your mission, it's time to rest." Old Master Tao's initial anger miraculously subsided upon hearing Xiao He's calm voice, though his gaze still held doubt and wariness. "Your child loves you very much and is very worried about you. Go with him and enjoy your life now." With that, Xiao He raised his hand and gently patted old Master Tao's hand, planting a positive psychological seed in his heart. This suggestion might not last long. After all, it couldn't directly cure the brain lesion, but it could temporarily alleviate the old man's anxiety and pain. Sure enough, old Master Tao blinked, and his eyes gradually cleared. Seeing his father miraculously quiet down, Tao Weiguo was surprised and worried. He stepped forward, tightly grasped his father's hand, and called out in a trembling voice, "Dad?" Old Master Tao finally stopped staring at Xiao He and turned his gaze to his son. He blinked his dry eyes, his tone less stubborn and more apologetic. "Weiguo, I'm sorry, I feel like I've caused everyone trouble." Meeting his father's apologetic and self-reproachful gaze, Tao Weiguo couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He shook his head and said, No, I'm very happy to have come out with you this time." Xiao He glanced at the father and son one last time, then turned and walked towards Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen. "What's going on?" Lu Rulan asked Xiao He in surprise, seeing the father and son suddenly becoming so happy together. "Xiao He, it's nothing, the father and son are just catching up. It has nothing to do with us. Let's hurry up and leave to avoid causing any further misunderstandings or trouble." "That's true." Lu Rulan, while directing Xiao Chen to push the things away, took out her phone. "But today's events are actually quite good, it's a hot topic for publicity. I've asked Xiao Zhou and the others to keep an eye on the online situation. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises." Xiao He glanced at the time on his phone, then felt embarrassed. "How about we wait until morning? It's the middle of the night now, they're still asleep. Even if someone posts these things online now, the public opinion won't escalate that quickly." Mainly, Xiao He felt genuinely uneasy about getting the studio staff up and running at this hour. Lu Rulan pondered for a moment, then put away her phone. "Okay, let's call them around 6 in the morning, then we'll capitalize on the trending topics between 7 and 9. This time frame coincides with when many office workers and students wake up, and many like to use these spare moments to check online, hoping to catch any breaking news from the previous night or early morning. Therefore, guiding and promoting public opinion at this time is the best option." Xiao He always followed Lu Rulan's advice on these matters. After all, she was the expert. Okay. Upon arriving at their pre-booked hotel, the group could finally rest. In the morning, several related topics slowly climbed to the top of the trending searches. Xiao He arrested at airport. Xiao He appears at Beijing airport in the early morning, intercepted by police. Xiao He playing Meng Zation, becoming Meng Zation. Actor Xiao He arrested because of a role? Many people who woke up early, still half asleep, were instantly wide awake upon seeing this news on their phones. In the video, a group of uniformed officers surrounded Xiao He. Lu Rulan then came out and spoke with the police. The two stood at attention, waiting for the lead officer to check their identification. After the investigation, the officer said something to them and then took Xiao He and the others away from the scene. Seeing this video, others were puzzled. What happened? What's going on? Why was Xiao He surrounded by the police? Why was Xiao He taken away by the police? Did Xiao He commit a crime? What crime? Filled with curiosity and doubt, they opened the messages and read them carefully before realizing what had happened. "Wait, can you marketing accounts please stop posting such ambiguous headlines all the time? Before clicking in, I thought Xiao He had been executed. Well, it doesn't have to be that bad. Haha, the title upstairs is even more heavyweight." So, to summarize, Xiao He's portrayal of Meng Zation was so convincingly evil that he got reported on a plane? Haha, I was half asleep this morning, but seeing this news woke me up with a laugh. Brother Xiao, maybe you could take on some positive roles next time? I'm begging you, my mom asks me who my idol is, and I'm too embarrassed to point them out. P.S. My parents are also watching Shining Stars recently, and their most hated character is Meng Zetian. Indeed, I don't even dare put Brother Xiao's picture on the table, or I definitely get kicked out of the house. +1, as Brother Xiao's fans, being low-key is our norm. If it were Meng Zetian, I'd offer my contempt. If it's Brother Xiao, I'd offer my ridicule. Haha. This is hilarious. The whole too true to my heart thing about getting arrested used to be just a joke, but now it's really become a laughingstock. Xiao Ji, maybe you should go back to being a programmer. There's a real risk of going to jail in the entertainment industry. No way. Don't scare our Xiao Ji. There's only one Xiao He in the Chinese entertainment industry. If you scare him away, who will I have to kill? You guys are so mean. I want to be your online friend in my next life. Not only were netizens laughing, but several of Xiao He's close friends also sent their warm greetings. Leading the charge were naturally the crew of Shining Stars. Imama arrived first, offering both words of comfort and playful teasing to Xiao He. Director Wen Hong-yuan, however, was delighted by the buzz Xiao He had generated, praising and showing concern for him. Producer Ma Qinyu was even more direct, sending Xiao He a large red envelope to calm his nerves. Xiao He was truly at a loss for words. Xiao He, thank you everyone for your concern. Everything is fine, it was just a misunderstanding. Left with no other option, Xiao He could only post a message on his WeChat moments explaining his situation. Familiar faces quickly arrived in the comments section. "Pu wrong bro, you scared me to death. I thought I'd never see you again. He Junhao hahaha, you truly are my godfather. Don't worry, godfather, if you get arrested, I'll break you out of jail. Lu Zehang brother Xiao, your life is certainly eventful. Lin Yipen hahaha, it's like watching an episode of Backstab, so relatable." Xiao He replies to Lin Yipen. No one knows the bitterness in Xiao He's heart, but the popularity of Shining Stars continued to rise because of this incident. Due to its high quality and broad appeal, its ratings soared, even breaking the channel's recent viewership records, becoming one of only 2 heavyweight dramas in the past decade to break the 3% mark. The other drama with an average rating exceeding 3% was a classic anti-corruption drama from 10 years ago that remains popular to this day. Keep in mind that 10 years ago, video platforms hadn't fully dominated the market, and many people were still willing to watch television channels. But today, 10 years later, video platforms are prevalent, and many people don't even want to turn on the television, let alone watch dramas on it. It can only be said that Shining Stars is quite adept at capturing its audience. While Zhang Yimou isn't usually well known, he has a large market among middle-aged and elderly people, while Su Shenxi and Yi Manner, among others, target the current younger audience, attracting them to help boost the data and popularity on various platforms. The success of Shining Stars is indeed inseparable from the fan economy. But of course, that's a story for another time. After posting on his WeChat moments, Xiao He and Lu Rulan met with Zhuang Hong'ai, the director of The Phantom Thieves. The meeting was held at Zhuang Hong'ai's home. Zhuang Hong'ai lived in the legendary Zishan affluent area, boasting scarce hillside land resources and close to the city center of prime, high-end mountain villa district. Xiao He sat in the car, feeling like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden. Looking out the window at the neatly trimmed cedars and maples, the wrought iron fences peeking through the trees, and the lavishly decorated villas and gardens behind them, he felt a sense of bewilderment and nervousness, as if he had stepped into a completely different world. And perhaps it was just his imagination, but the air here was exceptionally fresh. Just a deep breath brought a refreshing feeling, and he even faintly smelled the fragrance of money. He couldn't help but lean closer to Lu Rulan and whisper, "Sister Lu, how much do houses around here cost?" Lu Rulan quietly replied, "I remember the nearest villa area is 140,000 yuan per square meter." Xiao He, based on the size of those villas we just saw, it must be at least 500 square meters. Xiao He mentally estimated it, then shed tears of poverty. "I'm sorry, I'm not worthy." Lu Rulan added, "Besides, it's not like you can just buy anything here. Asking about this price is pointless." Xiao He wiped away his tears. "I understand, Sister Lu." There was no need for further embarrassment. The car drove halfway up the mountain and finally pulled into a villa, where the villa's butler personally greeted Xiao He and his companion. Led by the butler, Xiao He finally met Zhuang Hong'ai. Director Zhuang Hong'ai was a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses and a very refined appearance. His speech and manners were impeccable. He was neither overly enthusiastic nor aloof. However, his white hoodie and jeans seemed strangely out of place in this upscale villa. After speaking with Lu Rulan, Zhuang Hong'ai gestured for the two to follow him to a separate annex building. Entering the annex, Xiao He looked at the fully equipped temporary filming location and couldn't help but think to himself, using such prime real estate as a studio is quite extravagant. Director Zhuang is certainly showing off. Because it was a temporary setup and the filming wouldn't last long, there weren't many people on set, just 2 stylists, an assistant, and director Zhuang himself. The reason 2 stylists were brought in was simple: Xiao He's role in the Thieves' Alliance is a hacker with dyed white hair and numerous tattoos. The makeup and styling work would likely take longer than the filming itself. Of course, true to Xiao He's usual, to CAO, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical style, his assessment of the character was a pretentious white-haired thug is for anything more memorable. Frankly, the script was too short, it didn't even have a name yet, so he couldn't discern any extra personality traits. Oh well, whatever, he's just a thief, not a good guy anyway, let's just film it. After finishing his makeup, Xiao He arrived at a set constructed entirely of black fabric. Zhuang Hong'ai was directing his assistant to adjust the lighting. Seeing Xiao He, a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Not bad. I thought the white hair would make you look darker. Then he directed his assistant to remove one of the background lights. Take that light away. That light was meant to brighten Xiao He's complexion, preventing him from blending into the background when filming in the shadows. Fortunately, since returning from Shanghai, Xiao He had been constantly urged by Lu Rulan to get whitening treatments, which had finally restored his skin to its previous condition. Otherwise, with this easily unflattering white hair, Lu Rulan would have really had to ask the makeup artist to apply more putty to Xiao He. After the assistant removed the light, Zhuang Hong'ai gestured for Xiao He to sit down. At first glance, the scene seemed rather rudimentary, but the background was a jumble of acrylic display stands filled with all sorts of figurines and trendy toys, most of them modified, all sporting a cool, metallic color scheme. The combination of everything created a strange blend of science fiction and anime. Xiao He's gaze involuntarily drifted to a metallic robot on a nearby stand, and he swallowed hard. Holy crap, this mechanical assembly. Holy crap, that cold, metallic sheen. Holy crap, that exceptional height and aura. As the saying goes, Gundam is a man's speed bump, but mecha is an unwavering romance. Xiao He felt he had finally found his life's ideal. Ah, it's so captivating. If only it could come home with me. Ahem. Lu Rulan coughed lightly beside him, reminding Xiao He. This brat, get rid of that smitten look on your face. Xiao He reluctantly averted his gaze from the Gundam model. The assistant beside him chuckled, covering her mouth as she explained, this is all from director Zhuang's collection. You guys were lucky this time, we had to return to Beijing unexpectedly, so we could only find space here for your filming. Director Zhuang simply brought all those models and figures over as a temporary backdrop. Xiao He exclaimed wow. However, looking at this overflowing collection, Xiao He seriously suspected that director Zhuang had actually been waiting for this day for a long time. He came here to film not for anything else, but simply to showcase his collection and make the whole country envious. Xiao He felt he might have figured it out. Without looking at the collection again, Xiao He sat down directly in the computer chair. The computer had pre-downloaded hacking simulation software on it. Xiao He only needed to pretend to type a few things out. After Xiao He struck the pose as instructed by Zhuang Hong'ai, filming began. Since director Zhuang spoke very little and didn't provide a detailed breakdown of the character Xiao He was playing, Xiao He didn't know what kind of feeling he wanted, so he simply improvised, casually typing away. Fortunately, after a period of learning, Xiao He's acting style was now basically mature. Even when improvising, he wasn't nervous at all. He based his performance on his understanding of hacker characters in other films and television shows, which was perfectly adequate for such a short scene. The white-haired young man in the video chewed gum, his fingers nimbly tapping the keyboard, his eyes glued to the code on the screen, even the glint of the letters reflected in his eyes. Click. As the last character was pressed on the enter key, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the phone casually, and only answered it slowly when it rang again. He quickly pulled back in his chair, casually propped his legs up on the table, and rhythmically swung them. Hello. Shi and the others have infiltrated. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. Okay. After hanging up, his gaze finally left the code and shifted to the surveillance camera beside him. Seemingly amused by what he'd seen, he chuckled, put his legs down, and walked to the screen displaying the surveillance footage. These 2 idiots, where did the employer pick them up from? This clumsy infiltration technique, they really don't treat surveillance like surveillance. Tisk. Considering the task ahead, he clicked his tongue impatiently, his fingers tapping the keyboard, instantly erasing the surveillance footage that should have been recorded. The white-haired youth then casually pushed back his chair, returning to his previous position to continue typing. In the dimly lit room, only his slightly pale face was visible, made even more ashen by the computer light. Then came a series of keystrokes. Although they arrived in the morning, it was already dark by the time filming ended. They had unknowingly spent the entire day there. Zhuang Hong'ai invited Xiao He and Lu Rulan to stay for dinner. Curious about what kind of fine food the wealthy could afford, Xiao He and Lu Rulan stayed. Thus, it was during this opportunity that Xiao He first heard of official cuisine. Official cuisine, also known as bureaucratic and scholar official cuisine, as the name suggests, was a delicacy enjoyed only by officials and their families during the feudal period. It was a symbol of status, a dietary privilege of the powerful and wealthy, embodying the three characteristics of nobility, elegance, and luxury, qualities unattainable by ordinary people. But to be honest, Xiaohe felt he might be a bit like a wild boar unable to appreciate fine food. He only tasted the shark fin, bird's nest, and abalone. It couldn't be said to be bad. The flavors were indeed excellent, but it also tasted somewhat bland to him. Of course, that was definitely his problem. Such expensive ingredients must be the best. The meal was eaten very quietly. Considering the wealthy people here might be particular about dining etiquette, Xiaohe and Lu Rulan didn't dare make a sound, simply burying their heads in their food, not daring to utter a single word. After finishing the meal, Zhuang Hong'ai took a sip of red wine before saying to Xiaohe and Lu Rulan, "I was actually quite surprised to see Xiaohe this time. His demeanor in real life seems much more restrained than in his photos." Xiaohe chuckled inwardly. Of course, Lu Rulan had specifically reminded him beforehand to change his usual demeanor and leave a different impression on the director, so that if the director had other roles to play in the future, they would be better suited to Xiaohe. And sure enough, director Zhuang took the bait. Lu Rulan instantly switched into professional mode. "Thank you for your kind offer, Director Zhuang. It's an honor for us that Xiaohe can participate in your work. Actually, Xiaohe himself is open to more diverse roles and is willing to explore different character developments. If Director Zhuang has more opportunities, I would also like to help Xiaohe get one." Lu Rulan's words were direct and straightforward, decisively following Director Zhuang's lead. Zhuang Hong'ai stared at Xiaohe, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "Smile." "Xiaohe." Lu Rulan quickly nudged Xiaohe with her elbow. "Smile." "Xiaohe." Xiaohe knew that Zhuang Hong'ai was testing him, and there was likely a role waiting for him, but his mind was racing, and he didn't immediately make an expression. Based on Director Zhuang's earlier words, he originally thought he would be too fierce for other roles, so, conversely, the character Director Zhuang is assigned to must be completely unrelated to fierceness or evil. So, it's gentle, kind, friendly, and approachable? Xiaohe silently repeated these character labels in his mind several times. When he looked up again, he had deliberately softened his gaze, his eyebrows slightly curved, and a subtle smile playing on his lips. He tilted his head slightly to look at Director Zhuang, the corners of his mouth also turning up. "Like this?" Zhuang Hong'ai stared at Xiaohe for a long time before finally looking away. "Alright, stop smiling like a big bad wolf." Xiaohe. Xiaohe was shocked, Xiaohe was defeated. "I've already tried my best to be friendly." Despite saying this, Zhuang Hong'ai still gestured for his assistant to come over, whispered a few words in her ear, and the assistant nodded and turned to leave. The somewhat empty restaurant fell into an eerie silence again. Xiaohe wasn't used to such overly serious occasions and could only continue to pretend to be calm, staring straight ahead. Fortunately, the assistant returned quickly. "Here." The assistant handed over a comic book. Xiaohe looked at the comic book with its flashy cover in the assistant's hand with considerable surprise, his face expressionless, but he took the book with a puzzled expression. He hadn't expected it to be a comic book. And this one was only the first volume. Xiaohe glanced at Sister Lu and noticed that she was also examining the cover of the book. "This is a new project I invested in recently," Zhuang Hong'ai said softly. "Like the Phantom Thieves, if it does well in the later episodes, I plan to turn it into a series, except this one is a manga adaptation." Manga adaptation? Xiaohe's mind subconsciously flashed through several manga adaptations he remembered that had flopped. Although there were some good ones recently, the critical acclaim and profits weren't proportional, ultimately resulting in losses. Because of these consecutive flops, many in the industry are now taking a wait-and-see approach to manga adaptations. However, of course, adapting novel IPs into TV series and movies is currently very popular, and there are few original scripts in China. Regardless of whether the original fans are willing to accept it, the market situation is what it is. Almost all capital is rushing to develop IPs, and actors who can get scripts for such big IP adaptations are considered to have a certain level of ability. Although manga adaptations are currently in a low period of development, it's only a matter of time before capital enters this market. It's just a matter of who accurately grabs a piece of this pie first. Xiaohe's gaze fell on the title of the comic book. You Yeah? What a strange name. It's impossible to imagine its content or subject matter. Xiaohe doesn't usually read comics and wasn't very familiar with this one. Lu Rulan, however, seemed to recognize the title. "Oh, it's You Yeah. I heard the rights were bought for a high price. So it was you, Director Zhuang." Zhuang Hong'ai coughed lightly. "I think this comic has quite potential. If it can be made into a film, it would definitely be a good investment." Don't let Zhuang Hong'ai's current role as a director fool you. He's also a well-known investor in the industry, the kind of person with deep pockets and plenty of capital you can tell from this villa. Zhuang Hong'ai usually directs while also investing in and overseeing many other projects. This is why he dares to try making film series. He himself is the capital, and he has the ability to back himself up. Even if the first Phantom Thieves wasn't very successful, he can still push forward with a new one. That's how capricious money is. Of course, as a businessman, he also had his own considerations. For example, Zhuang Hong'ai had already seen the potential in newcomers like Xiao He and was happy to partner with such a talent early on. After all, this is going to be a series, a long-term project spanning a considerable period. Xiao He might be a newcomer with only a few minutes of screen time right now, but a few years later he could be the male lead in another project. Inviting Xiao He to play these roles later would be far more expensive. Banding him up in advance, even if the contract changes later, will definitely be much easier than signing him separately. Otherwise, Zhuang Hong'ai wouldn't have agreed to other investors submitting Xiao He's resume, since he himself is an investor. Lu Rulan nodded in agreement with Zhuang Hong'ai. That's good. Yuya has generated a lot of discussion in recent years. If it can be adapted into a film or television series, it will definitely attract a lot of viewers. But equally, a poor adaptation carries a high risk. 9 out of 10 scripts like this will flop, and the 10th will be a complete flop. To be honest, if an actor were to take the role, it would be a hot potato. Meanwhile, Xiao He wasn't considering so many questions. He glanced at the comic book in his hand, which clearly showed signs of being read, and then secretly observed Zhuang Hong'ai, lost in thought. Afterward, Xiao He lowered his head, covered his mouth with his fist, and coughed lightly to hide his smile. He vaguely guessed something. Perhaps director Zhuang genuinely liked this comic, which was why he bought the film and television rights. First a Gundam collector, then a true comic book enthusiast, Xiao He felt that if he wasn't mistaken, could this director Zhuang be a fan of anime and manga? Zhuang Hong'ai, unaware that his hidden nature had been discovered, was still telling Lu Rulan, I think Xiao He is very suitable for the villain role, but I'm only serving as the producer for this series. The casting still needs to be confirmed by the director. If you're interested, I can recommend him. This recommendation was practically a pre-arranged decision. Lu Rulan immediately nodded. Oh, I see. Thank you so much, Director Zhuang. Xiao He composed himself and began to skim through the comic book in his hand. The comic uses a classic black and white art style. Xiao He couldn't quite distinguish the differences in drawing styles and techniques, only finding the characters and backgrounds remarkably clean and pleasing to the eye. The story takes place in a fictional modern setting, but opens in an ancient dynasty. An emperor, seeking immortality, dispatches a group of alchemists to sea in search of the legendary secret to eternal life. These alchemists embark on their voyage, spending over 40 years, and surprisingly, they bring back a treasure, a meteorite emitting a strange fragrance. It is said that consuming an elixir made from its fragments will grant immortality. However, the alchemists return at the wrong time. The emperor who sent them on this voyage has long since passed away. The new emperor, disgusted by such alchemy, completely ignores the alchemists and simply banishes them. The fact that these alchemists persisted in their search for the treasure of immortality for over 40 years suggests they were no ordinary people. They were deeply obsessed with the art of longevity, and even after being driven out by the new emperor, they hadn't given up their research. So, these madmen secretly captured a group of people to use as medicine and began their continued research into immortality deep in the mountains. However, what these alchemists didn't expect was that the meteorite could also mutate people's physical attributes, granting them special abilities beyond those of ordinary people. After gaining this ability, the group of people being studied suddenly launched a collective attack, killing all the sorcerers and escaping. It was later proven that these surviving individuals did indeed possess the ability to slow aging, but this did not mean they would never age. In fact, their aging process would be dozens of times longer than that of ordinary people. Furthermore, their extraordinary abilities would gradually disappear over time, until they eventually became ordinary old people. This also means their later years will be incredibly painful. They will transform from powerful individuals with extraordinary abilities into completely ordinary people, spending the next century as frail old men until they finally die of natural causes due to the unique nature of their bodies. Ordinary injuries cannot harm them, and they cannot even die easily. And so time passed, and the world changed. By the time of modern society, the remaining survivors of the medicine-using individuals were already very old, just ordinary elderly people, calmly awaiting death. But at the same time, due to advancements in technology, some people have uncovered the secret to their immortality, and among the remaining survivors, a battle of humanity, a struggle between life and death began. The protagonist of this comic is one of the drug people from back then. She's the little girl who ran away with her younger brother in the opening scene. Years have passed, and the little girl is now an old woman, living alone in her bookstore, leisurely enjoying her final days. But one day, her brother, who had been living abroad for many years, suddenly returns home with bad news. A group of people are discreetly capturing the drug people for research. With the development of modern technology and the decline of the drug people's bodies, they can no longer calmly face high-tech weapons as before. It seems that escape is their only option. Currently, most of the drug people living abroad have been captured and become research subjects. Only a small group of drug people remaining in the country have escaped. However, according to reliable sources, a group of assassins has entered the country, attempting to capture them and smuggle them out of the country. To avoid being used as a drug subject for further research, the female protagonist decisively forms an alliance with her remaining friends back home to investigate the matter and resist their attempts to capture her. The story unfolds from this point. Xiaohe quickly flipped through the first volume, getting a general understanding of the plot and world building. However, the first volume only tells the story of the female protagonist and her companions forming an alliance, using their old age to kill the assassins who came to capture them. The villain mentioned by Zhuang Hong'ai has not yet appeared. After reading it, Xiaohe found the plot quite interesting. The fight scenes were exhilarating, the characters' movements were clean and crisp, and the camera work was clear and concise. The overall character relationships and story progression were very clear. At the end of this volume, the female protagonist and her group also discovered a way to restore their powers and appearances, suggesting that once they regain their youthful forms, there will likely be even cooler and more stylish fight scenes later on. As for the character portrayals, Xiaohe was quite impressed with the few characters who had appeared so far. Although the main perspective of this comic is the female protagonist, the other characters also have significant roles, making it essentially an ensemble piece. Each character gets a memorable moment, and if filmed, their brilliance could rival that of the main characters. As for the title, Xiaohe had a rough guess after reading the first volume. You literally means corner, which can be extended to mean remote place or marginal area, while generally has no real meaning and is used as a modal particle. Considering the meaning here, it might refer to hidden people or things, namely the drug people in the story, and their individual stories. Of course, it's possible that the comic's author simply wanted a sophisticated name to enhance its image. Anyway, overall, it's not bad. The action scenes are exciting and ruthless. Although he didn't know who the villain was, the main characters had killed so many people, so he certainly wouldn't be bad either. Xiaohe was already looking forward to it. I hope Xiaohe plays the role of Yin Qi, Zhuang Hong'ai said earnestly. I think although the first half might be a unique challenge for Xiaohe, the overall temperament of the second half suits him very well. Xiaohe, wait, who is he talking about? Unsure if he had flipped through the book too quickly and missed the name, Xiaohe opened the book again for a second look. The boy in the comic had a bright and sunny smile, his eyes even deliberately filled with stars to express his adoration and dependence on his sister. Even in a simple white short-sleeved shirt, he couldn't hide his youthful and energetic student aura, like a little sun, shining positively and optimistically on everyone. His name is Yin Qi, the female lead's younger brother. He was the one who brought the first-hand information to the female lead, allowing her and the other drug users to prepare in advance. He was also the one who helped them capture the assassins who came to arrest them. He was the youngest member of the team, optimistic, cheerful, and even the comedic relief from the start. The life of the party, always full of enthusiasm and energy. Based on the current plot, Yin Qi was definitely going to be one of the main characters. And now you're telling me he's a villain. Xiaohe. He felt a sense of helplessness, like he'd been suddenly spoiled without any warning. Wait, Director Zhuang, is this one of your sadistic pleasures? This unexpected spoiler just hit me in the face. However, Xiaohe could only maintain a smile. Zhuang Hong'ai glanced at Xiaohe and continued, mainly, this meeting brought me some surprises. Before, I felt Xiaohe's aura was too strong, only suitable for playing purely villainous characters, but now that I've seen him in person, it's not so exaggerated. He could try some other character types. Xiaohe, great. Finally, someone said he doesn't seem like a villain. But the problem is, this Yin Qi is so different from his original image. Thank you for your guidance, Director Zhuang. I will work hard. Xiaohe nodded politely in gratitude. Lu Rulan smiled and said, Director Zhuang is absolutely right. I've been struggling with this too. I also want to thank Director Zhuang for giving me the opportunity to break away from my established image and choose a new role. It's nothing, Zhuang Hong'ai waved his hand. Then you two should go back first. I'll talk to the crew later. You need to carefully study the character, especially the early stages of the character's personality. Okay, thank you, Director Zhuang. Xiaohe and Lu Rulan stood up together, said goodbye to Zhuang Hong'ai, and then took a car back to the hotel. On the way, Xiaohe sighed deeply. Lu Rulan tilted her head to look at him. What's wrong? Is this role putting pressure on you? Xiaohe smiled wryly, a little. Especially after receiving Director Zhuang's sharp praise, he was now a little worried about his performance on set. In fact, Xiaohe is a relatively quiet person. Most of the roles he plays are fierce, bad, and cold, which fits his criminal temperament very well. He relies half on his natural acting style and half on the acting skills he has learned. He has already surpassed many young actors. This time, however, he was suddenly thrust into a completely different personality from himself, and he couldn't even compensate for his acting shortcomings with a criminal aura. This instantly made Xiaohe anxious. Could he really do it? Was there no problem? Could he really handle this role? If it were purely based on acting skills, Could he play it well? This is also a challenge. Lu Rulan noticed Xiao He's anxiety and offered words of comfort. Besides, your acting has improved very quickly. Your acting teacher often praises you to me. Since gaining the ability to use self-suggestion, Xiao He usually completely suppressed his criminal aura and focused solely on practicing acting with his acting teacher. But from then on, Xiao He was scolded more and more often. Sometimes, his teacher would spend 2 or 3 days refining a single role's performance. Xiao He didn't feel he had made much progress. The teacher's words to Lu Rulan were mostly rather tactful. Seeing Xiao He still looking preoccupied, Lu Rulan leaned back helplessly. A few days ago, Xiao He's acting coach was telling Lu Rulan that ever since Xiao He learned to tone down his cold and aloof demeanor, his acting skills had skyrocketed. He could master a complex character in just 2 or 3 days. He was practically an acting prodigy whose talent was wasted on studying. The coach also said he'd be stricter with the kid, urging him to hone his fundamentals so he could take on more diverse roles with different personalities. Now it seems he was too strict. This kid has absolutely no confidence in himself. Upon arriving at the hotel, they found a crowd gathered outside. The driver glanced around, then turned to Xiao He and Lu Rulan, asking, "We can't go any further in. Do you want to go around to the back entrance?" It was only a few steps, it wasn't worth the detour. Xiao He readily agreed, "It's alright, we'll get off here." This driver was sent by Zhuang Hong'ai specifically to pick them up and drop them off. Now that their mission was complete, there was no need to trouble him further. "Okay, thank you." The driver smiled. Xiao He put on his mask and hat and followed Lu Rulan out of the car. The car turned and slowly drove away, finally giving the two time to observe the situation at the hotel entrance. The hotel they had chosen was a well-known high-end luxury hotel in Beijing, located next to a commercial district and office buildings. It boasted convenient transportation and a prime location, and was a popular choice for many celebrities. At that moment, a group of people, mostly girls, had gathered near the entrance. They held up support signs and wore headbands in support of celebrities, looking expectantly at the hotel entrance and occasionally whispering to each other. They seemed to be waiting for a celebrity. However, fans often gathered here, so this wasn't unusual. What surprised the two was the presence of a police car parked nearby. Something seemed to have happened inside the hotel. "What's going on?" Xiao He asked, puzzled. Even Lu Rulan was intrigued. "Let's go in and see." As they walked, perhaps because Xiao He's attire resembled that of a boy band idol, the girls on the sloping platform near the entrance erupted in excited screams and shouted at him. Xiao He initially didn't realize they were screaming at him, but Lu Rulan, being more perceptive, reminded him they seemed to have misunderstood something. "Ha! They're calling me." Xiao He glanced to the side, and sure enough, the screams grew louder. Xiao He was embarrassed. "Wait, they can mistake this." Lu Rulan shrugged. "To be fair, with hats and masks on, who isn't a celebrity or idol? They can't be recognized anyway, and a blurry look is still a kind of beauty." "Xiao He, you're right, there's some truth to that." The two didn't dwell on it and walked into the lobby, where they ran into Xiao Chen. Xiao He casually asked, "Xiao Chen, do you know what happened with the police car at the entrance?" Xiao Chen's voice immediately perked up. "I actually know about this." "Eh? Tell me quickly." "A very famous boy band has been staying at this hotel recently. They have a lot of Sasang fans. Just now, one of their idols was taking a shower when a fan spied on him. The person was terrified and immediately called the police." Xiao He, Lu Rulan? Wait a minute. You mean, while he was showering? How can this be let go? Why should it be let go? In the hotel corridor, Liang Cheng's voice rose higher and higher, even the end of her sentence sounding like a sob. "I was spied on, can't I even hold her accountable?" God knows how terrifying it was. He was styling his hair with shampoo, rubbing his body and humming a tune, when suddenly a woman's voice complimented his physique. He was terrified out of his wits. And as everyone knows, the scariest time is when you can't open your eyes because you're styling shampoo. Liang Cheng barely opened his eyes when he saw a long-haired female ghost standing beside him. At that moment, he imagined where he would be buried on his 7th day after death, and he screamed in terror. Because the shampoo got into his eyes and stung so badly he couldn't open them, Liang Cheng could only splash water on his face while screaming. Then the woman hugged him tightly. "Good news, she's alive. Bad news, she's alive. And she's naked." Liang Cheng could only push the woman's face away with one hand and wipe the shampoo off his own face with the other, letting out piercing cries for help, utterly helpless and terrified. However, the hotel's soundproofing was too good, and no one heard Liang Cheng's cries for help. He finally managed to pull his underwear back from the stalker, one hand holding the blisters on his head, the other pushing the stalker away, and escaped into the corridor before finally being rescued. After successfully washing the blisters off his head, Liang Cheng, whether for my pain or lingering fear, saw his teammates and manager and burst into tears, a grown man of 1.8 meters, sobbing uncontrollably. To be honest, it was truly terrifying. Fortunately, the other person was only lusting after his body and didn't do anything more extreme or dangerous. If it had been someone more extreme or dangerous, Liang Cheng might have encountered something terrible that night. When his manager arrived and learned what had happened, he advised Liang Cheng not to pursue the matter. After all, this stalker was ostensibly one of his biggest fans and a dedicated fan site administrator, one of his most important fans. Holding her accountable could potentially affect his future career. In short, the manager wanted to settle things peacefully. Liang Cheng couldn't take it anymore and started arguing with her manager right there in the hallway. Xiao He, who was passing by, watched the drama unfold and then whispered to Lu Rulan, "Sister Lu, if you were in this situation, how would you handle it?" Lu Rulan crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow slightly. "What? Testing me?" Xiao He, just curious. Lu Rulan thought for a moment, then replied, "Of course I'd insist on pursuing the responsibility. Besides, this hotel is known for its excellent privacy. Many celebrities choose to stay here because privacy and security are major reasons. How did she get in? Is she a guest here, or did she get in through some other channel? And to be able to sneak into a hotel room and hide in a celebrity's room means she at least has this room key. So where did the key come from? Who gave it to her? Who has the authority to use such a high-end key to open the door? If it were me, I would not only hold the child responsible, but also the adults responsible. Everyone was on their own, no one could escape." To be frank, the other party's agents simply didn't want to hold the stalker accountable, nor did they dare to hold the hotel accountable, so in the end, they could only appease Liang Cheng. "Sister Lu, aren't you afraid of offending people?" Lu Rulan glanced at Xiao He sideways. "They're not afraid of offending me, so why would I be afraid of offending them? Besides, we can always complain." Lu Rulan coughed lightly. "It seems Director Zhuang has shares here. We're all in the same boat now, so it wouldn't hurt for him to lend a hand, right?" Xiao He, 6. Climbing the ladder by being shameless, building connections that's typical of you, Sister Lu. The two talked as they returned to Xiao He's room. "I've already had Xiao Chen download the original manga of you on the tablet. Take a good look at it these next couple of days, study it carefully. We'll wait for Director Zhuang to give me the detailed time and location, then we'll go meet you." "Yes, Director, immediately." "Okay." But just as Xiao He finished speaking, he suddenly frowned. "Strange. Lu Rulan, what's wrong?" Xiao He scanned the room, finding nothing unusual, then joked, "Maybe it's the idol next door that's making me too sensitive. I have a feeling there's someone else in the room." Lu Rulan also looked around the room. The hotel suite they booked was a one-bedroom apartment with a living room featuring floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic city views. Because they were busy with today's audition, they had barely rested after arriving in the early morning before heading off to meet Director Zhuang. So, in general, they hadn't spent much time in this room. Xiao He's sudden comment made Lu Rulan feel uneasy. "Really?" she said, rubbing her arms. However, since she had raised a suspicion, the best approach was to dispel it on the spot. Since the police officers in the hallway were still there, Lu Rulan acted decisively, going out to call for help. "Officers, something seems off here too, could you come and take a look?" The instant Lu Rulan went out to call for help, Xiao He saw a figure suddenly dart out from under the counter beside him. Because Lu Rulan was blocking the doorway, the person who rushed out shoved her hard to make it easier to escape. "Sister Lu, watch out." Xiao He didn't have time to pull her away, he could only warn Lu Rulan. Lu Rulan instinctively turned to move aside, but was a step too slow, and was shoved hard, falling backward and landing on her backside. The next moment, Xiao He chased after her, and the officers in the hallway reacted as well, giving chase as well. "Don't move, don't move." They stopped another girl who appeared to be an illegitimate child. Xiao He glanced at the girl over there, his expression serious, then turned to Lu Rulan and asked, "Sister Lu, are you alright?" Lu Rulan, who had tripped and fallen in public, was a mess of colors. She gritted her teeth, grabbed Xiao He's outstretched hand, and used the momentum to get to her feet. Despite the pain, to preserve her dignity, Lu Rulan forced herself not to rub her numb backside on the spot, but instead strode towards the stalker. Xiao He, staring at the chilling aura emanating from the woman, subconsciously swallowed. Sister Lu was angry, and the consequences would be severe. "How did you get in? Who gave you the room key?" Lu Rulan looked at the two girls in front of her with an unprecedentedly serious expression. One of the girls pouted and muttered, "It's not like we're stalking your artist, what's the rush?" Lu Rulan's gaze immediately fell on that girl. Xiao He, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't his illegitimate child. Otherwise, the thought of being hugged and refusing to let go while showering would probably drive Xiao He crazy. "Who were you originally here to stalk?" Lu Rulan asked. The girl immediately lowered her head and fell silent. Pretending to be deaf and dumb now?" Lu Rulan sneered and immediately called the manager over to inquire. It turns out these two Sasang fans were both fans of the boy band ECL, one was a fan of Liang Cheng, and the other of Su Yanzhou. The ECL boy band was coming to Beijing for an event, and they had obtained this information beforehand, planning to follow them to see their idols. Coincidentally, one of the fans' uncles worked in the hotel as a high-ranking manager, so this Sasang fan managed to secretly obtain the group's check-in information and even took her uncle's multi-purpose card, intending to sneak in with her friends and wait for them to arrive. However, to their surprise, while Liang Cheng was indeed staying in the designated room, Su Yanzhou had changed rooms for some reason, and those rooms were given to Xiao He and her group who booked later. The two Sasang fans were unaware of this. During the day, while the boy band was out for their event, they quietly sneaked into the two rooms and began their stakeout. One of them successfully staked out the room, but Xiao He's group was immediately discovered, and it wasn't even her idol. Compared to the girl who already looked satisfied, the one who hadn't managed to snag anyone was clearly resentful, glaring fiercely at Xiao He as if he were looking at an enemy. Xiao He was speechless. Meanwhile, Su Yanzhou, standing nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. The boy group's manager, Liao Ronghui, also became more serious. In the boy group, Liang Cheng might just be a relatively minor, obscure idol, but Su Yanzhou was their group's biggest star, the most popular idol with the largest fan base. If this matter involved Su Yanzhou, then the way this would be handled would have to be different. Immediately, Liao Ronghui spoke up, "This matter can't be left like this. The hotel had better give us a reasonable explanation." Lu Rulan glanced at him sideways. "Oh, so you know how to hold people accountable now?" Liao Ronghui met Lu Rulan's mocking gaze, forcing a smile. "It's mainly because Sister Lu is here, it gives me a lot of confidence." ECL boy bands weren't very famous in China, and someone like Liao Ronghui was only considered a second or third-rate manager in the industry, far behind a top manager like Lu Rulan. Therefore, Liao Ronghui didn't dare to be too arrogant in front of Lu Rulan. Lu Rulan snorted coldly, "You're good at following along and shouting." He didn't dare before, but now he's jumping up and down. In short, incompetent. Meanwhile, with Sister Lu leading the charge, Xiao He stood behind with his arms crossed, enjoying himself. Just then, the idol named Liang Cheng approached. "Are you all right?" Xiao He asked, puzzled. "Huh. I'm fine. How did you find her? Any tips? Teach me." Liang Cheng sniffed and asked softly. Xiao He didn't like that voice. "I have some tissues, blow your nose first." Although they were both involved, seeing the other's eyes red from the stinging water and thinking about his miserable experience, Xiao He felt a little like laughing. Damn it, he held it in. Xiao He handed Liang Cheng a pack of tissues, and the other unceremoniously blew his nose loudly. Xiao He, it's hard to judge. This guy seems more suited to be a comedian, he seems to have a knack for comedy. Can I call you Brother Xiao? Liang Cheng finally finished blowing his nose and asked Xiao He. Xiao He, who was often called Brother Xiao since entering the industry due to his demeanor, was used to it. "Sure. How did you do that? I want to develop that skill too." Liang Cheng's face was full of seriousness. Xiao He pondered, it's just a feeling." Liang Cheng? A feeling that's hard to describe. Xiao He patted Liang Cheng's shoulder and said earnestly, "This requires a lot of talent, brother, you should think of another way." Liang Cheng, got it. Exclusive secret, not to be shared. Never mind if it doesn't work out, actually I have something else. Liang Cheng took out a notebook and a pen and carefully handed them to Xiao He. My whole family really likes you, can we get an autograph?" Xiao He. He usually asked for autographs from colleagues, this was the first time a colleague had asked for his autograph. Xiao He accepted the gift, flattered. Your whole family likes me?" Yes, especially the currently popular drama, they all love watching it." Liang Cheng nodded frantically. "Brother Xiao, you acted super well. They all like you." Xiao He, I see, wait. Xiao He thought of the currently airing drama, Shining Stars, and his eye twitched. "Your family's affection, it's not the kind of affection where they want to beat me up the moment they see me, is it? Brother Xiao?" Just then, Xiao Chen returned from buying dinner. Seeing Lu Rulan arguing with several stalker students and their parents, she walked over with a puzzled look. "What happened? Why is Sister Lu arguing with them?" Xiao He coughed lightly, picking up where Xiao Chen left off, and stood up to walk over to her. "There was a stalker in my room just now who pushed Sister Lu and made her fall. She's furious right now." Xiao Chen was immediately surprised. "My goodness, is Sister Lu all right?" "Sister Lu is fine," Xiao He shrugged. "It's just those stalker students who are going to be in trouble." As he spoke, he took the dinner from Xiao Chen, nodded to Liang Cheng, and turned to lead Xiao Chen back to his room. Just as Xiao He was about to eat, Lu Rulan returned triumphantly. Xiao He had already asked Xiao Chen to prepare water, and Lu Rulan immediately picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Phew! Lu Rulan finally let out a long breath. "How did it go?" Xiao He asked. Lu Rulan snorted coldly. "Naturally, they paid the price they deserved. Those two illegitimate children seemed to have some kind of magical resistance. It didn't matter if they couldn't take responsibility, their parents wouldn't escape the consequences anyway. And if their parents were having a hard time, How could they possibly have an easy time? Lu Rulan hadn't been wasting her years of experience. A few phone calls were all it took to resolve the situation, especially the uncle of one of the illegitimate children, who lost his job on the spot. You see, the hotel prioritizes privacy and security above all else, especially since this hotel regularly hosts celebrities and internet personalities. If a problem arose, the hotel's reputation and word of mouth would be severely damaged. So this unfortunate uncle was destined to become a sacrificial lamb to be discarded. Besides, a senior manager is, frankly, just a high-level employee. They have no real power to influence the thoughts of those above them. Being fired was just a matter of a single word from above. Meanwhile, he will also face lawsuits and accountability from the hotel. Losing his job is just the first step. More trouble awaits him. And one can imagine how angry this uncle, so thoroughly betrayed by his niece, will be. The internal family conflict quickly escalated. Before leaving, Lu Rulan also took the opportunity to observe a heartwarming family educational session. The girls, single-mindedly pursuing love, were slapped several times without hesitation by their parents, crying and begging for forgiveness, while the parents' resentment and shouts nearly lifted the roof off. But Lu Rulan had long since lost interest and simply turned and left. This little episode wasn't worth her continued energy. Getting back to dinner was more important. Xiao He gave a thumbs up. Amazing, Sister Lu. Eat your food. Okay. Xiao He continued eating. Lu Rulan then called Xiao Chen over and instructed him to check Xiao He's room every day before they returned. This check would also be done when they returned to the villa in Shanghai. Don't underestimate today's stalker fans, they're a terrifying group. Although they haven't encountered such a horrifying existence yet, prevention is always better than cure. After finishing dinner and cleaning up, Xiao He continued reading Yuya on his tablet. Yuya's female protagonist is named Yin Lan, and she and her younger brother Yin Qi are siblings. During their time as medicine people, they were the youngest among all the medicine people. After escaping the control of the sorcerer, they lived with the other medicine people, hiding their tracks. Once they grew up, they said goodbye to the few medicine people they knew and went out to explore the world, spending many years together. However, everything comes to an end. Yin Qi loves to travel, establishing his own power and territory in different places, enjoying the pleasures that power and money bring. Sometimes, he even maliciously instigates wars, then stands at a pivotal historical juncture, gloating as he watches certain nations perish because of his influence, and new civilizations rise from the ruins. From this, we can see that Yin Qi is somewhat pathological. He craves thrills, retains a childlike nature, and acts entirely on whim, easily bored and fickle, with a short attention span. In contrast, the female protagonist, Yin Lan, cherishes a stable and peaceful life. Rather than embarking on a grand adventure, she prefers to quietly stay in a corner, enjoying the simple pleasures of daily life. Therefore, based on their personalities, the two are destined to part ways at some point. Sure enough, after one adventure, Yin Lan proposes ending her journey. She says she wants to return to where she came from, settle down quietly, and not go anywhere else. In the scene, Yin Qi, who appears to be middle-aged, hangs his head, silent. Most of his face is hidden in shadow, only his one eye revealing a look of reluctance and pain at the prospect of abandonment. So, you're abandoning me too? Yin Lan clutches her forehead, explaining with a headache, I'm just tired, I want to rest. Then I'll go back with you. Once you've rested, we can continue our journey, okay? I don't want to go anymore. Yin Lan, unusually, reveals a hint of annoyance. Annoyed with her current life, annoyed with her long life. If I could, I'd like to be alone in a corner until my death comes. No! Yin Qi interrupted her, gripping her hand tightly. The other half of his face finally emerged from the shadows, his eyes filled with obsession and madness. You can't leave me alone, not even in death. Didn't you promise to be with me forever and ever? We're not children anymore. We should have our own lives, Qi. Yin Lan helplessly comforted her brother, who seemed to never grow up. I'll be right there. If you want to see me, you can come back anytime. I'll always wait for you to come home. Yin Qi stared at Yin Lan, silent for a long time. Finally, he took a step back, completely hiding his face in the shadows, only asking in a hoarse, low voice, waiting forever, do I mean forever? Forever. Yin Lan answered firmly, I'll always wait for you to come back, and you'll always be my only brother, Yin Yan's only brother. Yin Qi then looked up, his face beaming with an affectionate and warm smile. Okay, I remember, sister. Since you said forever. Then it really will be forever. Death cannot stop us. This episode ends with a scene of a little girl pulling a little boy as they run away, behind them raging flames and the figures of other drug-using people fleeing in panic. From then on, Yin Qi and Yin Lan went their separate ways, each starting their own new lives. Yin Lan didn't know where Yin Qi went, only that she would receive a housewarming gift from him every time she moved. Later, with the advancement of technology and the convenience of sending messages, after everyone got a mobile phone, Yin Lan would receive holiday greetings from Yin Qi using different phone numbers. So, it could be said that hundreds of years ago, they were the closest of relatives. But centuries later, Yin Qi knew everything about Yin Lan, while Yin Lan knew nothing about Yin Qi, having no idea where he went or what he was doing. Therefore, she naturally didn't know that the story of Yu Ya was, from the very beginning, a game Yin Qi gave to his sister. For his sister's promise of eternity, he also began to obsessively crave immortality, even frantically trying to make money. He then poured his resources into scientific research, following in the footsteps of those perverse alchemists of yesteryear, conducting research on himself and even his other drug-human companions. As a new era dawned and more technologies were unlocked, finally, a researcher discovered the secret to the drug-human's immortality. In fact, the so-called meteorite found by the alchemists was indeed a genuine extraterrestrial artifact. This meteorite possessed strong radiation. Prolonged exposure to it caused mutations in a person's physical functions. Some gained heightened senses, others superhuman strength, and still others incredible agility and endurance. Some possessed all of these abilities, becoming well-rounded, advanced medicine humans. Only two such individuals existed, the siblings Yin Lan and Yin Qi, the final experimental subjects. The reason for their extraordinary abilities was simple: the meteorite fragments on their bodies were the largest of all the medicine humans, making them the most severely affected by the radiation. As a result, while the other medicine humans gradually lost their powers due to the meteorite's energy decay, reverting to normal human forms, or even dying of natural causes, the protagonist, Yin Lan, although in her aged form, could still use certain abilities to protect herself, killing all the assassins who came to capture them. This was all thanks to the meteorite. Meanwhile, Yin Qi discovered that by collecting more meteorite fragments, their bodies could undergo a reversal, achieving a rejuvenation effect. Simply put, they were all parasites of the meteorite. The meteorite fragments were their reason for survival. Once the meteorite left their bodies, they would immediately age and die. However, if more meteorite fragments entered their bodies, they would not only have longer lifespans but also gain stronger supernatural abilities. At that time, flying and diving might truly be a simple matter. Unfortunately, everyone fled in too much haste, and the meteorite was nowhere to be found. Yin Qi searched secretly for many years without success, so his attention turned to the other medicinal subjects. Many of them had taken pills made from meteorite fragments for drug testing. Since there were no grinding machines back then, these pills were more like stone residue than medicine. These fragments, once inside the human body, could not be eliminated naturally. Therefore, as long as he captures these drug-using people, locates the fragments using his instruments, and then extracts the meteorite fragments from them, he can regain immortality and superpowers. This cycle can continue until he finds the complete meteorite, at which point he will truly possess immortality. However, the drug-using people of that time are now scattered in various places and corners. Although they maintain occasional contact, the passage of time and changing landscapes have led to many being lost to history, their fate unknown. Even with the connections and background Yin Qi has built over the years, he cannot find them all, especially in Dragon Kingdom. To avoid Yin Lan and prevent her from discovering his actions, Yin Qi deliberately avoided developing his power there. But in reality, Dragon Kingdom has the largest number of drug-using people. Many still love and yearn for this land, so over the long course of time, most remain in Dragon Kingdom, living their lives either openly or discreetly. Thanks to the technological advancements of this era, Yin Qi can easily follow one person's trail and capture a whole group of people. However, if he wanted to quickly lure these people out and gather them together, the best way was to first find a reason to make them panic. Thus, an evil immortality organization emerged. Yin Qi, as the only one who escaped back, brought this news and successfully integrated into the circle of drug users that Yin Lan knew, as a survivor. He then joined Yin Lan in searching for and protecting other drug users, fighting together against the immortality organization. Of course, these plot points were only revealed later in the manga. In the early storyline, many readers perceived Yin Qi as a younger brother who was very dependent on his older sister, extremely warm to everyone, and always had a smile on his face. Although they were much older than the reader's ancestors, thanks to the manga author, Zhao Dai, the main characters' appearances after regaining their youth through the meteorite were all drawn exceptionally well. Yin Qi's appearance had a youthful, academic feel, so many readers in the early stages, along with the female lead, called him younger brother and regarded him as a reliable family member. Unexpectedly, this cunning scoundrel had planted such a huge foreshadowing. He killed most of the main characters. Even more accurately, he killed many people from the Eternal Life Organization. Yin Qi is a heartless bastard. The structure of the entire comic is actually quite simple, consisting of episodic stories about different members of the main characters. Each volume focuses on a different character, from their past to their current experiences, and then what happens after Yin Lan approaches them, depicting their choices of life and death and their ultimate fate. Some had already achieved great success, standing in the spotlight and enjoying unprecedented achievements. The appearance of the Eternal Life Organization only fueled their greed. Having already experienced the glitz and glamour of the world, they also yearned for immortality. Therefore, they decisively betrayed Yin Lan and the others, choosing to stand with the Eternal Life Organization, but were ultimately executed by Yin Qi in secret, who also stole the meteorite fragment. Some, though wielding wealth and power, had lost all will to live. With the successive deaths of acquaintances, friends, and even lovers at different stages of their lives, they had completely lost the will to live. They lived each day in a daze, without goals or expectations of survival. They longed for death more than immortality. Ultimately, Yin Lan and the others failed to save him. While covering everyone's retreat, he voluntarily offered the meteorite fragments within his body to Yin Lan, then perished together with the enemy. Others lived in seclusion in the mountains for years, their lives unknown, untouched even by war. Yet, the Longevity Organization discovered their activities and tracked them down. Fortunately, Yin Lan and the others arrived in time, preventing a tragedy. As one character after another appears, Yin Lan and her companions witness the different experiences of many people and encounter their insights. The story is filled with passion and tears, as well as reflections on humanity's pursuit of immortality and eternity, and even derivative topics such as how one should live this life. Many people have different opinions after reading this comic, which has led to its high level of discussion and a wide readership. Even though it's told primarily from the female protagonist Yin Yan's perspective, Yu Ya portrays popular characters of different genders and personalities, ensuring that both male and female readers will find one or two favorites. Xiao He was also deeply captivated by the storyline, staying up all night to read the latest chapter of the manga Yu Ya. When he saw the large updating sign, Xiao He felt a surge of emotion welling up inside him. He incredulously refreshed the page repeatedly, even exiting and reopening the official website to check in case Xiao Chen hadn't finished downloading all the content, but the same updating sign still appeared before his eyes. Xiao He, it's a serialized manga. Damn it. Author, update already. The next morning, Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen brought breakfast to wake Xiao He. Upon seeing Xiao He's large dark circles and listless, lifeless gaze, Lu Rulan was immediately startled. What's wrong? Xiao He slumped wearily on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, his voice weak. I feel so awful right now. My whole body is itchy, like ants are crawling on my chest. Ah. Lu Rulan quickly touched Xiao He's forehead. He doesn't have a fever. That's strange. Xiao Chen, let's get a taxi and go to the hospital. Xiao Chen immediately pulled out her phone. Okay, sis. Cough cough, no need for that. Xiao He immediately sat up from the sofa, coughing lightly as if to sound serious. I feel a little better. Lu Rulan, with an I knew it expression, casually sat down on the sofa next to him and crossed her legs. So what's wrong? What's this brat up to now? Xiao He clutched his chest, heartbroken. Why isn't Yu Ya finished yet? Why are they rushing to adapt it into a TV series if it's not finished? Why isn't the author updating? My heart aches so much, and not only my heart aches, but my stomach is starting to hurt too. You're hungry, Lu Rulan said bluntly, gesturing for Xiao Chen to set out breakfast first. Hey, eat breakfast first. Okay. Xiao He, seeing that things were going well, started preparing breakfast. By the way, I should tell you, you were trending again last night. Even if you weren't at the top, you still made it onto the trending topics list, and there was some discussion. You probably didn't know that, did you? Xiao He exclaimed and stuffed a small steamed bun from Beijing into his mouth. Why? Yesterday, you dyed your hair white on the spot while filming, and when you got back to the hotel, fans mistook you for someone's idol. After the photos came out, a lot of people were asking about you, Lu Rulan said. Then they thought you were a new resource member that ECL Boy Group was trying to squeeze in, so they went to ECL Boy Group's official account and started making a scene. Xiao He, these people are really energetic. They're so leisurely every day, don't they have anything to do? So what's the situation now? Xiao He asked again. Since Lu Rulan was only telling him about last night's events now, Xiao He believed that Lu Rulan had already handled the matter for him. Sure enough, Lu Rulan continued, Liao Ronghui contacted me last night. I happened to have a few photos on my phone, so after confirming that director Zhuang had no problems, our studio took the opportunity to release a new image of your look. Although there hasn't been an official announcement of him joining director Zhuang's new film, this small wave of buzz has been successfully capitalized on. Many fans, after learning it was for acting, have been discussing it extensively in the comments section, eagerly anticipating Xiao He's new drama. Of course, another reason is the popularity brought by the broadcast of Shining Stars. Originally, I came here to criticize Meng Zation, but after clicking in, who is this handsome guy? Meng Zation, it's me, birdsong and fragrant flowers, birdsong and fragrant flowers, birdsong and fragrant flowers. Ha! Who are you? Sorry, wrong person. Something's not right, how come it's still you after all this time? Replying to the comment above, no wrong person, this really is Xiao He. Dude, when did you switch to being an idol? You're so handsome. If you keep killing people like this, I'll find it hard to accept. No, what are you doing? You've forgotten your roots. have you forgotten that plaid shirt and jeans you wore that year? Xiao He, you've changed. I declare you a disgrace to us programmers from this day forward. What new drama is this, Xiao Ge? When will it air? Mengzation is so wicked, I want to watch something else to calm down. To be honest, Xiao Ge really does look handsome now. Is this what they mean by being famous? Hee, with this idol makeup, who wouldn't look good? I think Xiao He is just so-so. If he can't get leading roles, he'll just rely on his looks to attract fans. Oh no, it's really getting to the point where Xiao Ge is becoming popular. Even the haters' tactics are getting ridiculously stupid. I guess this is a successful case of cultivating a new generation of haters. A certain fan group is so easily fooled. Their acting in Shining Stars was completely crushed. We didn't even dare laugh at you, but you guys are already mocking them. 666. Looks like I'll have to help promote your videos again. You're welcome. Xiao He ate while reading these comments, finding these netizens hilarious. After a few bites, Lu Rulan nudged the soy milk with a straw next to her. Don't just eat, drink this too. Okay, thanks. Xiao He, caught off guard, picked it up and took a sip. Puffed. He spat out everything in his mouth. Ugh. He didn't care about the soy milk he just spat out. The nauseating smell, like decades-old foot-washing water mixed with the old man's calloused feet and the stench of fermentation, practically ripped open Xiao He's skull. Then, he swirled the prepared swill around in Xiao He's mouth and punched his tongue hard. Water, water. Xiao He struggled to pull out the water glass beside him, while Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiao He didn't even have the strength to curse. He first gulped down several mouthfuls of water to get rid of the taste in his mouth, then stuffed a small steamed bun into his throat to suppress the nausea. Finally, with trembling hands, he pointed at the two culprits. You guys. Lu Rulan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiling happily. Surprise. Didn't you say you'd never been to Beijing before and wanted to try some of the city's specialties? Well, I had Xiao Chen go and buy some for you early this morning. I even had him go to the old alley to buy it. It's absolutely authentic, absolutely original fermented bean juice. How about it? Isn't it amazing? Xiao He gritted his teeth. You bunch of bastards. He was truly speechless. Xiao Chen laughed uncontrollably, not forgetting to boast, Brother Xiao, I even did some research. This place is the most authentic. Sure enough, people never tire of doing bad things. Xiao He, hey, you've gone against the grain, and you still have the nerve to be so smug? Come here, come here. Then, Xiao He grabbed Xiao Chen, who was about to escape, and forced him to sit on the sofa, smiling kindly. My dear Xiao Chen, since you went to so much trouble to buy this soy milk, such a hard-earned item, you should definitely try a few sips, right? Otherwise, it's such a waste. Xiao Chen's face immediately changed. I don't need it. He looked at Lu Rulan beside him. Sister Lu, save me. Lu Rulan innocently shrugged. Don't worry, she'll get some after you finish. Xiao He coldly poured the soy milk into paper cups next to him, then forcefully shoved them into Xiao Chen's hands. Drink. Xiao Chen trembled, looking at Lu Rulan, trying to rally support, but unexpectedly, Lu Rulan calmly picked up a cup, leisurely blew on it, and then took a sip without changing her expression. Xiao Chen, Xiao He, it's nothing special. Lu Rulan shrugged, looking at the two of them with disdain. You can't even drink this. Xiao He, as expected, Sister Lu is the strongest, no argument allowed. Finally, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, the remaining soy milk was completely shared among the three of them. Luckily, Xiao Chen only bought one cup, otherwise Xiao He would have really wanted to call an ambulance today. And perhaps his taste buds had been numbed. Xiao He even tasted a slight sweetness at the end. Anyway, he didn't want to experience it a second time. After finishing his drink, Lu Rulan got down to business. Director Zhuang contacted me earlier. We can contact Director Yan anytime these days. Surname Yan? That's a rare surname. Xiao He ran through his mind but couldn't recall who the person was. Yan Xiaohan, it's normal that you don't know him, because I don't know him either. Oh, Xiao He looked at Lu Rulan in shock. Wait, is that right? Sister Lu is someone who can even dig up Lin Yaipen's identity, knows so many secrets of the entertainment industry. Calling her an entity know-it-all wouldn't be an exaggeration, and now there's someone she doesn't even know? Lu Rulan shrugged. Don't be so surprised. The entertainment industry changes so fast these days, new people keep popping up, I can't know everyone. Anyway, they value Zhuang Hong'ai as the producer, and besides, Zhuang Hong'ai invested a large sum of money himself, so Lu Rulan trusted he wouldn't let them lose money. As for Yan Xiaohan, I've already asked around in the industry, Lu Rulan continued. Don't worry, even if his directing skills aren't great, with Zhuang Hong'ai backing the project, it won't be bad. Just then, Lu Rulan's phone rang. It must be a result regarding the matter Lu Rulan had asked for. Sure enough, Lu Rulan answered the phone, her expression turning somewhat surprised. It's him. I really didn't expect that, mainly because the name is unfamiliar. Okay, I understand, thanks. Alright, I'll treat you to dinner later. After Lu Rulan hung up, Xiaohe looked at her expectantly. Is it someone surprising? Lu Rulan put away her phone, her expression somewhat complicated. You know this person? Xiaohe, I know him too? He began to think carefully. I haven't met anyone recently. Could it be another big shot like Lin Yaipan, discreetly lurking by my side? Lu Rulan chuckled. That's unlikely. I'll just say it directly, this Yin Xiaohan is actually the author of the comic Jiao Dai. What? Xiaohe immediately raised his voice. Doesn't that old geezer know we're all waiting for his update? Instead of staying in his little dark room and updating his comics, why is he here making comic adaptations? If he's bored out of his mind, he should just go draw a few lines. Please don't stop, I'm about to die of frustration. Lu Rulan was startled by Xiaohe's suddenly raised voice, then playfully tapped him on the head. Calm down, don't be so exaggerated when you see him. Xiaohe instantly regained his composure. So, does that mean I can urge him to update on the spot? And even know the next plot point immediately? That's great, that would be awesome. Immersed in the joy of urging for updates. Lu Rulan. Speaking of which, a comic book author going on to direct their own work is probably a first in the industry, right? Xiaohe recalled carefully. I know original authors who become screenwriters, but directing directly, that's rare. After all, directing sometimes involves more than just telling a story clearly. Managing the entire production, guiding the acting of different actors, and even understanding the plot, all of these require a director's abilities. Because this guy seems to have originally graduated with a directing degree, Lu Rulan said, revealing what she knew. If you look closely at Jiao, you'll find that his storyboards and plot transitions are incredibly smooth. Even the intense fight scenes are clear and the movements are fluid and complete. This is related to his directing background. It's said that Jiao was originally used by him to practice storyboarding, but it unexpectedly became a viral sensation online. So he simply continued drawing and studying during university, only graduating this year. Graduated this year, then he's in the same year as me? Xiaohe was shocked. Yeah, that's right, Lu Rulan sighed. These newcomers these days are really something. One computer science major switched to acting, another directing major switched to comic book artist. It's true that when all industries are struggling, only those who switch fields can create miracles. Xiaohe, Sister Liu's words, cough cough, strangely make some sense. Lu Rulan checked the time and finally said, the production team is probably still in the preparation stage. Filming won't officially start until December. We'll meet Director Yan tomorrow to confirm your role, then go back and take the exams for the certificates you want. The rest of November will be mostly free except for occasionally cooperating with the publicity for Kangxing Shanyao, right? There are quite a few events at the end of the year. If you're interested, I can arrange some for you. An event? What kind of event? Xiaohe asked curiously. Mainly an annual award ceremony or something like that, Lu Rulan explained. It's a promotional event where platforms summarize the past year's data and achievements, and then reward and recognize the relevant artists. Of course, netizens jokingly call this part the pork distribution segment, meaning everyone who attends will definitely receive an award. There are such events? Xiaohe, who had previously paid no attention to the entertainment industry, felt like he had learned something new. Mainly because You're the Thief Catcher this year is a huge hit on Tencent Video. If you go, you'll definitely get some prominent screen time, Lu Rulan reminded him. And there's also last year's Heart of Burning, although you didn't have a major role, you were the one who helped make it happen. Xiaohe, I see, but it doesn't seem very interesting. Everyone knows what's going on with this award, it has no real value, it's purely for show. Everyone knows the truth but has to pretend to be surprised and grateful. Xiaohe found it quite pointless. Besides, just because they give you something doesn't mean you have it. True strength is shown in one's work, not in awards. When one possesses sufficient ability and strength, great scholars will naturally offer their arguments. Then I won't go. Clearly, Lu Rulan didn't take it seriously, simply deleting it from her phone's notes. I've already finalized your schedule. You'll just have to put in the extra effort, things might get even busier next year. Xiaohe, however, was already mentally prepared. The busier I am, the more popular I am. That's good, I can handle it. Let the storm rage on. The next day, Lu Rulan took Xiaohe to meet Director Yan. The location was a traditional-style film and television base on the outskirts of Beijing. Everywhere were antique buildings and pavilions, and even most of the people walking on the streets were dressed in simple ancient costumes. Tricycles loaded with equipment and props occasionally weaved through the crowd. Walking among the people, Xiaohe and Lu Rulan felt a strange sense of time travel. Because the film crew was still in the pre-production stage, the set was still somewhat abandoned when they arrived. Several prop masters were setting up the props. A young man in a plaid shirt with rolled-up sleeves stood on a platform, holding a megaphone and directing, a little to the left, yes, a little to the right, no, to the left. Xiao He and Lu Rulan didn't interrupt, waiting for the young man to direct the prop masters. Finally, the props were placed in the right positions, and everyone on set breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao He, exhausted from watching, quickly approached Lu Rulan after the event ended, saying, "Hello, Director Yan, we were recommended by Director Zhuang." Yan Shehan looked at the two, then coughed lightly, ruffled his hair, and jumped off the platform in what he thought was an extremely cool manner, landing in front of them with one leg spread and the other straight. His voice, tinged with feigned maturity and magnetism, casually said, "Oh, it's you two. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Teacher Zhuang already told me beforehand that you're very welcome to my film set." Xiao He, where did this delusional teenager come from? Lu Rulan, is this guy reliable for television? As a professional, Xiao He maintained his smile, while Lu Rulan quickly picked up the conversation. Before coming, I heard that Director Yan was young and promising, with exceptional abilities. Now that I see him, he truly is an outstanding talent in every aspect. He's amazing. Xiao He chimed in, yes, I really love Director Yan's work, I wonder when Director Yan will update the comic. As your reader, I'm quite anxious. Yan Shehan was initially in a good mood after hearing Lu Rulan's praise, but when Xiao He urged him to update, his face fell. He coughed lightly, feigning indifference. Ahem, that's not urgent. Oh no, another one urging for updates. Seeing this, Lu Rulan quickly spoke up for Yan Shehan. Director Yan is busy with filming, so it's normal for updates to be a little slow. At the same time, she raised her elbow and subtly nudged Xiao He. Xiao He, okay, I won't say anything. Fortunately, Yan Shehan didn't take it to heart. He still retained the innocent air of a college student, remembering bad things quickly but forgetting them just as fast. After Lu Rulan changed the subject, he immediately began to talk incessantly about his own experiences. Xiao He, so lively, so eager to share. Doesn't this guy get tired at all? Compared to Xiao He's secretly suppressed urge to complain, Lu Rulan was much more proactive. While being a good listener, she subtly steered Yan Shehan's conversation towards the filming of Yuya. Yan Shehan rambled on, utterly excited, before finally turning to Xiao He, observing his appearance. Looks are perfect, but as for the aura. Xiao He subtly clenched his fist. Before leaving, he'd specifically practiced in front of the mirror, mentally preparing himself to look youthful and sunny. He wondered if it would work. The aura suits you well too. Yan Shehan nodded in satisfaction, then stroked his chin. It's just that looking at you, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Xiao He prompted, my recent works are Shenju and the Thief Catcher and Mengzation in Shining Stars. Yan Shehan remembered, his gaze towards Xiao He instantly turning to shock. Oh right, so it was you who played Shenju. Awesome, buddy. I thought you were a really fierce person in real life, but now you seem quite approachable and normal. I almost didn't recognize you. Xiao He, yes, it's me. Take that as a compliment. Then I don't need to worry at all. Yin Qi has a lot of action scenes. When filming starts, we'll all be counting on you. Yan Shehan immediately patted Xiao He on the shoulder, acting like they were best buddies. Can I get an autograph later? Oh no, I mean, a photo together would be great. I can post it on my WeChat moments. Xiao He, okay. This audition meeting, which was originally expected to be quite serious, ended very hastily. He had thought they would at least go through the normal audition process and act out a few scenes, but unexpectedly, Yan Shehan was very easygoing. He didn't even go through the formalities and directly told Xiao He and Lu Rulan to prepare to sign the contract. After everything was settled, Yan Shehan enthusiastically invited Xiao He and Lu Rulan to have lunch in the next district. I've been looking forward to that popular restaurant next door for a long time. If you're interested, you can go check it out together. You can pet cats while eating steak. It's super fun. Xiao He, if that's really the case, the restaurant will probably be covered in cat hair, right? Xiao He suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. He quite liked cats and dogs, but being a bit of a germaphobe, he decided not to force himself to participate. Xiao He, sorry, Director Yan, we're not available at noon today. Lu Rulan also politely declined. Thank you for the invitation, Director Yan, but we'll pass today. Xiao He's flight is this afternoon, and we need to prepare to return to Shanghai. Oh, I see. Yan Shehan was a little disappointed, but quickly recovered and promised, then next time. There are quite a few interesting restaurants and photo spots in Shanghai. I'll go check them out when I have the chance. Okay, Sister Lu and I welcome Director Yan anytime. After leaving the film set, Xiao He finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He never expected Director Yan to be like this. To be honest, he was really unreliable, more unreliable than any director Xiao He had met before. Sister Lu, is this guy any good? Xiao He expressed his concerns. In recent years, 9 out of 10 manga adaptations have failed miserably, with almost none succeeding. If Sumi is not well made, not only will no one else be able to help, but even the manga author himself will not be able to do anything about it, and netizens will have to criticize it. Xiao He had initially been quite enthusiastic, but now, seeing the director, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Rulan, however, wasn't as worried as Xiao He. Don't worry, director Zhuang is the producer of this drama. Even if Yin Xiaohan isn't very capable, director Zhuang's guarantee means it won't be too bad. However, Lu Rulan had said this several times already. It was unclear whether she was comforting Xiao He or convincing herself. Xiao He sighed, alright, I guess I can only trust him for now. The character of Yin Qi was truly captivating, and a completely new challenge for him. Giving up now would be something Xiao He was definitely unwilling to do. So what could he do? He could only grit his teeth and continue acting, hoping that Yin Xiaohan wasn't as unreliable as he seemed. After returning to Shanghai from Beijing, Xiao He resumed his busy schedule. The drama Shining Stars was still airing, and the plot was becoming increasingly engaging. The shrewd and cunning Li Shuo, the beautiful and intelligent Xu Ranjiao, the upright and kind Bai Mingchuan, and the ruthless Meng Zetian, even minor supporting characters with limited screen time left a lasting impression. The intense conflicts and constant plot twists kept viewers on the edge of their seats, making them eager to watch the series daily. Unsurprisingly, as a regular on Bilibili, Xiao He's Meng Zetian once again made it onto the top 10 villains list. While liking such villains is not encouraged, it's undeniable that Xiao He portrayed Meng Zetian's evil to the fullest extent, creating a rare and memorable villain that resonated with a broad audience. Unlike his previous roles as Mu Ziyi and Zhu Lao-san, where the former gained fame on Bilibili and the latter in films, these roles ultimately remain confined to a specific niche or social circle. Spy dramas are different. They target not only young people but also middle-aged and elderly audiences, broadening their appeal. The barrier to entry for watching such dramas is virtually zero. They're the kind you can watch simply by turning on the TV. Therefore, Meng Zetian's fame is significantly greater, and Xiao He, who plays him, has only had a brief appearance on the national stage. The last villain with such charisma and widespread recognition was a ruthless boss in a crime drama. After that drama aired, everyone knew the character, even those who hadn't watched it knew the role. This is the different kind of audience reach that television dramas bring. Back in his villa, Xiao He, having just returned from outside, opened his system. Looking at his system panel with over 100,000 points, he began to seriously consider his options. Should I draw a new skill, or upgrade an old one? Sigh, life is always full of beautiful troubles. In the end, Xiao He focused on his old skills. Mainly because he'd been living quite comfortably lately, Xiao He hadn't realized he urgently needed any new skills. Since I can't think of anything right now, I'll just upgrade what I already have. System, do you have any more items for upgrading skills? I want to upgrade my skills. The system immediately redirected to the targeted lottery interface. Targeted lottery, skill upgrade capsule, 10 draws remaining until the guaranteed reward. Sure enough, Xiao He didn't hesitate and immediately raised his hand. Let's try 2 draws first. However, the 2 draws instantly turned into lifespan points, and nothing happened. Having been unlucky in the game for years, Xiao He was used to it, but he still couldn't help grumbling, I really don't believe it. I always get a perfect score in the game, and it's the same in real life? Despite saying he didn't believe in bad luck, Xiao He still went to the bathroom to shower and change, then knelt down in front of the coffee table with utmost piety, sincerely bowing 3 times to the void. God bless me, Buddha bless me, Lady Luck bless me, God of Wealth bless me. Whether it's a Western god or an Eastern god, anyone who blesses him is a good god, and he will be eternally grateful. With anticipation in his heart, Xiao He clicked the button. The 3rd draw, the 4th draw, the 5th draw. Finally, Xiao He looked at the final guaranteed amount after the targeted lottery and his eye twitched. Targeted lottery, skill upgrade capsule, 1 draw remaining until guaranteed amount. No way, system, are you doing this on purpose? Xiao He finally couldn't hold back. I told you to have a targeted guarantee, but you just went ahead and maxed it out? Are you sure you didn't secretly change the stats? Then you might as well just put a price tag on it, 100,000 per skill, I'd be more satisfied buying it. Damn it, is there a complaint button? I want to complain. However, the system popped up a reminder. Attention! This system's lottery is absolutely fair and transparent. Since its creation, this system has always adhered to the principles of fairness, impartiality, and openness, upheld the system assistance rules, and firmly assisted the host in successfully committing crimes, ensuring that every listener responds. Xiao He, wait, what's this? Wait, system, do you guys use official jargon in your world too? What a politically charged answer sheet. Xiao He thought of that question and that score from that year, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Pa! This garbage system, instead of wasting time with these roundabout ways, why not just give me the prize directly? The next moment, the prize finally appeared before Xiao He's eyes. Congratulations on obtaining a skill upgrade capsule, automatically stored. Skill upgrade capsule details: it can help you upgrade one of your current basic criminal skills, provided the skill has upgrade potential. Xiaohe was speechless. See, you wouldn't use it if I didn't say anything, but as soon as I did, it appeared. It's really hard not to suspect it's on purpose. Feeling guilty? Attention! This system's lottery is absolutely free of any fraud. Okay, stop. You don't need to say anything more. Xiaohe directly interrupted the system's disclaimer and official explanation. I'm going to draw another skill upgrade capsule of the same kind, but I only have 5 left. You figure it out yourself. He'd already used up 9 draws. If he continued to be unlucky, he'd fight the system to the death. This time, the system didn't reply, remaining as silent as a chicken. Xiaohe snorted coldly, then pressed the lottery interface. 1 draw, nothing happened. 2 draws, nothing happened. 3 draws. Targeted lottery, skill upgrade capsule. 6 draws remaining to the guaranteed minimum. Xiaohe, damn it, isn't this bullying an honest person? This is really too much. Why did he develop a guaranteed minimum mechanism for the system in the first place? This is screwing him over. Xiaohe couldn't take it anymore. Is the system serious? Brother Xiao. Just then, Xiao Chen walked in from outside, carrying a bunch of things. Sister Lu wants you to come and shoot a funny, abstract video later, then post it on Yinfu Video to ride the wave of Zhang Xin Shenyao's popularity. The recent plot of Zhang Xin Shanyao has been too depressing. Lu Rulan is worried that Xiaohe will get beaten up on the street, so she wants him to shoot some abstract short videos to connect with the audience, so that everyone can separate the actor from the character and avoid taking the villain's actions against the actor. This is a common tactic in the industry. If a villainous actor plays a really bad character, their short video account will post some funny or abstract videos to create a contrast, diverting attention from the villain's performance and attracting some traffic and fans. Of course, this also serves a promotional purpose. However, in Xiaohe's case, Lu Rulan was simply worried that Xiaohe would get beaten up. Xiaohe, please thank Sister Lu for me. Xiao Chen put down what she was holding and saw Xiaohe still kneeling in front of the coffee table, with a koi fish painting on the table in front of him and a wooden fish for increasing merit beside him. She looked at Xiaohe with great confusion. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Xiaohe glanced at the system panel that Xiao Chen couldn't see, blinked, and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Xiao Chen, how's your luck usually? Xiaohe rubbed his hands together, smiling kindly. Xiao Chen shrank back, feeling like he was being watched by some weirdo. I'm pretty unlucky. My colleague stole my job at work. Xiaohe, but in the end, the colleague who stole the job was thrown out and made the scapegoat. I got into a car accident on my way home. Xiaohe, but in the end, nothing happened, and I even got a few days of paid leave. Even when I go out with you guys, Brother Xiao, we end up having a boat capsize incident. Xiaohe, it's my fault, and in the end, this guy even won MVP, earning the nickname Eagle Eye Xiao Chen. And, okay, that's enough. Xiaohe grabbed Xiao Chen's hand, saying with a touch of melancholy, You're the lucky one I've been waiting for. Come on. Xiaohe pressed Xiao Chen down to sit. Xiao Chen looked completely bewildered. What's wrong, Brother Xiao? Xiaohe turned his head back, grabbed Xiao Chen's hand, and said seriously, don't ask anything, just lend me your lucky charm. Before Xiao Chen could react, Xiaohe forced his finger to press on the system panel and silently recited system draw in his mind. Congratulations on obtaining skill upgrade capsule, automatically stored. Looking at the system notification that suddenly popped up, Xiaohe, damn, so it really is just bad luck? He gets a guaranteed win, but lucky people get their perfect pull in one go? No, this world is so unfair. Xiao Chen, completely oblivious to Xiaohe's inner turmoil, blinked blankly, staring at the empty air before her and Xiaohe's slightly distorted expression, utterly bewildered. What power of luck? What happened? Don't ask, Xiaohe said wearily. I'll give you double your bonus next month. Go do your own thing. Let me have some peace and quiet. Xiao Chen, oh no. Has Xiaohe lost his mind? Shouldn't he call Sister Lu? If you dare tell Sister Lu secretly, you won't get your bonus next month. Xiaohe said in a low, menacing voice behind Xiao Chen, like a vengeful ghost. Xiao Chen shuddered, feeling guilty and embarrassed. You found out, Brother Xiao. I'm not having a fit, and I don't have any mental problems. Don't go around telling on me, Xiaohe urged Xiao Chen. Hurry up and get the filming set ready. Sister Lu and the others are coming soon and will be filming. If you keep dawdling, you won't get your bonus the month after next either. Xiao Chen didn't dare delay any longer and started setting up the set. Meanwhile, Xiaohe used the 2 upgrade capsules to upgrade all the remaining parts of his bone-crushing knife technique and basic hacking skills. Congratulations on obtaining hacking technology, intermediate, automatically learned. Congratulations on acquiring the art of anatomy, which has been automatically learned. Hacking techniques, intermediate, details, intermediate hacking techniques for logging into the database, making it easier for you to commit crimes online. The art of anatomy details, professional anatomical techniques upgraded from the boning technique, allowing you to enjoy the art of gore while learning more about the secrets of corpses. Upgrading from basic hacking skills to intermediate level is almost the pinnacle of this world. Xiao He didn't even dare to imagine if he could upgrade to advanced level and use hacking skills to do anything he wanted. However, Xiao He didn't have the mind to worry about that now. His gaze fell on the art of anatomy, and he took a deep breath. He never expected that the upgraded form of the boning technique wouldn't be a higher level knife technique, but human anatomy. But now that he thought about it, everything made sense. For example, the excellent climbing technique, in the system introduction, mainly revolved around assisting infiltration and escape, so the ultimate escape technique that was finally upgraded was also basically centered around this core. The previous boning knife tutorial, which included a section on the art of killing and improving understanding of human anatomy, only provided basic knowledge. Now, with the upgrade, he has completely mastered this art, gaining a much deeper understanding of the human body. For example, before, he could only distinguish the location of bones and internal organs. Now, he can use these bones and organs to determine a person's exercise habits, occupation, even pre-death illnesses and the state of death. However, Xiao He never imagined he would one day be proficient in forensic medicine. It just feels like it's not very useful. Even if he could become a forensic pathologist now, he couldn't just take a certification exam and openly demonstrate this skill like he would with other skills. It's too late to take the forensic exam now. Oh well, life is tough, more skills are never a bad thing. Xiao He sighed inwardly, rubbing his forehead uncomfortably. Since both skills were knowledge-based, all the related information flooded Xiao He's mind at once, causing a throbbing headache and nausea. Xiao He's condition only slightly improved after Lu Rulan arrived at the villa, though he still looked somewhat listless. What's wrong? Lu Rulan glanced at Xiao He, then looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly shook his head, professionally mimicking a zipper-zipping motion on his face. Lu Rulan suspiciously examined the two of them. When did you two start having little secrets? Since they're secrets, I naturally can't tell you, Xiao He said with a grin, changing the subject. What kind of video are we planning to shoot this time? Lu Rulan glanced at Xiao Chen again but didn't press further. Xiao Chen had been with her for several years and was very discreet. If there was anything truly important, he would definitely tell her. Since he hadn't said anything, there was no need to pry. This time we're filming some everyday moments, Lu Rulan said, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Xiao He suddenly had a bad feeling. What are we filming? Ahem, Xiao Chen. Lu Rulan coughed lightly, beckoning to Xiao Chen. Coming. Tada. Xiao Chen pulled a very familiar-looking cup from the insulated box next to him. Brother Xiao, Sister Lu made me bring this all the way back from Beijing. Xiao He looked at the familiar soy milk, and that strange smell filled his nostrils again. His already aching head throbbed even more. Ugh, I'm speechless. Why didn't you guys film it when you pranked me that day? At least finish the prank in one go. That way he wouldn't have to suffer twice. Lu Rulan shrugged matter-of-factly, there's no way around it. If Xiao Chen and I took out our phones to film beforehand, you'd definitely be on guard. So that was the only time we could really prank you. This time it's just for filming a video, acting. Xiao He, very well, so you guys successfully pranked me twice. One time for personal reasons, one time for public ones who says happiness can't be recorded? Laughable, even pranks can. However, Xiao He's resistance was futile. Lu Rulan had already shoved the script into his arms. Xiao He, wait, what kind of script does this thing need? Xiao He complained as he opened the script and glanced at it, his expression becoming complicated. To be fair, the script was actually very complete, so complete that he didn't need to improvise at all, he could just act as an actor. But the problem was, this was a prank. A prank that one person secretly played without the other's knowledge. Wasn't it supposed to be about seeing the other person's improvisation and on-the-spot performance? And you're telling me, even this can be acted out line by line? Xiao He questioned his existence. What about those low-fat prank videos he usually enjoyed watching? Did they mean he had a low threshold for laughter? Lu Rulan, arms crossed, saw Xiao He's bewildered expression and comforted him. It's okay. Aside from the lines, it's basically all about improvisation. Xiao He humbly inquired, what's the difference? The difference is that you can decide how exaggerated your expressions are, or when you spit things out, Lu Rulan answered sincerely. If it were another professional short video team, they might have to do several takes to get you the most natural and appropriate expressions and movements. Xiao He, wow, that's quite a bit of improvisation. That's really free reign. The following day, the prank video filmed by Xiao He's studio successfully trended on social media, following the release of Shining Stars. It has to be said that prank videos are always popular, no matter the era. Especially when the target is a celebrity, the intense curiosity and gossip drive many passers-by to join the spectacle. Furthermore, Xiao He doesn't have any celebrity airs. Even his acted performances are very realistic, and his interactions with Xiao Chen and Lu Rulan are down to earth, making the video enjoyable rather than offensive. Haha, as expected, Dazi, fermented mung bean juice, punishes everyone who doesn't believe in it. It really tastes awful, everyone, don't try it. Actually, I think Dazi is quite delicious, not as bad as some people say. I was going to argue, but then I saw the IP address upstairs. It's a genuine Beijing guy, so never mind. Let me put it this way, if anyone's really curious, go out on a hot summer day, find a random old man on the street, ask him to raise his arm, and then lick his armpit. The taste should be about the same. Ha! Instantly deterred an overly curious little girl. So, which tastes worse, Houtunia chordata or Dazi, fermented mung bean juice? Houtunia chordata, of course. Dazi and Houtunia chordata, it's such a tough choice. So, I choose herbal tea. The subject matter of Shining Stars is actually quite serious, so after Lu Rulan briefly promoted the prank video, she quickly brought the hype down, effectively promoting the drama without alienating viewers. Meanwhile, Su Shenxi, despite the pressure of being ridiculed, continued his frantic marketing efforts. His fans were incredibly supportive, keeping related topics trending. Every time Xiao He saw this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Su Shenxi's fans' persistence to this point was both admirable and heartbreaking. Xiao He wasn't even sure if they were fixated on Su Shenxi himself or on his own past sincere love, but he could only sigh and continue with his own affairs. A few days later, the hashtag #Mengzation must die trend again. In recent episodes of Shining Stars, Li Shuo's best partner and former superior, Lao Zhou, was arrested and sacrificed. Old Zhou had already evacuated and hidden in a very safe place. However, because of a crucial piece of secret intelligence, he returned to Shanghai to destroy it, only to find a trap had been set for him. From an omniscient perspective, watching the entire process, it was clear this was a death trap for Old Zhou. If Old Zhou showed himself, he would surely die. But Old Zhou had no choice but to show himself because the intelligence was extremely important, even related to Li Shuo's identity. Even knowing it was a trap, he had to jump in to confirm it. This was equivalent to Old Zhou using his own life to provide Li Shuo with a final guarantee. His death would prove Li Shuo's safety and allow him to continue his undercover work. So this was destined to be a one-way trip. But Old Zhou went without hesitation. Bang! With the final gunshot, Li Shuo seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head and pushing forward against the screaming crowd. There were an unusually large number of people today, so much so that he was finding it hard to breathe. It was as if something was choking his throat, preventing him from making any sound, not even a choke sob. The powerful flow of the crowd almost swept him backward, but his last shred of reason and determination made him hold his last breath and push forward. Finally, Li Shuo stood in the center of the chaos, watching his longtime partner fall in a pool of blood, his breath catching in his throat for a moment. He should still be alive, go and hold him down. Don't let him die. The shooter was Mengzation. When he saw Old Zhou about to escape, he decisively shot and broke his leg. As Mengzation finished speaking, the people around him swarmed forward, surrounding the man on the ground. Li Shuo took a deep breath and strode after him. Section Chief Li, you're usually so proactive, why are you dawdling today? Mengzation walked over, his dark, deep eyes fixed on Li Shuo, his tone casually probing, are you afraid of running into someone you know? Li Shuo forcibly controlled his neck, forcing a smile to his face, his eyes revealing no emotion. Well, Captain Meng's entourage is much bigger. I wanted to get to the front and claim some credit, but I couldn't find a chance to squeeze in. Oh, is that so? Mengzation didn't press further, nor did he say whether he believed him or not. He simply squatted down beside Old Zhou, then raised the gun barrel to his face. I'll give you a chance today. If you're willing to identify someone, maybe I'll make things a little easier for you later. However, Old Zhou didn't even flinch, his gaze fixed firmly on Mengzation's face, then a slight smile appeared on his face. The next moment, a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth and nose, spraying all over Mengzation. Li Shuo instinctively stepped forward, then steadied himself to pull Mengzation to his feet, his voice filled with concern. Captain Meng, are you all right? Be careful of these people. What if they have any dangerous items on them? We'll all be in danger. A nearby man immediately kicked Old Zhou hard, sending him sprawling to the ground. Mengzation stared at the man on the ground, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Before he could call a car to take him to the hospital, Old Zhou laughed 3 times, spitting blood at Mengzation again. You son of a bitch, I'm waiting for you to die. Then his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. His eyes remained fixed on Mengzation until his very last breath. Until his final moments, Old Zhou dared not cast a single glance at Li Shuo. He feared that his eyes, even in death, would uncontrollably reveal his emotions, and he feared that his final gaze would arouse suspicion in Li Shuo. These 2 old friends, longtime partners, didn't say goodbye, didn't even have time to exchange a glance, and were now forever separated by death, never to see each other again. What was Li Shuo thinking at that moment? Was it a heart full of hatred, a burning rage, or perhaps an uncontrollable grief? Li Shuo didn't know what he was thinking. He simply stood numbly to the side, watching Meng Zetian berate his men. Didn't I tell you several times, when you catch someone, you must search them first, especially their mouth? You bunch of idiots ignored me? Meng Zetian, furious that his prize had slipped through his fingers, grabbed the men beside him and roared. The men, bewildered by his outburst, exchanged glances, then shrank back, whispering in their defense, "We really did check, there's nothing in his mouth." Nothing, nothing. Meng Zetian, holding one of the men's hats, slapped them across the head, half in insult, half in rage, his expression icy and cruel. Finally, Li Shuo composed himself and walked to Meng Zetian's side, speaking up for his subordinates. This guy probably took poison before coming. Judging from his appearance, he probably came prepared to die. Captain Meng, calm down. Let's think about how to explain this to our superiors. Heh. Meng Zetian brushed Li Shuo's hand away, shoved the gun in his other hand back into its holster, his eyes sharp as knives, his tone cold and hard. "You and by Ming Chuan, you'd better behave yourselves. I'll be watching you closely." Then he directed his men and left without looking back. Li Shuo stood there, watching the people get into the car and drive away, his hands slowly clenching. The surrounding crowd returned to its previous state, people hurrying to and fro, only the pool of blood on the ground silently testifying to the loss of a life. Li Shuo looked up at the darkening sky, struggling to suppress his grief, managing only a forced smile. At that moment, Li Shuo solidified his next action plan. Meng Zetian must die. You heartless people, Zhang Xing Shanjiao. Who's crying like a baby? It's me, yes, it's me. After watching the latest episode, I'm truly moved. It's thanks to the sacrifices of our predecessors that we have the wonderful life we enjoy today. Their sweat and blood have forged this prosperous era. A salute to them. A salute. A salute. So when will Meng Zetian be written out of the story? 1. Please separate the character from the drama. Don't project Meng Zetian's actions onto Xiao He. Xiao He is just a recent college graduate. Although he looks cold on the outside, he's actually a super nice person, very kind to his fans and those around him, and has done many good deeds, which has been praised by the official channels. Please don't project Meng Zetian's sins onto Xiao He, he's just a good actor, thank you. I'm really laughing. The intelligence of modern netizens, liking Xiao He equals liking the villain Meng Zetian equals agreeing with Meng Zetian's actions equals traitor. Ha ha ha, top students solve problems so quickly, just applying the formula and it's over. This comments section is killing me. I'll never be the only netizen who can't tell the difference between the show and reality again. Go take some medicine. I get it. These are the same people who copied cartoon characters to saw people with saws when they were kids, and then complained about the cartoons for corrupting children, right? You believe everything you see on TV. Can I give you my phone number? I'll sell you health supplements in my old age. Haha, the netizen's sarcasm warms my heart. I'm definitely going to follow Xiao He. Oh right, that reminded me. I'll follow Xiao He too. His acting is really good, I think he has a lot of potential. I'll be watching his future career development. Me too. In the villa, looking at the situation online, Xiao He, who was having dinner, shrugged helplessly. Looks like I still need to keep a low profile for now, otherwise I'll really be exposed offline. Xiao Chen suggested, maybe brother Xiao could make some funny short videos to market himself and guide the public to separate the drama from the real person. No way. Lu Rulan directly rejected Xiao Chen's suggestion. Xiao He already marketed himself with his last short video, there's no need to continue. Besides, the recent plot is quite serious, and the subject matter is rather sensitive. We shouldn't do anything else in a big way. They'd already capitalized on the hype and traffic they needed, anymore and they risked backlash. Lu Rulan wasn't going to let Xiao He follow the same path as others who'd failed. Xiao Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah, Sister Lu is so thoughtful. Xiao He chimed in with praise, as expected of my sister Lu. Lu Rulan was immune to their flattery. Arms crossed, she said, instead of worrying about that, I think something else is more important right now. She looked at Xiao He, her voice serious. Director Yan just informed me that you need to learn some basic combat skills beforehand. So, on top of the classes you've already enrolled in, you'll need to take another course. I've already contacted the martial arts school, it'll be teacher song again. What do you think? Xiao He slumped back on the sofa, instantly losing all strength and willpower. I'm really going to die. Studying, getting certified, and constantly running around doing promotional appearances and marketing. Xiao He often wondered, wasn't he supposed to be a criminal in the entertainment industry? This situation is so different from what he expected. What happened to the killing spree? Why is he just studying all the time? He might be one of the most pathetic criminals ever. No, if he thought about it again, in today's society, whoever doesn't progress will be eliminated. Even criminals need to keep up with the times, constantly learning new knowledge and skills so they can commit even more perfect crimes next time. So it's not his problem, it's that times have changed, sir. Lu Rulan ignored Xiaohe's sighs and continued dutifully explaining the upcoming schedule. After finishing explaining all the arrangements, Xiaohe was already lying quietly on the sofa, his hands peacefully placed on his abdomen, his eyes completely closed, even his breathing had slowed down. Lu Rulan, so you're cosplaying a corpse? Xiaohe didn't answer. Please let him continue to quietly be a corpse, thank you. Lu Rulan, hands on her hips, had already seen through everything. There was one more thing, but I see you don't seem very interested, so let's forget about it for now. Xiao Chen, who was packing, immediately cooperated with an But Sister Lu, I've already brought everything. If Brother Xiao doesn't want to know now, shouldn't I take it back? Xiaohe's ears immediately perked up. What is it? I didn't see Xiao Chen bring anything. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaohe sat up again and coughed lightly. Okay, what is it? I'll reluctantly listen. Lu Rulan had anticipated this. She took the magazine Xiao Chen handed her and placed it in front of Xiaohe. Actually, I should have told you about this a few days ago, but you've been too busy lately, so it's been delayed until now. The latest issue of Cole magazine is out. Xiaohe glanced at the magazine cover and immediately understood the gist of the matter. This happened shortly after Xiaohe returned to Shanghai from Shanghai. He had been invited to be a guest interviewee for this issue of Cole magazine, but after the photo shoot, he was busy promoting his drama Shining Stars and auditions for his new drama, so he almost forgot about the magazine. Now, almost half a month later, the magazine has finally been officially released. Xiaohe picked up the magazine with a hint of surprise and examined it carefully. The cover star of this issue of Cole magazine wasn't Xiaohe, but another veteran actor with billions in box office earnings. After quickly skimming over the big shot's life story and the magazine editor's praise, Xiaohe finally found an interview with himself in the latter half of the article. Actually, as a magazine interview guest, the questions are usually limited to the same old ones: hobbies, studies, family, and interesting anecdotes from filming. Xiaohe also had to answer some additional questions about his experiences saving lives several times. These answers were all pre-arranged by Sister Lu, so Xiaohe didn't even need to answer them personally. He just needed to go and have a few stylish photos taken as interludes, making it a fairly easy task. However, this was Xiaohe's first time appearing in such a magazine, making it a significant event for him. This magazine officially went on pre-sale last Saturday, and nearly 40,000 copies were sold during the pre-sale period alone, exceeding 1 million in pre-sale revenue. Yesterday, when it went on sale, over 20,000 copies were sold in a short time, far exceeding everyone's expectations. The distribution department is already preparing for a reprint, and the final sales of this issue are estimated to be around 4 million. Lu Rulan rattled off the figures, but Xiaohe's eyes remained utterly bewildered. What numbers? What quantities? I don't understand. Only the last 4 million did. Xiaohe understand that's indeed a lot of sales, but what does that have to do with him? Xiaohe didn't quite grasp it. Lu Rulan was speechless. Indeed, sometimes it's best to keep things simple. If you speak in high-sounding terms, the other person might not understand what you're saying. That billion-dollar movie star is impressive, but his audience is primarily middle-aged and elderly. These people don't have a strong desire to buy magazines, and you could even say they don't pay any attention to them at all, Lu Rulan explained. Usually only young people buy them like that, so your fans were the main force behind this magazine's sales. In other words, the magazine sales were purely driven by Xiaohe's fans, even though Xiaohe wasn't even on the cover, just an invited interviewee, and their official studio hadn't done any extensive promotion. It was purely the fans' own initiative. Xiaohe finally understood what Lu Rulan meant, and then exclaimed in shock, my fans are so rich. Wow, his fans are that wealthy? This reminded Xiaohe of the last time the photos were auctioned off. The auctioneer asked for 100,000 yuan, and his fans just handed over the money without hesitation. Xiaohe finally realized something belatedly. Maybe his fans really are quite wealthy. In a certain Xiaohe fan group. Wow, who managed to snag the latest issue of Cole magazine? I'm going crazy. I've never seen so many fellow fans before. Why is it so hard to get one? I'm so fed up. Everyone's usually so quiet. I thought nobody was around. Turns out they were all camped out here. Didn't he manage to get one through the official pre-sale, but managed to get 3 copies offline? Successfully snagged +1. Even though I'm a seasoned fan, I still felt the pressure this time trying to get the magazine. I hadn't heard anyone else discussing it beforehand, so I thought nobody was going to compete. So you guys are still in the group chat? I thought everyone had switched allegiances. How could that be? I'm still waiting for Xiaohe to win Best Actor. Why would I leave? I've been watching Shining Stars lately, so I haven't dared to speak up much. Mainly because Xiaohe's portrayal is just too villainous. I'm afraid saying too much will provoke everyone's anger. No, that just means Xiaohe acted well. It doesn't mean my Xiaohe is a bad guy. Honestly, based on Xiao He's performance in Shining Stars, I think he has a very good chance of winning Best Newcomer next year. Just be a little low-key, no need to be so secretive. Don't be like the other fandom, loudly praising your acting every day. Group owner, warning. Please do not discuss other celebrities in the group. Do not engage in disparaging or inflammatory remarks. Violators will be kicked out of the group. Thank you for your cooperation. Sorry, I was wrong, please don't kick me out. Help! SOS. Does anyone have a spare copy of the latest issue of Cool magazine to sell? My girlfriend asked me to buy it for her, but I couldn't get it. I feel like I'm doomed. Haha, then I have to show off my magazine. Image.jpg. In front of his computer, Joe Bowen looked at the situation in the group and scratched his head in frustration. Joe Bowen and Lin Zuan were a young couple. The couple had previously gone to see the movie Killing Life together. He was deeply impressed by Xiao He, who played Zhu Lao San. Later, when The Thief Catcher was released, Joe Bowen, knowing his girlfriend's interests, decisively invited her to watch it too. Xiao He's portrayal of Shen Ju further impressed them. Since then, they had been quietly following Xiao He's development and upcoming projects. Lin Zuan recently learned from her fan group that Xiao He will be appearing as an interview guest in the latest issue of Cool magazine. This marks Xiao He's magazine debut and his first issue as an actor, which, in a sense, establishes some connection with the fashion industry. If his career goes well, he might receive more support from fashion circles. However, given Xiao He's current career trajectory, it's virtually impossible for him to secure more resources in the fashion industry or other sectors. After all, it's widely known that brand image is tied to public perception. Brands generally avoid negative associations, meaning actors like Xiao He, who frequently portray negative characters, are unlikely to achieve the desired brand effect or convey mainstream values. Therefore, Xiao He will never be among the actors they seek to promote. One of the most widely known similar situations is the fruit phone law in all film and television dramas. The character using a fruit phone is always a good guy. While this law is just a joke, it has become one of the ways many viewers judge a character's character, and its popularity is widespread. Many people, even those who don't watch dramas, have heard of it. Further observation reveals that in most cases, fruit products have become a symbolic prop for high IQ characters and social elites, while other types of phones represent the lower class in tradition, symbolizing instability and danger. This is the pervasive influence of brand marketing. This symbolic association has also extended to the actors themselves, especially for actors like Xiao He, who are rare in the industry for purely villainous roles, further limiting his career options. Unless Xiao He can break out of his niche and truly separate himself from his roles, completely separating his actor value from his character image. But this is almost impossible. Actors and roles are inherently linked. Discussing an actor without considering the role is like ignoring acting skills. How is that possible? Despite this, the fans' love remained pure, mixed with some unrealistic fantasies, hoping that their efforts would secure more opportunities and other commercial resources for Xiao He. Even Lin Zuan originally intended to do the same. Unfortunately, Lin Zuan was currently busy with her team's experimental project and couldn't find the time to participate, so this difficult task was passed on to her boyfriend, Joe Bowen. Joe Bowen was completely unfamiliar with these things and had no idea that it was best to time your purchases carefully. He thought it was just a matter of going to buy them at a set time. When he opened the web page, the words sold out left him dumbfounded. In the end, he had no choice but to use his girlfriend's account to ask for help in a group chat. Fortunately, there's always a way out. The administrator spoke up at this moment. Kingti and Yunhee, I've got Xiao He's magazine. Image.jpg *3. Showing off my Xiao He matrix image, this Western cowboy-style photo set is really great. Also, about 200 extra magazines will be randomly dropped in the group. If you need any, feel free to message me. Joe Bowen's eyes lit up immediately. Ding ding ding, save my life. Me too. Thank you, Sister Yunhee. I love you so much. Ding ding. I want it. I want it. That day, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a topic quietly climbed to the top of the trending searches. Xiao He's fans' potential purchasing power. Many people, upon first seeing this topic, thought they were seeing things. Xiao He's fans? Does Xiao He have many fans? Purchasing power? Isn't Xiao He an actor? Does he have this much influence to support purchasing power? What's going on? Thankfully, Xiao He already has several well-known works, otherwise, netizens would probably have immediately asked, "Who are you?" However, because Xiao He's current popularity is quite high, netizens gradually clicked on the link out of curiosity. It started with an announcement from the official account of Cool magazine. Cool magazine official, thank you for your love and support. The latest issue of Cool magazine has achieved outstanding results. Sales exceeded 5 million, and related topics garnered over 130 million views. Special thanks to our interview guest at actor Xiao He, whose in-depth interview and photos generated a warm response and were deeply loved by fans and readers. We will continue to repay everyone's expectations with high-quality content. Please stay tuned for more possibilities from Cole in the future. Actually, this post didn't initially attract much attention. Only Xiaohi posted a sincere thank you on his Weibo account and held a giveaway for fans, offering autographed copies of Cole magazine and other valuable items. Those who participated in these posts were mostly Xiaohi's own fans. Xiaohi also interacted with fans in the comments section for several hours, even sharing photos from his own archives when fans asked for recent updates and selfies. On the surface, it's just a friendly interaction between an actor and his fans. Many celebrities in the industry do this, so there's nothing particularly special about it. Only one fashion blogger passing by glanced at the data and was immediately taken aback. Many people might not grasp the significance of this data at first glance. If a single issue of Cole costs around 40 yuan, then the magazine's sale should be around 120,000 copies. Previous issues typically sell 20,000 to 30,000 copies, meaning that 90,000 to 100,000 copies were additional sales. Judging from the official thank you note, it's easy to guess that Xiaohi's fans were the main contributors to this increase. Looking at it this way, it seems rather ordinary. After all, these days, most people have far more than 100,000 followers, many have 9-figure Weibo followers alone. A mere 100,000 copies is like a drop in the ocean, completely insufficient. But in reality, these kinds of magazines are non-mandatory, non-essential goods. They are primarily harvesting customers from core fans. The focus isn't on the number of followers, but on the purchasing power of those core fans, and generally, their sales growth is not as significant as other fast-moving consumer goods. However, if you look at the data of truly top-tier celebrities in the Chinese entertainment industry's fashion circle, it's not hard to see that Xiaohi's fan base this time is actually less than half of those truly top-tier stars. But those are top-tier stars. After all, they have a large, organized, and planned fan base. Normally, the sales figures for actors in Cole magazine are similar to previous years, with little change. Even actors who are somewhat familiar to the public and have some popularity wouldn't generate such high sales. Around 60,000 to 70,000 copies is already a historical record for some magazines. Moreover, Xiaohi wasn't even on the cover this time, merely an interview guest, likely representing less than 10% of the magazine's total sales. Yet, Xiaohi's core fans, commonly known as paying fans, contributed 100,000 copies, approximately 4 million yuan, even from just that 10%, a truly staggering figure. The blogger also checked Xiaohi's official accounts and studio, discovering that Xiaohi didn't treat this magazine promotion as a major marketing point, meaning there was no official organization or pre-promotion. They simply shared and promoted it, like other participating actors. These figures were entirely generated by the fans themselves. This is completely unexpected. Intrigued, the blogger delved deeper into Xiaohi's current fanbase and was even more surprised. Xiaohi has an exceptionally large casual fanbase, including not only female fans who frequent fandoms but also male fans who don't usually follow celebrities. His core fanbase, led by a few major accounts known as Qingtian Yunhe, comprises a group of high-spending fans with significant purchasing power. These fans are adept at fan management, not only willing to spend money but also capable of effectively managing and controlling their followers. They maintain a low profile, avoiding public spats and infighting. While their overall fame within the fandom isn't particularly high, their actual influence is considerable, largely comprised of seasoned fans who migrated from other top-tier fan groups. The blogger then investigated Xiaohi's recent commercial activities and found that he hasn't actually taken on many endorsements. This suggests that his team is quite ambitious, not rushing into numerous endorsements based on temporary popularity, but rather focusing on a high-quality approach. Even without massive marketing campaigns, the brands Xiaohi has partnered with have seen a noticeable increase in sales. Although lacking further data for comparison and observation, this blogger, a veteran in the industry, possessed a keen eye. He simply compiled the data into a table and posted it on his relevant account, naturally attracting more knowledgeable individuals to observe. Thus, the topic of Xiaohi's fans' purchasing power quietly climbed to the tail end of the trending searches that day. Those who understood the data silently left a like, then followed Xiaohi's account, preparing to make it a long-term observation target for research. Those who didn't understand the data were either impressed or dismissive. This trending search was bought inexplicably. Xiaohi's team might as well continue with their old tricks and keep doing good deeds for marketing. Is the person upstairs stupid? Should they go take some medication? So it's that impressive? Can someone in the industry explain this? Simply put, other people's commercial value is 4 stars because there are only 5 stars in total, and they're almost at their limit. Xiaohi's commercial value is 4 stars because there are 10 stars in total. He has great potential, okay? Actually, I think Xiaohi's current value is already underestimated. Although he hasn't played a leading role yet, his few representative roles are enough for him to live off for a long time. And this is just his performance this year. We'll see if he can win a newcomer award next year with his role in Hidden Star. The only pity is that this guy seems to really like playing villains. Is playing villains a really painful thing? I can only say that the path to becoming a villainous actor is very difficult. It's like putting a shackle on yourself. Scripts aren't always available. Generally speaking, Xiao He's agent, Lu Rulan, is already a well-known top agent. She couldn't possibly not understand this. With her abilities, finding Xiao He a script for a Best Actor or Best Television Actor award wouldn't be difficult. Besides, Xiao He's acting skills are indeed quite good. He's not a hopeless case. But judging from the current situation, I feel that their team is trying something very new. Is Lu Rulan trying to pull off some high-difficulty challenge? Haha, just between us, we're also whispering about it, suspecting that Lu Rulan is trying to make him a villainous Best Actor. It's actually a very simple logic. Could it be that Xiao He can only play villains? I've seen some behind-the-scenes photos of him before. He's the brooding type, with a strong aura and a very distinctive personality. He doesn't seem like a good guy. If you force him to play a good guy, the audience probably won't accept it. I think the comment above is the most likely. Xiao He's acting range might be too narrow, and Lu Rulan knows this, which is why she tacitly allows him to pursue villainous roles. So, in that case, is Xiao He's acting good or bad? Actually, when you ask this question, you're already acknowledging Xiao He's acting skills. After all, he's not from a professional acting background. Wow, I almost forgot about that. He's a complete newcomer. What about the other young professionally trained actors in the industry? The discussion under the topic gradually went off track. Lu Rulan received the message and rushed to the comments section, looking at the debate surrounding Xiao He's acting skills, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. These people have quite a bit of free time. Xiao He glanced at the heated discussion in the comments section and summarized with some emotion, "Their research on me is quite insightful." Lu Rulan was speechless. They're having a lively discussion, and you, the person involved, are just watching from the sidelines. Xiao He shrugged. They have a point. I won't change my mind because of what they say. Let them think what they want, I'll just listen, so what? Besides, what they said was true, there was nothing to refute, and their analysis was spot on. He accepted it all. Lu Rulan rubbed her temples with a headache. I'll have these messages taken down first. This topic is ultimately a bit sensitive. At this point, neither praise nor criticism will be of much use to us. Praise will attract unnecessary jealousy and defensiveness, while criticism will attract unnecessary conflict and trouble. This is very disadvantageous for Xiao He, who is still a newcomer. No matter what you do, keeping quiet is the best way to make money. I know, Xiao He nodded. But I was quite surprised that Sister Lu initially agreed to let me continue taking on villainous roles. He had initially thought he would have to have a serious discussion with Sister Lu, but Lu Rulan was incredibly receptive, accepting the idea in a second and immediately finding various scripts for Xiao He, without even trying to dissuade him. Lu Rulan glanced at Xiao He sideways. Why make things difficult for yourself when you can develop in the way you're best at? Don't let the anxiety created by the masses get to you. Not everyone should break out of their comfort zone. Besides, you haven't even fully established yourself in villainous roles yet, so there's no need for me to push you to try more new things at this time. Choosing what type of role to play is a personal choice, not a development path everyone should follow. When breaking out of your comfort zone becomes the morally correct thing to do for actors in the industry, then actors may be forced to constantly squander their talent in unsuitable areas. There was an actress in the industry before named Guo Zinya. Because of her outstanding looks and excellent acting skills, she became a go-to actress for playing beautiful women in many big-name directors' films right from her debut, said Lu Rulan. She even won the Best Actress award for her portrayal of a femme fatale in a movie. However, this was followed by criticism within the industry. Many people felt that she only relied on her looks to win over the public. Her appearance was both her strength and her weakness. It seemed she could only play glamorous roles and couldn't portray ordinary, everyday characters. Actually, it's best to just listen to these comments. After all, there are many sour grapes in the industry, and even more people who like to hurl insults. They won't stay for you anyway, so there's no need to care about their opinions. Unfortunately, Guo Zinya took them to heart. Later, she tried to play all sorts of ugly roles, trying to reduce her physical advantages and play all sorts of messy characters. In the end, not only were the roles she played very out of place, but her acting career also went further and further astray. Even her fans who were willing to support her left her one after another because of her continuous failures and increasingly outrageous character images. By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. The entertainment industry is notoriously ruthless, turnover is commonplace, and it's never short of beautiful women. When Guo Zinya tried to squeeze back into her comfort zone, she discovered that someone had already taken her place, leaving her nowhere to go. To return to the top, she had to start all over again. Therefore, rather than rashly venturing into a field that might not suit her, it's better to stay in her comfort zone and do her job well, despite the skepticism of a few. Otherwise, it's suicide. After listening to Lu Rulan's story, Xiao He sighed. I know this actress too. I used to love watching her movies when I was younger, but then she seemed to disappear from the public eye. Oh, she changed careers. So, discovering your talent, developing your strengths, and achieving fame, that's the most important thing, Lu Rulan said, spreading her hands. With enough ability and confidence, no one will question why you only play villainous roles. Xiao He was thrilled and immediately stood up from the sofa. That's so true. I've decided to go swim a few laps downstairs. Lu Rulan followed, arms crossed, her eyes narrowing slightly. Speaking of which, the swimming coach told me today that you didn't go to their practice session. Xiao He's gaze darted around. Ahem, Sister Lu, if I only practiced for one day and I could swim. As the woman's gaze sharpened, Xiao He's voice trailed off, until it was barely audible. The next moment, Lu Rulan's stormy voice rang out from the villa. Go to class immediately. While Xiao He was groggily attending various classes, the plot of Shining Stars finally reached its end. Through Li Shuo's instigation, Meng Zetian began to lose the trust of his superiors. In any era, when someone loses the trust of their leader, dismissal is not far off. Of course, Meng Zetian was no pushover. He followed the trail and caught Bai Mingchuan red-handed. Previously, Bai Mingchuan, using his identity as a reporter, infiltrated the hospital to gather intelligence and successfully smuggled it out. Unfortunately, before he could transfer it, he was intercepted by Meng Zetian and searched. To prevent the intelligence from falling into their hands and to avoid being exposed himself, Bai Mingchuan decisively used physical contact to boldly hide the intelligence on Meng Zetian's person, thus successfully escaping capture. Although Li Shuo later managed to extract the intelligence from Meng Zetian in a plausible manner, the incident still left a hidden danger. After realizing something was amiss, Meng Zetian immediately reviewed the situation, starting with a thorough investigation of the hospital, and eventually successfully identified Bai Mingchuan as a suspect. Furthermore, by examining Bai Mingchuan's usual interpersonal relationships and past activities, he obtained concrete evidence of Bai Mingchuan's identity. However, Meng Zetian did not rush to arrest Bai Mingchuan, because, based on the events of that day, Meng Zetian suspected that Li Shuo was the one who took the intelligence from him, meaning that Li Shuo and Bai Mingchuan were in cahoots. They were both. Just as Meng Zetian's own position in the bureau was teetering on the brink of collapse, Li Shuo, on the other hand, was playing both sides, flattering and fawning over the bureau chief, rising steadily through the ranks, and about to surpass Meng Zetian. How could Meng Zetian tolerate this? He had worked like a slave, diligently and conscientiously, his hands stained with the blood of countless kin, even betraying his country for personal gain. All he wanted was a path to promotion. Why should Li Shuo, someone who sat in an office all day, simply by talking and flattering, easily surpass his efforts? Meng Zetian was an extreme egoist. He wouldn't work for those Japanese invaders, nor would he risk his life to fight for his country's future like others. Everything he did was for himself. Therefore, upon realizing that Li Shuo posed a threat, Meng Zetian immediately made a decision. He couldn't directly report Bai Mingchuan's matter, he would use Bai Mingchuan's case to bring down Li Shuo. Little did he know, this was a trap deliberately set for him by Li Shuo. Tonight is Meng Zetian's death day. In the end, Li Shuo outmaneuvered Meng Zetian, successfully exploiting his competitive spirit to drive him to his doom. Finally, Meng Zetian attempted to use his rhetoric to evoke Bai Mingchuan's sympathy, hoping to find an opportunity to fight back and escape. However, his plan failed, as Li Shuo arrived just in time and shot him dead. Thus, the young man who had just been trying to justify his actions and excuse his treason could only lie on the ground, his face filled with resentment. Crimson blood gushed out, and he merely looked mockingly at the two men before him, slightly opening his mouth to silently utter a few words. Finally, his body twitched slightly, and under the complex gazes of Li Shuo and Bai Mingchuan, he faced his final moments. Meng Zetian's death was something everyone had hoped for. Both in the story and the audience watching eagerly awaited Meng Zetian's demise. But when Meng Zetian was actually shot dead by Li Shuo, a sense of melancholy lingered in everyone's hearts. This sense of melancholy isn't pity for Meng Zetian, but rather because they now stand at the end of an era, watching the people of that time write their tragic stories in the heavy book of history, embarking on what they believe to be the right path, only to meet an irreversible end. Even if the villains have been punished, the sacrificed can never return. The stories of that era are always filled with bloodshed and regret. However, it also symbolizes hope and rebirth. With the death of the most frequently appearing villain, Meng Zetian, Shining Stars slowly approaches its finale. The second male lead, Bai Mingchuan, has finally had his identity exposed. It turns out Meng Zetian had a backup plan, intending to drag Bai Mingchuan down with him even in death. Fortunately, Li Shuo has already been promoted and received advance warning, allowing Bai Mingchuan to escape beforehand, arranged by the organization. However, he didn't continue to hide. Instead, he went to the front lines, becoming a true war correspondent, faithfully recording the crimes of the Japanese invaders. Like the deceased Mr. Shen, he picked up his pen and used all available resources to speak out nationally and even internationally, contributing to his beloved country and beliefs. Meanwhile, the female protagonist, Xu Ronjiao, risked being killed by bombs while transporting crucial intelligence. She trekked across minefields, braving gunfire to cross the lines of enemy and friendly fire, ultimately being caught in the crossfire of a small-scale battle and disappearing in the chaos of war. When she reappeared, she was no longer wearing a bright and beautiful fitted cheongsam, but a gray-blue homespun military uniform. Her once stylishly long, slightly wavy hair was now cut into a neat short style, and her face was always ashen, only her eyes remained bright. During a battle, Bai Mingchuan and Xu Ronjiao briefly met. When they saw each other, their eyes first showed surprise, then relief. Although the unspoken love from that year still lingered deep in their eyes, their deeper patriotism made them smile at each other before passing by and continuing on to their respective battlefields. No one knows their ultimate fate, but one thing is certain: the cause they worked so hard for, a century later, has grown into a towering tree, lush and verdant, sheltering their future generations. The protagonist, Li Shuo, successfully gets promoted, taking a step closer to the upper echelons, which also means the difficulty of his undercover work increases significantly. After completing his last assigned mission, Li Shuo enters a long period of silent infiltration, cutting off all external communication. He will not carry out any specific missions until the organization assigns new ones. His task is to become a hidden blade, patiently awaiting future developments, and contributing his strength to the organization at the most crucial moment. They are like twinkling stars, shining brightly at a dark juncture in history. Though brief, their brilliance is sufficient. Even after experiencing various hardships and disappearing again into the dark river of history, their deeds will not be forgotten. At the end of the story, just like at the beginning of the first episode, a subordinate arrives in a car to pick up their leader. The only difference was that the person with the fawning smile had changed from Li Shuo of yesteryear to a bespectacled man, while Li Shuo himself emerged from his small villa. "Good morning, Director Li." The bespectacled man, his face beaming, opened the back door, leaning forward instinctively in a subservient manner. Li Shuo glanced at him, his smile now rare, replaced by a serious expression. "Let's go." He got into the back seat, and the bespectacled man immediately and obsequiously closed the door and took the driver's seat. The car slowly moved forward. No matter the time, this city still retained a certain vibrancy. The car weaved through the crowd, passing a newly opened karaoke bar. Li Shuo looked up and noticed that the bar wasn't open yet. A stylishly dressed, unfamiliar woman in a cheongsam was directing several staff members to adjust her sign. The car continued forward, stopping at a traffic light to wait for the tram to pass. Just then, a newsboy stood by the roadside, hawking today's latest news. Li Shuo noticed him and leaned out of the car window. "Hey, over here." The newsboy looked at Li Shuo and immediately trotted over. "Sir, would you like a copy of today's newspaper?" The bespectacled man driving the car was very perceptive and immediately took out some money and handed it to the newsboy. "Yes. Thank you." The newsboy handed over the newspaper, bowed respectfully to express his gratitude, and then ran off with the money. Li Shuo unfolded the newspaper, looking at the familiar newspaper name and the unfamiliar reporter's name, and raised an eyebrow slightly. The bespectacled man saw this in the rearview mirror and tentatively suggested, "Director Li, there's been a bit of a problem with procurement lately. If you need anything, I can place the latest newspaper in the upper right corner of your desk for the next few days. Would that be all right?" Li Shuo put away the newspaper, not refusing, but simply giving a casual The car continued forward, finally passing through a tight iron gate and entering the heart of the puppet regime. Li Shuo's undercover work may have only just begun, but he believed that dawn was not far off. The door slowly closed, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal objects clashing, and the scene went completely dark. The poignant and melodious ending theme song slowly began to play, and the characters from the past once again appeared before the audience. Shining Stars concluded its run with a 2.8% viewership rating. There may have been many regrets along the way, but seeing the endings of several important characters left everyone satisfied. Finale confetti. Yaa, Bai Mingchuan and Xu Ronjia didn't end up together. Seeing them calmly brush past each other after exchanging glances made me burst into tears. That's just how things were back then. If they had been together, the story would have fallen into cliché. They became spiritual allies on each other's journeys, fighting for a shared belief, even dying for it. Wouldn't that be the ultimate romance? The spy drama Shining Stars is so good. Even I, who don't usually watch spy dramas, was completely engrossed, especially the final mission. It was full of twists and turns, with various factions scheming against each other, a life-or-death struggle. I was on tenterhooks the whole time, and Li Shuo actually managed to survive and clear his name. I really admire him. To be honest, the plot twists weren't particularly mind-bending, but they were so captivating that you couldn't stop watching. I really have to thank the actors for that. Their acting was superb, making the audience feel completely immersed and genuinely worried for their characters. Oh, except for that one person, though. Every time I saw him, I wanted Meng Zetian to just kill him. Haha, finally the finale. Now don't blame me for venting. Shining Stars concluded its run perfectly, trending on several hot search topics that very night. Some expressed their feelings about the plot, some thanked the production team, some recommended the show, and others finally finished airing. Sushensi, we've put up with you for so long. Many people were confused when they saw this topic, unsure what was going on, but upon clicking, they found it filled with complaints. I really put up with it during the airing of Shining Stars, afraid of affecting its ratings. Now that it's finally over, okay, I'm going to start venting. The biggest flaw in Shining Stars, the person who absolutely, positively should be kicked out, is Sushensi. He played a complete piece of garbage. Bai Mingchuan was such a good character, but he portrayed him like that. Every time I saw him, I felt like I was going to faint. Every viewer has their own ordeal, and mine is clearly Sushensi. I really couldn't stand it, especially the scene where Meng Zetian died. Xiao He's acting was really good, his last words before dying completely captivated me. Then the camera cut, and Sushensi was just dazed. He was spacing out, like birdsong and fragrant flowers, and the expression he made afterwards, I'm truly speechless. I feel like Sushensi directly brought his personal emotions into the story. When Meng Zetian died, he was actually smiling. I was completely dumbfounded. And some fans are even trying to defend him, saying that Bai Mingchuan should have laughed with joy when Meng Zetian died. To that I can only say that Sushensi and his bunch of idiotic fans have completely misunderstood Bai Mingchuan's true character and core essence. As a journalist, Bai Mingchuan has a strong sense of empathy. His father initially served the puppet regime for the sake of the family's future. Although Bai Mingchuan didn't understand his father at first, his later experiences were enough for him to understand his father's predicament. That's why he was so bewildered when he heard Meng Zetian's excuses. One more thing, Meng Zetian thoroughly investigated Bai Mingchuan and knew about the conflict between Bai Mingchuan and his father. Therefore, I think Meng Zetian's words before his death weren't unfounded. They were deliberately meant to trigger Bai Mingchuan's memories, making him think of his father and thus find a loophole for escape. This actually reveals Meng Zetian's insidious cunning. Wow, I knew that part of the plot was weird. Now that you guys have analyzed it, I finally understand why. Therefore, Bai Mingchuan's inner turmoil was extremely complex upon Meng Zetian's death. At that moment, he projected his own complex emotions towards his father onto Meng Zetian. Even we, the audience, felt a fleeting sympathy for Meng Zetian. Xiao's acting was superb. I was truly drawn into the story, but that doesn't mean I forgave Meng Zetian's treason. Even those watching were genuinely moved, yet Bai Mingchuan in the drama showed no reaction whatsoever. Does that make sense? Previously, I thought overwhelming acting skill was only found between veteran actors and young performers, but thanks to Xiao and Su's brilliant performances, I saw the difference in talent among actors of the same age. I don't think uneven is an understatement, it's a chasm. Another point is that during the airing of Shining Stars, their marketing was relentless. If it were just promoting the drama itself, I tolerated. I was recommending it everywhere too. But then, they even started promoting Sushensi's acting. Seeing this marketing, I was completely stunned. You have no idea how desperate I was. One of my roommates, who doesn't usually follow entertainment news, suddenly asked me if Shining Stars was good. I thought she'd finally seen the light and was about to recommend my favorite show to her, but she said she absolutely refused to watch any drama starring Sushensi. At that moment, my world collapsed. Indeed, a friend of mine also thought Shining Stars starred Sushensi. I felt like killing someone. My friend is a Sushensi hater. To avoid supporting his new drama, she turned off all recommendations and refused to watch it no matter what. That's truly hopeless. Actually, I've been thinking about something, but I'm afraid of being attacked by his fans. Never mind, I'm going to say it. If Shining Stars didn't have Sushensi, this drama would definitely be more popular. No, you guys really don't respect us fans. Without Sushensi, this drama would probably have flopped long ago. You guys are really talking without understanding the situation. Okay, now that the results are out, you're discarding it? If it weren't for our Sushensi fans helping to boost the ratings and data, who would want to watch this trashy drama that whitewashes a traitor? It's ridiculous. To be honest, I seriously suspect that the director and screenwriter of this drama are biased. To write a plot that whitewashes the villain Meng Zetian is laughable. It's a tragedy for our nation that this kind of drama was even released. Since no one appreciates it, why not just report it and have it taken down? We strongly demand the removal of Meng Zetian's scenes. The Shining Stars production team is smuggling in their own agenda. They're deliberately glorifying the villain and whitewashing traitors. If the corresponding content isn't removed, we will report and file a complaint. 666, Sushensi's fans are coming, I'm leaving now. These topics hadn't lasted long before Sushensi's fans arrived. Compared to the scattered comments from passers-by, these fans were incredibly powerful, quickly scattering the discussion. Passers-by scattered, not daring to confront the fans' frenzy. Even the top-rated comments were now being dragged out and subjected to online harassment, almost to the point of tearing them apart. Meanwhile, as a control group for Sushensi, this wave of fan fire was clearly directed at Xiaohe. Coupled with the old grudge from the previous slip-up incident, their attack was extremely fierce, comparable to the last online harassment storm. Linghui Studio. Lu Rulan's expression was serious as she watched the commotion unfolding on the screen in front of her, her brows almost furrowed together. Xiao He, who had just arrived at the studio, also walked in. What's going on now? Xiao He's hair was still dripping wet, but after receiving Lu Rulan's message, he didn't dare delay at all. After greeting the coach, he rushed over directly from the swimming pool. It's nothing, it's probably just those fans again. Lu Rulan glanced at Xiao He, then turned to Xiao Chen, go get a towel and a hairdryer. Then she glared at Xiao He reproachfully, didn't I already say the situation isn't particularly urgent? Just come slowly. Running over like this with wet hair, if someone takes a picture and posts it online, people might think our studio is finished. Xiao He awkwardly scratched his wet hair, explaining, I heard some bystanders got caught up in this. Su Shenxi's fans are doxing him? That's much more serious than me. I'm mainly worried about them. Since acquiring intermediate-level hacking skills, Xiao He has again implemented comprehensive security measures for himself and his family and friends across all platforms. Even if his haters are audacious enough to collect his family's information from official platforms, he has left hidden mechanisms and has nothing to worry about. However, those bystanders might be a different story. Without connections or technical skills, if those mad dogs dig up my real information, it might affect my real life. It's alright for now, no one has figured out the identities of the passers-by yet, Lu Rulan replied. So they're still doxing them? Xiao He raised an eyebrow. They're really arrogant. Even more arrogant than him. No way, he can't stand anyone being more arrogant than him. That's just how petty he is. Let me see what's going on. Go dry your hair first, Lu Rulan urged helplessly. Other things aren't urgent, but if you catch a cold now, I can come up with countless trending topics for you. What do you think of the trending topic? Xiao He was hospitalized after being verbally abused by Su Shenxi's fans. Xiao He, you win. Xiao He obediently followed Xiao Chen to the nearby lounge to have his hair dried. While Xiao Chen helped him, Xiao He turned on his computer and started typing. Xiao Chen was already used to Xiao He's behavior. Lately, Xiao He had been using his spare time to code and develop software, and Xiao Chen had gotten used to it, simply focusing on his work without asking Xiao He any questions. After briefly ensuring the personal information security of those netizens, Xiao He began to seriously study the current online situation. Actually, right now, whether it's cyberbullying bystanders or cyberbullying Xiao He himself, that's not the most important thing. These people are focusing on Shining Stars. More precisely, on Meng Zetian. Any viewer of Shining Stars wouldn't consider Meng Zetian a good person, nor would they believe the plot is whitewashing him. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been hashtags like, when will Meng Zetian die? And, Meng Zetian must die. Xiao He wouldn't have been reported by the mentally unstable old man and almost arrested, and Lu Rulan wouldn't have had to constantly promote the separation of the actor and the character, fearing Xiao He might get beaten up in the future. But now, these people are seizing on the scene before Meng Zetian's death, spreading rumors that the production team is whitewashing him, and deliberately posting screenshots of Xiao He looking handsome and Zhang Yimou and Su Shenxi looking disheveled due to the scene, as if it were irrefutable evidence, spreading them across various comment sections. And they had their own excuses. Some said Xiao He was a resource-backed actor trying to get more screen time and more highlight shots for himself. Others threatened the director, saying that if they didn't cut any scenes, they had ulterior motives, that he was hiding 500,000 yuan, deliberately smuggling in his own agenda, making them traitors and a disgrace to the nation. To be honest, the most outrageous comments Xiao He had ever seen were attacks based on his appearance and demeanor, saying his appearance reflected his character, and accusing him of bullying others in front of hundreds of people on set. Now, even more outrageous statements were being made. They had become traitors to the nation and criminals against the people. Wow, these were crimes he had never imagined before. Xiao He originally thought that almost becoming a murderer was the biggest crime he would ever encounter in his life, but now, his path to crime had been expanded, opening up new avenues for him. It's just a pity, though, that this doesn't add to his crime value. Xiao He was very disappointed. He'd look at them with a little more respect if their false accusations earned him even a few points. Tisk. His short hair was blown dry quickly. Only about 5 minutes had passed by the time Xiao He returned to Lu Rulan's side. What's our current strategy? Lu Rulan crossed her arms, her expression stern. These people's unreasonable behavior is truly astonishing. We've already issued a formal statement in conjunction with the production team. As for Su Shenxi, we're contacting their fans. Xiao He sneered. Their management of their fans is really interesting. They can never seem to control them. And this can't control isn't just superficial, it's a genuine failure. They have no idea what the fans are up to, and even the idol himself can't stop them. Xiao He found it amazing. Sister Lu, as Su Shenxi's former manager, how exactly did you manage these fans before? He felt this type of fan was extremely rare in the entire Chinese entertainment industry. This time, Lu Rulan offered a few words of explanation on behalf of their current manager, Tian Heng. The main reason is that the more rational big fans have all left. The fans who remain are mostly quite extreme and biased. Even if I were in charge, I couldn't manage them. Their management team often manages big fans, who then manage the rest of the fanbase, creating a stable pyramid structure. Furthermore, there are differences among the big fans. Managers like Lu Rulan conduct a certain degree of screening. If a fan is considered high quality, she provides support, such as revealing exclusive insider information and schedules, or offering exclusive tickets and raffles, basically, helping the big fan establish authority within their fanbase and increase their influence. This allows the studio to directly connect with the big fan and let them manage and mobilize the rest of the fanbase. However, Su Shenxi's situation is different now. Idle dating, accidentally liking posts, account management across all platforms, these things constantly erode Su Shenxi's rational fans. Anyone with a modicum of critical thinking or basic principles has left. As one netizen put it, "You're still not leaving. How rational can a fan be if they don't leave?" So, as the tide recedes, only extreme and biased fans remain. Relatively rational and influential fan groups like Bullet and Mei Weishi have already left. In this situation, even the experienced Lu Rulan is helpless, let alone Tian Heng. Xiao He, embarrassed, I see. So, despite Su Shenxi still having many fans who adore him and considerable popularity, this is actually his final peak. However, the point they've made this time is indeed quite tricky. Lu Rulan changed the subject. No matter how you look at it, this matter concerns the nation and its people. If they keep making a fuss, it will ultimately be detrimental to us. Xiao He was quite displeased, but they're taking things out of context and misleading public opinion. Is that acceptable? Even the scene depicting Meng Zetian's death ultimately showcased his cunning and treachery, not his personal charisma or attempts to whitewash his actions. Yet these people, who seem to have even watched the entire plot, simply extracted screenshots of his dialogue and spread them online. What's the difference between this and outright spreading rumors? We'll try to find out who the source of those photos is later, but it's clearly too late to criticize them now. Lu Rulan pulled out her phone and said, "The production team's attitude is still very firm. I'll contact the investors to see if they're willing to say a few words." Before she could finish, Xiao Zhou, who was in charge of operations, immediately reminded her, "Sister Lu, brother Xiao, there's a new development. A Xiao He fan group. Wow, Su Shenxi's fans are so rampant? Family members, get to work. What happened? What are these people doing? I have no idea. The guy in the building next door has gone mad. Group admin, warning. Do not discuss other celebrities in the group. Do not start fights. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the group. Thank you for your cooperation." Damn, group admin, forget about the group rules at a time like this. They're going all out right now. Group admin, sorry, it was set automatically. I'll turn it off immediately. Group owner, special times call for special treatment. Since the opposing fans are acting like this, we can't keep backing down. Time to start battle mode. Great. After being Xiao He's fans for so long, finally we have a chance to shine. Indeed, Xiao He usually lives up to expectations and rarely causes us any trouble. This time, we can finally show others our strength. Qingtian Yunhe, I've been relaxing here for so long that I almost forgot the cutthroat world of the Chinese entertainment industry. Now we've been attacked right on our doorstep, it's really infuriating. Zaya He's a Zhuang Xiao He +1, I feel slighted. I've been a Xiao He fan for 10 years, after all. Feng Xiao Xiao, wow, so you guys are all here. Group owner, I have a feeling some really important people have infiltrated our group. Xiao He's place is indeed a good place to retire, but you guys better watch yourselves. If Xiao He gets into trouble because of you, I'll have someone deal with you. Xiao He and Xiao He, wah, Sister He's words are so hurtful. I'm a true Xiao He fan. Qingtian Yunhe, I only have this one account, I'm very loyal. He. Group owner, how about we talk about the current situation? Feng Xiao Xiao, what's there to discuss? Just charge. Few in Su Shenxi's family have any brains, just take them down. Qingtian Yunhe. So, led by several big fans, Xiao He's fans began to gather in an orderly fashion and fight back one by one. Su Shenxi's fans reported the production team for whitewashing Meng Zetian, so they posted Su Shenxi's dirty laundry below, helping to explain and counter the negative publicity. Meanwhile, several of these influential fans, having been active in the fandom for years and possessing extensive connections, joined forces with fans from other groups to jointly call for resistance against the malicious reporting by Su Shenxi's fans. Thanks to these fanatical fans for their indiscriminate attacks and the many people they've offended, there are now countless fans in the industry who dislike Su Shenxi, almost universally disliked. Xiao He's influential fans only made a few remarks, and these fans readily agreed to stand up and help fight against the negative publicity and resist the dictatorship of Su Shenxi's fans. This was originally baseless cyberbullying. If these fans succeeded in their reports this time, wouldn't other fans follow suit and maliciously report actors from other productions? Wouldn't that mean they'd be wrong no matter what they acted in? Wouldn't even a few harsh words from a character be taken out of context and used as a weapon for future attacks? Therefore, if this isn't addressed now, and it spreads throughout the industry, it will become a problem for every single group in the Chinese entertainment circle. So, several fan groups decisively united, staging a massive online siege. Honestly, we really have to thank Su Shenxi and his fans. The Chinese entertainment industry has never been so united before. Even casual observers couldn't help but express their amazement. I not only admire Xiaohe now, but I also admire his fans. They managed to rally Tao's fans and Dong's fans to speak out together what's impossible. Wow, this is unprecedented. Tao's fans and Dong's fans have been fighting fiercely for years. To actually get these two actresses to put aside their differences and reconcile, I almost thought I was dreaming. A longtime fan of He Jinian reporting in. Where should I go to help? I'm still a little confused. Hey sisters, this link will take you directly to their main site. The main battleground is Weibo, and another main battleground is Douban. They're currently leading a group to maliciously flood the site with negative reviews. If you have any extra accounts, you can help click on these links. Oh, okay, thanks, but I'm a male fan. Sorry. If any fans still don't understand, you can check out this screenshot tutorial. Anyone passing by can also click on it. We'll be holding a giveaway and giving out red envelopes during these days of our rights protection efforts. Thank you for your support. Screenshot.jpg. What? There's a giveaway and red envelopes? Looks like I have to click on it. Of course, I'm definitely not doing this for the prizes or red envelopes. I just simply can't stand Su Shenxi. The online situation instantly reversed due to the intervention of Xiaohe's fans. Even Lu Rulan probably hadn't expected these fans to be so powerful, organizing their own counterattack and aggressively pushing back Su Shenxi's fans. Seeing the shift in public opinion, Lu Rulan raised an eyebrow in surprise. I underestimated them. Although Lu Rulan had contacted a few influential fans after the incident, she hadn't truly mobilized this group for a large-scale counterattack. They weren't usually very active on various platforms, so Lu Rulan hadn't placed all her hopes on them. But seeing their actions now, Lu Rulan realized she had underestimated them. These guys were usually so quiet, but suddenly they appeared, and they were so fierce. Actually, we should really thank the predecessors for their downfall, so that the successors can benefit. The fans who left after their scandals were all worldly wise. Their abilities and character had long been honed by the cutthroat world of the Chinese entertainment industry. Now, attracted by Xiaohe's character and future potential, they've remained very low-key, originally intending to retire there. Even now, these anti-blacklisting tasks are just routine for them. Sister Lu, what do we do now? Xiao Zhou asked Lu Rulan. Lu Rulan snapped out of her reverie and immediately said in a deep voice, since the fans have stepped forward, we can't just stand by and watch. Issue another statement immediately in the name of the studio. Before she could finish speaking, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Lu Rulan glanced at it, then gave a rather sarcastic smirk. She then answered the phone, her voice softening. Hello, President Song, it's been a long time. President Song? Xiaohe quickly searched his memory for the corresponding person. It seemed the CEO of GXing Entertainment, behind Su Shenxi, was surnamed Song? That was Lu Rulan's former boss. I know, this matter really has nothing to do with Xiao Su. Sure enough, Lu Rulan's words confirmed Xiaohe's guess, but we really can't do anything about it. If this were just a matter between Xiao Su and Xiaohe, I would definitely invite you to host the event. There's no problem that can't be solved with a meal. But as you can see now, this matter not only involves the entire production crew but has also escalated to the national level. I don't dare to directly answer your question, do I? Xiaohe understood. So, they couldn't win, so they called for reinforcements. Hilarious. This incident clearly hits the nail on the head. Even with the previous incident where Su Shenxi accidentally liked a post, GXing Entertainment remained completely silent from beginning to end, only releasing a few very official statements at the end, defining it as a slip of the hand by a junior assistant, all rumors, and we will pursue relevant responsibilities. These guys don't really care about the conflict between Xiaohe and Su Shenxi, they only care about whether Su Shenxi can continue to bring them value. And clearly, their willingness to mediate this time is purely because keeping shining stars alive is definitely more valuable than fans reporting it to be taken down. GXing Entertainment and the capital behind it were originally one of the investors in Shining Stars. Otherwise, given Su Shenxi's acting skills, he definitely wouldn't have been able to squeeze into such a large-scale production. Even director Wen Hongyuan has already turned a blind eye to Su Shenxi's behavior. Besides GXing Entertainment, there were also investors like Fruit and several other major studios who had invested heavily in the drama. making it a top-tier, S+ production. With the huge success of Shining Stars, they all profited immensely, and were already planning further advertising and IP-related investments. However, Su Shenxi's fans started a disturbance, launching indiscriminate attacks against everyone. All their hard work was threatened by the actions of just one group's fans. GXing Entertainment itself was furious, not only against the others. GXing Entertainment CEO, Song Yuan-kai, was constantly on the phone. Several high-level investors and big bosses called to greet them, asking if GXing Entertainment had lost its mind and was trying to ruin their business. The internal shareholders were also shrewd. They usually didn't say anything, but now that their profits were being delayed, they were all unhappy, urging Song Yuan-kai to resolve the matter quickly. Who would bear the losses if Shining Stars really failed? Therefore, Song Yuan-kai had no choice but to step in and mediate. The first parties to mediate were naturally Xiao He and Lu Rulan. As a longtime employee of GXing Entertainment, Lu Rulan had been with the company since its inception. Even after leaving to work independently, the relationship between the two parties was relatively harmonious. They kept to themselves, unlike other departing agents who caused unpleasantness and became the laughingstock of others. However, of course, there were other reasons behind this. Lu Rulan was, after all, a veteran of GXing Entertainment. Having been there for so many years, what hadn't she seen and experienced? She understood very well. In the entertainment industry, being too upright could lead to exclusion, while being too clear-headed could result in being constantly pushed out by those above. The fact that Lu Rulan could leave with a clean slate was already a testament to her ability. Moving further up the ladder would expose her to things beyond her control. Therefore, Lu Rulan didn't hesitate and proactively chose to leave on her own. It's just that leaving some leverage for his former employer, there's nothing he can do about it. President Song, we're all very anxious about this, but as you know, we can't stop Su Shenxi's fans from continuing this. Lu Rulan walked into the corridor, her tone still relatively gentle. Actually, you don't need to get involved. We'll handle it. Just get your fans to calm down and stop spreading negative information about Su Shenxi. Song Yuan-kai sighed softly, continuing to appeal to her emotions. Little Lu, you've helped Su Shenxi get to where he is today step by step. Are you really willing to watch him retire from the industry because of this? Lu Rulan sneered inwardly, but outwardly played the victim. President Song, I also want to beg Su Shenxi's fans to spare us. Xiao He was the first artist I managed after leaving GXing. Actually, everyone in the industry is waiting to see me fail. They all say that I left GXing, and now I'm managing a nobody who can only act like himself, destined to be the villain's manager for life. I'm really suffering. I just can't understand why Su Shenxi has taken a grudge against my Xiao He. As you know, I've worked diligently at GXing for over 10 years, and Su Shenxi is the artist I've managed the longest. I know very well the fighting spirit of Su Shenxi's fans. We've never intended to offend them. If Xiao He is greatly affected by this incident, I'll be too embarrassed to continue working in the industry. Lu Rulan's words were half pleading and half threatening. Song Yuan-kai understood her implication and fell into a brief silence. If they really forced this crazy woman out of the industry, they wouldn't have an easy time either. Is there no room for negotiation? He asked one last time. President Song, we're all respectable people. You know Su Shenxi's current situation. He narrowed his own path, and no matter how hard he tries now, it's difficult to help him recover. Why bother worrying about such an ungrateful guy? Lu Rulan softened her voice and continued to persuade him. Su Shenxi's fans have offended many people this time. Even if this incident passes smoothly, he's offended several other investors. President Song, you can't help him every time, can you? Song Yuan-kai. Thinking of Su Shenxi, he rubbed his temples, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and smiled helplessly. Little Lu, even after all this time, you're still the same. A combination of soft and hard tactics, neither humble nor arrogant, and ultimately managing to turn the tables. Song Yuan-kai was a seasoned veteran. How could he not understand the underlying meaning in Lu Rulan's words? Oh dear, although I've left GXing Entertainment, it's still the closest and most special place in my heart. I haven't seen President Song in a long time, so I've been a bit blunt. Please don't mind, Lu Rulan said with a smile. I hope to continue cooperating with GXing Entertainment in the future. After all, I came from GXing Entertainment, and I can't let them down, right? Song Yuan-kai chuckled. Didn't you just say that everyone was laughing at you? Well, I think you've already completely lost face. Of course not, Lu Rulan replied immediately. I'm just playing the victim in front of President Song. President Song is my most important connection. If I have something to say, I'll definitely complain to you first. For all these years, you have to help me, right? Humph, what a shameless guy, Song Yuan-kai sneered. You're just lucky to have met such a promising talent as Xiao He, otherwise I would have blocked you long ago. But Xiao He is indeed doing quite well right now. Have you considered bringing him back with you? If Xiao He is willing to join GXing Entertainment, then losing one difficult person like Su Shenxi wouldn't be a problem. Lu Rulan decisively declined. I'm afraid that really won't work, Mr. Song. You don't know, Xiao he can only play villains. Don't be fooled by his acting skills, it's all based on his charisma, his range is very narrow. And that brat is completely clueless, he only loves playing villains, his other acting skills don't improve at all, he's just a supporting character, and it's even harder for him to act in idle dramas. So, I'm actually quite frustrated. You're getting a good deal and still acting innocent. Song Yuankai saw through Lu Rulan's boastful nature at a glance and commented incisively. So, Mr. Song, what do you think about this matter? Lu Rulan and Song Yuankai had been negotiating for a while before she finally asked cautiously. Sigh. Song Yuankai remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. This era, oh, how quickly things change, Song Yuankai remarked. Since the old stars are gone, then as you said, let's replace them. The fundamental reason, in fact, is that Su Shenxi no longer has that much value. On the other hand, Xiao He, although he's pursuing a villainous actor route and hasn't yet proven his value as a lead actor, is currently experiencing rapid growth. Moreover, he's a young actor with good acting skills, inherent popularity, doesn't fight for lead roles, and is willing to play supporting roles. Xiao He will only become more sought after by directors in the future. Plus, considering the relationship between Ling Hui Studio and their GXing Entertainment, Song Yuankai weighed the options in his mind and surprisingly, he so easily gave up on Su Shenxi. Or rather, he already had a decision in mind, but wanted to gauge Lu Rulan's reaction. Clearly, Lu Rulan's performance pleased Song Yuankai greatly. People, if they're useless, just replace them. They were all brought up by us anyway, making money is more important. With Song Yuankai's casual remark, Su Shenxi's future as a star was essentially over. He had been abandoned by capital. After Lu Rulan hung up the phone, Xiao He walked over from the corridor, his face filled with worry. How did it go? Easier than I expected. Lu Rulan shrugged. That old bastard Song Yuankai is cunning. He clearly wanted to give up on Su Shenxi, but he used us as a scapegoat. Su Shenxi probably never imagined that letting his fans conquer the world would result in offending his own boss. Perhaps it was all fate, a karmic retribution. He was once lauded by his fans, propelled to a debut position, and later, thanks to their support, smoothly went solo at GXing Entertainment, where he enjoyed immense success under Lu Rulan's guidance, rising to the top. But as time passed, the man who was once so grateful to his fans forgot his roots, becoming neither sincere nor appreciative. In the end, he was betrayed by his fans, becoming a discarded pawn of the industry. His success and his downfall both stem from his fans, but he can't blame anyone else. Those who forget their original intentions are destined to suffer the consequences. Su Shenxi is about to be abandoned by the capital, Lu Rulan said. Judging from Song Yuankai's words, they're preparing to sideline him. Xiao He raised an eyebrow. Is GXing Entertainment willing to do that? So decisively? Su Shenxi's fans have offended more than just GXing Entertainment, they've also offended several other investors, all close business partners. GXing was never really going to protect Su Shenxi in the first place, Lu Rulan said. Businessmen hate nothing more than those who offer food and then smash it. If this matter only involved a conflict between Xiao He and Su Shenxi, then those people would absolutely not care. But the problem lies in Su Shenxi's fans making a foolish move, directly targeting Hidden Star's shine, which is a fundamental matter of principle. Those investors don't care whether Su Shenxi instigated this or not, they'll only remember that it was Su Shenxi's fans who did it, so naturally, everything will be blamed on him. Besides, Su Shenxi has been embroiled in numerous scandals lately, and his former top-tier status is long gone. Meanwhile, the newcomers promoted by GXing Entertainment are seeing their resources skyrocket and their popularity soar. Compared to them, Su Shenxi is no longer GXing Entertainment's unique product. Xiao He was still quite annoyed. So what? After this storm passes, he'll still be able to come out and keep jumping around. I'm really fed up with him. Why not release a barrage of negative information about him before this happens, and let him collapse into ruins? Lu Rulan glanced at Xiao He. Do you think I don't want to? If Su Shenxi collapses into ruins, then Kangxing Shanyao will inevitably be affected. This project represents the hard work of many people, can you just throw it away like that? Although Shining Stars has finished airing, it's still making money. Song Yuankai was willing to back down because of the pressure from Shining Stars and other capital. If they were to delay everyone's profits and traffic because of Su Shenxi, it would be a huge loss. That old guy Song Yuankai might even turn his attention to them. And don't underestimate their giving up. Sometimes, compared to legal scandals and official bans, the ruthlessness of capital is truly despairing, Lu Rulan said meaningfully, looking at Xiao He. Even if they're banned from all platforms by the authorities, as long as there's capital and someone willing to continue supporting them, they can still rise again in neighboring countries, or even go to the West, to places beyond our official control, and continue to fleece the masses. However, the ruthlessness of capital is like a swift and decisive cut, ruthless and merciless, giving you no chance to make a comeback. Besides, almost no capital is willing to take on Su Shenxi's mess now. Lu Rulan crossed her arms and looked earnestly at Xiaohe. Actually, for many of us, Su Shenxi's current situation is the best outcome. He's been sidelined by the capital, his future is basically blocked, and his previous works won't be affected. Once this storm passes, Su Shenxi will gradually fade from people's sight and be forgotten, which is also a kind of torture for him. Having managed Su Shenxi for so long, she understood him quite well. Turning him into a legal troublemaker was out of the question. While Su Shenxi wasn't a good person, he was timid, and with Lu Rulan's tight control, he could only manage to skirt the edges of legality at most. Even if some negative information about Su Shenxi were exposed, it would at most be moral condemnation, not legal issues. If they really wanted to drag him into it, they could only start with his taxes, but that would inevitably involve Jiaxing Entertainment, and Song Yuankai would definitely fight them to the death. They wouldn't go that far. So, no matter what, the current situation is the best option. The soft blockade by capital, though low-key, is deadly. Alright. Xiaohe regretfully crossed out his idea of exposing Su Shenxi's dirty secrets. Lu Rulan's words made a lot of sense. Lu Rulan seemed to sense Xiaohe's ulterior motives and coughed lightly. I've already said all this, so don't worry about it. Besides, I haven't told you this yet, afraid you'd get too excited. Let me be frank, Shining Stars is actually very suitable for awards, and your portrayal of Meng Zetian, both in terms of acting and popularity, has a huge potential. Therefore, Shining Stars absolutely cannot be affected, understand? The plot of Shining Stars is intricately woven, and every character plays a crucial role and has value. Let alone cutting by Mingchuan scenes, even reducing a few of his scenes would be disastrous for post-production because it's simply impossible to cut them. I understand. Xiaohe awkwardly touched his nose, suspecting Lu Rulan could read his mind. But Sister Lu, do I have a chance to win an award for the role of Meng Zetian? Xiaohe was somewhat doubtful. Meng Zetian's character is far too complex and sensitive, especially given the current online uproar about him being maliciously whitewashed. If he could win an award with this role, well, to be honest, the risk is quite high. If he were a judge, he would definitely avoid this choice. Lu Rulan patted Xiaohe's shoulder, laughing and scolding. I was just saying, you've really fallen for it. Xiaohe, this tonic is a lie. He actually believed it. When good things happen, everyone's spirits soar, one good thing leads to another. Just as Lu Rulan was preparing to treat the other investors to dinner, the official media released a statement. Yes, the official media. When Xiao Zhou, the operations manager, saw this message, his eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, checked the text several times, took a deep breath, and excitedly ran out of the office, interrupting the two people chatting. Sister Lu, the official media has spoken out. Ha! Lu Rulan and Xiaohe exchanged a surprised glance. Who? Is it the official account they were thinking of? The two quickly followed Xiao Zhou into the office. Rejecting excessive judgment of characters, protecting creative diversity. Artistic creation needs a diverse environment, and character portrayal should avoid black and white thinking. The value of film and television art lies in the diverse behaviors of characters that provoke public reflection. The artistic presentation of the complexity of human nature should not be confined to formulaic and templated character images. Overinterpretation and selective reporting further damage creative vitality and narrow the audience's understanding of true history. The Villain's Dying Confession is a reasonable dissection of the abyss of human nature, highlighting the tension of artistic creation and allowing the audience to more clearly see the hypocrisy and despicable nature of betrayal. We call for reasonable cultural supervision, adherence to rational viewing, respect for diverse character creations, and reasonable criticism of characters, but we should not bring off-screen experiences into the drama, much less extend on-screen situations to off-screen ones. Lu Rulan stared at the large blue and white portrait, took a deep breath, and her hands trembled slightly. Xiaohe, looking at this long passage of text, experienced a numbness in his hands and feet for the first time. That's our mother. The content posted by this account is almost equivalent to the official stance. Although we all share the same internet, the official media outlet Guanma, a nickname for a celebrity, has rarely spoken positively about the Chinese entertainment industry in recent years. In recent times, her comments have almost always been critical and judgmental. Previously, when she occasionally praised certain artists, their fans would boast about it for a long time, almost treating it as a get-out-of-jail-free card, bringing up the praise whenever something happened. This shows that her attitude is a very important indicator of public opinion within the industry. This time, although she didn't explicitly name Xiaohe and his production company Hidden Stars Shine, anyone who has been following the gossip knows what Guanma is referring to. Holy crap, Mom's talking about Xiaohe's situation, right? Of course. Look at this, the Villain's Dying Confession. Doesn't that refer to the scene before Meng Zetian's death? And that taking things out of context thing, isn't that implying that Su Shenxi's fans deliberately screenshot lines to mislead the public and whitewash the traitor? Wow, this is the first time I've seen an official response to something like this. Xiaohe's really something. And if I remember correctly, last time Xiaohe was also cyberbullied, and the official team came out to defend him, right? What's Xiaohe's background? Is it that powerful? To be clear, the time it was just the Shanghai police speaking out and telling the truth. After all, Xiaohe did do a few good deeds, and letting others spread rumors is indeed detrimental to social morality. But this time it's a legitimate central government official media outlet, which carries far more weight than local media. However, I really can't understand why they're speaking up for Xiaohe. Thank you so much, Mom, for speaking up. The creative environment is being ruined by these kinds of people. Why stand up for a villain? And such a sensitive traitor at that? Is the person who posted this article a walking 500,000 person army? They've even infiltrated official media. I've reported them. I suggest a thorough investigation. When I saw that comment above, I felt like a mountain stream flowed through my cerebral cortex, smoothing out all the wrinkles in my brain. Mom rattled off a whole bunch of stuff, but that guy didn't understand a word. I seriously suspect there's a fake human infiltrating our ranks. All I can say is, Mom's article is like chocolate, it's fine for humans, but for dogs. This situation truly shocked a huge number of people. Not to mention Lu Rulan, even Xiaohe's phone was ringing off the hook. Some people they knew in the industry couldn't contain their curiosity and came to inquire, wanting to know more about the inside story, to see how Xiaohe and his team managed to get official media to comment. But what inside story? That's official media. Are they crazy enough to go to official media to speak for them? Do they think life in the entertainment industry is too peaceful? Let alone others who were shocked and confused. Xiaohe and Lu Rulan were also completely bewildered after their initial shock. To be honest, with the help of Xiaohe's fans, the situation online is now almost entirely one-sided. Bystanders and fans alike are on Xiaohe's side, while Su Shenxi's side is practically being driven out of the entertainment industry by the backlash. Now that the situation is largely settled, the official intervention is more of a finishing touch, and incidentally, it clarifies the nature of this incident. Of course, it's not that the authorities are bad, but everyone feels that their intervention at this time carries a different meaning, as if it's not just about speaking up for Xiaohe, but also about sending certain signals. Lu Rulan looked Xiaohe up and down, her tone more serious and questioning than ever before. Xiaohe, just lay it all out. Where does your father actually work? Is he the kind who always travels in a red flag? Xiaohe blushed. My dad is just an ordinary office worker. He's been ordinary his whole life. Would I lie to you? Lu Rulan's gaze was distant, her tone steady. Or maybe you're deliberately hiding your identity, like a male protagonist in a novel, playing around in the entertainment industry, then going back to take the civil service exam and starting your reign of terror in the officialdom. Xiaohe, Sister Lu, we're talking serious. Don't joke around at a time like this. Haha, okay, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Lu Rulan chuckled and patted Xiaohe's shoulder. Do you think I don't know your family situation? I'm known as the top agent who can clean up messes cleanly even if I make mistakes. I've even visited your family to check things out, so I trust you completely. Xiaohe let out a long sigh. That's perfect. Wait, when did you visit my house? Xiaohe's face was filled with shock, his pupils trembling. Wait, last time Lu Rulan only had his parents' contact information, and this time she'd already paid a visit? When did this happen? Lu Rulan shrugged. It was during the time you were filming on the island. As your manager, I needed to understand your family situation, your parents' health, work, etc., so that I wouldn't be at a loss if anything happened later. Xiaohe, aren't we being a little too serious about this? Don't worry, actually, your mother invited me to her house. Lu Rulan explained further. I happened to be there to help you with some paperwork, so I just paid a visit. I definitely won't bother them again, so don't worry. Xiaohe, what could he possibly say? But after calming down and thinking about it carefully, I can roughly guess what the authorities mean. After joking around with Lu Rulan, Xiaohe rested his chin on his hand, his expression becoming more serious. Recently, the higher UPS have been gradually relaxing policies to support the diversified development of cultural and entertainment works. He recalled the National Day film season and reminded Lu Rulan, Sister Lu, you must have heard some rumors, right? The movie starring He Jinian, where the villain escaped punishment, sparked a lot of discussion. Looking back, it seems like it was all foreshadowed. This is just further confirmation of the higher UPS attitude. Now that you mention it, I do remember, Lu Rulan recalled. There have indeed been such rumors recently, and I've heard that many people have already submitted their backlog of scripts. It seems these scripts will gradually see the market. The backlog of original scripts was invariably stuck at the censorship stage due to various content issues. This led to the situation in previous years where scripts could be written but not filmed, constantly suppressing the vitality of original scripts, ultimately resulting in a frenzy for IP adaptations. However, adapting IPs isn't always smooth sailing. Sometimes the plot is fragmented due to cuts, resulting in a disjointed ending, something that's unavoidable. It's just unexpected that the higher UPS are so determined this time, even personally commenting on Xiaohe's situation. Once everyone calms down and carefully examines this article, they'll surely understand the official's true purpose. The higher UPS are merely using this incident to send a signal, indicating their future stance, allowing everyone to focus on creation within reasonable limits, further developing different characters and stories to enrich the content and meaning of entertainment. Therefore, this time it's purely Xiaohe and Shining Stars who were lucky enough to catch the official wave. What incredible luck! They won without even trying. Lu Rulan let out a long sigh, looking at Xiaohe with a distant gaze. Indeed, you're the most relaxed class I've ever taught. Xiaohe chuckled, luck, just luck. This time, someone from above has come out and declared it true. Su Shensi is truly finished, Lu Rulan sighed. This time, we don't need to worry about Song Yuankai's double dealing. Even without an official ban, a soft ban is most likely inevitable. This is really satisfying. As they were talking, Lu Rulan pulled out her vibrating phone. Sure enough, it was Song Yuankai calling again. Presumably, Song Yuankai had just hung up when he saw the message, so he called Lu Rulan again to chat and reaffirm his stance. I'll take this call, Lu Rulan gestured to Xiaohe. There's probably going to be a dinner party tonight, you should prepare. Okay. So Lu Rulan went to answer the phone. Xiaohe, meanwhile, sat back down in his seat. Looking at the anonymous emails on his computer screen, Xiaohe pondered for a moment, then deleted them all. He had originally planned to release Su Shensi's dirt directly to various media outlets and marketing accounts, but what Sister Lu said earlier made a lot of sense. Regardless, it's a fact that Su Shensi participated in Shining Stars, and he did contribute to the project. Whether the contribution was a hindrance or not is another matter. Besides him, there was the hard work of many others. Such an excellent work shouldn't be ruined because of Su Shensi. Xiaohe decided to heed Lu Rulan's advice and wait and see. Anyway, Su Shensi's good days are probably over. GXing Entertainment. Tian Heng stood in front of the office, his face covered in sweat. He kept glancing at his watch and anxiously peering into the room, his body nervously rubbing his sleeves, his entire being exuding unease. At this moment, a smartly dressed secretary walked out from inside. Secretary Zhou. Tian Heng quickly grabbed her, forcing a smile. I wonder if President Song is free right now. I've run into a little trouble. Secretary Zhou pushed up her glasses, giving Tian Heng a haughty once-over. You're Su Shensi's manager? Tian Heng quickly nodded. Yes, that's me. President Song is busy right now, so please don't bother him. I'll take you to process the change of management contract. With that, Secretary Zhou strode forward. Hey, Secretary Zhou, wait a minute, what did you mean just now? Tian Heng was dumbfounded and immediately grabbed Secretary Zhou, who was about to leave. We were doing fine, why do we suddenly need to go through this procedure? Secretary Zhou had no choice but to stop. She glanced at Tian Heng and finally said a few more words. Su Shensi's situation is very troublesome right now. Following an internal decision by GXing Entertainment, the company will be indefinitely suspending Su Shensi. As his manager, you won't need to handle his affairs anymore. We will arrange other artists for you, so please don't worry. What? Tian Heng's heart sank. He immediately stopped Secretary Zhou again, asking persistently, is this President Song's decision? Secretary Zhou had no choice but to stop again, but her tone was more impatient. This is a unanimous decision by all the shareholders. The entire internal. Tian Heng's eyes were glazed, his voice trembling. Why? Su Shensi is GXing Entertainment's cash cow, how can they just abandon him like that? Secretary Zhou said with pity, that was before. Before, Su Shensi was indeed GXing Entertainment's cash cow, so the company specifically entrusted him to Lu Rulan's management. But later, Su Shensi was plagued by negative news, and Lu Rulan left GXing. From then on, Su Shensi's status within the company subtly changed. Tian Heng thought he had snatched a prize from Lu Rulan, but in reality, it was something others didn't want. What others don't want is garbage. Tian Heng had merely picked up garbage, yet he was smugly pleased with himself in front of Lu Rulan, even going so far as to provoke her. It was truly laughable. Hearing Secretary Zhou's words, Tian Heng seemed to finally lose all his strength, abruptly taking a step back, his gaze blankly fixed on the wall. If you were to ask who he was most jealous of in the entire company back then, it would definitely be Lu Rulan. Before joining GXing Entertainment, he had heard of Lu Rulan. Everyone said she was good at managing newcomers, a claim he had always scoffed at. From beginning to end, he always thought it was just Lu Rulan's good luck. A stuntman she signed casually ended up going international, a bit part she picked up became a movie star, and she even unexpectedly landed the role of top star Su Shensi. What did Lu Rulan have that made her so special? Later, after racking his brains to snatch the position of Su Shensi's manager, Tian Heng thought he could finally hold his head high, but, in the end, it was all for nothing. Tian Heng gave a self-deprecating laugh. He even transferred his other artists to other people specifically to focus on managing Sushensi. Now, Sushensi has fallen, and the company hasn't had any promising new talents lately. Everyone else is holding on to their own artists tightly, so there's no way they'll spare any for him. Besides, from a certain perspective, Sushensi, who was originally a top star, was ruined by him. To others, it seems that Sushensi had no problems under Lu Rulan's management, but after he came under his control, he fell directly from the top and was blacklisted by the company. It's unlikely the company will treat him well. Suddenly, Tian Heng seemed to remember something, and with trembling hands, he took out his phone to call someone from back then, but then suddenly stopped. That person said they would only protect him once. But that one time was already used up because of that crazy woman Lu Rulan's revenge. So, it was true? Lu Rulan promised not to retaliate, but she had already dug a pit for him. Tian Heng walked back to the studio in a daze. Sushensi grabbed Tian Heng's hand anxiously, his voice filled with panic. Brother Tian, what happened? My assistant just told me to suspend all appearances. What is President Song planning? Are we really going to have to give way to that Xiaohe? Tian Heng looked at the now unworthy top star in front of him, his gaze blankly sweeping across the empty work area beside him. After a long silence, he slowly spoke under Sushensi's anxious gaze. We're finished. Sushensi's path to stardom was over, and so was his path as a manager. That evening, Xiaohe and Lu Rulan met with Mr. Song, the CEO of Jiexing Entertainment, and several other investors who had come with him. Among them was producer Ma Qinyu, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Ma Qinyu immediately became very enthusiastic, shaking Xiaohe's hand repeatedly, his eyes shining. Little Xiao, it's been so long. Xiaohe hadn't expected Ma Qinyu to be so enthusiastic. He tried to pull his hand away, but couldn't. Xiaohe, hee, producer Ma, long time no see. Lu Rulan came to the rescue, extending her hand. Producer Ma, long time no see. How have you been lately? Ma Qinyu could only let go of Xiaohe's hand, shaking hands with Lu Rulan briefly before immediately releasing him and inviting Xiaohe to sit with him. Xiaohe, why is this guy so enthusiastic? However, once seated, Xiaohe understood why Ma Qinyu was so excited. Little Xiao, I had my fortune told again the other day, and guess what? The fortune teller said I'll meet a benefactor this year who will change my fortune for the rest of my life. Ma Qinyu looked at Xiaohe, his face full of excitement. Xiaohe, haha, I didn't know there was such a thing. Congratulations, producer Ma. Hadn't this guy already been scammed a few times before? He actually believes it? What can he say then? Superstition and metaphysics are unacceptable. Wealth must be accumulated through hard work? Thinking of Ma Qinyu's unlucky past, Xiaohe swallowed his words. After all, the fact that Shining Stars had changed so many male supporting actors before was indeed somewhat mystical. He'd better keep quiet. However, Ma Qinyu clearly wasn't going to let Xiaohe off the hook, so I thought, isn't that benefactor you? Xiaohe, huh? Me? Wait, how did he become a benefactor? Yeah, right. Ma Qinyu excitedly patted Xiaohe's shoulder. I also invested in Shining Stars, but things were really unlucky back then. I was even thinking of just running away, and then you showed up. Not only did you portray Meng Zetian so well, but you also helped us gain a huge amount of buzz. Hee, we can still make money from this later. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Xiaohe, haha, not really. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. So this guy was already thinking of running away back then? Does Director Wen know? Probably not. If Director Wen knew, he'd probably cry his eyes out in a corner. Ma Qinyu was almost crying too from being moved. Look at me, old Ma, following the crowd and investing in the Chinese entertainment industry. Everyone else's investments have paid off, but I've been the unluckiest. Every project I've invested in has failed, and I've lost most of my fortune. But I, old Ma, refuse to give up. I'm determined to keep investing and show everyone what I can do. And now, I've finally done it. Xiaohe, you're my savior. Xiaohe's lips and eyes twitched. Haha. No wonder he managed to snag such a big production project. It turns out this guy was using some kind of mystical power. If the other investors knew their big projects were almost ruined by this small-time producer, Ma Qinyu, they'd probably kick him out of the entertainment industry and permanently blacklist him. Fortunately, Ma Qinyu spoke very softly, and no one else heard him. Lu Rulan was already using her eloquence to chat enthusiastically with the investors. Ma Qinyu glanced at the executives, coughed lightly, and continued to ask Xiaohe in a low voice, Xiao, is there anything planned for your next drama? He wanted Xiaohe to see if he could get another investment. If he couldn't be a producer, he could be a boss. Xiaohe replied, it's a drama invested in by director Zhuang. Ma Qinyu might not know the details of other projects, but mentioning director Zhuang Hongii, immediately made him aware of the name. Sure enough, Ma Qinyu fell silent. Zhuang Hongii belonged to the Beijing elite circle, with a deep-rooted family background. His substantial wealth allowed him to be both a director and a capitalist, and what was even more enviable was that his earnings as a director were enough to allow him to operate independently of his family background. Such a person was definitely beyond the reach of a small investor like Ma Qinyu, let alone becoming an investor in such a project. So, upon hearing Xiao He's words, Ma Qinyu immediately gave up. However, he didn't give up, continuing, "There might not be a chance this year, but the master I consulted said my fortune will be even better next year. If you have any plans, please let me know." Xiao He truly admired Ma Qinyu's persistence, but he didn't refuse, instead nodding with a smile. Okay. The rest of the dinner was uneventful. Xiao He's only feeling was, being a capitalist is truly exhilarating. You can promote whomever you want, blacklist whomever you want, and whatever others think, you have to greet them with a smile. Song Yuankai, 40 years old this year, as the CEO of an entertainment company, maintained a fairly good physique, neither out of shape nor balding. He just seemed to have spent many years at the dinner table, having ingrained the drinking culture into his bones. His drinking and persuasion techniques were masterful, making it impossible to refuse. Although Lu Rulan had privately reminded Xiao He that she would handle the drinking, Xiao He couldn't bear to watch her drink one glass after another, so he forced himself to drink a few glasses as well. By the end of the meal, Xiao He, a newcomer to the drinking table, was feeling extremely unwell. Lu Rulan, on the other hand, who had been drinking from beginning to end, was completely unaffected. She called Xiao Chen to drive, helped Xiao He to the back seat to lie down, and then sat in the passenger seat herself. Actually, Xiao He's drinking manners were quite good. He just tended to get sleepy easily after drinking too much. Although he was still energetic, his eyelids were almost closed, and he could only half close them, barely able to see the roof of the car above him. Fortunately, Xiao Chen and Lu Rulan were reliable, so Xiao He wasn't too worried. After swaying his eyelids for a while, he simply closed his eyes and forced himself to fall asleep temporarily. In the front seat, Xiao Chen, while driving, handed Lu Rulan a water bottle from the car door. "Sister Lu, some water. You've had a hard day." "Thank you." Lu Rulan opened the bottle, took a sip, and breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Xiao He, who had instantly fallen asleep in the back seat, and rubbed her temples helplessly. "That brat, I told him to leave me alone." Xiao Chen chuckled. "That's just how brother Xiao is." If Xiao He had simply watched a group of grown men ply Lu Rulan's cups at the dinner table, he wouldn't be Xiao He. Lu Rulan chuckled. "That's true." Then she rolled down the car window, gazing intently out the window, her tone indifferent. "And this time, we really owe it all to Xiao He." Although on the surface, this incident seemed entirely due to their good luck, with one good thing after another, and everyone resolving the matter with almost no effort, a closer look revealed that it was actually because of Xiao He that they were able to succeed so smoothly. Xiao He's personal charisma attracted a group of very influential fans. Under their leadership, the initially precarious public opinion was instantly reversed, even sparking a joint condemnation from other fans within the industry. It was Xiao He's strength and personal development value that led Song Yuankai to back down, choosing to relinquish Su Shenxi's remaining value and maintain a good relationship with them, paving the way for future cooperation. And the official media statement wasn't it because Xiao He's impeccable background and numerous acts of kindness had created a certain bias on their part? Otherwise, why release it now of all times? Over the years, Lu Rulan had often heard people in the industry secretly mocking her, saying she was lucky, that anyone could stumble upon good fortune. Lu Rulan usually just smiled when she heard these comments, because she also felt she was quite lucky. Xiao He woke up to find himself in his own villa's large bed. Surprisingly, he didn't experience the hangover he usually does. After casually stretching in bed, he felt refreshed and invigorated. "Good morning, brother Xiao." After washing up and having breakfast, the first person to arrive at the villa was naturally his assistant, Xiao Chen. "Good morning, have you had breakfast? I have some bread here. I've already eaten. By the way, how are you feeling now, brother Xiao? Does your head hurt? Sister Lu asked me to bring a jar of honey, saying she'd give you a cup of honey water later. I feel pretty good." Xiao He stretched his limbs, feeling mostly recovered. "Have some, please." As he spoke, Xiao Chen expertly found a glass and spoon. Xiao He didn't refuse. "Thanks, Xiao Chen." While Xiao Chen was preparing the honey water, Xiao He picked up his phone from the table and sat down on the sofa. He had just turned on his phone when a trending topic jumped out at him. Su Shenxi announces retirement. A look back at Su Shenxi's most memorable moments. Su Shenxi forced to retire. Xiao He was shocked. He ate dinner yesterday, and today he's retiring? That's incredibly fast. But actually, it's quite normal. The situation has escalated. With the official statement, Su Shenxi's fans have completely collapsed, and fans of other groups have swarmed in. False and genuine smear articles about Su Shenxi are flying everywhere, almost pushing him to the brink of legal trouble. If Su Shenxi had acted quickly and withdrawn sooner, perhaps he could have preserved a shred of dignity. At least on the surface, he could still give himself a way out even if that way out leads to his eventual retirement. Of course, for insiders like Xiao He, Su Shenxi's retirement from the entertainment industry was inevitable. While it initially surprised many, it wasn't entirely unexpected. However, for many others, it was like a bolt from the blue. Who retired? Am I still asleep? Is it the Su Shenxi I know? Could it be just a coincidence of names? Wow, it really is Su Shenxi. Quick, check his Weibo, he posted his retirement announcement himself. Oh no, now even when I hear his own post, I start to doubt if it's really him. After all, I still vividly remember what happened before. Could it be his agency pulling some strings? He was, after all, a top idol who had reached the pinnacle of popularity and enjoyed a long period of glory. Many people initially couldn't believe it when they saw the news. After all, that was Su Shenxi. The Su Shenxi who was the undisputed #1 in popularity, debuted with countless fans' expectations, and shone brightly on stage. He was Su Shenxi, whom many young girls genuinely loved and who helped propel him to the top. No one expected Su Shenxi to exit the stage in such a dismal way, and the root of all this was simply a media storm. Media attention is the most common battleground in the Chinese entertainment industry. But generally speaking, as long as he doesn't end up in jail, even the biggest media storm can be overcome, allowing him to start afresh and return to the big stage of the Chinese entertainment industry. Someone like Su Shenxi, on the other hand, has nothing to worry about. His reputation is intact, and he even has a large group of blindly loyal fans willing to sacrifice everything for him. Logically, even if he lost this public opinion battle, he shouldn't have ended up like this, or even issued a statement announcing his retirement from the entertainment industry. Therefore, almost no one expected Su Shenxi to choose to retire. Xiao He followed the trending comments to Su Shenxi's Weibo account and, sure enough, saw Su Shenxi's post. GXing Entertainment, Su Shenxi, dear friends, I am very sorry, this is the last time I will post this Weibo as an artist. At this moment, I, Su Shenxi, with a heavy heart and filled with guilt, formally announce my retirement from the entertainment industry. As a public figure, I am deeply sorry for failing to guide public opinion effectively, sparking public discussion and consuming public resources. I feel profoundly guilty for all the recent controversies caused by me. Faced with the increasingly out-of-control public opinion, I gradually realized that my individual strength was insufficient to quell this situation. To prevent more people from being involved and to shoulder the responsibilities I should bear, I had to make this choice. Thank you so much to my fans for your unwavering support and for never giving up on me. I am also very sorry to those who have been hurt and suffered because of my fans. I will apologize to each and every one of them on their behalf and make amends. I hope everyone will have a peaceful future. Thank you very much. After reading Su Shenxi's statement of leaving the entertainment industry, Xiao He clicked his tongue, marveling at Su Shenxi's ability to shift blame and feign indifference. To summarize this statement simply, it boils down to one point: the fans are the ones at fault, I am not. But for the sake of my fans, I choose to voluntarily leave the entertainment industry. This guy, even at a time like this, can't resist tormenting his fans and shifting blame. Truly, typical Su Shenxi, right? And sure enough, the comments section is filled with fans' cries of despair. Wah, baby, you did nothing wrong. It's all our fault. Let them come at us. We're not afraid. Please don't leave the entertainment industry. I'm sorry, Su Shenxi, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to show such manly courage at this time. It wasn't for nothing that I was once a fan. I thought I had stopped loving you, but seeing this statement, tears still welled up in my eyes. I've been a fan since your trainee days, and I even voted for your debut spot. Later, when you started dating, I chose to offer my blessings, but I couldn't convince myself to continue liking you, so I chose to unfollow you. But I never imagined that the next time I'd see you, it would be the news of your retirement from the entertainment industry. Don't quit the industry. Don't quit. Was it those guys from Shining Stars who forced you? Speak up. If you agree, we'll wipe out the entire entertainment industry today. It's all your fault. Don't you understand? Su Shenxi was driven away by you irrational fans. You insulted Xiao He, fine, but you had to report the Shining Stars crew and offend Su Shenxi's boss. Now look what happened. No need for any more arguments. Su Shenxi has quit the industry. Are you satisfied now? Fine, my heart is completely dead. Since that's how it is, I'll be Xiao He's hater for life. I'll just wait for him to die. I hate everyone. Kang Xing Shanjiao, die. Looking at the increasingly frenzied comment section, Xiao He's eye twitched. Wait, Su Shenxi retired from the entertainment industry, how is he still involved? Xiao He browsed the comments section, then laughed in exasperation. Good, so that's what Su Shenxi was up to, retiring but not forgetting to turn his fans into his haters. But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to make much difference. After all, most of Su Shenxi's fans were originally his haters. Xiao He recalled for a moment, then shrugged. Okay, then there's no need to worry too much. What's comforting is that amidst this final frenzy of fans, there were still some comments from normal bystanders. Su Shensi retiring from the entertainment industry is actually the best choice. His fans offended the capital, and the Hidden Stars Shine incident dealt a significant blow to his future acting career. His retirement now is a way of preserving his last shred of dignity. Yay! Su Shensi has finally retired. His crazed fans can finally quiet down. If you ask me, what's there to regret? A cancer in the entertainment industry is finally gone, the air feels so much fresher. Su Shensi has retired, what more do you want? Are you still going to hunt him down? This situation inexplicably reminds me of a saying, he's just dead, not better. The same applies to Su Shensi's fans now. It must be said that humans are truly complex creatures. Once they lose something, even if it was originally insignificant, they can't help but reminisce about the past, forgetting all the flaws that came with it. Su Shensi was exactly like that. After handling all his remaining engagements, Su Shensi officially retired from the entertainment industry. Surprisingly, Su Shensi didn't have many projects left. GXing Entertainment had already arranged resource exchanges. Several of Su Shensi's important endorsements were actually negotiated when Lu Rulan was still in the industry, and now the contracts were basically expiring. With the endorsement deals being replaced by new faces, Su Shensi easily handled all his important engagements. So the turnover in this industry is truly ruthless. Behind every successor are replacements and fresh blood. Even when a veteran top star like Su Shensi retires, a new top star can quickly fill the void, giving no one else a chance to react. It seems that before long, his fans will gradually disperse, and those who truly loved him will eventually let time transform those memories into unforgettable recollections, forever sealed deep within their hearts. In contrast, the marketing accounts are much more persistent, constantly posting compilations of Su Shensi's performances, his breakout works, and his past glories. In his spare time, Xiaohe curiously clicked on a video from one of these marketing accounts. It was Su Shensi's final performance on his debut night. Back then, Korean idol makeup and hairstyles were popular. Although the video was somewhat blurry, his face radiated passion and longing for the stage. To the rhythmic beat of the music, he danced along with his teammates, singing live. According to the marketing account, Su Shensi had just turned 18 at that time. His face still held a touch of youthful innocence, and although his voice trembled slightly, it sounded very pleasant, without the overly polished electronic sounds of today. Finally, this marketing account even edited together a clip from the night of the group's formation, showing Su Shensi standing in the center position, raising the microphone to express his gratitude to the fans below the stage. The young man on stage had tears in his eyes, surrounded by a sea of brightly lit light sticks, mostly in his support color. His eyes reflected these dazzling colors, and as he opened his mouth, he choked up several times. Thank you everyone, thank you to everyone who supported me and encouraged me, thank you to my fans, and thank you to this stage that fulfilled my dream and brought me stardom. Overwhelmed with emotion, he even knelt on the stage, deeply kissing it with overwhelming excitement and gratitude. This iconic scene, even many years later, remains unforgettable for many fangirls present at the time. Although many people at the time said that Su Shensi's actions were just a show, that kissing the stage was too fake and exaggerated, it must be said that in that scene, in that atmosphere, Su Shensi's actions were truly moving and unforgettable. Now, the boy who once purely loved the stage has become someone he doesn't recognize. Xiaohe doesn't know if Su Shensi will regret it. But perhaps not. Only he knows the glory and exuberance he's experienced along the way. Only the fans who truly loved him are truly hurt. Xiaohe feels a pang of sympathy for Su Shensi's fans. But now, all he can do is learn from this experience and cherish the present. So, Xiaohe turns to Lu Rulan and puts in charge of compensating the fans for the recent giveaway. This time, to help him fight the backlash, several wealthy fans took the lead, holding giveaways and distributing red envelopes, attracting many casual observers to join in. Now that everything is settled, Xiaohe naturally wants to express his gratitude and compensate his fans. After all, they truly helped him with real money and genuine feelings. He can't become another Su Shensi, can he? Lu Rulan was somewhat surprised upon learning the news, but said nothing. She then privately contacted several high-spending fans, represented by Ching Tianyunhe, expressing the studio's willingness to cover the lottery costs. However, several wealthy fans refused. Ching Tianyunhe, relying on his close relationship with Lu Rulan, even privately replied, "We're happy to spend money." Xiaohe has a long road ahead of him. He can't always bear the cost of anti-blacklisting efforts, can he? We're not exactly known for our lavish spending. We don't want Xiaohe to work so hard only to lose money. Lu Rulan chuckled and replied, "He'll understand. He should also acknowledge his stance to you. We are indeed very grateful for your help. Xiaohe will definitely do better in the future." Ching Tianyunhe, he definitely will. After Su Shensi retired from the entertainment industry, the entire industry seemed to suddenly become quiet. Not only were there no related searches for how so-and-so is doing, but there wasn't even any news about upcoming dramas or movies. It seemed everyone had started to keep a low profile. However, life had to go on. After a busy month, Xiaohe was finally going to join the film crew. The first filming location for You wasn't the film studio where Xiaohe and Lu Rulan had met director Yan last time, but a well-known courtyard house in Beijing's 0.5 Ring Road. It was said that from the upper floors of this place, one could even see the walls of the Forbidden City. Xiaohe drove here, watching his coordinates on his phone map getting closer and closer to the famous central landmark. He knew without even searching that the prices here were beyond description. Literally, land was worth its weight in gold. And the thought that this house would temporarily become the female lead Yin Yan's study made Xiaohe shed a bitter tear of poverty. While the old house setting did indeed reflect Yin Yan's actual wealth, given that she'd lived from ancient times to the present, why go to such lengths to recreate the scene so accurately for a film? Filming hadn't even started yet, and he already felt a little uneasy. Upon entering the courtyard house, Xiaohe was once again deeply shocked by the already arranged props and decorations. As a true reader of You, he had naturally seen the layout of the female lead Yin Yan's bookstore in the comic. Now, it felt like he had truly traveled through time, as if he had directly entered Yin Yan's bookstore from the comic. The bookshelf placement, the corner proportions, the wall decorations. Looking at the almost one-to-one replica of the comic scene, Xiaohe finally truly grasped the reality of the director equals original author connection. If he were a reader, just for the set design alone, he would definitely check it out. He just didn't know how much control this director, Yan, had over the plot. After all, there are plenty of cases where the initial set design and makeup were incredibly accurate, only to end up with a terrible plot. Xiaohe only hoped that this director, Yan, would live up to his title as the original author. You've arrived. Yan Xiaohan, who was standing in the center directing the operation, looked over and greeted Xiaohe and his group. Xiaohe greeted him proactively, "Director Yan, good afternoon." Beijing was already quite cold. Although it hadn't snowed yet, people's breath created white mist when they spoke. Yan Xiaohan, however, was dressed very simply, in just trousers and a denim jacket, looking full of energy and seemingly unaffected by the cold wind, which Xiaohe, bundled up in a down jacket, greatly admired. Seeing Xiaohe, he also greeted him warmly. "Xiaohe, Sister Lu, long time no see. Come, let me introduce you to our female lead." Then he directly took Xiaohe's arm and led them through the main room to a nearby lounge. On the way, he was visibly excited. "I'm so happy to have my goddess play the female lead." Xiaohe was somewhat surprised. "Director Yan, did you have a real-life inspiration for the female lead, Yin Lan?" Yes. Yan Xiaohan scratched his head sheepishly. "I really liked her image, so I used part of her appearance in my comic. I never expected the comic to become such a huge hit. I didn't even expect her to come, but luckily director Zhuang is very capable and helped me contact her, and she actually agreed to come." As he spoke, a smitten smile spread across Yan Xiaohan's face. "This feels like a dream, so unreal." Xiaohe having the goddess he referenced actually play the role is indeed a wonderful thing. Xiaohe suddenly became curious as well. Who exactly was this goddess that director Yan was talking about? Pushing open the door to the dressing room, he saw an extremely beautiful woman sitting inside. She was flipping through the script in her hands when she heard the noise and immediately looked up, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Ah, it's Yin Qi." Upon seeing the woman, Xiaohe's eyes widened in surprise. "It's Guo Zinya?" Not only Xiaohe, but Lu Rulan was also momentarily surprised to see Guo Zinya. Guo Zinya was the one Lu Rulan had mentioned to Xiaohe before. Due to her exceptionally beautiful appearance, she became a glamorous leading lady in many directors' films upon her debut, enjoying immense popularity. However, she later insisted on challenging herself, taking on various roles that damaged her image, trying to prove that her acting skills far surpassed her beauty. In the end, she gained nothing but fleeting glory, fading from public view. Actually, Guo Zinya was barely an adult when she debuted. She worked in various directors' productions, playing diverse roles, until she won Best Actress for her role as a femme fatale, at the young age of 24. Many years have passed, and Guo Zinya is now only 34 years old. She still looks stunning, seemingly unchanged from her younger days, and is considered one of the top beauties in the entire Chinese entertainment industry. Perhaps due to her less-than-ideal acting career and setbacks, Guo Zinya now possesses a more restrained, intellectual beauty. Xiaohe had only ever seen her on television before. Now, seeing her in person, he finally understood the regret and pity Lu Rulan expressed when mentioning Guo Zinya. Guo Zinya is truly stunning. Her facial features are perfectly proportioned, like a precious jade meticulously sculpted by the goddess Nuwa when she created humanity exquisite and radiant. If she hadn't gone astray, she might very well be among the top actresses today. Guo Zinya nodded to Yan Xiaohan first, then turned her gaze to Xiaohe and Lu Rulan. "Sister Lu, long time no see. Is this the new talent you've been mentoring lately?" Lu Rulan nodded. "It really has been a long time. It seems like it's been 10 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Guo Zinya gave a wry smile. "Yes, after all this time, I still seem to have accomplished nothing. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." "Don't say that. I've left GXing Entertainment and am mentoring new talent on my own now, haven't I? Lu Rulan smiled at Xiao He. Just call me Sister Xinya. Xiao He immediately smiled, trying to fit the character of Yin Qi, and said with a beaming smile, hello, Sister Xinya. I used to love watching your movies. It's an honor to work with you this time. Guo Xinya nodded slightly to Xiao He. Your portrayal of Meng Zetian was also very good and memorable. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Thank you. Yan Xiaohan then moved closer to Guo Xinya. Sister Xinya, are you feeling better now? Do you need some water? No, I'm much better now. Thank you for your concern, Director Yan. Guo Xinya replied with a smile. That's great. Yan Xiaohan breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? Lu Rulan asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing, I just had a bit of low blood sugar, but I'm much better now, Guo Xinya explained. Sister Xinya is so dedicated. Yan Xiaohan stood to the side, his face full of admiration and worship. She was the first one to arrive on set, so she waited the longest. She's really amazing. She's beautiful, dedicated to her work, and her understanding of the US script is spot on. She's simply my angel, my goddess. Once he started praising Guo Xinya, Yan Xiaohan's mouth wouldn't stop. He was a complete Guo Xinya fanatic. If you dared to contradict him at this moment, saying something like Guo Xinya is just so-so, he would definitely come at you to the death. Truly no different from a die-hard fan. Xiao He and Lu Rulan, standing to the side. Great, on the first day on set, they discovered Director Yan's die-hard fan tendencies. They just hoped he wouldn't be influenced by his preferences and would stick to the correct direction of filming. Facing the subtle, observing gazes of Lu Rulan and Xiao He, Guo Xinya felt a little embarrassed and said tactfully, Director Yan really has a straightforward personality, and he's quite interesting to talk to, hee. Yan Xiaohan's eyes lit up, wow, he was so touched, the goddess praised him. Lu Rulan, quick-wit, immediately praised Yan Xiaohan as well. Yes, as expected of Director Yan, he's truly exceptional. Xiao He, as long as everyone's happy. Xiao He watched as the scene turned into a praise session, his lips twitching imperceptibly, before he looked away. This was a small courtyard temporarily converted into a lounge. Aside from some basic dressing table and chairs, the surrounding furnishings remained as designed by the original owner, essentially a medium-sized card and board game room. In the center of the room was a card and board game table, but it was now piled with miscellaneous items from the film crew, making it look somewhat messy. Xiao He's gaze swept over these items, finally settling on Guo Xinya, and his eyes narrowed. On the spot where Guo Xinya had been sitting, her small bag remained, its opening slightly ajar. A small medicine bottle was casually wedged into the opening, unremarkable overall, but it caught Xiao He's attention. Xiao He narrowed his eyes, asking casually, Oh, Xinya, are you taking medicine? If you're sick, you should take care of yourself. At Xiao He's words, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Lu Rulan, what's this kid up to? Haha, that brat Xiao He was just worried about Xinya, so he asked casually. Don't take it to heart. Lu Rulan laughed, trying to smooth things over for Xiao He. As someone with extensive experience in the industry, Lu Rulan knew what to ask and what not to ask. Especially regarding illness and medication, if the relationship was only casual, it was generally not advisable to ask directly. The most typical example was when a female celebrity kept fertility medication in her bag. A fellow artist accidentally saw it and, without thinking, asked about it, assuming the celebrity was sick, which drew the attention and concern of others. The celebrity, embarrassed, couldn't explain the medication's true purpose and could only give a perfunctory answer. Then, she went back and whispered in her sugar daddy's ear, resulting in the artist being blacklisted. This incident was only mentioned casually by the sugar daddy during a drunken chat. The artist probably still doesn't understand what she did wrong. So, as I always say, try to ask as few questions as possible about other people's business at work. Things are complicated these days. Fortunately, Guo Xinya didn't seem to mind. Hearing Xiaoyi's question, she proactively went over and picked up the medicine bottle, showing it to everyone openly. This is a diet pill a friend gave me a while ago. Apparently, it's from overseas, and celebrities from several neighboring countries are using it, so I've been taking some according to the instructions while dieting. Sister Xinya, you should eat less of these things. They're bad for your health. Your health is more important than dieting. The first to speak wasn't Xiao He, but her number one fanboy, Yan Xiaohan. He immediately and anxiously peered at the medicine bottle in Guo Xinya's hand. What's the name? Is it reliable? Actually, I think you've already reached the standard, Sister Xinya. You don't need to be so thin. After all, you'll be filming a lot of action scenes later. If you're too thin, you'll easily get injured. Even Lu Rulan's expression wasn't good. She advised, yes, you should eat less of these things. Xiao He good, no need for his persuasion. However, Xiao He remained staring at the medicine bottle in Guo Xinya's hand, his expression somewhat gloomy. Chemin Gen. If he remembered correctly, the pharmaceutical company behind Su Yuyu and her group was Chemin Gen. Has it really spread this far? That shouldn't be the case. It was exposed once before. Su Yu and her group should have toned it down. And with such widespread sales, haven't there been any problems? Is this weight loss drug from Kemengen effective? Xiao he asked tentatively. Guo Zinya looked at the small bottle in her hand and shrugged. It does have some effect, but it's not as dramatic as some people think. After all, these things are just supplements. A healthy diet and exercise are still more important. It sounded like a really ordinary weight loss drug. Xiao he pondered. Sister Zinya, you'd better not eat this. Fortunately, Yan Shahan was more worried about Guo Zinya's health than Xiao he, and he threw a tantrum, demanding that Guo Zinya stop eating these things. Lu Rulan also sincerely advised her from the side. Guo Zinya wasn't offended by their behavior. Having navigated the ups and downs of the entertainment industry for so many years, she could distinguish between genuine and feigned sincerity. Faced with everyone's concern, she chose to compromise. Don't worry, I won't eat anymore. I'm feeling fine now, no problems at all. I'll definitely cooperate fully with Director Yan's filming. That's good. Yan Shahan breathed a sigh of relief, then clapped his hands. Oh, I suddenly remembered, a few more actors will be arriving soon. I have to hurry and pick them up. He then said goodbye to Guo Zinya and left in a hurry. Director Yan is really impatient. Guo Zinya watched Yan Shahan leave, saying with considerable admiration. Lu Rulan also smiled. After all, he just graduated. Kids these days are really impressive. Then Lu Rulan and Guo Zinya started chatting. Xiao he remained silent, playing with his phone. After a while, a staff member came and called everyone to the front hall to get acquainted. Okay. Lu Rulan agreed, and the group walked out. The front hall was already bustling with activity, as their biggest investor had arrived, none other than director Zhuang Hong'ai. Zhuang Hong'ai hadn't abandoned his hoodie and jeans, only adding a down jacket. Among the many wealthy businessmen in suits, his attire was quite unique. When he stood next to Yan Shahan, who was also casually dressed, Xiao he inexplicably understood how the two got along. Sister Zinya, come over here. I specially saved a seat for you. Yan Shahan waved, very attentively greeting Guo Zinya and making room for her next to him. Guo Zinya hesitated for a moment, then walked over. Lu Rulan, arms crossed, clicked her tongue lightly. Sure enough, they're just young graduates. Such undisguised affection isn't good for Guo Zinya. Hearing Lu Rulan's words, Xiao he quickly scanned the surrounding crowd. Sure enough, he noticed some people subtly glancing at Guo Zinya and Yan Shahan, their expressions revealing a hint of something intriguing. Xiao he frowned immediately, understanding Liu's meaning. Based on Yan Shahan's attitude towards Guo Zinya earlier, it was clear that his feelings were pure admiration and adoration, like a fan chasing after a celebrity. Finally meeting her in person was undoubtedly an incredibly exciting thing, but in a crowded and gossipy place like this, his attitude was easily interpreted by others. At this moment, in these people's eyes, it was just a man and a woman. Go over there, be a little thick-skinned, stick to Director Yan and don't let go, Lu Rulan instructed Xiao he. I'll tell Director Zhuang later to talk to Yan Shahan. After all, they were in the same production crew and would be filming together soon. Lu Rulan would pay extra attention to any potential public relations issues with the others. And the most important point was that Yan Shahan was simply too young. Right after graduation, he directly took on a production crew with a budget of over 100 million, and was even the most influential person in the entire crew besides the biggest producer and investor. His experience was too low, and the crew was a massive 100 people. Yan Shahan simply couldn't manage them all. Furthermore, because Yuya was a very ambitious investment by director Zhuang, the cast and crew were exceptionally strong. Lu Rulan had only glanced at them briefly and already noticed that every actor involved was a high-profile figure, some even being veteran actors. In terms of experience, Xiao he, who had only been in the industry for a year, was a complete rookie compared to this group. Zhuang Hong'ai couldn't possibly oversee the crew all the time, he always had his own projects to manage. That's when the crew will truly be lively. Director Yan, there's no room, let me squeeze in. Xiao he pulled up a small plastic stool and moved between Yan Shahan and Guo Zinya, casually asking Guo Zinya with a grin, my sister and I have the most lines, so it'll be convenient for us to rehearse together later. Sis, you don't mind, do you? Guo Zinya looked surprised at Xiao he, then understood his intention, breathed a sigh of relief, and moved her chair to make room for him, saying, of course, you're my best brother. Using the character's relationship, Xiao he naturally squeezed between the two. Yan Shahan, the clueless one, hadn't yet realized Xiao he's intervention, but he didn't continue to move closer to Guo Zinya. Instead, he turned to the coordinator behind him and asked, is everyone here? The main cast members were gathered together today not for the opening ceremony, but for a script reading. Script readings, simply put, involve the entire creative team sitting together to analyze the script, clarify plot logic and character motivations, ensuring everyone shares a unified understanding of the story's direction and character settings. It also allows for adjustments to be made beforehand if script issues are discovered. This is a crucial step before filming begins. Interestingly, Xiaohe, despite being in the industry for a year and participating in several film productions, has only attended a script reading for Law of the Jungle. The previous productions were either last-minute replacements or latecomers who missed the deadline. Even the highly acclaimed The Thief Catcher didn't hold formal script readings, they simply went over the lines and plot before starting filming. What? You say this isn't standard practice? Lin Yipen will simply tell you there's no money. While it's not officially the start of filming, the entire production is already operational, and this single day costs money, a significant expense for some low-budget productions. Of course, this reading session was destined to be different. After most of the people had arrived, the coordinator counted the attendees and whispered to Yan Xiaohan, 3 people are still missing. Ha! 3 people? What happened to them? Could something have gone wrong? Yan Xiaohan was taken aback, then looked worried. Call them immediately and check on them. Make sure nothing bad has happened. The coordinator's face immediately showed embarrassment. I've already contacted them. Teacher Gao Zhengxia and teacher Yuan Sitong might arrive a little later, and as for teacher Lu Yuxi, we haven't been able to reach him yet. Those 3 aren't here. Yan Xiaohan frowned in distress. This is troublesome. These 3 all have very important scenes. The coordinator just smiled and didn't dare to speak. In this creative team, even Xiaohe was a veteran with a year in the industry. What was Yan Xiaohan, this new director, compared to them? To put it bluntly, almost everyone here is here because of Zhuang Hong'ai. Given the huge IP and massive investment involved in Yuya, everyone knows this project is bound to be successful. However, this doesn't mean they approve of Yan Xiaohan. Yan Xiaohan's only redeeming quality is his status as the original author. These days, even the original author isn't a magic bullet, they're less reliable than popular actors on set. The other actors, perhaps out of respect for director Zhuang's influence, are outwardly polite and don't dare to act recklessly. But there are a few stubborn guys who don't even bother pretending, they're used to throwing their weight around and completely disregard Yan Xiaohan. However, it seems director Yan is quite oblivious and hasn't yet realized that the real reason behind this whole situation is actually himself. The production coordinator, after figuring out the situation, I feel even more worried. Can this production really proceed smoothly? He has his doubts. Zhuang Hong'ai, sitting nearby, overheard the coordinators and Yan Xiaohan's conversation. As a seasoned veteran of the production crew, he naturally understood the coordinator's unspoken meaning. Zhuang Hong'ai's eyes narrowed slightly. He adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with coldness. Who hasn't arrived yet? His face wasn't overly serious, but when his gaze swept over the crowd, the previously chattering hall fell silent abruptly. Everyone pricked up their ears, suddenly glancing at Zhuang Hong'ai and the coordinator at the front. It's Gao Zhengxia, Yuan Sitong, and Lu Yuxi. The coordinator had intended to whisper in Zhuang Hong'ai's ear, but Yan Xiaohan had blurted it out without any regard for the 3's feelings. Instantly, the previously relaxed atmosphere froze after his words. Everyone remained seated, eyes downcast, pretending not to know anything, barely daring to breathe. Some guessed that Zhuang Hong'ai was making an example of them. Zhuang Hong'ai raised his hand, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The man, previously dressed casually in a hoodie, now exuded a terrifying aura, radiating the imposing presence of a powerful figure. Tell me, what did they say? The coordinator swallowed hard, glancing around at the others. He was about to whisper an explanation in Zhuang Hong'ai's ear when Zhuang interrupted him again with a raised hand. Why only tell me? Everyone's waiting. Everyone has the right to know. There's no need to explain only to me. Xiaohe sat to the side, watching the coordinator constantly wiping his sweat, his gaze towards Zhuang Hong'ai now carrying a different meaning. Indeed, someone who could consistently achieve box office success and build capital on his own couldn't possibly be as gentle and harmless as he appeared. Faced with Zhuang Hong'ai's words, the coordinator dared not continue to give the 3 people face, and could only speak in a normal voice. Teacher Gao said she suddenly has an impromptu assessment and needs more time, so she might be a little late. Teacher Yuan said she has a last-minute announcement and can't adjust, so she'll be late. As for teacher Lu, we haven't been able to contact her yet. After hearing the coordinator's words, Zhuang Hong'ai didn't reply immediately, but continued to tap the table lightly. Even though there were people sitting around, the sound of his tapping was so crisp that almost everyone could hear it clearly. Xiaohe couldn't help but give the 3 of them a thumbs up. Someone's in trouble, but those arrogant, unprofessional guys deserve it, hee. I don't care who it is, give them half an hour. If I don't see them there, then pack the contract and get out. Finally, in the tense atmosphere, Zhuang Hong'ai calmly issued the order. Everyone remained deathly silent, no one dared to speak up in support, much less question Zhuang Hong'ai's authority. Okay, the coordinator wiped his sweat, but we still can't get in touch with teacher Lu. Zhuang Hong'ai shot him a sharp glare. The coordinator immediately understood, nodding repeatedly. Okay, I understand, I'll try to contact her right away. They were indeed trying to contact her, but if they couldn't, then I'm sorry. After the coordinator left, the previously lifeless reading session revived, with everyone whispering and exchanging information. Lu Rulan, having learned the situation, approached Xiao He and explained in a low voice, Gao Zhengxia is the most senior member of our group. Now in her 60s, she mainly teaches acting at several drama academies in Beijing and rarely participates in filming anymore. She only came this time because of director Zhuang. If she couldn't make it, I believe it, because she is indeed very busy. This Gao Zhengxia plays Zhang Ziyu, an ordinary friend of the female lead, Yin Lan, and currently the only ordinary person in the story who knows about Yin Yan's special constitution. She met Yin Lan when she was still a student, while Yin Lan was already an elderly woman. Zhang Ziyu initially thought Yin Lan was a lonely old woman without family or friends, so she would occasionally visit her. It wasn't until an accident that Zhang Ziyu inadvertently learned about Yin Yan's special constitution. However, being kind-hearted by nature, she didn't distance herself from Yin Lan because of this, nor did she intend to use the information for anything. Instead, she would visit Yin Lan every now and then to listen to her share the stories of what happened back then. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ziyu had grown from a student into a frail old woman with a happy family and many descendants, while Yin Lan remained the same as when they first met. Even the wrinkles on her face hadn't changed much. Even so, Zhang Ziyu would still occasionally have her son bring her to visit Yin Lan, to catch up with her, and to spend her few remaining years, but exceptionally happy ones, accompanying Yin Lan through a long but empty period of time. In Yin Yan's heart, Zhang Ziyu was a very special person. Even in the story, when Yin Lan learned the secret of their medicine people's true immortality, she immediately thought of Zhang Ziyu. At that time, Zhang Ziyu was hospitalized due to many age-related illnesses, and her life was nearing its end. Yin Lan decisively took the stolen fragments to the hospital where Zhang Ziyu was, finding her and attempting to prolong her life. Zhang Ziyu was lying in her hospital bed, extremely weak, but seeing Yin Lan, she couldn't suppress her excitement. However, when Yin Lan proposed the plan for immortality, Zhang Ziyu resolutely shook her head in refusal. You've suffered too much, Yin Lan. Zhang Ziyu's voice was weak and hoarse, muffled by the breathing mask. So I thought, I'll use my limited time to briefly accompany a poor person. Her gaze drifted to the window. I'm sorry, Yin Lan, please forgive my harsh words, but I'm truly content with my life now, with everything I have. Even if death comes next, I don't want to become the next you. The long years are truly terrifying. Zhang Ziyu said. I've already lost my beloved, and I don't want to experience that heart-wrenching pain again. Then I'll lose my children, my grandchildren, and my grandchildren's descendants. Finally, until he's the only one left wandering the world, with no more attachments. Forgive my selfishness, Yin Lan. If you've found the path you want to take, go for it. It's just that I really can't stay with you any longer. As she finished speaking, a tear slid down Zhang Ziyu's cheek. Yin Lan listened silently, offering no further words of comfort. She simply bent down and affectionately stroked Zhang Ziyu's wrinkled cheek, just as she had stroked the little girl returning from school years ago. I'm sorry, I understand. Perhaps this would be their last meeting, but Zhang Ziyu would always be her friend, forever. The character of Zhang Ziyu didn't appear often, but she was extremely important, especially to the female lead. She held profound significance for the protagonist, and Zhang Ziyu's passing ultimately led the protagonist to embark on the path of pursuing immortality, to combat the suffering inherent in immortality. Because Zhang Ziyu's most important scenes focused on her old age, the production team directly cast 2 actors for the role, one in her younger form, and one in her older form. The older form, naturally, was Gao Zhengxia. Gao Zhengxia's name might not be immediately recognizable, but if you were to list all the roles she's played over the years, the comments section would likely be flooded with who doesn't know her. Throughout her many years in the entertainment industry, she's maintained a very good reputation, mentored many promising students, and has never been involved in any diva-like behavior. Therefore, Lu Rulan believes that this heavyweight actress's absence is genuinely due to inability to attend, and not intentional. As for the other 2, Yuan Sitong, an artist under Yunhan Entertainment under Banana Video, has participated in the filming of several major projects. Although her abilities aren't great, she has the support of the platform, is quite pretty, and has a large fan base. Lu Rulan commented. This one isn't your average diva. There have been numerous rumors of her acting like a diva on set, even involving bullying. I really didn't expect her to be so reckless as to cause trouble on director Zhuang's set this time. However, of course, it's also possible that she thought director Zhuang was just a figurehead and wouldn't actually be there today. Yuan Sitong. Xiao He felt the name sounded familiar. After a moment's thought, he vaguely remembered that one of his classmates had a crush on this actress. Her face was indeed stunning, the kind of godlike face many netizens now praise. Thinking this, Xiao He's gaze involuntarily swept around his surroundings, belatedly noticing something. It seemed that almost none of the main actors on set were unattractive. Even the slightly older supporting actors were all incredibly handsome men in their youth. The entire set was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Xiao He rubbed his temples. Could this be considered the greatest respect the production team could show to a manga adaptation? Leaving aside acting skills and abilities for now, just based on this exceptionally high average attractiveness, passers-by would definitely give them a second glance. Following his anxiety about acting, Xiaohe felt he was now experiencing some anxiety about his appearance. Meanwhile, Lu Rulan was introducing the last male celebrity to Xiaohe. This last one, Lu Yuxi, is similar to Su Shenxi before him, both started as idols. However, he originally debuted in a neighboring country, but after a long time, he didn't make a name for himself and returned to China dejectedly. Later, he participated in a domestic talent show and finally debuted, gaining some fame with the boy group that debuted at the time. There's not much to say about him. During his years abroad, he didn't improve at all, but he certainly learned the hierarchical hierarchy of seniors there. The only redeeming quality he has is his slightly surgically enhanced face, and he still has a group of devoted fans who idolize him, making him arrogant and conceited. Actually, currently, the senior-junior relationship in the Chinese entertainment industry is relatively healthy. Whoever earns the most money is the most important, and there aren't many strict rules. But in the neighboring country, it's quite different. Whether in the entertainment industry or the workplace, senior-junior relationships must be clearly defined, forming a pyramid structure with each level exerting downward pressure. Disobeying this hierarchy is inescapable, and sometimes, being labeled disrespectful to seniors can lead to condemnation from the entire entertainment industry. Lu Yuxi, back in the neighboring entertainment circle, was at the very bottom of this pyramid. He was a victim of this hierarchy of contempt. Ironically, after returning to China and achieving some success, he began to accept this hierarchy, openly belittling and mocking newcomers while shamelessly clinging to established seniors. He's truly turned the tables. Xiaohe sneered, at least others pretend, make excuses. He's not even going to act anymore. Lu Rulan shrugged, there are plenty of idiots in the entertainment industry who act like big shots. He was just unlucky enough to run into the crossfire. The fact that they hadn't encountered this before only indicates a good atmosphere on set, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And now, after listening to Lu Rulan's introduction, Xiaohe felt a headache coming on. What kind of monsters and freaks are gathered in this film crew? Especially thinking of Yan Xiaohan, whose face practically screamed, "I'm unreliable," Xiaohe was truly filled with worry. Amidst the diverse thoughts and anticipation of the waiting crowd, Ms. Gao Zhengxia arrived first. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Gao Zhengxia had a forthright personality, her voice preceded her arrival. Xiaohe looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elderly woman in a light gray suit, walking with a steady gait, stride into the lobby. The woman was quite fashionable, wearing red-rimmed glasses, her short hair was permed into curls, and a trendy little doll hung from the cloth bag slung over her arm. Overall, she seemed like the kind of trendy older woman who had a lot in common with young people. I'm so sorry. The school suddenly changed the assessment schedule today, and I was delayed by dealing with students. Gao Zhengxia explained earnestly, then looked at Director Yan Xiaohan and apologized again sincerely. Director Yan, I'm so sorry for keeping everyone up. Yan Xiaohan quickly waved his hand, then smiled and scratched his head. It's all right. Actually, you weren't that late, just a few minutes. He then directed his staff to pull out a chair for Gao Zhengxia so she could sit down and rest. It can only be said that Gao Zhengxia, a veteran of the entertainment industry, is experienced in handling such situations. She didn't immediately shirk responsibility, and her apology focused primarily on Yan Xiaohan, showing that she acknowledged him as a director and proactively expressed her stance. This approach both defused Zhuang Hongai's anger and successfully absolved herself of her lateness, a truly high EQ move. Sure enough, although Zhuang Hongai didn't speak, he merely glanced at the seated Gao Zhengxia, which was tantamount to acknowledging her gesture of goodwill and not pursuing the matter further. After Gao Zhengxia sat down, everyone waited for about 5 minutes. Seeing that the other two hadn't arrived, Zhuang Hongai said directly, let's not wait for them, everyone, let's begin. Yan Xiaohan nodded, then let's start. He looked at Guo Zinya, Sister Zinya, shall we start with you? Guo Zinya nodded, okay. And so the script reading officially began. About 20 minutes later, Yuan Sitong and her agent arrived on time. As soon as they entered the hall, the agent rushed to Zhuang Hongai's side, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry, Director Zhuang, Sitong really has a scheduling conflict. We're very sorry for inconveniencing everyone and you. Zhuang Hongai remained silent, still looking down at the script in his hands, not giving the agent any response. The previously noisy room quieted down again. Many people's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally glancing in that direction. Yuan Sitong was dressed casually, without makeup, and her hat and mask were neatly worn, except for the half of her hair peeking out from under the hat brim, which looked frizzy and unkempt. This appearance didn't seem like someone who had just rushed over from another engagement. It looked more like someone who had just gotten out of bed and hurried to work. Zhuang Hongai's silence left the agent's face filled with embarrassment. In this awkward situation, it was finally the actual director of the corner production team who looked up. glanced at his phone, and exclaimed with admiration, "You're only 29 minutes late. Amazing! You made it right on time, that's wonderful. Go find a seat, it's alright, just continue with the reading." However, Yen Shaohan's words had no effect. Or rather, to the agent and Yuan Sitong, it sounded more like a deliberate sarcasm, and their expressions became even more complicated. The agent ignored Yen Shaohan's words, still nervously watching Zhuang Hong'ai, waiting for his reaction. Zhuang Hong'ai didn't react, still looking at the script in his hand resting on the table, occasionally tapping it lightly. Even Xiao He understood Zhuang Hong'ai's meaning at this moment, shaking his head inwardly with a hint of helplessness. These people still haven't figured out their place. Even though the staff had set up chairs, Yuan Sitong didn't dare to sit down. She looked to her agent for help. Facing so many eyes, Agent Tang Wenjuan forced a smile and continued to speak ingratiatingly to Zhuang Hong'ai. "Director Zhuang, we really didn't go over time. We cancelled our schedules as soon as we got the call, you see." Zhuang Hong'ai finally spoke, but this time, when he looked up at his agent and Yuan Sitong, his eyes were full of doubt. "Are you talking to me?" Tang Wenjuan, "Haha, Director Zhuang, you're joking. We're definitely talking to you." Snap! Before she could finish speaking, Zhuang Hong'ai abruptly slammed the script shut, his expression suddenly darkening. "First of all, I'm not the director of this film crew." His gaze swept over everyone, a warning in his eyes. "Here, your director is Yen Shaohan. He has the authority to directly decide the entire plot and storyline, and to oversee everything on set. In short, everything on set should be handled by Director Yan, not me, understand?" Hearing Zhuang Hong'ai's words, Tang Wenjuan's heart skipped a beat. Only now did she realize how foolish she had been. She had been so focused on pleasing Director Zhuang that she had ignored the real director's words. "I'm sorry, Director Yan. This was our fault. We promise it won't happen again. Please forgive us." This time, Yuan Sitong reacted quickly, immediately apologizing to Yen Shaohan. It's all right," Yen Shaohan waved his hand, gesturing to the seats that had already been arranged. "Would you like to sit?" "Yes, thank you, Director Yan." Tang Wenjuan quickly gestured for Yuan Sitong to sit down, also thanking Yen Shaohan repeatedly. It's all right. Although Yen Shaohan didn't particularly like the two of them, he didn't criticize them harshly. Furthermore, Zhuang Hong'ai had previously established a countdown rule: those who arrived within the time limit would not be held accountable. Therefore, he didn't make things difficult for them and simply let them sit down. After Yuan Sitong sat down timidly, Zhuang Hong'ai glanced at the time and called over the coordinator to ask, "Are we already past the time limit?" The coordinator nodded somewhat awkwardly. "I already contacted Lu Yuxi's team, but they're still on their way." "On their way? That's fine then. Once they arrive, let's sign the termination agreement directly," Zhuang Hong'ai said firmly. The coordinator hadn't expected Zhuang Hong'ai to be so decisive. Lu Yuxi wasn't some nobody from a small company. He wasn't someone you could just dismiss so easily. "What? You have a problem with that?" Zhuang Hong'ai glanced at the coordinator. The coordinator quickly shook his head. I don't." Zhuang Hong'ai then looked at Yen Shaohan. "Director Yan, what do you think?" Yen Shaohan nodded, bluntly stating, "Replacing him is fine. Actually, I don't really like his looks, his face seems a bit fake, lowering our average attractiveness." Everyone, "Wow, is this something you can say? Director Yan, you really dare to say that directly? Awesome." Lu Rulan wiped away her cold sweat, leaned close to Xiao He's ear, and whispered a warning, "Don't offend Director Yan in the future. That guy dares to say anything. He has absolutely no emotional intelligence. It's terrifying." Xiao He, "Actually, you don't need to say it, Sister Lu. Everyone can see that." No way. Why? Our contracts are all signed, how can you just replace us like that?" Xiao He and Guo Zinya were rehearsing their lines smoothly when a sudden commotion erupted outside the lobby. Xiao He was immediately pulled out of his reverie and looked towards the door. It turned out the last main actor had arrived. Lu Yuxi had a typical K-pop boy band look. Forgive Xiao He for not knowing how to describe it, but he had double eyelids, a V-shaped face, panda eye makeup, and dark lipstick exceptionally fitting his old stereotypes of K-pop boy bands. Forgive him. He tried hard not to be stereotypical, but the other guy just really fit the stereotype too well. In the script, Lu Yuxi plays a singer, a profession that overlaps with his own. This is why the Yuya production team invited him. It's a promising role with potential for generating buzz and doesn't require much acting skill. He can simply be himself. It's a very lucrative opportunity. Generally, for this kind of role, as long as the actor doesn't make any mistakes and performs well, they can't go wrong and still earn money and popularity. However, the complexity of people lies in the fact that we often see fools just as foolish as Lu Yuxi in real life. He managed to snatch a perfectly good opportunity away from himself. That's quite an achievement. But clearly, Lu Yuxi is still very dissatisfied, even causing a scene on set with his manager. Ahem. Seeing Xiao He lost in thought, Guo Zinya coughed lightly, reminding him to continue rehearsing his lines. Xiao He quickly lowered his head awkwardly and resumed reading the script in his hands. In reality, it wasn't just Xiao He, almost everyone sitting in the hall had their minds on the door. Even Yuan Sitong subtly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily they arrived at the film set on time, otherwise, she would be one of those left out, facing contract termination. What a stroke of luck. The others sitting were also surprised to varying degrees. They hadn't expected Director Zhuang's words weren't just empty threats, but a genuine intention to terminate the contract. Many began to make their own decisions. Scratch. The sound of someone dragging a chair came from inside the hall. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Zhuang Hong'ai who had stood up. Ahem, I'm going out for some fresh air, you guys continue. Zhuang Hong'ai coughed lightly, then turned and walked out, while Yan Shahan tapped the table, signaling Xiao He to continue. Xiao He quickly lowered his head and began reciting his lines with feigned seriousness. By the time the reading session ended, Lu Yuxi and his group had long since left. Even Zhuang Hong'ai, who had originally said he was just going out for some fresh air, had already left the set. The atmosphere at the scene finally eased a bit, and everyone felt less pressured. A few familiar old friends chatted casually, while Xiao He, completely unfamiliar with everyone present and unable to join their conversation, decided not to linger and prepared to pack his things and leave. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, "You must be Xiao He?" Xiao He paused slightly, then turned around and saw Gao Jingxia carrying a canvas bag, smiling at him. "Yes, it's me, Teacher Gao." Xiao He nodded and greeted her proactively. "I've heard Teacher Zhou Jianhua mention you," Gao Jingxia explained. "He's been saying he met a strange young man in Shanghai, and now that I've met him, he's indeed quite special." Xiao He understood. It's Teacher Zhou. It seems Zhou Jianhua is also a Peking opera teacher. He even invited him to attend a class at the Peking Opera Academy. Indeed, the older generation forms a circle, exchanging information and resources. Aren't you really into character today?" Gao Zhengzia looked Xiao He up and down, and sure enough, she saw him visibly tense. Immediately, Gao Zhengzia chuckled and patted Xiao He on the shoulder. "Just kidding, you're so young, why are you so calculating? Look at Director Yan, so easygoing and forgiving, quick-witted and sharp-tongued, isn't that great?" Xiao He, although it sounded like a compliment, it didn't sound like anything good. "Look, he's silent again." Gao Zhengzia, however, found Xiao He's hesitant expression amusing and burst into laughter. "Just by looking at that expression, I knew you were thinking about me. Haha, I love a rascal like you." Xiao He, whatever makes you happy. Just then, Lu Rulan returned. Seeing Gao Zhengzia, she greeted her warmly. "Teacher Gao, long time no see. Little Lu, the new guy you've mentored this time is quite good, very interesting, much better than the last one," Gao Zhengzia said with a smile. Lu Rulan also showed a proud expression. "Of course, my judgment has always been good." While Lu Rulan and Gao Zhengzia were talking, Xiao He saw Guo Zinya preparing to leave alone. Guo Zinya met Xiao He's gaze, hesitated for a moment, then walked over to thank him. "Thank you so much for today." It's nothing, Xiao He waved his hand. "Sister Lu asked me to sit down. After all, we're all in the same production team, and any bad rumors would definitely affect our work. But thank you anyway." Guo Zinya thanked him sincerely. Actually, Guo Zinya had encountered those kinds of looks from the crew countless times. After becoming the go-to girl for many famous directors, her acting skills and abilities completely disappeared from then on. All everyone saw was her beauty. Her resources were obtained by exchanging her beautiful body, her fans were lured in with her beautiful face, her value could be offset by her beauty. That's why Guo Zinya began to obsessively fight against those voices, trying to change those people's gazes. Only later did she realize that some things weren't actually her fault. Some people's hearts see everything as dirty. Guo Zinya suddenly felt relieved. Although this path to forgiveness took a long time, thankfully it wasn't too late. And she had met a junior like Xiao He who was willing to lend her a hand. Guo Zinya was truly grateful. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiao He asked Guo Zinya, "Sister Zinya, a friend of mine is also trying to lose weight recently. But as you know, there are a lot of fake drugs on the market now. I feel more comfortable using the ones you've used. I wonder what channel your friend got the drugs from. I'd like to buy some as a gift for a friend." Ha! Guo Zinya was taken aback, not expecting Xiao He to continue asking about the weight loss drugs. She hesitated for a moment, but considering Xiao He seemed like a nice person, she relented and said a few more words. "My friend is a VIP customer, so she can get better internal medication. However, normally these drugs can't be given away as gifts. This bottle of medicine I have is the regular version sold externally. If you're interested, I can contact my friend and see if she'd be willing to be your referrer." VIP customer? Sales are divided into internal and external channels? Buying requires a referral? Xiao He was very surprised. This was information he hadn't investigated at all. Sister Xenia, aren't you a VIP? Xiao He asked tentatively. My friend did want to recommend me, but I'm not really interested, Guo Xenia shrugged. After all, every medicine has side effects, and I don't have that kind of intense need to lose weight. To put it bluntly, she's never been prone to weight gain, so she doesn't have that much anxiety about dieting. Oh, I see. I'll think about it some more. I won't trouble you any further, Xenia. If all else fails, I'll try to persuade my friend to lose weight through exercise. I do have some diet plans and exercise routines for weight loss that I personally found quite effective. I can share them with you, Guo Xenia said proactively. Can we exchange contact information? I'll send them to you later. Xiao He hadn't expected Guo Xenia to be so interested. He quickly took out his phone. Okay, thank you. Only after Guo Xenia said goodbye and left did Xiao He's expression turn serious. No wonder the investigation is progressing so slowly. These people have formed their own independent network of interests, and they're unlikely to leak anything substantial. They make a fortune from insiders, then recruit others to continue making money. This referral left no trace online, meaning it must have been an offline referral. Even the process of picking up the medicine and paying was entirely offline, completely circumventing internet data checks. This network, while old-fashioned and unstable, for example, someone like Guo Xenia casually revealing information to ordinary colleagues like Xiao He without much secrecy is efficient and quick to generate profit, perfectly suited to their get-rich-quick scheme. Back at the hotel, Xiao He used hacking skills to track Su Yuyu's account and discovered a fixed monthly advertising fee. This means that K Mingyan was legitimately collaborating with Su Yuyu and paying advertising fees according to the contract. And this advertising fee was, of course, Su Yuyu's reward for recruiting others. Xiao He counted the string of zeros, his eyes practically glowing green. So much money. Really, so much money. Although these people did pay some taxes for appearance's sake, there was still a lot left. Moreover, Xiao He was certain they wouldn't be willing to spend most of their money on taxes. So they'd only be making more, not less. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. I warned you once, and you still dare to go this far? Report you. I must report you. I don't care if you're already being watched. My heart isn't feeling well right now, I just want to report you. Xiao He started creating anonymous emails with a flurry of clicks. In the following days, after completing the script reading, everyone prepared to officially start filming and conduct related promotional activities. Before filming officially began on the auspicious day, the main characters of Yuya each took a set of character photos for the upcoming promotion. However, as everyone knows, no matter what IP adaptation it is, the moment related news and the production team officially announce it, the most emotionally charged are always the fans of the original work. This principle applies to Yuya as well. Even though some people had noticed that the director of this drama was actually the original author of Yuya, it still couldn't stop their emotional reaction. The first fans to arrive at the scene began criticizing the cast of the first season's officially announced main characters. No manga adaptation. No manga adaptation. The original fans are really upset. Seriously? You guys are too bold. Manga adaptations are all flops these days. Please stop making them, abandon the IP, create your own original scripts, and go independent. Okay. Who's the female lead? She's pretty, but she's so obscure, I don't think I've ever heard of her. Although I'm also upset, as a 4-year fan of Yuya, I have to say a few words. The female lead, Yin Lan, is based on Guo Xenia. The author, Zhao Dai Laoze, has repeatedly expressed his admiration for Guo Xenia on social media. If there really is to be a live-action adaptation, then it has to be said that only Guo Xenia herself would be suitable for the female lead. Is Guo Xenia washed up? Look at that face. How dare you say that? Even though she hasn't achieved much in recent years, she's still a former Best Actress winner, a representative of a face that holds power. You're saying she's washed up? I did want to give it a try, but the main cast, putting aside acting skills, all look incredibly impressive. No wonder it's a project invested in by director Zhuang. Regardless of whether this production is good or not, this high, good-looking cast alone makes it a top-tier production in the Chinese entertainment industry. Honestly, just for these looks, even if the show is garbage, I'd still watch it. It's been a long time since I've seen such a refreshing and eye-catching cast. That's true. It's really difficult to recreate two-dimensional characters in a three-dimensional world, but at least the casting this time doesn't make me feel so disconnected from the story. Looking at the stills, I'm somewhat looking forward to it. I just hope it doesn't drastically change the plot. The director is the original author himself, so it shouldn't be a complete ripoff. The director is Zhao Dai? Yan Xiaohan? Oh my god, I was wondering why I couldn't find any information about the director online. Turns out it's that scoundrel Zhao Dai. Zhao Dai has lost his real name, from now on he'll have to use his real name online. So what if the director is the original author? It's not like the author himself produced a terrible film. While everyone was hotly debating this news, a group of people directly targeted Xiao He. To be precise, they couldn't accept Xiao He playing Yin Qi. Holy crap, am I the only one who doesn't understand why Xiao He was chosen to play Yin Qi? My world has collapsed. I don't understand either. Why did they cast Xiao He as Yin Qi? I really want to jump off the roof right now. Who? Is it the Xiao He I'm thinking of? Makes a sharp, explosive sound. Yes, it's the Xiao He you're thinking of. I'm really speechless. I was actually quite satisfied with this casting, but when I saw that Xiao He was playing Yin Qi, I felt completely numb. Help! Before, some people said Xiao He was a resource-backed actor, and I didn't believe it, but this time I really suspect that Xiao He has the resources to be heavily promoted. They even gave him this role? What happened? Why can't Xiao He play this role? Although Yin Qi's personality does change somewhat later on. No spoilers, I really can't imagine Xiao He playing the early Yin Qi. I can't accept it either. What was the production team thinking? Why did they cast Xiao He to play my Yin Qi? I envisioned a very young actor playing the role. Although, Xiao He just graduated from university last year. I don't quite understand how young the person upstairs means by young. Mainly because Xiao He's aura is too strong. His two most memorable roles are Shenju and Meng Zaishan. Shenju exudes murderous intent from his first appearance, and Meng Zaishan holds his own against veteran actors. When I watched those scenes, I didn't really see him as a recent graduate. Anyway, no matter what, he really can't do it. Please, production team, replace him. Initially, since the production team didn't seem to have much to criticize, no one dared to say anything. Fans of the original novel could only curse while secretly praying that the Yuya production team would be considerate and not drastically alter the original story. But now, someone has appeared, Xiao He. Shining Stars had just finished airing, and its popularity hadn't faded. Many people remembered Xiao He, especially his role as Meng Zaishan. Now, Xiao He was playing a character that didn't quite fit his image, and the criticism instantly turned against him. Please, production team, replace him. Reject Xiao He as Yin Qi. Although Yuya is told from the female lead's perspective, without a romance or a male lead, the main characters have a defined order of joining the group, which essentially determines the amount of screen time each character receives. Yin Qi, who appears from the very beginning and stays with the female lead until the end, undoubtedly has the most screen time, essentially making him half a male lead, even though in many early episodes he's just a background character, only there to stand and not speak or participate in the plot. But that doesn't stop him from appearing frequently. Many people also love this character. His complexity, multifaceted nature, duality, and sister complex are all currently popular character traits. Xiao He, wanting to play this role, was destined to bear the pressure until the end. On the day the public opinion arose, Lu Rulan came directly to Xiao He, telling him to be mentally prepared at all times. Just focus on filming, don't take their words to heart. Xiao He had long since taken it all in stride, shrugging. Don't worry, Sister Lu, you already warned me. I can handle this kind of public opinion. Before tangible results are revealed, all explanations and clarifications are utterly futile. As an actor, ultimately, it's about talent that matters. However, perhaps even Xiao He didn't expect that the seeds he had sown beforehand would actually bear fruit in a corner he was unaware of. Just as the public outcry intensified with the rise of the highly popular IP, Yuya, Su Yuyu got into trouble. To be precise, it was Kei Mingyan who got into trouble. The next day, the trending topics were no longer about Xiao He and Yuya replaced, but rather Su Yuyu selling fake medicine. Su Yuyu selling fake medicine. Cummings' difference in efficacy between domestic and international drugs. Cummings' Su Yuyu harvesting consumers. At this moment, no one was discussing Xiao He anymore. Instead, everyone flocked to this related topic. Holy crap, has Su Yuyu gone mad? A female celebrity leading the charge in selling fake medicine? My god, what's wrong with her? Ever since her relationship was exposed, I feel like she hasn't been acting normally. Is Su Yuyu really that short of money? Why would she sell fake medicine? I really don't understand. But after looking closely, I think she was probably scammed too, right? She was just helping with referrals and getting a referral fee, but who would have thought that a huge pharmaceutical company like Chemingan would produce substandard drugs? Yes, she wanted to make money, but does that mean her clients deserve to be scammed? When will netizens stop sympathizing with capitalists? Even though Qingguang Ryuchu was a huge flop, she didn't lose a penny. She still got a high salary, equivalent to an average person's annual salary in a day, and some people even spoke up for her. Did the money even go into your pockets? Hilarious. I don't believe that someone selling medicine like her didn't know it was counterfeit. Wait, I think everyone's been misled by these marketing accounts. Su Yuya did sell medicine that didn't meet efficacy standards, but she wasn't selling counterfeit medicine, she was selling substandard medicine. The difference is that the efficacy wasn't up to standard. Then there's definitely a problem. I suggest a thorough investigation. Even many bloggers and video accounts focused on traffic have started speaking out online. Some knowledgeable individuals have taken this opportunity to create videos explaining the differences between substandard and counterfeit drugs. Many people mistakenly believe that substandard drugs are the same as counterfeit drugs, since substandard and counterfeit both seem to imply inferior and false. However, relevant laws and regulations differentiate and interpret substandard drugs. Simply put, substandard drugs refer to medications whose ingredient content does not meet national drug standards, resulting in inadequate efficacy. They generally still contain the corresponding ingredients. Even more despicable counterfeit drugs disguise themselves as non-pharmaceutical or other pharmaceutical products, replacing the original ingredients and engaging in false advertising. A prime example is the use of starch to disguise miracle capsules, deceiving the elderly into purchasing them for profit. Although counterfeit drugs are now widely known, substandard drugs are still quite common in real life. They often enter the market quietly through the packaging and batch numbers of legitimate pharmaceutical companies, or by exploiting loopholes in legitimate channels. They superficially meet some testing standards, but in reality, they evade detection. Ordinary people find it difficult to distinguish them after all. The efficacy of a drug varies from person to person, making direct comparisons impossible, and they rarely question the drug's effectiveness. Some unscrupulous merchants even use slogans like mild efficacy and natural with no side effects to deliberately reduce the drug's efficacy, turning it into a major selling point. Furthermore, when such substandard drugs are reported, many media outlets, in order to grab attention, deliberately blur the distinction between the two, uniformly referring to them as counterfeit drugs, leading to public misconceptions, a lack of understanding of these drugs, and an inability to accurately protect their rights. This results in the long-term acceptance of substandard drugs in the market, forming a hidden distribution channel. Another point is that, if these substandard drugs don't cause serious harm, the penalties are usually lighter than those for counterfeit drugs. Based on the information circulating online so far, if Suyuya truly didn't know about the substandard drugs, she'll likely only face administrative penalties. However, Kemming's drugs are always expensive, and Suyuya's sales and profits within the industry over the past year haven't been small. According to proper regulations, fines are generally between 10 and 20 times the value of the drugs. Therefore, she could very well face an exorbitant fine. A lawyer in a suit spoke eloquently in front of the camera, while the screen was filled with rapidly scrolling comments. Xiaohe liked a few interesting comments and then exited the Bilibili video. Lu Rulan also entered. Did you see the news about Su Yuyu? Yes, I just exited, Xiaohe replied. This is really surprising, Lu Rulan shrugged. With the trending topics about her and K Ming-en, almost no one is paying attention to you anymore. I was originally thinking of doing some PR, but it seems it saved me the trouble. Currently, those commenting on the official Yuya account are ultimately just one group, while discussions involving social issues involve netizens from all walks of life. Thus, the once popular Yuya trending topic plummeted from the top of the trending list in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing without a trace. If Xiaohe hadn't been certain he hadn't premeditated this, he might have suspected it was all planned in advance, with Su Yuyu and the others being used as a shield for him. But thinking back to how Su Yuyu and the others initially intended to use Xiaohe to shield them from the dating scandal, now that karma has come full circle, with Su Yuyu helping Xiaohe suppress the trending topics, isn't that a fitting conclusion, a complete resolution? Lu Rulan sighed. Why would she do something so foolish when everything was going so well? Su Yuyu has arguably squandered a golden opportunity. When Xiaohe first met Su Yuyu last year, she was a very famous young actress in the entertainment industry. Although she was often criticized for things like being labeled a water queen, a term used to describe actresses who are unrecognized for their perceived lack of success, with the support of Hahan Entertainment, she could be considered a successful and smooth-sailing star. However, at some point, her path went astray, seemingly swinging from one extreme to another. In a way, Xiaohe felt their fates were quite similar, both facing similar choices at similar points in time. The only difference was that Xiaohe overcame the challenge, choosing a path he forged himself, while Su Yuyu, perhaps unable to resist or willingly succumbing to depravity, walked the path of crime. It wasn't that Su Yuyu and Xiaohe both had a criminal system constantly tempting them to commit crimes, but rather that the temptations of life are often more terrifying and even more unreasonable than any system. But ultimately, it all comes down to each person's own choice. Xiaohe shrugged, saying meaningfully, perhaps for her, this is a good outcome for now. He didn't know if the report from a few days ago had any effect on this incident, but Xiaohe knew that what they were involved in went far beyond this. If Su Yuyu and the others still had even a shred of conscience, if they were willing to turn back. No, perhaps it was too late to turn back. From the moment they chose to do something, it was already destined that there was no turning back. And what awaited them was perhaps the hammer of justice falling from the sky. Su Yuyu's affair caused quite a stir. The next day was the start of filming. Xiaohe arrived at the set and could occasionally overhear the staff around him discussing the trending topics. There was no way around it, everyone was in the same circle, and everyone had worked with each other a few times. When an acquaintance got into trouble, there was plenty of amusement to gossip about. Let me tell you, actually, back when Su Yu was with Su Shensi, that CEO Chen was already pursuing her. Just as Xiao He was about to go to the back dressing room to put on his makeup, he suddenly overheard this gossip. CEO Chen? Su Yu's current boyfriend? His steps faltered, his pace becoming lighter. Now that I think about it, if Su Shensi hadn't broken up with her first, and if they hadn't faced that media crisis, maybe that CEO Chen wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of the situation. Look at her now, tisk tisk, things have turned out like this. Su Yu can basically forget about working in the entertainment industry. With such a lawbreaker, the higher UPS definitely won't tolerate it, they'll definitely blacklist her. Xiao He listened to their words, quite astonished. So that's what happened back then? Xiao He had previously wondered why Su Shensi knew absolutely nothing about Su Yu's situation. When he investigated the dirt on her, he hadn't found any connection between Su Shensi and anyone involved in Su Yu's affair. Now it seemed Su Shensi truly lived up to his reputation for being cowardly and irresponsible, running away with surprising decisiveness and speed. However, on the other hand, it was also a stroke of luck for him. If he hadn't been cowardly and quick to run, he might be stuck in the same quagmire as his ex-girlfriend, unable to extricate himself. But if you ask me, Su Yu was probably deceived. The guy pursuing her was probably just using her as a tool. The gossip continued, otherwise, why would he be interested in Su Yu? There are plenty of beautiful women in Hong Kong, what kind haven't he seen? Why would he like a bland woman like Su Yu? You know, every girlfriend of President Chen's before was a stunning beauty. If he were to date, he should be looking for someone like him on her. Su Yu is in a completely different league compared to his playboys. And Sister Satan, look, isn't Su Yu's name practically everywhere on the trending topics? Everyone's talking about Su Yu, while hardly anyone mentions that guy or his businesses. Isn't that sacrificing a pawn to save the king? Su Yu was just used as a scapegoat. Sister Satan? Yuan Satan? Xiao He was too embarrassed to show his face directly, so he took out a small mirror he carried with him and looked around the corner. Sure enough, he saw Yuan Satan chatting with a tall, thin girl by a pond in the distance. However, they probably forgot that this was a traditional Chinese corridor structure. The wooden screen beside the pond was open work and offered virtually no soundproofing. What they said outside could be clearly heard inside the corridor, even echoing slightly. So this incident teaches us that when gossiping behind someone's back, one should never do it in the restroom, outside, or in unfamiliar surroundings. Look, Xiao He overheard them. Xiao He observed the tall, thin girl who had been talking, ran through her name in his mind, and then vaguely remembered who she was. Her name seemed to be Zhang Xiao. She played a very famous actress in their first unit drama. Xiao He didn't have a deep impression of her, but he hadn't expected her to know so much gossip. Seeing the exaggerated schadenfreude and a hint of cautious flattery on Zhang Xiao's face, Xiao He suddenly understood. It's likely that Yuan Sitong and Su Yu don't get along very well, so Zhang Xiao is playing to her interests, deliberately sharing gossip she knows with Yuan Sitong in an attempt to curry favor and gain her future support. After understanding this, Xiao He sighed softly with a complicated expression and shook his head slightly. This kind of behavior is quite common, he's become immune to it lately. However, the only thing worth questioning is whether the gossip Zhang Xiao just told Yuan Sitong was merely her own wishful thinking to please her, or genuine information she gleaned from some source. Sure enough, after laughing, Yuan Sitong shared Xiao He's suspicions. Where did you get this news? I've never heard of any of this. You're not just making it up to fool me, are you? How could that be? Zhang Xiao immediately raised her voice, but quickly lowered it again. I'm not lying. I was in the same production team as Su Yu before, the one called Xingguang Ru Chu. Her assistant and I are friends. During our lunch breaks, she would complain to me about Su Yu. I swear, it's all true, I didn't just make it up. Despite her lingering doubts, Yuan Sitong couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll reluctantly believe you. Anyway, as long as Su Yu suffers, I'll be happy. Su Yu and Yu Meniar weren't the only actresses in the same talent pool, but so far, Xiao He had only frequently contacted those two. Yuan Sitong, as Yunhan Entertainment's main rising star, also had a very strong fan base, but she had only been working in television dramas and hadn't yet secured any film roles. This was also why Yuan Sitong was willing to join this production as the second female lead. She hoped to use the drama to connect with director Zhuang and gain access to his film and television resources. However, their neglect and indifference towards the Yuye production team clearly stepped on director Zhuang's landmine. As mentioned before, Yuan Sitong should really thank herself for running a few steps faster that day and for being so well behaved lately, arriving early for the daily reading session. Otherwise, she would have been ruthlessly kicked out by Zhuang Hong'ai. However, Xiao He thought these people were sometimes really stupid, not knowing what they were trying to prove every day. They couldn't possibly still think that deliberately talking back to teachers, being late or leaving early, or forming cliques to bully classmates was cool or awesome, could they? They clearly knew that director Zhuang valued this drama highly, yet they all had ulterior motives. They hoped to use this opportunity to rise to the world of film that everyone yearned for, yet they didn't want to perform well in You. How could director Zhuang possibly continue to use them? They'd really gotten used to a life of ease, thinking the world revolved around them. Xiao He shrugged and quietly left the corridor. December in Beijing felt like the dead of winter. The morning sky was hazy and overcast, with hardly any sun. Even the wind whipping at your face made you shiver. Xiao He, however, didn't care about style over warmth. Standing under the makeshift stage outside the compound, he immediately pulled his down jacket tighter, shielding himself from the chill. The morning was the opening ceremony, and filming for the first scene would begin in the afternoon, so Xiao He hadn't put on much makeup, just a quick fix to his hair. Once Xiao He was ready, Lu Rulan arrived with Xiao Chen. The two of them had just gone to arrange the flower baskets sent by the studio. This is considered a social etiquette within the industry. Sending flower baskets and auspicious words in the name of the actor or their studio at the start of filming expresses respect for the production team. Previously, the production team she had worked with didn't have this much trouble at the start of filming. However, each production team has its own style and atmosphere. Lu Rulan had inquired about the situation beforehand and found that everyone had prepared something of their own, so to avoid standing out, she also prepared some flower baskets for Xiao He, a respectful but not overly conspicuous gesture. After everyone had arranged the flower baskets and stood in the central open space, other people began to gradually arrive, mostly actors they would be working with, along with some staff members. Around the perimeter, a few media personnel and reporters were also scattered. However, perhaps because Su Yuyu's incident yesterday had drawn most people's attention, there weren't many media reporters present today. Consequently, the entire opening ceremony for the drama You was very simple and low-key. Yan Xiaohan and Zhuang Hong'ai each said a few words, and the ceremony quickly drew to a close. Of course, these media reporters weren't there for nothing. The production team did allocate some time for them to ask questions, which the director selectively answered. So, the first question addressed was about Xiao He playing Yin Qi. Director Zhuang, what were your considerations in casting Xiao He as Yin Qi? A reporter asked first. That's naturally because Xiao He deserves it, Zhuang Hong'ai answered decisively, adding tactfully, also, I'm not directing the You production team, so please don't get sidetracked during promotion. Following this, people kept asking Zhuang Hong'ai his opinion on Xiao He, some even directly inquiring about Xiao He's confidence in portraying Yin Qi, etc. Fortunately, everyone was prepared for these questions and answered them without much difficulty. However, the expressions on the others' faces were somewhat complicated. Everyone knows that adapting a manga into a drama will inevitably attract criticism, and they were mentally prepared for it. But no one expected that Xiao He would single-handedly withstand most of the criticism in this media storm. This made things relatively easier for everyone else, reducing the pressure and doubt. Although there were fewer opportunities for self-promotion and less media attention at this time, at least things were stable. At this point, it's a case of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. They're not fools, naturally, they won't go to the front and draw attention. So, sorry, Xiao He, it's all up to you. Xiao He, unaware of the complex feelings of the others, stood beside the director and nodded in agreement. At this moment, a reporter shifted the focus to Yan Xiaohan. Director Yan, was Director Zhuang mainly in charge of the auditions for You? Are you satisfied with the current casting? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone on and off the stage changed. Lu Rulan narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on the reporter who had been stirring up trouble, and she gave a mocking sneer. This question was full of traps. First, it implied that although Yan Xiaohan appeared to be the director, he didn't actually have the power of a director. The production was basically a one-man show by Zhuang Hong'ai, and he had no say even in casting. Second, it suggested that Xiao He and several other actors were brought in after Zhuang Hong'ai had made capital exchanges, making them resource-backed actors inserted by capital. While the other questions were sharp, they were relatively restrained and didn't intentionally mislead people. But this person's question had a clearly misleading tendency. This was infuriating. The concern now was that Yan Xiaohan might be prone to making careless remarks and failing to grasp the underlying meaning. While a clear conscience fears no accusation, it's troublesome if someone deliberately tries to stir up trouble. Even Zhuang Hong'ai's smile faded slightly. Yes, Director Zhuang basically found all these actors for me. Sure enough, Yan Xiaohan was straightforward and didn't mince words. Immediately, flashbulbs popped, and surrounding media reporters began frantically recording and filming. The lead reporter wore a satisfied smile, already anticipating the next trending topic. Yan Xiaohan publicly confirms the existence of resource-backed actors. You becomes a game of capital. Sending people in before filming even begins? Is You overconfident, or just prematurely opening champagne? You crew, resource-backed actors. With resource-backed actors rampant, what will become of You? But then, Yan Xiaohan abruptly changed the subject. The main problem is that I just graduated and don't know any big names in the industry. If teacher Zhuang doesn't help me, I'm afraid I won't even be able to find a basic cast, let alone assemble a crew. As for the casting, I'm naturally extremely satisfied. I only had one requirement for teacher Zhuang: everyone in the main cast had to be handsome, with outstanding looks, matching my average appearance level for the main cast. So look at them now, they're all incredibly good-looking actors. Especially teacher Guo Zinya. She's absolutely my goddess. Then Yin Shaohan began to talk endlessly about his sources of inspiration and his creative process. The audience. Xiao He hung his head and rubbed his forehead. Okay, originally the biggest point of contention in their production was him, but now, the criticism online definitely won't be about him anymore, but rather about this incredibly unreliable Yin Shaohan. The lead reporter had no interest in hearing Yin Shaohan's creative ideas. He wore a polite smile, but his mind was elsewhere. Another reporter, however, decisively raised his hand to interrupt Yin Shaohan's chanting and continued, "So, the casting focus for you this time is on the actors' looks? How do you plan to ensure the quality of the actors and the quality of the work?" "I think many problems can be overcome," Yin Shaohan said sincerely. "Those are things the entire crew needs to work on together, but before everything is finalized, at least everyone can see the actors' looks. At least they've already won half the battle in terms of looks." Everyone, okay, you're not entirely wrong with that. The reporter, who had been asking the question, hesitated, then hesitated again, finally unsure what to say, stammering, This isn't quite right. Alright, thank you everyone for attending our opening ceremony. Zhuang Hong'ai interrupted the reporter, glancing at everyone before raising the microphone and calmly saying, "It's about time, everyone come up for a group photo." The topic was thus awkwardly dropped. Xiao He could almost foresee how these people would promote their production team when they got back. Just this seemingly unreliable and extremely looks-obsessed director alone was enough for them to come up with different versions of his story. It was truly a headache. 3, 2, 1 Happy start to filming for you, yeah. As the filming crew announced this, everyone shouted the slogan together. After filming wrapped, the crowd gradually dispersed. Xiao He walked up to Lu Rulan and walked with her to the side. Once a few people had left, Xiao He sighed, Director Yan is probably in trouble this time. Lu Rulan was quite optimistic, don't worry about him. It's better for the director to generate buzz for the production than to go nowhere. Besides, good looks are definitely a big selling point. Maybe the later publicity will focus on that. It's good to have that label in advance. Although many people look down on dramas starring handsome men and beautiful women, thinking their acting is terrible and the plots are idiotic, it's undeniable that these kinds of dramas are still very popular in most situations. Everyone hates a world that's purely about looks, but when you encounter attractive people or things, you can't help but take a second look. That's human nature. The production team is now using a high, good-looking cast as a gimmick. Just based on the cast's attractiveness alone, it's bound to attract a lot of new viewers. In this situation, as long as they can attract new viewers, the publicity is guaranteed to be successful. Lu Rulan felt this was also why Zhuang Hong'ai hadn't interrupted Yin Shaohan. It's going to be promoted this way eventually, so Yin Shaohan's statement wasn't unreasonable. Xiao He could only shrug, I'm not worried. With him around, he can at least share some of the burden. Although he was used to it, he didn't care too much about the outside opinions. Indeed, Lu Rulan sighed, you little rascal, you managed to escape this time. Xiao He glanced at her sideways. Sister Lu, why do you sound so regretful? Lu Rulan blinked, I'm not. Really not? No. Humph. After finishing his makeup and arriving at the set, Xiao He found himself being the first to arrive. Yin Shaohan was still adjusting the props on set, directing the prop masters to move several bookshelves used as background elements to the side. Didn't I tell you? The color is wrong, why wasn't it changed? Yin Shaohan pointed to a tablecloth behind the backdrop, his tone serious. The prop masters exchanged glances. One of them whispered, Director Yan, Director Zhuang came to see the tablecloth before, but he didn't say. Then don't listen to him, change it now. Yin Shaohan said, glancing down at his watch, there's still time, go change it for me now. This red one looks terrible, go find a green one. But, go quickly. Yin Shaohan stared at the prop master, his expression more serious than ever before. If the tablecloth doesn't arrive, we can't film. We'll wait for you to come back. The prop master cursed inwardly, but ultimately didn't dare argue with Yin Shaohan, turning and jogging away. Only then did Yin Shaohan notice Xiao He's arrival. Xiao He, you're here. Please make yourself at home while I adjust the situation. Yin Shaohan said, his face showing distress, I don't know what's wrong with these guys. Are they all overwhelmed with work lately? The parts I asked them to fix last night aren't even done yet. Now it'll take even more time. It's really troublesome. Xiao He, haha, they really have been busy lately. This director Yan seems stricter than I imagined. Xiao He stood aside observing for a while, then suddenly his eye twitched. He suddenly remembered the first time he and Lu Rulan met Director Yan. They had watched him fiddling with the props for a long time. Now he was focusing on the details of the props and set design. At that moment, Xiao He had a strange, ominous premonition. When the actors for the first scene arrived, Yin Shaohan's eyes widened, staring intently at Yuan Sitang and the others. What's wrong with your makeup? The first scene wasn't performed chronologically, instead, a simpler scene was chosen as a warm-up, although some actors needed to have old-age makeup done first. Since the main characters primarily appeared as elderly in the first part of the series before transitioning to their younger selves, casting older actors to portray the corresponding younger characters would be too jarring and wasteful of additional fees. Therefore, Zhuang Hong'ai directly invited a special effects makeup studio to create suitable on-screen makeup for the actors. The actors were aware of this beforehand and had undergone makeup trials 2 weeks prior, allowing the special effects makeup team to make adjustments and finalize the plans. Everything was perfectly arranged. So what's with Yuan Sitang and the others' makeup? Wearing silver wigs, adding some wrinkles, and they're suddenly old people? Why don't you just go cosplay? Yan Shaohan directly asked, did you request this makeup change yourself? Or did the makeup artist do this for you? Old age makeup is a crucial element. After all, the opening scene features mostly elderly people. If the makeup isn't done properly, what are the viewers watching? An eyesore? These people's makeup is so fake it's unbelievable. They seem completely unwilling to give up their own beauty, insisting on being the youngest and most radiant among the elderly. Even Xiao He, let alone Yin Shaohan, felt a wave of dizziness upon seeing the perfunctory makeup done by these actors. This is just too sloppy. Such fake old age makeup, people will think our production team is broke. Yuan Sitang, on the other hand, was somewhat embarrassed. There's nothing I can do, mainly because that old age makeup is just too ugly. She simply can't accept transforming herself from a beautiful woman into that. What if she loses fans after the filming? Her looks are her winning formula. Did the makeup artist take the money and not do the job? Damn it, how can there be such a person? Taking money and not doing their job properly? Taking money and not doing the work, and even acting arrogantly, it's outrageous. This kind of person should be kicked out of the production team. Before Yuan Sitang could speak, Yin Shaohan continued his tirade, but the implication of his words felt off, as if he were indirectly criticizing her. Did the makeup artist give you a hard time? Come on, I'll get back at you. Don't worry, I'll definitely be on your side. With that, Yin Shaohan was about to pull the group to confront the makeup artist. Hey, Director Yan, this might be a communication problem. Tang Lijuan hadn't expected her artist to act foolishly again after only a short while. She quickly rushed over to appease Yin Shaohan before things got worse. After all, it's Director Zhuang's team, their abilities are definitely top-notch. It's probably a communication problem. Let's go back and revise with the makeup artist ourselves, finish quickly and come back sooner, so as not to waste your time, is that alright? Yin Shaohan frowned, glanced at his watch, and, remembering the tablecloth issue, was quite agreeable. Okay, hurry up. If there's a communication problem with the makeup artist, I'll go talk to them. No need, I'll go talk to them. Tang Lijuan forced a smile, then quickly turned around, urging her little darling to go back. Her expression was one of utter despair. She whispered to Yuan Sitang, my goodness, it hasn't been long since you deliberately arrived late for the reading session to sleep in. You'd better keep a low profile and behave yourself these days. If Director Yan complains, we'll really be kicked out of the crew. Yuan Sitang, however, didn't seem to care, so what if he complains? My dad knows Zhuang Hong'ai, it's just a matter of putting in a word. He can't do anything to me. Tang Lijuan was speechless, but too embarrassed to say it directly. She could only think to herself, know him? So what? I could say I know the richest man, would he do me a favor? A few hours later, the crew, finally free of all the commotion, could finally begin filming. Seeing Yuan Sitang return, now more subdued and obedient, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it seems the rest of the filming will proceed smoothly. However, to everyone's utter surprise, this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Cut. Yuan Sitang, what kind of look is that? Is that how you look at an old friend you haven't seen in days? Tone it down, don't be so exaggerated. We may be adapting a comic book, but we don't need overly cartoonish acting. Cut. Hey you, where were you standing just now? Didn't you remember your position? You're blocking the people behind you. Move aside, move aside. Cut. Xiao He, what's with that smile? Don't smile like that, a forced smile looks really fake, don't you know that? Cut. Sister Xinya, your left sleeve is wrinkled, quickly fix it a bit. Yan Shaohan was usually quiet and reserved, always cheerful on set. His speech and behavior made him seem like a low-EQ college student who hadn't experienced the harsh realities of life, even a bit immature. Many people didn't take him seriously as the director. But no one expected that once Yin Shaohan got into filming mode, his demeanor and attitude completely changed. His work ethic became almost obsessive-compulsive, bordering on scathing. In just one afternoon of filming, there were over 60 takes. Over 60. Do you know how I got through those 60-odd takes? Even as a background figure, he stood there for a whole afternoon. Once he was sure he could rest, Xiaohui slumped into his chair, his mind blank, not wanting to say a word. All that worry he had about Director Yan was a joke. Trying to give Director Yan a hard time? Let's just focus on staying alive first. Xiaohui felt he should take back his earlier statement. I shouldn't have thought Director Yan was the most unreliable director I've ever worked with. Having been relentlessly subjected to reprimands all afternoon, Xiaohui was now even too weak to speak. He's probably the most demanding director I've ever worked with. While some directors Xiaohui had known before were quite strict, none had reached this level of harshness. Some actors' performances were poorly executed, and the directors knew it. Those who could be salvaged would receive a few more reprimands, while those who couldn't would be simply ignored, pretending not to see it, and might even offer a few words of praise with a smile. So, new directors are more straightforward, Lu Rulan said with a laugh. The seasoned veterans don't do that anymore. Do you think other directors couldn't see that these actors were bad? Of course they could. The directors were just too lazy to correct them. It was time-consuming, laborious, and thankless. The actors were mostly background actors. A few words of criticism might get the director replaced. Who wanted to waste the effort correcting them? This is actually one of the reasons why dramas have become increasingly less appealing and actors' performances have become increasingly subpar in recent years. Even the directors are giving up. How can a drama be good? Now, Lu Rulan finally understands why Zhuang Hong'ai dared to entrust the production team to Yin Shaohan. A new director like Yan Shaohan, seemingly unaware of his own limitations, possessing some directing skills, and somewhat oblivious to the unspoken rules of the industry, unable to understand the sarcasm or deliberate obstruction of seasoned veterans, is perfectly suited to this kind of chaotic production environment. He doesn't know the intricacies behind the actors' careers, the complex competition among them, or the power that the actors he offends represent. Therefore, he can act more freely, focusing on details that established directors no longer bother to address, and urging those actors with poor acting skills to readjust their methods and techniques. Several previous incidents have shown that Yan Shaohan has been utterly naive from beginning to end, so naive that he was unable to be chosen and completely unaware of the crew's dissatisfaction with him. Even while unable to be chosen, he managed to unintentionally and precisely strike back, leaving everyone feeling like they were punching cotton, incredibly frustrating. Now it seems their previous decision was indeed correct. This project was invested in and produced by Zhuang Hong'ai himself. He wouldn't simply throw his investment away. The fact that he dared to entrust Yin Shaohan with the responsibility shows that Yin Shaohan must possess exceptional abilities. After listening to Lu Rulan's quiet explanation of Zhuang Hong'ai's thoughts, Xiaohui rubbed his nose. No wonder you have such a discerning eye, Director Zhuang. I thought you simply liked the manga Yuya, and therefore its author as well. Lu Rulan glanced at Xiaohui. Are you kidding? Zhuang Hong'ai is a businessman. Even outsiders call him the most profitable director with billions in box office revenue. Do you think he does these things purely out of passion? Spending a little money is passion, spending a lot is business and investment. He's not stupid. Xiaohui seemed thoughtful, then shrugged. Okay, Sister Lu, you're right. At least with a director like this, everyone won't have to worry about the quality of the dramas. Of course, another group of people were also distressed. That night, Yuan Sitong left the set crying. And it wasn't just Yuan Sitong, several other actors also looked pale and exhausted after filming. The culprit, who had been busy all day, was still full of energy. Seeing the crying group, he looked puzzled. What's wrong? Are you too immersed in the role to get out? Yuan Sitong paused in wiping her tears, then glared fiercely at Yan Shaohan, turned around, and strode out. Yan Shaohan, Xiaohui. Yan Shaohan scratched his head, then turned to Xiaohui. Xiaohui, how about we go out for a bite later? I know an old restaurant in the West District. No need, it's too late today, I plan to go home and rest early. Xiaohui decisively declined. He was no longer the energetic college student, he was now a lifeless working man. His greatest joy now was returning to his hotel, sitting on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, and eating takeout. He didn't want to travel across several districts with this guy just for a meal. Forget it, I'll just wash up and go to sleep. Yan Shaohan, rejected, didn't say anything more and quickly turned to find others. Xiaohui breathed a sigh of relief, while Lu Rulan remarked, he really can't read people's expressions. Xiaohui sighed helplessly. You didn't have to be so direct. This is a good thing, Lu Rulan shrugged. Didn't you see how angry he made Yuan Sitong and the others? They were practically ready to explode, but he didn't even realize it. Afterwards, he was even able to cheerfully invite them to dinner. To be honest, this kind of thick-skinnedness and thought process is something most people don't possess. Xiaohui rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully. Actually, I could learn a thing or two. Learn this infuriating way of thinking. Lu Rulan. This time, Lu Rulan was at a loss for words. She stared at Xiaohui speechlessly for a while, then shrugged. Just don't annoy me. Xiaohui grinned. Of course not. How could I possibly annoy my respected and admired sister Lu? Lu Rulan, stop fooling around, go back and rest. The crew will definitely be very lively lately, you need to be well rested to have the energy to watch the show. Xiao He coughed lightly, of course. The following days on set could only be described as chaotic. The day after filming began, Yuan Sitang asked for leave, saying she had suddenly fallen ill and wanted to rest for a few days. The other two senior actors, who considered themselves more senior, couldn't help but lecture Yan Shahan, telling him to give the actors some face, not to be too confrontational, to prioritize the filming schedule, and not to make the atmosphere on set too tense. However, to the surprise of these two veteran actors, after they launched into a long explanation to Yan Shahan, he only belatedly realized that Yuan Sitang was angry with him. He then scratched the back of his head in confusion. Huh? I didn't scold her, why is she so angry? Is there some misunderstanding? We were just filming and discussing scenes normally yesterday, weren't we? The two veteran actors. The others. No, you still don't understand the situation? Yan Shahan genuinely didn't understand. In his view, yesterday's work was just normal communication. It's like an employee not doing a good job. As their supervisor, he naturally has the right to point it out and ask them to redo it. Why is the employee angry? This work will be submitted to the client later. If he turns a blind eye, the client will definitely be unhappy, and if it has to be returned for redoing, that would be even worse. Yan Shahan felt he hadn't done anything wrong, but he was willing to humbly ask for advice. Then what should I do? Can I apologize to her? He couldn't let it interfere with work. As for complaining to Zhuang Hong'ai, Yan Shahan hadn't even considered it. He felt it was a trivial matter, and besides, he was just an employee like everyone else. If he complained, wouldn't he become the kind of person everyone hated in school for tattling? The two senior colleagues gave him a satisfied look, a promising young man. So Yan Shahan immediately ordered a large cake for Yuan Sitang, and wrote "I'm sorry" in big letters on it. Yuan Sitang, who was constantly on a diet to maintain her figure, turned green with envy when she saw the large cake. Ha ha ha, you guys don't know, haha. Xiao Chen laughed, wiping away tears, her voice trembling with laughter. Back then, Sister Sitang wanted to take the opportunity to act high and mighty, hoping Director Yan would apologize to her politely. But when she opened the door, she saw Director Yan pushing a huge cream cake in front of her, singing a parody of his birthday apology song. Everyone thought Director Yan was going to confess his love, and they surrounded her 3 layers deep. Her face turned green instantly, she wanted nothing more than to tear Director Yan apart. Hearing Xiao Chen's vivid description, Xiao He couldn't stop laughing, clutching his stomach. It can only be said, Director Yan really knows how to infuriate people. Of all the ways to apologize, he chose the most straight man one. And this way of apologizing was no different from adding fuel to the fire. Almost everyone present was suppressing laughter. As for Yuan Sitang, the other party involved, she felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a fly. However, faced with Director Yan's attempt to offer a way out, and with her agent frantically winking at her, Yuan Sitang finally gritted her teeth and forgave Director Yan, returning to the set to film. She had no choice but to forgive. If Director Yan made a few more of these corny and awkward apologies, Yuan Sitang really wanted to leave the crew that very night. She was now completely heartbroken. This Director Yan was shameless, oblivious, and impervious to both soft and hard approaches. It was impossible for her to ever learn his power. Yuan Sitang now just wanted to count the days until she was as far away from Yan Shahan as possible. Meanwhile, Xiao He was too exhausted lately to even follow other people's gossip. Playing the seemingly innocent but actually cunning and sunny young man was pure hell for him. When others were cut, Yan Shahan could still rationally explain the situation and the problem. But with Xiao He, his cut became a mere feeling. Xiao He, your smile doesn't feel right. Let's do it again. Xiao He, your eyes, your eyes. Xiao He, why don't you try crying? Like, holding tears in your eyes, maybe that will make your eyes look brighter on camera? Xiao He, calm down, don't make that expression in this scene. Xiao He, if it weren't for the fact that Yan Shahan and he usually had a fairly good relationship, Xiao He would have really thought this guy was deliberately targeting him. Heavens above. What exactly does Yan Shahan want? What exactly is this feeling? Explain it in detail. How am I supposed to know how to act if you don't explain clearly? I didn't have any of those strange feelings when I practiced in front of the mirror. Damn it. For this shoot, Xiao He had practiced his innocent, bright smile in front of the mirror for a long time and had also received acting training. He felt that while he might not be able to completely achieve the Yanqi-style sunny smile that Director Yan envisioned, he shouldn't be so bad as to require repeated takes, right? Xiao He was truly frustrated. During a break, Xiao He asked Lu Rulan with great insecurity, Sister Lu, do you really think there was a problem with that scene? In this scene, Yanqi stays in his sister's study, helping to guard the house, while the assassins he sent out arrive silently. However, the leader of the assassins didn't expect that his employer was also one of the targets. Upon realizing this, the cautious leader sensed something was wrong and tried to retreat with his men, but it was too late. "Where are you going?" Yin Chi's voice still had a slight upward inflection at the end, giving it a youthful air of confidence, but upon closer listening, it carried an unusual chill. He stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the courtyard, the old tree behind him swaying slightly in the cold wind, blocking the assassin's path. The leader of the assassins gripped his gun tightly, looking at Yin Chi warily. "Didn't we agree on something? What did his employer mean by this?" "Ha!" Yin Chi tilted his head slightly. "Who agreed?" The next moment, he was already in front of the leader of the assassins, grabbing the man's neck with lightning speed. Cough, cough. The assassin leader's face flushed crimson with pain, unable to utter a word. He was utterly shocked, never expecting Yin Chi's speed to be so fast, completely beyond human comprehension. He immediately drew his gun, intending to aim at Yin Chi, but Yin Chi merely smiled at him, then with a slight tightening of his fingers. Snap! The assassin leader's neck was instantly severed. "Old A!" The assassin beside him cried out, raising his gun to aim at Yin Chi, but Yin Chi simply grabbed his pistol, simultaneously raising his left hand and brutally smashing the assassin's head apart with a single punch. Blood mist still drifted in the air. Bullets had already struck his body, but an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The bullets embedded themselves in Yin Chi's body, creating holes of varying sizes, yet he remained standing there as if nothing had happened, calmly and deliberately pulling out the bullet lodged in the crevice of his right shoulder bone. The next moment, the bullet transformed into a terrifying projectile in his hand, whistling back to the assassins who had fired. The men who had been standing just moments before were struck by the incoming bullets, their heads thrown back uncontrollably. A crimson spurt appeared between their brows, blood gushing forth. Bang bang! Several lifeless bodies fell to the ground. Familiar footsteps sounded behind them. Yin Chi turned his head, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. "Cut! Yan Shahan, it still doesn't feel right. Your smile isn't genuine enough." Xiao He. Forget a genuine smile, even Xiao He's wry smile now seemed somewhat infectious. He genuinely couldn't smile anymore. But this was a crucial transition shot, and he had to smile to meet Director Yan's standards. Lu Rulan was also watching from the sidelines, so she knew about Xiao He's current distress. However, she wasn't a professional and couldn't offer him precise guidance. "Why don't you go ask Director Yan again?" Lu Rulan said. "Actually, I think it's pretty good." She had watched Xiao He grow step by step. The Xiao He of today was a far cry from the fierce and dangerous person he had been when they first met. He had undergone a complete transformation, becoming a completely different person. Even Lu Rulan sometimes felt a sense of disbelief, as if Xiao He had become Yin Chi, a person who had never existed before. Therefore, she couldn't pinpoint exactly why Director Yan was dissatisfied with Xiao He's performance in this scene. Xiao He sighed. "Fine, I'll go ask him again. If it's still not good enough, I'm really going to break down." The pressure of constant retakes was immense, because it not only meant he had to redo his own scene, but also that the other actors had to cooperate and redo their scenes, and the entire crew had to start all over again. So Xiao He was causing everyone else to be stuck in this role, and he felt incredibly guilty. However, just after speaking with Lu Rulan, before Xiao He could even ask Yin Shahan, Gao Zhengxia, who had been watching from the sidelines, slowly walked over. "Teacher Gao." Xiao He and Lu Rulan greeted him simultaneously, while Xiao Chen, very perceptibly, placed a chair down for him. "Teacher Gao, please sit down." "Thank you." Gao Zhengxia slowly sat down, her smile kind and her tone gentle. "Xiao He, you've been practicing your acting hard lately, haven't you? Your acting seems much better than in Killing Life." "Yes," Xiao He smiled wryly, "but I'm sorry to have troubled you, Teacher Gao. After studying for so long, it always seems like I'm still a little lacking." Gao Zhengxia remained smiling, but after staring at Xiao He for a while, she suddenly asked, "Xiao He, have you been struggling with your acting lately?" Xiao He paused, then awkwardly touched his nose. Yes, after all, I'm not from a formal acting background, and my acting isn't as good as the seniors here. This role is also a completely new challenge for me, so I'm a little." "Ah, I see." Gao Zhengxia nodded knowingly, then chuckled. "Xiao He, don't let so-called acting lead you astray. Those things might not suit you." Xiao He paused, then looked dumbfounded. If not acting, what should he focus on? "You're caught in a vicious cycle now, because you care too much about acting skills." Gao Zhengxia put it succinctly. "Simply put, you're acting for the sake of acting, not truly embodying the character. You're too concerned with acting skills and the resulting effect, which leads to your performances being superficial and fake. This is actually a common problem for many actors. Some actors may have had some talent when they first debuted, and if they happened to play a role that fit their persona, their performance would be phenomenal, earning them widespread acclaim. But once they begin systematic learning, this natural talent gradually fades, especially as they age and take on roles completely different from their original image and personality. This systematic exaggerated performance becomes exceptionally fake, a misstep, and it becomes either disorganized expressions or stiff acting. Your overall temperament and state are already very much in line with the character, so what you should be doing now is adapting to the character, not adapting to the performance. You should be thinking about how to laugh from the heart, not how to perform a genuine laugh. As expected of a professional course teacher from a top university, Gao Zhengxia's words were very gentle, yet they struck Xiao He's heart like a heavy hammer, plunging him into a long silence. Who was Xiao He's acting teacher? Seeing Xiao He lost in thought, Gao Zhengxia didn't disturb him but turned to ask Lu Rulan. A look of embarrassment immediately crossed Lu Rulan's face. It's Mr. In Chengguang from the Shanghai Opera School. Oh, it's that old man, Gao Zhengxia murmured, then shook her head helplessly. That old geezer, seeing a promising talent, he wants to force it. Doesn't he realize that even the most resilient person can't withstand such pressure? He almost ruined a promising young talent. I'm sorry, it's partly my fault. I actually vaguely sensed this before and subtly mentioned it to Mr. In, but I didn't expect it to be this serious, so Mr. In probably didn't take it seriously. Lu Rulan said, her heart filled with remorse. She had vaguely sensed Xiao He's lack of confidence and anxiety, so she later spoke to Mr. In, asking him to praise Xiao He more and not put him under too much pressure. She hadn't expected. Lu Rulan was filled with regret. Mainly because Xiao He was usually so reassuring, his learning attitude was excellent, and Mr. N's feedback was always positive. Lu Rulan hadn't anticipated that Xiao He would have such a problem. No, actually it's my own fault, Xiao He explained at this moment. Teacher N asked if I wanted to slow down my studies, but considering my upcoming schedule, I proactively asked Teacher N to put more pressure on me and teach me more content. I didn't expect that I was too eager to succeed. Actually, this wasn't anyone's fault. Xiao He himself wanted to learn more and catch up with the other professionally trained actors, but he didn't realize that the more anxious he was, the more he would regress. Haste makes waste. The more he cared about something, the easier it was for him to lose control. Actually, Xiao He is very suited to method acting. I've been observing his condition recently, and the changes are indeed significant. You're now incredibly close to Yin Qi himself. It's no exaggeration to say you are Yin Qi, Gao Zhengxia said again. So, I think what Xiao He should do now is think about happy things and laugh genuinely. Simply put, be yourself. Xiao He had already mentally adjusted his temperament and state. He should be Yin Qi now. Since he was already Yin Qi, any smile he acted out was fake, and any smile he instinctively showed was genuine. Xiao He should just be himself. There was no need to think about so many complicated issues. Acting skills, ultimately returning to simplicity is also a special talent and ability. Xiao He had already completely merged with the character, so he didn't need so many acting formulas to confine his role. So, just be yourself. Xiao He was deeply moved by Gao Zhengxia's words and immediately understood his problem. He thanked Gao Zhengxia very sincerely. I think I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Gao. Lu Rulan was also extremely grateful to Gao Zhengxia. Thank you, Teacher Gao. Thanks to you for pointing out the problems, otherwise we might have been stuck in a dead end. It's nothing. Gao Zhengxia waved her hand casually. Who can blame me when I really like Xiao He? This kind of highly capable method acting is a rare talent that perfectly matches the actors. I'm just guiding him as much as I can. Although Xiao He is currently holding back the production schedule, he's actually the one who's holding back the least. The other younger actors are really moving at a snail's pace. If Zhuan Hong'ai hadn't checked the progress and reminded Yin Shehan about the shooting time, they'd probably still be stuck on the early scenes. After Gao Zhengxia left, Lu Rulan patted Xiao He on the shoulder with a sigh. You're really lucky, kid. Teacher Zhou Jianhua mentioned me to Teacher Gao before, and I left a good impression on her, Xiao He said. After we're done with this, let's visit them at the Peking Opera Academy. No problem, Lu Rulan nodded. And Teacher N is actually all bark and no bite. He didn't put too much pressure on me, Xiao He chuckled. I was too eager to learn, and it even made him work so hard preparing lesson plans for me every day. I'll thank him properly when we get back. Okay. Seeing that Xiao He understood, Lu Rulan didn't say anything more. After resting for a while, the crew resumed filming. Xiao He went onto the set and began to prepare his emotions. This was a long take with a zoom transition. From the moment Yin Qi killed someone to the moment he turned around, the entire camera focused on his face. Simultaneously, the background scenery shifted with the camera's movement. The previously scattered corpses immediately rose and left off camera. When Yin Lan stood before him, only a bright, harmless smile remained on the boy's face. When the camera zoomed out again, the ground behind him was completely clean, devoid of the previous scene of corpses strewn across the ground. This shot wasn't edited in post-production, it was a single, continuous take. However, the disappearance of the corpses in the background clearly indicates that the timeline is shifted to the future, different from the timeline of Yin Qi's murders. Such long takes are rare in television dramas these days. If an entire episode featured such a technically impressive transition, viewers would be pleasantly surprised and left with a lasting impression. The main issue is the sheer effort required. If Xiaohe, playing Yin Qi, didn't deliver a convincing expression, the entire transition had to be reshot. This is a thankless task for a director who loves to use close-ups and separate framing for dialogue between characters. However, for the inexperienced director Yan Xiaohan, it was all about doing it however I like, as long as the visuals were beautiful, the transitions were logical, and the cinematic language was meaningful. Despite the crew's arduous efforts to recreate the scene, everyone had to admit that Yan Xiaohan had his own ideas and a certain level of directing ability. Although he may not be on par with seasoned directors who have been directing films for many years, he is more than qualified to direct this film. Ugh. The assassin's pupils still held deep surprise and confusion, but his breath had frozen in that moment, even his pupils reflecting the image of the person before him. Until death, he didn't know why. His employers had sent him, so why was he helping those guys fight them? Unfortunately, this assassin would never know the answer. Yin Qi looked down at the person on the ground, slowly discarding the excess bullets from his body. His face showed no ruthlessness or murderous intent after the killing, he remained perfectly calm throughout, as if killing one person or a group of people was merely a routine task for him, completely indifferent to his mood. When he looked up again, however, his expression had subtly changed. Turning his head, he looked at the person hurrying towards him from outside. A smile finally appeared on his previously calm face, even his eyes sparkling. "Sister, you're back." Yin Lan walked in, her face somewhat preoccupied, but seeing her brother's smile, she forced a smile. "Yes." Then Yin Lan suddenly wrinkled her nose, sniffing the air, her expression grave. "The smell of blood is so strong. What happened here just now?" Yin Qi blinked innocently. "It's those guys again. I don't know who exposed sister's location, but those assassins have been coming wave after wave. If we don't leave soon, it'll probably attract even more trouble." Hearing Yin Qi's words, Yin Lan also felt worried. She wondered if it was because she had stayed in one province for the past few years without much change, which allowed those people to always find her so precisely. Since the assassin organization appeared, the assassins they were hosting here were coming one after another. If this continues, not only will they be unable to bear it, but the people nearby will likely notice something is wrong. This era is not like their time, where they could simply hide away and remain safe. Once their existence is discovered by the relevant official agencies, what awaits them will likely be a much more complex crisis. Therefore, this place is no longer safe. "Sister, you haven't asked about my situation yet." Yin Qi smiled and tugged at Yin Ian's hand affectionately. Yin Lan helplessly ruffled Yin Qi's hair, chiding him. "You're already standing here, do I need to worry about you? I should be worried about this old tree in my backyard. So many people have come lately, I wonder if it can handle it. Using it as fertilizer isn't a good solution either." Yin Qi smiled. "An old tree absorbs nutrients and naturally regains its life and vitality, isn't that just like us? A tree with fertilizer can grow strong, but they have." Thinking of this, Yin Ian's expression softened slightly. She knew, of course, of her brother's joy and elation, knew how wonderful it was to regain one's youth, but she felt no joy at all. In her eyes, such immortality was a curse, a terrible curse that imprisoned the soul and tormented one with the ravages of time. Even though so many years had passed, and the curse was finally nearing its end, allowing her to end her life peacefully, she never expected this. For the sake of others, and to avoid being caught and used as a human subject for research, Yin Lan had no choice but to prolong this damned curse. But her heart was still filled with immense torment and pain. She was so tired, and so desperately wanted to be free. Why now of all times? "Sister? Sister?" Yin Qi's concerned question pulled Yin Lan back to reality. "Sister, ever since you came back from the hospital, you've seemed restless. Did something happen?" Yin Qi tilted his head, asking with a puzzled look. "It's a friend of mine." Yin Ian's gaze fell on the large tree in the center of the courtyard. "Her life is nearing its end, so I went to ask her if she would like to become like us." Yin Qi understood. "No wonder you rushed off with that extra fragment, sister. It was to save her. Where is she?" Yin Lan gave a self-deprecating laugh. She refused. It was quite ironic, really. She knew it was a curse, yet she still eagerly dragged someone else down with her. Thinking about it now, she was probably crazy. Yin Lan felt a pang of self-loathing. Yin Qi pursed her lips, her voice softening. "It's all right, sister. Their lives are just that short. I'll be with you from now on. In the days to come, we can meet many more new friends. If she makes enough new friends, then my sister will surely forget those unpleasant experiences and the troubles caused by that old friend, right? She's still a child who loves to compete for attention." Yin Lan sighed helplessly, thinking this to herself. The siblings were lost in thought, and the space suddenly fell silent. Cut. Yan Xiaohan looked at the clip and finally smiled. "That's a wrap. Just the effect I wanted." With Yan Xiaohan's words, everyone present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was a wrap. Xiaohe rubbed the slightly numb muscles on his face and thanked Guo Xinye, his co-star. "Sister Xinye, thank you for your hard work. It's been a lot of trouble for you to work with me." "It's nothing." Guo Zinya smiled and waved her hand. Your acting has improved a lot. You grasped Director Yan's meaning so quickly. It's not me, it's mainly thanks to Teacher Gao's guidance, Xiao He explained with a smile. Without her guidance, I'm afraid I would have been stuck in a dead end. Oh, I see. Teacher Gao is truly amazing. I've audited a few of her performances before. Guo Zinya said with considerable emotion, then suddenly remembered something and asked Xiao He, by the way, how's your friend doing? Xiao He paused, somewhat confused, what friend? Guo Zinya, the friend you mentioned before, the one who wanted to lose weight. Him. Ever since K Minjin's affair was exposed, he's given up on that idea and is now honestly focusing on healthy weight loss. Xiao He hadn't expected Guo Zinya to still remember that casual lie he'd made, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I see. Natural weight loss is good, but it's best not to get involved in complicated things in the future. After all, every medicine has its side effects. Guo Zinya sighed. What happened? Is it that friend of Zinya's from before, who's also involved in the Kemenjen affair? Xiao He asked tentatively. The Kemenjen affair was quite a hot topic a while ago, but recently the hype has slowly died down. Fortunately, the authorities have intervened in the investigation, and now the entire Kemenjen is under investigation. Even its behind-the-scenes boss, Chen Kong, has been taken away for questioning. It seems that uncovering more secrets under this pretext is only a matter of time. My friend was taken away for questioning because she was helping with referrals and recruiting people. We still don't know what's going on. Guo Zinya sighed. Even I was called by the police yesterday to inquire about the situation. They asked me to hand over the remaining medication I had so they could collect it. Xiao He subtly reminded her, that means this isn't so simple. Sister Zinya, you should stay away from your friend. Don't get involved. I understand. Guo Zinya wasn't stupid. From the police's attitude, she vaguely sensed something, but she still felt a little melancholy. She's in the industry too. She finally managed to get a role recently, but, sigh. Xiao He didn't feel that much, but Guo Zinya's words reminded him of something. After finishing work and returning to the hotel, Xiao He asked Lu Rulan about the situation with Silent Search. Silent Search was the drama Xiao He had painstakingly prepared for an audition for with the renowned director Feng Zhengyang. The gruesome scene of that entire film crew being villains remained vivid in Xiao He's memory. He couldn't fathom what kind of monstrous film crew could gather so many red-name monsters. It was practically a promotion paradise for detectives, the kind where you could level up just by eating a bite of food. It was utterly absurd. Back then, when he discovered the film crew was being watched, Xiao He didn't pursue it further. But now, so much time had passed, he was curious about the crew's current situation, whether those people had unfortunately been caught. Upon hearing Xiao He mention the film crew's name, Lu Rulan recalled for a moment before saying, "Oh, it seems they wrapped up filming last month and are currently in post-production. I heard that Chen Kong, the big boss of K Mingyan, also invested in this film. Now that these problems have arisen, hasn't their crew been affected?" Xiao He asked tentatively. It does seem to have been affected somewhat, but it's already in the later stages. Even if Chen Kong withdraws, other investors will take over, Lu Rulan shrugged. After all, Feng Zhenjiang's reputation is still intact. Even without Chen Kong, other investors are flocking to invest. It seems a few investors came from Hong Kong recently, and the production is still running smoothly. Moreover, this incident only affected the investors, not directly the Silent Search production team. So, to uninformed outsiders, it still seems like a good opportunity. Xiao He's lips twitched. This feels like a trap? Using the Silent Search production team as a good opportunity to lure in bigger fish, cough cough, he couldn't speculate on the higher UPS intentions. However, Xiao He didn't forget to continue investigating Feng Zhengyang. The matter between Feng Zhengyang and his wife is still unresolved. Fortunately, with his more advanced hacking skills, Xiao He could investigate many things at will. Although he still hadn't found any clues related to Feng Zhengyang, he did discover something else. He obtained a 3-minute recording. He said he wanted 3 more bottles. Isn't that a bit too much? His agent is starting to get suspicious. This isn't our responsibility, we're only in sales. Are you sure this can't be detected? We're a legitimate pharmaceutical company. All the medications we sell can be tested by drug regulatory authorities. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems. But he's losing weight so fast. Overuse of medication can indeed cause these symptoms, but that's his own problem, not ours. Perhaps you could try to persuade him. How could I dare to persuade him? He has severe reactions even from stopping. I'm afraid he'll die. That's not our business. Tisk, you're just using me and then discarding me. That's not very nice, is it? It's up to you. You can turn yourself in. You can look up the criminal law first. It's about selling these kinds of drugs. I didn't sell. I wasn't helping you, but we didn't take the money. The previous payments were all your payment, don't you know that? You. Alright, this matter is almost over. Here are the last 3 bottles of medicine. Let him find his own sales channels. If possible, try to get his agent involved. We really like her resources and connections. Okay, I understand. At first, when Xiaohui heard this recording, he thought it was just a simple drug transaction. However, one of the voices sounded familiar, and with the word agent, Xiaohui immediately realized that the person buying the drugs was probably also in the industry. The reason the voice sounded familiar was because he had likely encountered this person on the phone somewhere before, perhaps even heard their voice. But where was it again? Xiaohui closed his eyes, beginning to recall carefully. The source of this recording was quite interesting. It was a recording secretly saved and uploaded to the cloud by the assistant of Dong Zheng, the producer of Silent Search. Besides this, his assistant hadn't saved anything else. Clearly, this recording was special to this assistant. Or rather, this recording was special to everyone else. As for the reason, Xiaohui suddenly opened his eyes again. Tong Junhui. That voice sounds like Tian Heng. That's Lu Rulan's arch-rival manager. Back then, Tong Junhui lost a lot of weight and subsequently withdrew from the entertainment industry, while Lu Rulan took over Su Shenxi's agency and became his manager. Now, thinking about it, Tong Junhui's dramatic weight loss was indeed very abnormal. Without medication, how could he have lost weight so quickly? He even lost control of his weight loss later on, unable to regain his normal physique. Xiaohui could almost guess what happened back then. Tong Junhui was trying to lose weight when someone recommended a supposedly very effective weight loss drug. He tried it a few times with some skepticism, and the results were rapid and immediate, greatly reducing the stress and pain of his normal weight loss journey. So he started taking large amounts of the drug, allowing him to successfully lose weight before filming. However, it was precisely because of his dependence on this weight loss drug that Tong Junhui gradually became addicted, developing severe drug addiction. He might not even have realized he had been tricked before the crisis erupted. In fact, whether in previous years or in recent years, many people don't have a strong concept of drug addiction, and are even less vigilant than about narcotics. But in reality, it takes advantage of this low level of awareness, silently creeping into our lives, and showing a serious trend of affecting younger and younger people. Many teenagers now even treat it as a trend, calling this behavior OD, or overdose. They form their own small circles, exchanging and sharing experiences, actively pursuing and leading to other dangerous and terrible behaviors. But little do they know that this behavior is practically the same as drug use. Both are extremely dangerous, highly undesirable, and severely detrimental to physical and mental health. Many addicts, unable to obtain relevant resources, resort to drugs as a substitute, and many people gradually descend from drug addiction to drug use. In other words, it's almost no different from that substance. Neither of these places should be entered. After figuring out what happened back then, Xiaohui fell into deep thought for a long time. Since Tong Junhui was schemed against by Tian Heng back then, even voluntarily retiring from the industry, why is he coming back now, even reuniting with those people? Has the victim from back then ultimately become the perpetrator? Xiaohui sighed deeply and couldn't help but investigate the events of that year. Sure enough, what happened back then was a tragedy caused by a power struggle between two sides. The film Tong Junhui starred in was released at the same time as another film invested in by Chen Kong. Both films involved a past dispute over the copyright of the same screenwriter's script. As the lead actor, Tong Junhui was naturally the primary target, becoming cannon fodder in the capital's crushing attack. However, they probably didn't expect that the danger back then wasn't brought by others, but by the betrayal of their own people. After all, Tian Heng, as GXing Entertainment's agent at the time, should have stood on GXing's side and helped Tong Junhui. What was wrong with him that he would help an outsider destroy his own company's cash cow? Xiaohui guessed that very few people knew about this. Even Mr. Song from GXing Entertainment probably hadn't noticed anything amiss. Otherwise, given his profit-driven nature, he would have definitely given Tian Heng a severe beating, teaching him the consequences of betrayal. Incidentally, Xiaohui also discovered something interesting. The script that was the focus of the controversy between the two production teams back then was written by Feng Zhenjiang's wife, Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was a well-known screenwriter in Hong Kong. She stayed home while writing the script, and Feng Zhenjiang read and guided the entire process, recognizing its immense potential. However, it was unclear how the couple communicated. This seemingly loving couple had a major disagreement over the script's copyright. Before the script was even fully completed, Feng Zhenjiang had already started preparing the production team. He assumed the script was definitely meant for him, and once it was finished and approved, he could save on filming time. Unexpectedly, while his production team had already secured investment in actors, Zhang Yun, after finishing the script, promptly sold the rights to it to investors in Shanghai. Furthermore, without Feng Zhenjiang's knowledge, the other production team began operations and cast Tong Junhui as the lead. Both production circles were relatively closed off. People would at most inquire about the subject matter and general plot, without comparing scripts side by side. Therefore, in this delicate balance, the fact that both productions were filming the same script went largely unnoticed. Finally, when Feng Zhengyang, still waiting for the script's authorization, inquired with his wife Zhang Yun, he discovered that she had already sold the rights. Upon learning this, Feng Zhengyang nearly suffered a stroke. He never imagined his wife would make such a unilateral decision without even consulting him. At this point, it was almost impossible to salvage the situation. The script copyright was held by the investor in Shanghai, everything was legal and compliant, and the project was already halfway through. The investor was unlikely to relinquish the copyright to Feng Zhengyang and Chen Kong. On the contrary, if Feng Zhengyang dared to continue filming, it would be copyright infringement and a lawsuit would be inevitable. Thus, the situation on both sides became a deadlock. Fortunately, not long after this incident, Zhang Yun mysteriously disappeared. Feng Zhengyang, under pressure from public opinion, withdrew from the entertainment industry, and his previous film project was aborted midway, ending with an imperfect conclusion. However, the film crew that Tong Junhui worked on swept all the awards that year with this script, and Tong Junhui won the Best Actor award. Actually, very few people knew about the script incident. Apart from the parties involved in both film crews, there was hardly any trace of it online. After all, having two scripts filmed simultaneously was considered a scandal at the time. Coupled with Zhang Yun's disappearance from her home and Feng Zhengyang becoming the prime suspect, the public pressure was immense. To avoid further revelations and to prevent the public outcry from spiraling out of control, Feng Zhengyang ultimately chose to quietly retire from the entertainment industry. Sometimes, you have to admit that running away quickly is a kind of wisdom. Take Feng Zhengyang, for example, and then there's Su Shenxi. At least they withdrew from the public eye, and the mess they made wasn't seen by so many people anymore. Even now, Xiaohui still can't figure out what happened between Zhang Yun and Feng Zhengyang back then that could turn these two lovers, who had shared most of their lives, into bitter enemies, even leading to death. But frankly, it all boils down to interests. Xiaohui wasn't too surprised. The only thing he was certain of now was that Tong Junhui had definitely been set up back then. As for whether he himself knew who had set him up, Xiaohui shook his head and sighed. He probably did. Xiaohui truly couldn't understand these people anymore. He didn't have any good feelings towards Tong Junhui, but he also didn't harbor any hostility. He was just somewhat disappointed. A promising film star, ending up like this. But speaking of which, did this incident almost implicate Sister Lu as well? Did Sister Lu know about this? Xiaohui pondered. Given Lu Rulan's shrewdness, he felt she shouldn't have been so easily tricked by that guy Tian Heng. Perhaps Lu Rulan hadn't told him the truth before, at least not all the hidden details from back then. But that was normal, after all, it involved those things, and Tong Junhui's own privacy. It was perfectly normal for Lu Rulan not to tell Xiaohui. And now this recording could be put to good use. That bastard Tian Heng almost let him get away, and he even dared to scheme against Sister Lu back then. He really didn't want to live long enough. Xiaohui's eyes blazed with fury, and he began typing furiously, preparing to send Tian Heng a surprise feast. Just as Xiaohui was engrossed in his work, there was a sudden knock on his door. Because the knocking was very soft and faint, Xiaohui didn't initially realize someone was knocking, but soon, the faint sound started again. This time, Xiaohui finally stopped and listened intently, glancing at the time in the lower right corner of his computer screen. 0045. At this time, it shouldn't be Sister Lu or the others. Xiaohui stood up and walked to the door, but didn't open it immediately. The incident where he almost got stabbed when he opened the hotel door was still fresh in his mind, so Xiaohui was now extra cautious. He first went to the peephole of the hotel room door and looked inside. There was no one at the door. Xiaohui scratched his head in confusion. Could he have misheard? Just as Xiaohui went back to sit down, he heard the knocking again. This time, Xiaohui acted quickly, rushing to the door and peeking through the peephole. Yan Shahan, wearing a down jacket, weakly knocked on the door, then leaned closer to the peephole and whispered, "Bro, asleep? Hungry? Want to grab a late-night snack? I feel like I'm about to faint from hunger." "Xiaohui, if I remember correctly, you just went out for a big meal not long ago, right?" "No, bro, why are you so hungry so late at night?" "That's how it is. Then Director Yan and I went out for a meal, and I just got back." Xiaohui stood before Lu Rulan, earnestly explaining the situation like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Lu Rulan rubbed her temples helplessly. "Never mind, it's good that nothing happened." While others were discussing the plot in the middle of the night, these two gluttonous boys were possessed by evil spirits in the middle of the night. Lu Rulan comforted herself, at least they couldn't control their mouths. If they wanted to eat, they should. Recently, some actors in the crew have been acting rather unruly. "Be careful," Lu Rulan reminded her. "Unruly? What do you mean by acting rather unruly?" Xiaohui asked cautiously. "Have you heard of couples on set?" "Xiaohui, I've heard a little bit." But Xiaohui had never encountered any before. "This crew is a mixed bag, and morale is low. Just focus on your own work. All we can do is stay out of it, avoid contact, and stay away from trouble, Lu Rulan said, arms crossed. Stay away from those people. The atmosphere on set isn't great, and the management is a bit lax. Let's hang in there for a while longer. Ha! The assistant director will be back from outside soon. The rest of the crew should be much more settled then. Eh? We have an assistant director on set? Xiao He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't seen him before and assumed that Jin Shahan was the only one in charge of the Yuye crew. He hadn't expected there to be an assistant director. The assistant director is responsible for filming the earlier parts of Yuye, so he's currently filming at the same film studio we visited last time, Lu Rulan explained. Xiao He understood. The film studio they visited last time was where they filmed the opening scenes of Yuye, the ancient story of a group of alchemists searching for the elixir of immortality and capturing a group of people to experiment on. The actors for that part of the story were mostly from a different group. Since the main cast was largely composed of children at the time, asking them to play older characters was easy, but asking them to play children was asking too much of them. Therefore, to shorten the filming schedule and save time, the assistant director was working with a separate group of people simultaneously. Once they finished filming that part, they would return to join the current main storyline. What's up with that assistant director? Can he keep these monsters in check? Xiao He felt a growing sense of anticipation. Please, someone manage these people. It's exhausting, both physically and mentally. That's probably a stretch, Lu Rulan answered honestly. Xiao He, then what's the point of saying that? However, that assistant director used to work on director Zhuang's film crew, so he's practically one of director Zhuang's confidants. While his abilities aren't exactly enough to control others, compared to Yin Shahan, he has one redeeming quality: he loves to tattle. Xiao He, ha. Xiao He almost thought he misheard. What kind of quality is that? He thought Lu Rulan would at least mention some useful skills, like high emotional intelligence, good communication skills, or management skills, but you're telling me his quality is tattletales. Xiao He was speechless, but then he thought about it and realized that this quality was indeed a quality. After all, as a director, it's impossible to go to Zhuang Hongii to cry about everything, so it would be better if an assistant director who is closer to Zhuang Hongii could cry to him. Don't worry, it won't be worse than it is now. Lu Rulan comforted Xiao He in this way. Xiao He, that's true. After saying this, Xiao He fell into a brief silence. Should he take the initiative to ask Sister Lu about Tong Junhui? Is there anything else? Lu Rulan noticed Xiao He's unusual behavior first. If not, I'll head back. Nothing much. Xiao He hesitated for a moment, then decided to get straight to the point. It's just that, Sister Lu, do you know that Tian Heng used to have dealings with Tong Junhui? Lu Rulan's tone instantly turned cold. Did someone say something to you? No. Xiao He thought for a moment, then readily shifted the blame to Tian Heng. It's just that Tian Heng seems to have lost his job as a manager, so he tried to say a few sarcastic things to me. Nothing else. Humph, that guy, I let him off the hook back then, but he couldn't control his mouth again. Lu Rulan snorted lightly. Looks like I still need to teach him a lesson. So, Sister Lu knows that Tian Heng and Tong Junhui had dealings back then? Of course. Lu Rulan sat on the sofa, expressionless, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window, a mocking sneer playing on her lips. As Tong Junhui's manager, how could I not know? You're insane. Lu Rulan shook off the man's hand, coldly staring at him. I didn't know you had the guts to touch this stuff. Sister, I was really wrong. Tong Junhui knelt before her, clutching one of her legs, his face contorted in pain. I just wanted to know what Tian Heng was up to. I never imagined he wanted to harm me. I already warned you, don't associate with those guys. Lu Rulan pulled her leg away, walked over, and sat down beside him, then gave a mocking smirk. What? Seeing their popularity skyrocket while you're still steadily working as an actor, feeling resentful? Sister Lu, I really didn't. Tong Junhui desperately tried to defend himself, but Lu Rulan simply stared at him expressionlessly, unmoved. Sister Lu, only you can save me now. I can't go a day without food, please help me find a way. I'm begging you. You've been in this industry for so many years, you must have connections, right? Tong Junhui crawled in front of Lu Rulan, pleading. Sister Lu, it's not poison, just some medicine, there won't be any problems. I know many people abroad eat this stuff like candy. As long as you have connections with doctors, they'll write prescriptions easily. You must have a way, I'm begging you. Tong Junhui, shut the hell up. Lu Rulan was so angry she cursed him out. If it weren't for her upcoming schedule, she would have slapped him across the face to wake him up. What's the difference between this stuff and drugs? Once you have it, you want it again. Once you have it again, you want it countless times. Lu Rulan wanted to throw a piece of her mind at him. Besides, do you think I can just buy this stuff because I found a channel for you? I'm here to be an agent, not a drug dealer. You want to die? I don't want to go to jail. But I'm already like this. Tong Junhui covered his face, sitting limply on the ground. Sister Lu, I'm in so much pain. I feel like ants are crawling all over me, or I should go abroad. Sister Lu, don't you have ways to go abroad? You sent Shu Han abroad back then, can you send me too? Let's develop our careers overseas. Just to a few neighboring countries. No, anywhere is fine. I'm sure I can still make it back, as long as I. Lu Rulan stared at him coldly, cruelly interrupting him. You should retire from the entertainment industry. Tong Junhui's words stuck in his throat. He stared at Lu Rulan in disbelief. Sister Lu, are you really so heartless as to make me retire from the entertainment industry? I'm informing you. Now, immediately, get up and stand up straight. Your award ceremony is in a few days. Look at yourself now. Where is your former best actor status? Lu Rulan spoke each word with seriousness and coldness. You have to leave this industry now, whether you like it or not. If you still consider me your sister, then obediently retire and quit. Of course, you can also go to Tian Hung and the others, beg them to give you a way out, and be willing to be their dogs for life. Tong Junhui stammered, lowering his head in anguish. Tong Junhui, where is your dignity? Don't make me look down on you, Lu Rulan said calmly. Think about it carefully. Xiao He never imagined that Tong Junhui's retirement from the entertainment industry was orchestrated by Lu Rulan. To be precise, Lu Rulan forced Tong Junhui to retire. Throughout the entire ordeal with Tong Junhui, she keenly sensed something amiss. Even if Tong Junhui hadn't taken those diet pills, he would most likely have suffered, perhaps even worse in the face of the power struggles of capital. They were as insignificant as ants. It was all predetermined the moment Tong Junhui accepted that script. If they wanted to save Tong Junhui, retiring was the only option. Therefore, she acted almost without hesitation, decisively handling Tong Junhui's retirement after he received the Best Actor award. The only saving grace was that Tong Junhui's mind hadn't been completely consumed by this. After an agonizing night of deliberation, he complied with Lu Rulan's decision. So what happened next was exactly as the outside world saw. Tong Junhui retired from the entertainment industry and completely disappeared from the public eye, while Lu Rulan, after experiencing a very low point in her career, began mentoring Su Shensi and returned to the peak of her career. As for the fact that Tong Junhui had clearly gone through withdrawal but was now reappearing around those people, Lu Rulan wasn't very willing to get involved. She couldn't control it anyway. I'll deal with Tian Hung. You absolutely mustn't get involved in this. Those people are terrifying. Lu Rulan's expression was more serious than ever before. Xiao He immediately nodded. Okay, Sister Lu, don't worry. You definitely don't need to get involved. In the morning, Xiao He got up and put on makeup as usual. However, he arrived a little later today. People were already finishing their makeup in the dressing room, and even Guo Xingye greeted him and left with her phone. Fortunately, they had already finished filming the old age makeup, so the modern makeup didn't require too much time, just hairstyling was enough. Xiao He had barely sat down when he heard cheerful laughter coming from behind him. Xiao He couldn't help but turn his head. Two actresses, one sitting and one standing, were huddled together, chatting and laughing, waiting for their makeup artist to come and do their makeup, just like him. One of the girls looked vaguely familiar. Xiao He narrowed his eyes, remembering who she was. The one sitting down wasn't that the girl who had gossiped with Yuan Sitan last time? Her name was Zhang Xiao, I think. Xiao He glanced at her quickly and then looked away. His makeup artist came over and began applying his makeup. The artist's movements were very skillful. Xiao He didn't use this time to check his phone, instead staring intently at the makeup mirror in front of him, trying to clear his mind. The once lively dressing room gradually returned to silence. Qingqing, I need to go to the restroom. Zhang Xiao, who was sitting, suddenly stood up. Okay, then I'll go with you, Sun Qingqing said affectionately. Xiao He's mirror perfectly reflected the two girls behind him, and their conversation reached his ears word for word. It was nothing unusual, just a normal story of young girls holding hands to go to the restroom. Suddenly, Xiao He's previously vacant gaze refocused, his wandering mind snapping back to reality. He saw with his own eyes that when Zhang Xiao stood up, Sun Qingqing shifted her position, then took Zhang Xiao's arm with one hand, put the other behind her back, and swiftly switched their paper cups. Finally, she casually brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, a gentle smile spreading across her face. Xiao, let's go. Xiao he seemed to have witnessed something incredible, mainly because the angle was indeed extremely unfortunate. Based on the conversation, the girl who switched the paper cups was named Sun Qingqing, and the girl whose paper cup was switched was naturally Zhang Xiao. Sun Qingqing was half sitting on the dressing table, while Zhang Xiao was sitting in the regular dressing chair. Just as Zhang Xiao stood up to leave, Sun Qingqing cleverly blocked her view with her body, simultaneously completing her entire routine. Not only Zhang Xiao, but probably no one else noticed her movement. However, the tricky angle was that Sun Qingqing's series of movements changing the paper cups were clearly reflected in the mirror behind her. Then, Xiao He, through his own mirror, clearly saw the reflection in the other mirror, truly a scene within a mirror. Xiao He was now somewhat unsure whether it was his criminal aura attracting others like him, or if this girl was just unlucky. How could she have chosen such a perfect angle for the mirror reflection, allowing him to see everything clearly? Even the makeup artist doing Xiao He's makeup hadn't seen this. Xiao He was somewhat helpless. What kind of situation is this? Yesterday, I was just talking to Sister Lu, hoping the crew would behave themselves lately, and that once the tattletale cough, that assistant director came back, they wouldn't dare cause any trouble. But now, it seems these guys got wind of it and want to cause trouble before then, afraid of missing their chance, right? Xiao He rubbed his temples. What a nuisance. Xiao Chen. Xiao He called Xiao Chen over. Xiao Chen was sitting on a small stool not far away. Hearing Xiao He's call, she immediately ran over. There's a lot of trash on the makeup table here. Could you tidy it up a bit? Xiao He glanced around and winked at Xiao Chen. Please throw away any unused tissues, paper cups, or water bottles on the table, and prepare new water bottles. Be careful not to throw away anything that someone else needs. Anyway, most of the people in the makeup room had already left, and someone would clean up anyway. It wouldn't be too abrupt if Xiao He asked Xiao Chen to do it beforehand. Xiao Chen didn't quite understand what Brother Xiao meant, but his strength lay in doing more and asking fewer questions. He readily agreed, okay, Brother Xiao. His movements were very efficient. He immediately picked up a nearby trash bag and began helping to clean up the clutter. Xiao Chen was quite meticulous. If there were many items on the dressing table, he would ask the makeup artist next to him. If the dressing table was tidy, clearly tidied by the makeup artist, he would directly remove the water bottles and paper cups she had left behind. Xiao He watched him clear away the items, finally stopping at the dressing table diagonally behind him. The makeup artist, who had been waiting for Zhang Xiao and Sun Qingqing, had just turned around from another dressing table and was rearranging her makeup bag. Xiao Chen casually asked her about the paper cups on the table. The makeup artist glanced at them, shook her head, and assumed they were left behind by someone else. So Xiao Chen simply took the paper cups away, not forgetting to replace them with new water bottles. When Zhang Xiao and Sun Qingqing returned, they found their paper cups were gone, replaced by water bottles. Where's my water? Sun Qingqing's expression changed slightly upon seeing the missing paper cups, and her voice instinctively rose. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Chen, who was handing out water bottles, stopped and hurriedly came over to apologize. Sorry, I had my assistant change them. Xiao He's lazy voice came from behind them. Sun Qingqing paused, then immediately turned around. Xiao He didn't turn to look at them, but instead met their gaze through the makeup mirror, his expression slightly perfunctory. I noticed the makeup and powder here are quite heavy, and if anything dirty falls into the paper cups, the water won't be very clean, so I had my assistant change them to mineral water bottles. You don't mind, do you? So what if you mind? Keep it to yourself. Hearing Xiao He's seemingly concerned words, Zhang Xiao was flattered, then immediately replied gratefully, It's nothing, we don't mind. Thank you so much, Brother Xiao, you're so kind to notice such a detail. I just happened to notice. Xiao He smiled, then looked at Sun Qingqing with slightly cold eyes. What about you? You don't mind, do you? Meeting Xiao He's gloomy eyes, Sun Qingqing broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao He's words implied that he had seen it. He actually saw it? Sun Qingqing's gaze fell on the makeup mirror in front of Xiao He, then she abruptly turned her head towards the direction of the mirror where they had just been. Damn it! She forgot about that mirror. Xiao He must have seen it. Damn Xiao He, what's it to him? He's such a busybody. I definitely won't mind. In just a few breaths, Sun Qingqing composed herself and gritted her teeth as she answered, Thank you, Brother Xiao. Although she was very unwilling, Sun Qingqing didn't dare offend Xiao He. After all, Xiao He was currently experiencing rapid growth, and he had the powerful Lu Rulan behind him. For an ordinary person like her, just squeezing into this dressing room was already difficult enough, let alone going against Xiao He. Of course, more importantly, this guy Xiao He looks like someone you don't want to mess with. Was that murderous aura for real? How could someone actually have such a terrifying gaze in real life? Just meeting those eyes made Sun Qingqing feel her legs trembling, her fingers shaking uncontrollably, and her eyes welling up as if she might cry at any moment. The thoughts that had initially arisen were now completely scared away. Xiao He smirked, gave her a sarcastic look, and then slowly withdrew the deliberately cold gaze he had been displaying. He originally didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, but with the crew in such disarray, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. As for exposing it on the spot, Xiao He hadn't considered it. Sun Qingqing didn't exude any dangerous aura. Her deliberate substitution of the paper cups was most likely to be an attempt to steal a role, or some personal grudge against Zhang Xiao. Even if things escalated, no one would die. At most, Zhang Xiao would suffer a little. If he directly called it out, today's work wouldn't end smoothly. And given the complexities of this film crew, if something really went wrong, or if there was a major disturbance that delayed filming, then according to some people's logic, they certainly wouldn't blame Sun Qingqing, the culprit, but rather him, for meddling. During his time on set, Xiaohe had come to understand that some people's intelligence was simply not suited for deep discussions, and one shouldn't expect them to have any moral compass. They might not be able to judge right and wrong, but whoever delayed everyone else's work would definitely be the culprit. Xiaohe remained silent, choosing to avoid the commotion. Seeing that Xiaohe had finally withdrawn his intimidating gaze and refrained from further revelations, Sun Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Xiaohe didn't say anything. Then, Sun Qingqing glared resentfully at Zhang Xiao's retreating figure. That girl is so lucky. How did she manage to dodge it? Damn it. If only Zhang Xiao had an allergic reaction and couldn't play the role, then the role would have been hers. So close to success. Qingqing, get ready for makeup. What are you standing there for? Zhang Xiao, oblivious to the malice beside her, noticed that the other person hadn't sat down and immediately turned her head in confusion to ask what was wrong. Sun Qingqing snapped out of her daze, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and put on a fake yet affectionate smile again. She sat down next to Zhang Xiao and said, "Okay, I'm here." After finishing his makeup, Xiaohe ignored the fake besties and instead patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, praising, "You're pretty clever, kid. You worked hard just now. He. Xiao Chen scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. It's good that I could help brother Xiao, but what exactly happened? It's a bit complicated. I'll tell you later. Where's Sister Lu? Sister Lu? She's not coming today, Xiao Chen explained. She went to visit some producers in Beijing. Xiaohe, oh, I see. Never mind then, I'll go film. He'd have Sister Lu handle it privately later, leaving such a potential problem on set wasn't good. Today's fight scene was relatively simple, not difficult for Xiaohe at his current level. Actually, if the system didn't lack supernatural abilities like flying over walls, Xiaohe really wanted to try out some light-footed kung fu. He also wanted to experience the legendary protagonist-level treatment of flying through the air with wires chasing after him. But in reality, that's probably out of the question. Just as Xiaohe was adjusting the wire equipment with the wire harness operator, a commotion suddenly broke out nearby. Xiaohe, sensing something, was the first to look up. A group of people, surrounding a man, surged in from the film set entrance. What's wrong? Xiaohe initially thought it was Sun Qingqing, still stubborn, having targeted Zhang Xiao again. However, as the man drew closer, Xiaohe began to see the situation more clearly. A group of actors and their agents were talking as they walked towards him, surrounding a portly man. Director Fan, thank you for your help this time. Director Fan, our Sitang has always been very well behaved. She's been looking forward to working with you, and we never expected to have this opportunity today. Director Fan, what are your upcoming filming plans? Director Fan, our artist has been working very hard lately. Could you perhaps talk to Director Yan about it? Director Fan, will you be taking over the filming here next? Director Fan. Xiaohe. To be honest, this scene was strangely absurd and laughable. It was like a group of concubines, driven mad by the cold palace, finally seeing the Empress Dowager return, crowding around to complain and beg for her support. To be honest, the film crew wasn't usually that chaotic. Aside from a few troublemakers secretly plotting and competing with each other, the filming schedule never faltered. While Yan Shahan couldn't manage the crew's atmosphere or the petty schemes of some individuals, he was an absolute tyrant during filming, his word was law, and the quality of the footage was quite good. Therefore, the Yuye crew wasn't in such dire straits that they were waiting for a savior. However, for some actors with poor acting skills who could only resort to underhanded tactics, that was indeed a case of waiting for a savior. Yuan Sitang's agent, Tang Wenjuan, subtly dissed Director Yan while following Director Fan's lead. She chattered on and on until her mouth was dry, but Director Fan remained all smiles, his true intentions unclear, leaving Tang Wenjuan feeling utterly frustrated. What does Director Fan mean? Why hasn't he given a straight answer after all this talk? Over here, Yan Shahan also paused what he was doing. Hearing that the assistant director had returned with his team after completing the task ahead of schedule, he immediately looked up with a pleasant surprise, greeting Fan Kongwen with a smile. "Hello, senior brother Fan. You're finally back? You've worked hard. Fan Kongwen's smile became more genuine, and he nodded slightly in response to Yan Shahan. "Junior brother, long time no see. It's quite lively here." Senior brother? Tang Wenjuan was somewhat dumbfounded. Fan Kongwen glanced at her sideways, asking with a half-smile, "What's wrong? Director Yan and I are both students of Director Ning of Peking Opera. It's normal to call him junior brother, isn't it?" I knew Director Yan's filming style looked familiar. Turns out it's Director Ning's style. Tang Wenjuan could easily tell he was being biased, and awkwardly laughed it off. Xiao He watched coldly from the side. Tisk tisk, some people's flattery backfired. Just then, Guo Zinya, also dressed in her wire harness, walked up to Xiao He. These people really know how to flatter someone and end up blundering, she said. Xiao He chuckled, maintaining his cautious style, and subtly agreed, it's mainly because this is the first time everyone has heard that Yin Xiaohan is Director Ning's disciple. Director Ning, whose real name is Ning Jiekai, is also a highly capable director, a prominent figure of the same era as Lin Yipen's father, Lin Jiexu. However, Lin Jiexu's connections are based in Shanghai, while Ning Jiekai's are based in Beijing. These are two different circles, belonging to the Beijing Circle and the Shanghai Circle respectively, and in the past, there was a subtle rivalry between them. However, in recent years, with the rapid development of information technology and the increasing number of outstanding young people, the old-fashioned factionalism has become less relevant, and the two circles now have quite close ties. Of course, this isn't the main point. The main point is that even though Ning Jiekai is a professor at the Peking Opera Academy, not just anyone can become his disciple. He can have many students, but only a few disciples. Take, for example, the relationship between Xiao He and his private acting teacher, and Chengguang. Xiao He is currently only in Chengguang's student, far from a master-disciple relationship. Therefore, just the way they address each other is enough to reveal the relationship between this new assistant director and Director Yan. It seems these people's original plans are going to fall through. Guo Zinya had also appeared in Ning Jiekai's films before, so she wasn't unfamiliar with Ning Jiekai. Actually, I vaguely sensed that he had Director Ning's shadow in him before. Guo Zinya smiled. His cursing techniques have some of Director Ning's true skills. Xiao He laughed out loud. So, it's true that a disciple learns the master's cursing skills first. Alright, let's get back to filming. After a few brief pleasantries, Fan Kongwen urged Yin Xiaohan to continue his work. The filming schedule here is heavy, unlike back home. You're the one who's been working the hardest lately. He then gestured to his assistant to pull up a recliner for him, interrupting Tang Wenjuan's eagerness to chat. He lounged back in the recliner, saying leisurely, "Junior brother, this is all up to you. I believe in you." Yan Xiaohan nodded. "Okay, senior brother, watch me. I'll definitely complete the mission successfully." Ha! This time, not only was Tang Wenjuan completely dumbfounded, but everyone else was too. Fan Kongwen returned to the set and didn't take over Yin Xiaohan's directing duties? What about them? Were they going to continue suffering under this tyrant, Yin Xiaohan? Director Fan has indeed been working very hard lately, Tang Wenjuan tentatively suggested. He really needs to rest, after all, the upcoming filming schedule is quite demanding. Fan Kongwen immediately widened his eyes at Tang Wenjuan. What? I'm here as an assistant director. Just being able to handle the filming over there is already a great favor. Don't expect me to do any more work. Let him go and work so hard filming on this set? No, that won't do, that's a different price. Tang Wenjuan, everyone else, the sky has fallen. This savior isn't a savior, and even a savior can't be relied upon. Yuan Sitang walked listlessly to the set entrance, letting the wire technician adjust her equipment. Thinking about the upcoming filming schedule, she felt like crying. Beside her stood another actor, Li Hoxuan, looking utterly hopeless. Xiao He glanced at Li Hoxuan, a look of sympathy crossing his face as he considered his upcoming scenes. Actually, Li Hoxuan was in a worse situation than Yuan Sitang, facing both internal and external troubles. Li Hoxuan was of mixed heritage, a former model with striking good looks, but he couldn't even speak fluent Chinese properly. He was forced to fill in for Lu Yuxi, a role previously terminated for being late. He needed a translator for everything, from scripts to everyday communication. The only consolation was that Director Yin spoke English, allowing them to communicate directly without the need for him to ramble on while waiting for a translator, only for Li Hoxuan to ramble on again while Yan Xiaohan waited for the translator. That would have been truly despairing. Meanwhile, because Li Hoxuan replaced Lu Yuxi in the role, he's now being relentlessly targeted by Lu Yuxi. Although Zhuan Hong'ai warned Lu Yuxi before he left, how could Lu Yuxi possibly remain silent and do nothing about having his role taken by a foreigner who can't even speak clearly? Recently, things have been lively both inside and outside the production. The person causing the controversy and being questioned by netizens is no longer Xiao He, but Li Hoxuan. A large number of online trolls and haters have flooded the entire US square, creating a scene that's almost unbearable to watch. Although Li Hoxuan's side has tried to fight back or clarify, the effect has been minimal. Fortunately, Li Hoxuan's fanbase isn't primarily domestic, so this attack hasn't shaken his international fanbase. In this light, it seems Lu Yuxi's side has actually spent money to do marketing for their production. Actually, not bad, hee hee. However, considering Lu Rulan wasn't there today, and everyone else had already greeted Director Fan, Xiao He thought for a moment and decided to take advantage of a break in filming to approach Fan Kongwen alone and greet him. "Hello Director Fan, I'm Xiao He, an artist from Linghui Studio. Lu Rulan is my manager. She mentioned you to me before and was originally planning to come and welcome you, but unfortunately, she's not here today. Upon hearing Lu Rulan's name, Fan Kongwen finally looked up at Xiao He, then smiled and gestured for him to sit down. I know. Lu Rulan and I met this morning, and she really praised you to me. Xiao He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Rulan to be so quick. She had already met with someone before Fan Kongwen even arrived at the set. But that was typical of Sister Lu. Perfect timing. Tell me about what's been going on set lately, Fan Kongwen said enthusiastically. There must have been a lot of interesting things happening here, right? Xiao He, there are so many interesting things, I could talk about them all day. Xiao He hadn't originally intended to complain, but considering what happened in the dressing room today, he brought it up with Fan Kongwen anyway. Originally, he wanted to tell Sister Lu and let her handle it, but since Director Fan had asked, he'd let Director Fan worry about it himself. Fan Kongwen's expression immediately turned sour. He'd initially taken it as gossip, but he hadn't expected someone to actually resort to such underhanded tactics. If something really happened, he wouldn't be the first to suffer, not Yin Shaohan. After all, Zhuang Hong'ai had sent him to the Yuya set mainly to deter any troublemakers on set. I understand. I'll investigate and handle it properly. Thank you. You can go back to filming now. Don't worry about this. Fan Kongwen said seriously, then, no longer daring to sit idly by, he quickly got up to deal with these potential problems. Confirming that Fan Kongwen was taking these issues seriously, Xiao He finally felt relieved and leisurely returned to the set. Meanwhile, Lu Rulan had already brought her gifts and knocked on the door of a villa in a certain district. Hello, my name is Lu Rulan. I'm here to see Director Ning. Is he home? On the film set. Why hasn't this guy aged? Could it be that he, like us, discovered the secret of immortality? Wu Wu pointed at the magazine in her hand, her expression very serious. Yin Qi looked at the person in the photo, casually resting his chin on his hand, and looked at Yin Lan. Sis, maybe this guy is in cahoots with those people, trying to lure us out. I don't think he's anything good. Recently, a singer suddenly became incredibly popular, and his appearance was very familiar, like their former drug-using companion. But the other person was clearly very young, showing no signs of aging whatsoever. Standing on stage, he was incredibly skilled at everything, exuding a charming smile and acting like a young, handsome pretty boy, a heartthrob for countless girls. If they hadn't spent over 100 years with this guy, and were already very familiar with his appearance and mannerisms, they probably wouldn't have believed that this guy was their former companion, Huang Dequan. However, an even bigger question arose. How come this guy hasn't aged at all? Could it be that he also discovered the secret of the meteorite fragment? Or, has he partnered with that organization, and this is a blatant trap? Upon realizing this, the main characters exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Regardless, we have to meet him. He's too conspicuous, our appearances are likely already known to that organization, Yin Lan said seriously. The fact that the organization was able to pinpoint her bookstore so accurately meant that someone among them had definitely betrayed them. Therefore, their appearances were no longer a secret. Now that this guy has so openly revealed his face, it's obvious he'll quickly attract the organization's attention. Whether it's a trap or not, they had to go and confirm the situation. If he has betrayed us. Yin Lan wasn't one to hesitate. She paused, her gaze sweeping over her companions, a fierce glint in her eyes. Wu Wu sneered, cracking her knuckles as she pressed them together, a blatantly cruel look on her face. Of course I won't hold back. Yin Qi obediently nodded. Okay, I'll definitely listen to my sister. Anyway, we're all going to die. Oh, fuck. When Yuan Sitang stepped on his face again, Li Hoxuan finally couldn't hold back his anger. Actually, the scene they were filming today was very simple. The three main characters ganged up on one person. The three were Xiao He and Guo Zinya, who played the siblings, and Yuan Sitang, who played Wu Wu. And the person they were ganging up on was naturally Li Hoxuan. And so, Li Hoxuan was in trouble. Xiao He and Guo Zinya were veterans. After a brief explanation from the action director, they knew how to mimic the movements, how to fake a fight, how to use camera angles. But Yuan Sitang didn't know. He kept kicking here and punching there, and when he was suspended by wires, he even accidentally left a footprint on Li Ho-hyun's face due to his unstable center of gravity. Li Ho-hyun. Everyone. Xiao He, stop talking nonsense, hold it in, don't laugh out loud. Finally, Li Hoxuan broke down. Li Hoxuan was relatively low-key on set and didn't cause much trouble, most likely due to the language barrier, so he usually left after filming and arrived on time, so not many people interacted with him, and no one knew what his usual temperament was like. However, it was clear that he had finally reached his limit this time, pointing his finger at Yuan Sitang and starting to spout foreign trash. Although she couldn't understand what he was saying, judging from his actions and the occasional fuck, she knew he was spouting nonsense. Yuan Sitang didn't hold back, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. If you don't understand, speak Chinese. F** and hashtag. Don't understand, don't understand, don't understand, you big idiot. And *% Yuan. Xiao He. Xiao He's lips twitched, and he looked at Guo Zinya beside him. Shouldn't we go and break up this fight? Guo Zinya shrugged. How can we? Their conversation is completely nonsensical. It's a miracle they even started arguing. To be honest, if she were Li Hoxuan, she'd be angry too. After all, Director Yan had informed them beforehand to have some practice. Li Hoxuan was a newcomer who joined the crew temporarily and wasn't very good at wire work, which was understandable. But Yuan Sitang had acted in several fantasy and historical dramas, and she still didn't know how to use wires? That was ridiculous. Did all the previous crews use stunt doubles? This kind of unprofessional guy is a rotten apple. She also advised Xiao He, don't meddle. There are a lot of conflicts within the crew right now. It's better to avoid trouble. Xiao He shrugged. Don't worry, Sister Zinya, I don't understand anything. Don't ask, the answer is he doesn't understand either language. He'd better just focus on his own work. About 20 minutes later, the crew finally resumed filming. Looking at Fan Kongwen's dark face and Yuan Sitang's miserable expression, Xiao He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great, having Director Fan was finally somewhat useful. Meanwhile, Lu Rulan had successfully met the person she wanted to see. Carrying the expensive gifts, she looked at the two people sitting in the living room, her face beaming with smiles. My visit today was abrupt. I didn't expect Director Ning to have guests today. Then, while handing the gifts to the butler beside her, she feigned surprise, looking at Zhuang Hong'ai on the sofa. Oh, it's Director Zhuang. What a coincidence. Zhuang Hong'ai put down his teacup, glanced at Lu Rulan, and vaguely guessed that she had deliberately chosen the day he was coming. A slight displeasure rose in his heart. Xiao He's agent was quite well informed, managing to find out he would be visiting his teacher today. Unfortunately, she miscalculated one thing: he would definitely not speak up for Xiao He today. There were too many people in the industry who would climb the social ladder by taking advantage of others. Zhuang Hong'ai had seen too many of these tactics and disliked such blatant exploitation. Therefore, he simply nodded indifferently, showing no intention of responding to Lu Rulan's words. Fortunately, Lu Rulan was always thick-skinned. She didn't try to strike up a conversation with Zhuang Hong'ai again, but instead walked over to Ning Jiakai, her voice tinged with a smile. Teacher Gao said Director Ning hasn't been feeling well lately, so I came to visit. I hope Director Ning doesn't mind. Ning Jiakai had met Lu Rulan a few times and had a fairly good impression of her. He smiled and gestured for her to sit down and chat. Lu Rulan didn't stand on ceremony and sat opposite Zhuang Hong'ai, her words never ceasing, creating a very harmonious atmosphere for her conversation with Ning Jiakai. Zhuang Hong'ai. Although somewhat bothered by Lu Rulan's manipulation and overstepping of boundaries, Zhuang Hong'ai didn't intend to deliberately cause trouble, simply looking down at his phone. Sure enough, as Lu Rulan chatted, she steered the conversation towards the script. Speaking of which, the last time I visited Director Ning's home, it seems, was about no bait, Lu Rulan said with a beaming smile, her tone filled with wistfulness. Ning Jiakai was silent for a moment, then said somewhat helplessly, you're certainly well informed. The script for No Bait had just passed review, and she came straight to him. Even Ning Jiakai had to admire her efficiency. But if I remember correctly, Shu Han is already working in Hollywood, right? Ning Jiakai didn't mind Lu Rulan's clear intention to seek opportunities from him. He simply took a sip of his tea. Lu Rulan's smile remained unchanged. Yes, I'm here to advocate for my current artist, Xiao He. Shu Han is arguably the most successful artist Lu Rulan has ever managed. Back then, Shu Han was just a stuntman, earning a living with his injuries. He was spotted by Lu Rulan while working as a stuntman on a film set and signed, becoming an artist under GXing Entertainment. Shu Han wasn't exactly a stunningly handsome man, far inferior to later stars like Tong Junhui and Su Shensi. However, the film industry at that time hadn't been fully influenced by the fan economy, and there was a natural bias and stereotype towards pale-faced actors and pretty boys. It was precisely Shu Han's type of appearance, when styled to portray tough guys, that was particularly appealing in the film industry. Adding to this, Shu Han, having started as a stuntman, caught the last wave of the martial arts star era, and thus successfully leveraged this momentum to break into Hollywood. Back then, Hollywood wasn't as complex as it is now. Film production was declining year after year, and the Hollywood halo, along with the American dream halo behind it, had lost its allure. Actors and stars at that time considered it an honor to go abroad and appear on Hollywood screens. It was a path many in the industry desperately wanted to take. However, very few actually succeeded in making it in Hollywood. Shu Han, however, relied on his martial arts skills and excellent acting abilities to carve out a niche for himself in Hollywood. It was his own hard work and dedication that allowed him to reach where he is today, step by step. Unlike the two barbecue buns he encountered later, Shu Han and Lu Rulan terminated their contract amicably. After all, having gone international, Lu Rulan and even GXing Entertainment couldn't offer him much help anymore. Therefore, rather than hindering Shu Han's development, it was better for GXing Entertainment to step in and arrange a resource exchange with the overseas entertainment talent agency that had taken a liking to him, helping Shu Han secure a better future. Of course, Lu Rulan's help was indispensable in this process. Shu Han himself is a hardworking and reliable person, grateful and loyal. He is very grateful for Lu Rulan's guidance back then, so to this day, Lu Rulan and Shu Han maintain a very good relationship. The last time Lu Rulan personally visited Ning Jiakai's home was more than 10 years ago. At that time, Shu Han had already made a name for himself in the industry, but he hadn't found a suitable lead role. After making inquiries, Lu Rulan learned about the script for No Bait, and so, just like today, she shamelessly visited director Ning, asking for an audition opportunity. Back then, industry censorship processes and systems weren't as standardized. Director Ning submitted the script and immediately began preparations, unaware that the script for No Bait would be completely rejected due to increased policy censorship barriers, and even remain shelved for over a decade. After hearing Lu Rulan's explanation, he still agreed to give Shu Han an audition to see if he was suitable for the role. The final result was naturally quite good. Shu Han's appearance was suitable, his acting skills were excellent, and his understanding and performance of the script were spot on. After comparing several actors, Ning Jiakai decisively chose Shu Han. Unfortunately, the script for No Bait was shelved, Ning Jiakai's filming plans were aborted, and the script's release seemed indefinitely delayed. Fortunately, Lu Rulan didn't give up. She later helped Shu Han secure a more suitable script, and Shu Han lived up to expectations, achieving phenomenal box office success with that role, thus beginning his path to becoming a martial arts superstar. Now, many years later, the same people and the same events are playing out again. Only, back then Lu Rulan was fighting for opportunities for Shu Han, this time, she's fighting for opportunities for Xiao He. After listening to Lu Rulan's introduction of Xiao He, Ning Jiakai remained silent for a moment before saying, "Little Lu, I wouldn't mind giving you another audition opportunity. However, so many years have passed, and my requirements remain unchanged. Are you sure your current artist meets my standards?" "Let me be frank from the start," Ning Jiakai continued, "No Bait is a work we've been polishing for over 10 years. No matter how much time has passed, our standards for the lead actor remain extremely high. Even now, looking at the entire entertainment industry, I don't have many actors I'm particularly satisfied with. If you come to me for this opportunity now and it's a wasted trip, then don't waste my time next time." Ning Jiakai didn't mind Lu Rulan's targeted visit and direct approach to securing resources and opportunities. After all, many opportunities these days require you to be persistent and persistent. You can't just sit at home and expect them. He'd met hundreds of agents like Lu Rulan in his home. Ning Jiakai appreciated the drive of these young people and wasn't stingy in giving them opportunities. Unfortunately, while some people genuinely volunteered, others were just throwing themselves in like they were in a latrine. Lacking any real ability, they stubbornly insisted on getting involved. Upon closer inspection, they were completely incompetent, yet overflowing with confidence. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were already world-famous celebrities. It was utterly absurd. Ning Jiakai had initially intended to give newcomers a chance, to extend some of his care, but now that everyone was vying for opportunities, Ning Jiakai was getting annoyed. He'd rather give these opportunities to his students at the Peking Opera Academy than these clueless individuals. At least the good stuff wouldn't go to outsiders. Therefore, Ning Jiakai decided to give Lu Rulan a heads up beforehand, to prepare her mentally. However, his words didn't make Lu Rulan nervous. On the contrary, her smile brightened even more as she took out various certificates and credentials from her briefcase. While our Xiaohi may not yet fully meet all of director Ning's skill requirements for a lead actor, I believe that currently, in the entire Chinese entertainment industry, his skills are absolutely the most suitable for your needs. To be honest, Ning Jiakai was truly astonished when Lu Rulan pulled out a stack of certificates of various sizes. Even Zhuang Hong'ai, who had initially intended to remain silent, put down his crossed legs and couldn't help but reach out and pick up a few certificates to examine them. Then, his gaze towards Lu Rulan changed slightly. "If I remember correctly, most of these certificates weren't here when you came to see me last time?" Ning Jiakai was somewhat surprised. "Xiao Zhuang, you know this kid?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhuang Hong'ai realized he'd fallen for Lu Rulan's trap. He'd intended to remain silent and resolutely refused to recommend Xiao He to Lu Rulan, but seeing these certificates, he couldn't resist. However, considering Xiao He's abilities, he succumbed and said a few more words in his defense. "Xiao He is currently acting in a project I invested in, but the resume I saw back then wasn't nearly as impressive as it is now." As he spoke, he gave Lu Rulan a meaningful look. This guy must be exaggerating for his own artist. Lu Rulan met Zhuang Hong'ai's suspicious gaze, a slight smile playing on her lips as she nodded proudly. "Yes, many of these certificates were recently obtained by Xiao He. You can verify them on the corresponding official websites at any time. It's just a pity that the racing license requires participation in domestic competitions for upgrading, and the pilot's license still needs to accumulate enough basic flight hours, otherwise, it might be closer to Director Ning's selection criteria. Zhuang Hongii, Ning Jia Kai. Damn! What kind of Versailles-like talk is this? Is she even human? To be honest, for a moment Zhuang Hongii even suspected that Lu Rulan had helped Xiaohe cheat on the exam, or even bought the certificate directly. However, such a lie would be quickly exposed once filming began. Director Ning wasn't one to mince words, he wouldn't let them fool him on such matters. There was absolutely no need to fabricate such a thing. Besides, Lu Rulan wasn't that kind of person. Ning Jiakai's expression finally turned serious. He picked up his glasses from the coffee table and began to carefully examine Lu Rulan's resume, which was placed on top. Graduated from Shanghai University? Not from a formal acting background? This surprised Ning Jiakai even more. Then he looked at Xiaohe's current acting experience, his eyes flashing slightly. This time, Xiao Lu seemed more confident than before when she came to see him. I know the character Meng Zetian. Ning Jiakai put down the resume. There was quite a stir about him recently. No wonder the name sounded familiar, it turns out he's one of your artists. Yes, Lu Rulan nodded with a smile. Xiaohe is currently in dire need of a role like this, and we hope Director Ning can give us a chance. Although he'd been working on other script projects for years, No Bait had been shelved for 10 years, a source of considerable anxiety for Director Ning. When the opportunity arose, Ning Jiakai naturally paid attention immediately. Therefore, he had a fairly strong impression of Xiaohe in Shining Stars. So this time, Ning Jiakai readily agreed, nodding directly, sure, but you came a bit too quickly. The crew hasn't even been reassembled yet. Even if you're impatient, it won't happen now. I'll let you know when the crew is ready next year, and you can come and try out then. In truth, this project would be extremely sought after. Those who came to Ning Jiakai would all be no less talented than Xiaohe. The casting of the male lead in No Bait was no longer something Director Ning could decide privately. Making an impression on Director Ning and securing an audition was already the best Lu Rulan could hope for. As for the rest, it depended on whether Xiaohe was indeed, as Lu Rulan claimed, the most suitable actor for the lead role. Okay, I'll definitely make sure Xiaohe prepares well. Lu Rulan immediately stood up, beaming with joy, to thank him. Zhuang Hongii added, Professor Ning's project is certainly very important, but you shouldn't delay my project. Lu Rulan, of course. After Lu Rulan left, Ning Jiakai took off his reading glasses, leaned back, and casually asked, how's Xiaohe's acting? Zhuang Hongii, not bad, but... He thought for a moment and continued, but after all, he's not from a formal acting background. He's currently filming in Yan Xiaohan's production, and the role he's playing is quite different from his previous ones. If you're interested in him, I'll have Yan Xiaohan compile some of the later scenes for you to see. Okay. Ning Jiakai nodded. While he played Meng Zetian quite well, it's very different from the character of Shu Yuxiu. Shu Yuxiu is the male lead in the script for No Bait. Zhuang Hongii sighed, Lu Rulan and the others really got a good deal. They deliberately timed their arrival precisely when he was also there, just betting he'd say a few good words for Xiaohe. How true. Ning Jiakai chuckled, not at all offended. Getting you to say a few good words for them is their skill. He knew Zhuang Hongii's temper perfectly well. If Xiaohe himself wasn't capable, Zhuang Hongii would have already shut Lu Rulan down. But since Zhuang Hongii ultimately swallowed his pride and said a few good words, that was truly commendable. This was truly a top-tier open scheme. Bang. Behave yourself, stop hitting me. Bang bang. Yin Qi, pulling on the man's hair, continued slamming his head against the glass. The once clean and clear glass was now covered in splattered blood, handprints from Evan's struggles, and spiderweb-like cracks from the impact. Even Yin Qi's reflection was fragmented and broken. Bang. Finally, the once sturdy tempered glass couldn't withstand the force of Evan's head hitting it and shattered. Evan's head was smashed through the glass. Okay. Sitting on the sofa, Yin Lan finally stopped her younger brother's actions. Yin Qi turned his head, glanced at his sister, and while pulling her back, joked with her, Sis, you know what, Wang Dequan's family is really rich. Even the French windows require 4 tries to break open. Wu Wu, standing nearby, curiously touched the weapons displayed on the bar. Yeah, these foreign gadgets, I handled them all during the war. I never imagined this guy had collected so many good things. Evan, dragged by Yin Qi, clutched his bloodied face, pierced by shards of glass, and fell pathetically in front of Yin Lan. Yin Lan looked down at the man on the ground and nudged him with her toe. What are you pretending for? Sit up, look me in the eye, and let's talk about your business. The guy, whose real name was Huang Dequan, later changed his name to Evan, pulled the shards of glass from his face and smiled ingratiatingly at Yin Lan's sister. I really didn't know it was you guys. I thought you were bad guys. Yin Lan scoffed. What? Forgot my face? I don't think you're this forgetful, are you? Yin Chi's eyes brightened. Then, sister, shall I help him remember? Yin Lan crossed her arms and sneered, I think that's fine. No, no. Evan was truly terrified of the siblings' coordinated performance and immediately surrendered, raising his hands. I remember everything. I promise I'll answer all your questions without reservation. Yin Lan then stood up from the sofa, lifted him like a sack of potatoes, and placed a teacup in front of him with a thump, a gentle smile on her face. That's perfect. Tell me, why did you regain your youth, and what's your relationship with those people? Evan shrank back. I'll tell you. After filming this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Xiao He walked out of the set and saw Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen talking. Filming didn't go very smoothly today. Lu Rulan looked up at Xiao He and asked the question first. It's alright, Xiao He shrugged. With Director Fan around, things are much easier now. Those troublemakers have become more discreet, no longer daring to strike or act arrogantly. Xiao He even felt the atmosphere on set was much fresher. That's good, Lu Rulan said, also feeling a bit more relaxed. I heard the crew kicked an actor out today. I guess Director Fan was making an example of him. It's good that everyone's behaving themselves. Is that so? Xiao He thought to himself, Director Fan's actions are really swift. He'd only complained a short while ago, and the person was already kicked out of the crew. But that's fine too, he doesn't have to waste his breath anymore, and he doesn't have to worry about that kind of person staying on set and causing trouble. Xiao He's mood brightened considerably. What about Yuan Sitang? Has she caused any trouble either? Lu Rulan asked. As you can see, she's at odds with Li Hoxuan now. Xiao He pursed his lips, gesturing for Lu Rulan to look in that direction. Lu Rulan glanced over and, unsurprisingly, saw Yuan Sitang and Li Hoxuan arguing again, their arguments completely unrelated. Meanwhile, Yin Shehan was watching the two with admiration, seemingly studying how they managed to coordinate their verbal sparring, while Fan Kongwen stood in the middle, trying to calm them down. Lu Rulan, I'm used to it. Director Zhuang didn't kick her out, which is considered very indulgent. Xiao He sighed. Lu Rulan shrugged, that's why we can't understand the things that rich people do. Being rich is truly wonderful. So we still need to keep making money and strive to become our own capital. Leaving aside Yuan Sitang's father, who's a high-ranking executive at a video platform, let's talk about Zhuang Hong'ai. His wealth is astounding. From the luxurious villa where they first met, to the courtyard house used during filming, and now the luxurious mansion where Evan, the star in the story, lives, all of these belong to Zhuang Hong'ai. Xiao He felt it wasn't that he resented the rich, but seeing Zhuang Hong'ai pull out houses one after another made his heart ache. Lu Rulan followed Xiao He's gaze, glancing around at the luxurious furnishings of the mansions. She was pleased that Xiao He was aware of this, then patted him on the shoulder and asked, So, how's your software development going? Interested in investing in our studio again? Xiao He stumbled. Cough. Xiao He glanced at Lu Rulan. Sister Lu, how did you know I was planning to sell software? Lu Rulan chuckled. No, you haven't been hiding it from me and Xiao Chen. Don't you often open your beloved little computer and start typing? We're not blind. Xiao He, yeah, that's true. But my development progress is still quite slow, Xiao He said honestly. Since upgrading his skills, Xiao He has been tinkering with intelligent software, preparing to delve deeper into the field of artificial intelligence. After all, with national support and the technological trend in this area, if he could leverage his hacking skills to gain a foothold, the future prospects would undoubtedly be much brighter. Xiao He is very confident in his project. However, working on this alone is truly challenging. Even though Xiao He's hacking skills have reached the forefront of current technology, he can't access areas beyond what humanity has yet to explore. Like countless other research teams, large and small, he needs to diligently navigate the vast ocean of artificial intelligence to create something truly unique. Moreover, some things require hardware support, they can't be developed with just a small computer. Ideally, multiple sets of more advanced equipment and networks would be necessary. Xiao He's current constant travel between different film sets and hotels is definitely slowing down progress. Therefore, Xiao He isn't aiming for a quick fix and plans to take it slow. The group got into the van and prepared to return to the hotel. On the way, Xiao He suddenly realized, Sister Lu, is our studio short of money lately? Xiao He recalled, I feel like the profits have been pretty good recently. Linghui Studio is essentially Xiao He's studio. It follows Xiao He's development, their fates are intertwined. Xiao He's acting career is going smoothly, and his own wallet is gradually getting fuller. The studio shouldn't be struggling financially, why is it starting to seek investment again? Lu Rulan chuckled lightly, it's precisely because the profits are good that we need to expand into other projects. Xiao He thought for a moment, planning to invest? This is actually the starting point for many celebrities transitioning from entertainers to investors. After all, earning money alone is ultimately too slow, hindering rapid capital accumulation. A better way to earn more money is to make money work for you. Lu Rulan nodded. Currently, the studio does revolve around you, and we won't be adding any new artists in the short term. However, we can try to invest in other production teams to earn some extra cash. Invest in other production teams? Xiao He murmured, then agreed, that's a good idea. Are there any investment projects you're interested in? There are 2 for now, Lu Rulan said. Of course, the final decision will mainly be made by the 2 of us. You can take a look at the proposals later. Xiao He estimated his current bank account balance and readily nodded, okay, I'll check it out later. Actually, this amount of money would be quite good for buying a property in Shanghai. However, perhaps due to his family education and the confidence instilled in him by his parents, Xiao He didn't have a strong obsession with buying himself a home in Shanghai. For him, having a place to live was good enough. Besides, he was a frequent flyer, and the house was just sitting there anyway, with little opportunity to use it. He figured it was better to make money work for him, giving him more and better options in the future. Therefore, Xiao He was quite interested in the investment Lu Rulan mentioned. Of course, it would be best to investigate the project thoroughly later, eliminating any potential problems. Xiao He pondered for a moment, then checked his system interface to see his points, confirming his newly accumulated points. Very plentiful, enough to guarantee a minimum income. I'll probably try to get a skill related to economics and finance later, at least I'll be able to understand financial statements. Xiao He coughed lightly, leaned back in the driver's seat, and said to his human cheat code, Lucky Chen, Little Chen, lend me your lucky charm power again. Little Chen turned his head, Okay. But brother Xiao, what kind of gotcha game are you playing? Why are you being so mysterious? Xiao He said cryptically, never mind, I'll give you a bonus later. Okay. Little Chen immediately stopped asking. Xiao He sat back in his seat. Hee, as expected of me, I think quite far ahead. Life's getting better and better, hee. While Xiao He was still smugly praising himself in his heart suddenly began to race. That was a warning from his passive skill, danger evasion. Xiao He clutched his chest abruptly and turned to look out the car window. Their van was heading towards the hotel as usual. They were currently at an intersection. The light turned green, and Xiao Chen started the van and drove straight ahead, preparing to cross the intersection. Lu Rulan, standing beside him, pulled out her phone, ready to tell Xiao He about her day's achievements. Today I met with Director Ning, and helped you. Before she could finish speaking, a deafening crash echoed beside them, bang. Xiao He suddenly reached out, grabbed her arm, and roughly pulled her towards him. At the same time, his other hand quickly reached for Xiao Chen in front, shoving his arm and causing the steering wheel to swerve sharply. Bang! The other 2 people in the car hadn't even reacted when they were suddenly thrown out by an extremely powerful impact. The van's tires screeched across the ground. The side window that had been hit shattered, scattering debris wildly into the car. Then, everyone's vision spun, and they were thrown violently to the other side of the vehicle as it flipped. Xiao He only had time to make a final attempt to save himself before he too was thrown around by the force of the impact, feeling completely disoriented. Bang! The spinning world finally stopped. Everyone fell to one side, and even the surrounding noise quieted down. Even Xiao He's mind went blank for a moment. Only when the agonizing screams of others echoed from the intersection outside the car did the world, which had been paused, seem to begin spinning again. He first touched his face, then checked his pulse. Good, a pulse was still there, he was alive. Damn! He almost became a neutrino on the spot. Sister Lu? Xiao Chen? Are you alright? After confirming he wasn't missing any limbs, Xiao He immediately checked on Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen. Hiss. Xiao Chen rubbed his numb neck and turned to answer Xiao He, I'm fine, brother Xiao. How's Sister Lu? Xiao He, enduring his aching back, turned to look at Lu Rulan. Perhaps because Xiao Chen was incredibly lucky, when Xiao He sensed the danger, his driver's seat was actually the safest, as the impact was concentrated in the back seat, near Lu Rulan. If Xiao He hadn't pulled Lu Rulan up and forcefully pushed the steering wheel, she might have faced the full force of the impact. Sister Lu. Lu Rulan leaned against the back seat, her head against the window, eyes closed, blood seeping from her head. It was unclear if she had hit her head. Xiao He raised his hand and patted Lu Rulan's face in alarm. Sister Lu? Lu Rulan, wake up, don't sleep. Fortunately, Lu Rulan responded. She hissed softly and opened her eyes with difficulty. I'm fine, it's just that my foot seems to be stuck. Xiao Chen had already gotten out of the car, preparing to help open Xiao He's car door, while Lu Rulan's door was completely smashed. However, due to the force of the impact, Xiao He's car door was also difficult to open, and Xiao Chen couldn't open it after trying for a long time. Xiao He simply helped Lu Rulan to the side to avoid a fall, and then kicked her several times. Bang, 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 crack. With a clear sound coming from where it was stuck, Xiao Chen successfully opened the car door. By this time, helpful people around had started to come to help. Xiao He had Xiao Chen help support Lu Rulan, and together with several helpful people outside the car, they tried to pry open the metal sheet that was trapping Lu Rulan's calf. Fortunately, Lu Rulan's leg was only stuck, not severed. Otherwise, Xiao He wouldn't have dared to move her and would have had to wait for the fire department to arrive. Soon, Lu Rulan successfully freed her leg and was helped by Xiao He and Xiao Chen to sit on the roadside embankment to wait for the ambulance. Only then did Xiao He have time to assess the scene. It was a horrific traffic accident. A tanker truck had overturned for unknown reasons while crossing the intersection, its body flying sideways and colliding with multiple cars and electric scooters, sweeping across the entire intersection. The truck was still overturned, lying on the roadside a short distance away, emitting thick smoke. Around the intersection, 3 or 4 damaged cars were scattered about, and several people lay on the ground, covered in blood, their condition unknown. The cries for help from passers-by and the screams of the injured reached Xiao He's ears. Looking at the scene of carnage before him, Xiao He felt a complex mix of emotions. Just a moment ago, he had even wondered if he had done something wrong and hadn't cleaned up the mess, thus inviting revenge from his enemies. But seeing the current situation, Xiao He knew that this matter had nothing to do with him. This was truly an unexpected disaster. While Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief, his heart was also heavy, filled with both lingering fear and worry. They were actually the second car hit, almost sandwiched between the first and third vehicles. Fortunately, Xiao He managed to swerve the steering wheel in time, causing the front wheels to spin sharply, throwing them off balance and pushing them to the other side. Otherwise, Xiao He and the others would likely have been sandwiched between the two vehicles. After confirming that the injured in the van had safely exited, everyone began rescuing the people in the other cars. To be honest, it was quite dangerous, since the whole thing originated from that tanker truck. If that thing exploded, it would be disastrous. However, there were so many injured people at the scene that some kind-hearted bystanders were willing to risk their lives to rescue those in the vehicles. Xiao He hesitated for a moment, then greeted Xiao Chen and went over to check the situation to see if he could help. After all, the others were risking their lives to save people, constantly worried about whether and when the tanker truck would explode. But Xiao He had a passive skill. At least before danger struck, he could shout to warn the others to run. So Xiao He was quite confident, thinking he could help as many people as he could. He walked first to the other two vehicles. Compared to their relatively intact van, these two vehicles were completely flattened, smashed to pieces. The two people who were barely dragged out were covered in blood, making it impossible to tell where their injuries were. "There's one more at the very back," one person shouted, and the others rushed to pry open the door. Xiao He also glanced over and saw an elderly man sitting in the back seat of the white car. The old man was clearly also seriously injured, but thankfully he could still make noise. Perhaps it was the surge of adrenaline that kept him afloat. Everyone tried to open the door, but it was jammed. They had no choice but to smash the window. Xiao He glanced at the situation and decisively shouted, "Get out of the way." He then walked over and pulled a pen from his pocket. Since becoming an artist, Xiao He has always carried several pens for signing autographs and many other tasks. But in an emergency, this pen could also become a sharp weapon. Xiao He took off his jacket and held it against the car window to prevent shards of glass from flying. At the same time, he raised his hand, made a fist with the pen, and smashed it against the window with lightning speed. Bang! With just one punch, the window shattered. Xiao He then punched several more corners, completely clearing the glass from those areas. Xiao He then laid his jacket around the edges of the window to prevent the sharp protruding glass from cutting anyone's skin. "Quick, try to pull him out first." At Xiao He's words, everyone rushed forward to help. After confirming that the old man wasn't stuck by anything else, all they needed to do was try to pull him out of the car window. However, Xiao He didn't offer any more help. He heard someone nearby admonishing, "It's going to explode. It's going to explode. Don't go." Xiao He looked up and saw that the overturned tanker truck was already billowing thick smoke. Just looking at it, it was clear how dangerous the situation was. However, a young man in black, who had been dissuaded by others, persisted in climbing onto the overturned tanker truck, seemingly trying to rescue the driver inside. It was clear this young man had some training. Even though the tanker truck was only overturned, it was still 2 or 3 meters high, and he climbed it relatively easily, indicating he wasn't an ordinary person. However, it would likely be difficult for him to pull the injured driver out on his own. He first crouched down and exchanged information with the driver inside, then breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to those nearby, "This truck is empty. An empty tanker truck is certainly much safer than one with cargo." However, despite this, seeing the smoking tanker truck, no one dared to go and help. Everyone dispersed, maintaining a safe distance from the tanker truck, not daring to approach recklessly. This is indeed understandable. Saving someone within one's capabilities is already a commendable quality, but risking one's life to do so would be something most people would hesitate to do, especially considering the families they have. Children and elderly relatives and human lives are not to be taken lightly. Only Xiao He decisively went to help. "Don't panic, he has a cheat code, let him handle it." Reaching the overturned tanker truck, Xiao He nimbly climbed aboard. The young man in black, Meng Zihao, saw Xiao He and his eyes lit up. He quickly extended his hand. "Thank you for helping." "It's nothing," Xiao He replied without ceremony, using Meng Zihao's help to steady himself on the front of the truck. "What's the situation?" "His leg is injured, he can't walk," Meng Zihao said. "I'll go down and check the situation first. You stay up and help." Xiao He, "Okay." After a quick division of labor, Meng Zihao jumped down to begin the rescue. It was then that Xiao He noticed the driver's kneecap was protruding. The stark white bone, mixed with flesh and blood, made Xiao He feel the pain just looking at it, and the driver was indeed convulsing in pain. Meng Zihao seemed to have professional rescue experience. After getting out of the car, he didn't immediately move the driver. Instead, he first checked that the driver wasn't stuck by anything, then immediately used the tools at hand to stop the bleeding and immobilize the driver to prevent further injury during movement. Finally, he bent down, lifted the driver onto his back, and approached Xiao He, who was on top. "Can you reach this?" Xiao He lowered his gaze slightly, leaned against the car window, bent down in a half-kneeling position, and began to exert force, steadily lifting the driver out. But immediately, Xiao He heard a faint crack from his lower back. Xiao He, "Damn it, friend, don't let me down at this time." Fortunately, although his back hurt, he still had strength. Xiao He managed to put the driver down safely before gritting his teeth and pressing on his lower back. Looking back, it must have been because while in the truck, he had leaned halfway out to the driver's seat to push the steering wheel, and when the vehicle crashed, Xiao He's back snapped against the headrest. Although he could still walk and jump now, things might change in a moment. Sure enough, in a critical moment, adrenaline tells us who the real boss is. But boss, hang in there a little longer. He's about to die. Xiao He jumped out of the tanker truck and limped to Meng Zihao, who had just run out, saying, "I'm going now, you carry him down." Hey, Meng Zihao saw Xiao He limping and felt bad about asking for more help, but luckily another brave man stepped forward and offered, "Let me help." Okay, thank you." Meng Zihao didn't dwell on it anymore and quickly got to the rescue. Xiao He, clutching his aching back, walked to the roadside. Xiao Chen, seeing him, quickly helped him sit down. "Brother Xiao, why did you go help people?" This was unheard of. He'd been in a car accident himself, badly injured, yet he acted like nothing happened, running off to help others. Xiao He, also grimacing, lay down. "Ugh, damn it, I regret it now. Did I hurt my spine? It hurts so much." He'd seen a video before of a girl in a car accident, her neck broken, yet she acted like nothing had happened, jumping around and even filming herself enjoying life. Then, the next moment, she was clutching her head, heading to the hospital. Xiao He had initially thought this wouldn't happen to him, but now it seemed the saying, "It's not the screaming that's scary, it's the lively one," was truly apt. Of course, please don't imitate this. Xiao He has some kind of cheat code, and he wouldn't be too afraid if something actually happened. Lu Rulan was also speechless. Her head was still bleeding from a shard of glass, and she could only press on her bleeding head while muttering to herself, "Do you really think you're Superman? Or have you been filming too much lately and think you have superhuman regenerative abilities?" Superhuman regenerative abilities? Xiao He's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's a good skill, that's it. Xiao Chen, quick, lend me your hand. Ouch, my back." Lu Rulan and Xiao He were both lying down, and the only survivor, Xiao Chen, was frantically trying to grab him. But the ambulance hadn't arrived yet. Hearing Xiao He's cries, he rushed over and frantically checked Xiao He's back. "Brother Xiao, are you alright?" Xiao He didn't answer him, but instead mentally shouted, System, quick, give me a super powerful recovery ability or something. "Sorry, current balance insufficient." Xiao He glanced at his over 100,000 points and rolled his eyes. "I have them, don't I? Are you going to try and raise the price now?" "We're very sorry, your current points are insufficient to draw from the high-level prize pool. We have automatically matched you with a relevant skill or item based on your request. Recommended item: adrenaline hormone. Recommended item: accelerated recovery bandage. Recommended item: restored gene potion, residual." Xiao He was startled by the first part of the system's message, then suddenly remembered that there was an unopened section in his prize pool, the advanced prize pool. Before this, Xiao He had no idea what was in it, and the system had refused to tell him the details, citing insufficient permissions. Only now did Xiao He vaguely grasp what might be in this high-level prize pool from the system's words. However, now wasn't the time to consider that. $1 million draw in the high-level prize pool was far beyond his current reach. Xiao He decisively targeted recovery gene potion, residual, then reached out and grabbed Xiao Chen's finger, muttering, "Xiao Chen, my current injuries depend on your incredible luck. Xiao Chen, give it to me. Congratulations on obtaining recovery gene potion, residual, automatically stored. Detecting current physical abnormality, use immediately." Yes. Xiao He's eyes turned red. As expected of the lucky Xiao Chen, he got it on the first try. As Xiao He spoke, he felt the intense pain in his lower back begin to subside, and the other parts of his body that had been throbbing from the impact gradually lost their lingering ache, as expected of a system product. This is truly awesome. Then Xiao He remembered something and looked at Lu Rulan, whose head was covered in blood. Targeted lottery again. Xiao Chen, keep helping me. Targeted lottery, gene restoration potion, residual, 9 draws remaining until pity. 8 draws remaining until pity. Congratulations on obtaining restored gene potion, residual, automatically stored. Xiao He, what is this called? What the hell is this called? Although the second targeted draw resulted in 2 more draws, for a desperate unlucky person like him, this is the luckiest of the lucky, the best of the best. Xiao He's eyes widened. Could it be the law of conservation of luck? They had one bad day, and then their luck turned incredibly good? Xiao Chen suddenly felt dizzy. Brother Xiao, I feel like my adrenaline is about to surge. Why am I feeling dizzy? Xiao He, what are you saying? My lucky one, please don't collapse. Finally, with tears in his eyes, Xiao He spent an extra 80,000 points to draw a third recovery gene potion, residual, item. Before getting into the ambulance, he used one on each of Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen. Although Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen seemed to be in good condition at the moment, no one knew which of their internal organs had been severely damaged in the violent impact. Many people were in excellent condition afterward, but were in poor health by the time they arrived at the hospital. Points could be earned back, but Sister Lu and Xiao Chen had been with him for so long and were very important friends. In matters of life and death, Xiao He never hesitated to use his points. Besides, the situation was chaotic. Everyone was on adrenaline, and no one knew their true condition. Before going to the hospital, Xiao He could make his own decisions, but if serious problems were discovered in the hospital, he would be unable to effectively treat them, and it would only attract attention and suspicion. Therefore, Xiao He dared not gamble, nor could he be stingy. The final result was relatively good. Xiao He and his group were taken to the hospital for a series of examinations, and it was found that apart from some abrasions, there were no major problems. Lu Rulan's face and hands were originally covered in blood. When the doctor saw this, he was slightly worried, suspecting that a piece of glass might be stuck in her head. After taking x-rays and conducting various examinations, he only found a small wound on the back of her head. Doctor, looking at Lu Rulan's blood-covered face, and then at the small wound that was almost scabbed over, the doctor hesitated, ultimately unable to understand how such a small wound could bleed so much. He told Lu Rulan to observe for a while. Xiao Chen was also carefully examined, and no major problems were found, just a slight strain in his neck, which would only require a few days of rest. Xiao He was even more energetic, and after the examinations, he even had time to help with errands, paying fees, and handling various hospital matters. When he returned, Lu Rulan had already fallen asleep leaning against Xiao Chen, and even Xiao Chen was nodding sleepily. Xiao He quickly went over and patted the two awake. Wake up, let's go to the ward to sleep. Xiao Chen and Lu Rulan rubbed their eyes, barely managing to stay awake. Director Yan sighed. It's all right, I'll handle it. Xiao He said calmly, you guys go to the ward and rest. Sister Lu still needs more observation. Lu Rulan thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll have the hotel assistant come over immediately to temporarily take over Xiao Chen's and my work. Yes, I've already notified them. I'll handle this as well. And about the new script. We'll talk about the new script later. You should rest now. Xiao He sighed. Xiao Chen, help your sister Lu to rest. Okay, sure. Xiao Chen quickly helped Lu Rulan. Sister Lu, over here. Lu Rulan sighed helplessly. Didn't the doctor say there was nothing wrong with my foot? It's just a slight strain. The sooner you rest, the sooner you can work. Xiao He's attitude was firm, and he glanced at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, hurry up. Lu Rulan had no choice but to be helped out by Xiao Chen. Then don't forget to tell Director Zhuang. Okay. After settling Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen in, Xiao He finally had time to call his team. But actually, his phone was practically ringing off the hook. Such a serious car accident in Beijing immediately became a trending topic. Among the onlookers, many recognized Xiao He and Lu Rulan. Thus, the news exploded again. Yan Shehan called immediately upon receiving the news, but Xiao He and the others were busy at the hospital undergoing examinations and didn't answer. This resulted in Yan Shehan being unaware of the true situation on Xiao He's side, while rumors were still flying around online. Holy crap, Xiao He was in a car accident. He's covered in blood and was taken away by ambulance. Was it at the intersection of the 5th Ring Road? Yes, I saw it too. Xiao He's car was completely wrecked. DM me for pictures. I have pictures too, but they're too gory to post. Actually, Xiao He was alright at the scene, he even helped with the rescue. It's just that his manager seems to be in bad shape, he's bleeding profusely from his head. It's really terrifying. What exactly happened? Was it an attack by anti-fans? Has the entertainment industry become this terrifying? They're even resorting to terrorist attacks? No, It doesn't seem like it. They seem to have just been passing by. But the official results haven't been released yet, so let's not speculate. Wasn't Brother Xiao supposed to be rescuing people? I saw the video of him climbing onto the tanker truck. Wasn't Brother Xiao the one in the accident? I saw him lying on the ground, covered in blood. No, Brother Xiao was rescuing people, he wasn't in an accident. Brother Xiao is fine, he was rescuing people. This is confusing. One minute they say Brother Xiao was rescuing people, the next they say he was the one who got hit. Who should I believe? Trust the official announcement, wait for the official notification. Hope everyone is safe and sound. Xiao He quickly scanned the current online public opinion and sighed helplessly. This is the trouble with the advanced nature of online information. The person hasn't even left the hospital yet, and it's being said as if the body has already been cremated. He contacted Yin Shaohan first. Which hospital are you in now? Hearing Xiao He's report that he was safe, Yin Shaohan breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked anxiously, I'll bring senior brother Fan to see you right away. No need. Xiao He was about to refuse, but considering that this was Beijing, not their home base, and they didn't know many people here, he agreed and gave the name of the hospital. Then I'll trouble you. Sister Lu is still under observation, and I might not be able to take care of her all by myself. Could you please borrow a female assistant from Sister Xinya? Also, please ask the production team in our studio to clarify the online rumors, at least to let everyone know that you're safe. Okay, I'll handle it with senior brother Fan right away. After contacting Yin Shaohan, Xiao He received a call from Zhuang Hong'ai. Zhuang Hong'ai was more well informed. When he called Xiao He didn't show the same panic as Yan Shaohan, but said, I've already had the operations team prepare the production team's statement. Just send me a photo, and I'll have someone coordinate with your studio. Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Thank you, Director Zhuang. Yeah, it's nothing. Zhuang Hong'ai looked at the video on his tablet of Xiao He climbing onto the tanker truck to rescue people, rubbing his temples with a slight headache. I just didn't expect you to be so brave. He used to think Xiao He's good guy persona was just a marketing ploy by his studio, but now Zhuang Hong'ai realized this kid was serious. He's really taking his life too lightly. Now that something's happened, he wonders if it will delay filming. Xiao He, Zhuang Hong'ai then thought of Lu Rulan shamelessly coming to their place today to help Xiao He get an audition, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. You guys get checked out properly, rest when you need to, don't worry about the crew. Anyway, judging from the kid's condition, he should still be lively and energetic, so it shouldn't cause any problems. Xiao He paused for a moment, then remembered that this was his big boss, and immediately thanked him profusely. Thank you so much, Director Zhuang. I'm fine. I'll take tomorrow off to deal with the car accident here, and I can return to work the day after tomorrow. He knew their relationship wasn't that close, and Zhuang Hong'ai's call was mainly about the film crew's upcoming shooting schedule. This was indeed quite normal, no one would be happy if work was delayed. Hearing Xiao He's words, Zhuang Hong'ai was silent for a moment, then said somewhat speechlessly, a week is still possible. Don't make him sound like a heartless capitalist. Speaking like that, whose conscience wouldn't hurt? Completely unaware that his enthusiasm for his work had offended Zhuang Hong'ai, this unscrupulous capitalist, Xiao He immediately found a slightly better lit spot after ending the call and took a selfie. Actor, Xiao He, thank you everyone for your concern. My manager and assistant are doing well, and I'm still alive. Please wait for official announcements for more details. Please do not believe other rumors circulating online. Image.jpg. Afterwards, Xiao He refreshed the comments section and found it flooded with comments. Qingtian Yunhe, okay, brother Xiao. Rumors stop with the wise. We await further news from you. Rumors stop with the wise. Take care of yourself and get some rest. Little box, brother Xiao, I won't use the little box to contain you anymore, don't scare me. Brother Xiao, you're really amazing. You climbed the tall tanker truck without hesitation. Who would have thought that an injured person from a car accident scene would still be alive and kicking, going to rescue people, even from a tanker truck? My heart stopped when I saw the video. The tanker truck was still smoking. I was so afraid it would explode at any moment. A new fan asked, is Brother Xiao always this amazing? Yes, Brother Xiao has always been this amazing, referring to the building climbing video from the end of last year. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. I'm so confused by all the videos circulating online. One minute it's a video of Brother Xiao jumping around rescuing people, the next it's a video of him lying on the ground being carried away by paramedics. I can't believe they all happened in the same time period. Actually, it really happened at the same time. After Xiao Ji rescued the person, he lay on the ground. I was terrified, I almost thought his adrenaline had spiked and he was about to die. Haha, anyone who saw this would be stunned. But I really have to criticize Xiao Ji's behavior. After such a serious car accident, it's best not to move him unnecessarily and wait for medical personnel to examine him. This situation is extremely dangerous. He might appear fine on the surface, but internal organ rupture and massive internal bleeding are common. Please don't imitate this. Xiao He quickly replied to the first comment and liked the last critical comment, expressing his agreement. His studio and production team also officially reposted his post with a more detailed explanation. Seeing the public outcry gradually subside, Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as expected, he received a call from his elderly mother. It was finals week, and Xiao's mother, being a teacher, was busy with school affairs and initially unaware of Xiao He's car accident. She overheard a student gossiping with others while secretly bringing a phone to school. This greatly alarmed Xiao's mother. She didn't have time to lecture the student about bringing a phone to school and hurriedly prepared to ask for leave to fly to Beijing. Xiao He knew the best way to comfort her was through a video call, so he immediately stopped his mother from leaving work and waved his phone in front of him. As a result, Xiao's mother's eyes immediately reddened. Xiao He looked down and slapped his forehead. That dense idiot. He's still covered in blood from saving people. I'm really fine. Xiao He quickly raised his phone, showing only his face. Mom, if you want to come later, I won't stop you. After your final exams, you and Dad can come to Beijing. I'm currently filming here and have discovered many interesting places. I can be your tour guide and show you around. Xiao's mother stared intently at her son, confirming he wasn't lying, before sighing, I won't say anything more. Just protect yourself from now on, prioritize your safety, okay? Xiao He immediately nodded with a grin. Don't worry, Mom, I only do things I'm sure of. If I'm not sure, I'll run away faster than anyone else. You're all talk and no action, Xiao's mother sneered. I heard Xiao Lu was with you? How is she? She's fine. She just had a minor head injury and is still under observation. After briefly explaining the situation to Xiao's mother and calming her worries, Xiao He finally hung up the phone and stepped out of the emergency exit. He bumped into the young man in black who had helped him rescue the person earlier. Hey, are you all right? Meng Zihao was quite surprised to see Xiao He. He had only learned that Xiao He was also injured after putting the tanker truck driver into the ambulance, and had just gotten out of another vehicle. This startled Meng Zihao. When Meng Zihao glanced at him, he found that Xiao He had somehow gone back to lie on the ground and was also being carried into an ambulance by paramedics. No one could have imagined that the person who climbed onto the tanker truck with him and helped rescue the driver was also someone who needed to be taken to an ambulance. So seeing Xiao He alive and kicking now, he was both surprised and puzzled. I'm fine, Xiao He said, extending his hand. I haven't asked your name yet, brother? My name is Xiao He. I know you. Meng Zihao's expression was complicated for a moment, then he also extended his hand and shook hands with Xiao He. My name is Meng Zihao. Your skills, have you trained? Yes, I'm currently studying at the National Defense University. Because Xiao He was a celebrity, Meng Zihao wasn't very wary. Xiao He understood. No wonder he climbed onto the truck so easily. You're here to bring in an injured person too? Yes, the driver's family is out of town, and it will take them some time to fly over. We need someone to help out, so I'm staying for now. I see. Xiao He was about to leave when he suddenly remembered that Meng Zihao had just arrived from the scene, so he asked, have the traffic police arrived? Did any of them come to inquire about the situation? This car accident is no ordinary incident. First, the location itself is unusual. It's Beijing, the capital. Such a serious traffic accident will definitely be taken very seriously by the higher UPS. Secondly, there's the impact of this incident. Although Xiao He is somewhat reluctant to admit it, the speed at which this impact is spreading is very likely due to his connection to him, an actor in the Chinese entertainment industry. Finally, there's the number of casualties. Although Xiao He doesn't yet know the detailed injuries, the tanker truck's overturning had swept through a large area, hitting not only those driving metal carts but also several innocent pedestrians on electric scooters. Therefore, this accident will definitely be thoroughly investigated. Speaking of this, Meng Zihao immediately nodded. I know. Police officers have already been conducting interviews here. You can go check over there. Meng Zihao immediately pointed in a direction. Okay, thank you. It's nothing. Meng Zihao smiled. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. I'll definitely help you promote yourself on campus later. Whether it's supporting a movie or a TV series, he felt that this kind of idol was worthy of everyone's admiration. Xiao He's gaze shifted, and he said somewhat awkwardly, well, thank you then. To be honest, he found it hard to say. Getting a group of students from the National Defense University to admire a villain specialist? Let them watch the drama Shining Stars, maybe that will cultivate some patriotism? As for who they hate, that's not important, it's definitely not Xiao He. Hello, officer. After saying goodbye to Meng Zihao, Xiao He walked into the emergency room corridor and immediately spotted a group of uniformed officers. He quickly went over to greet them. Hearing the voice, the officer who was taking a statement turned to look at Xiao He. When his gaze fell on Xiao He, his expression shifted from wary to surprised. He looked Xiao He up and down, asking with considerable astonishment, "Are you all right?" "Xiao He, I know you, Xiao He," the officer quickly explained. "Have you finished your examinations? We're not in a hurry to ask about your condition, please complete your examinations first." This matter was far-reaching, and the higher UPS were taking it very seriously. The officers had already gathered a general understanding of the situation on their way here, and they knew that a moderately famous actor was also involved in the accident. These kinds of incidents are most dangerous when they involve internet celebrities or stars. Firstly, there was the fear that the influence of these internet celebrities would further amplify the public's reaction, and secondly, there was the fear that these celebrities, driven by the desire for attention, might become uncontrollable and manipulate online public opinion. A mishap could lead to an even more uncontrollable public opinion and a more complex investigation. Therefore, the officer was hesitant to let Xiao He move around freely. "Please sit down." Especially seeing Xiao He covered in blood, the officer was even more reluctant to let him continue standing and gestured for him to sit down and rest. "Ah, I'm fine." Seeing the officer's unusual nervousness, Xiao He roughly guessed his thoughts and quickly explained, "I've already checked everyone. My manager, assistant, and I are all fine, we weren't seriously injured." "I see, ah." The officer had initially breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing Xiao He's words, he was somewhat surprised. You're all right." The officer's colleagues had already taken photos of the scene, so the officer had a general understanding of the situation. Not to mention the electric scooter, which was essentially a man wrapped in metal, even the car, which was essentially a metal-wrapped man, was smashed to pieces. The scene was horrific. The officers couldn't believe that Xiao He and his group had only suffered minor injuries. After all, most of the injured were still in critical condition, and those not in critical condition had already been pronounced dead at the scene. Because their car managed to avoid it in time, they must have sensed the danger and swerved in time. At this moment, a police officer who was clearly of higher rank and more senior approached. "Hello, my surname is Yang. This is my identification. We do have some questions for you regarding the situation at the scene." Officer Yang, following standard procedure, first showed Xiao He his identification. Normally, if a very serious car accident occurs, causing a significant impact and resulting in a large number of deaths and injuries, the police will definitely intervene and investigate. Therefore, Xiao He cooperated fully. "Okay, ask away." Officer Yang first briefly inquired about Xiao He and Lu Rulan's basic information and why they had passed the intersection. He then asked some less important details before finally asking Xiao He, "According to the surveillance footage, your car suddenly made a sharp turn. Did you notice the situation beforehand?" The situation at that intersection was actually quite tricky. When the tanker truck overturned and swept across, it cut diagonally from the side. From a normal driving perspective, the area it swept across was in the A-pillar's blind spot. As the driver, it was highly unlikely that they would have seen it. Therefore, Officer Yang was very curious about what happened in the car that allowed them to narrowly avoid danger. "Actually, I gave the steering wheel a slight push." Xiao He coughed lightly and told the truth. "My assistant was driving. I was sitting in the back and happened to see what happened, so I instinctively lunged forward, pushed my assistant, and swerved the steering wheel sharply. That's why they swerved so sharply, were hit by the rear of the car behind them, and were thrown around by the force of the impact, spinning almost a full circle at the intersection before finally coming to a stop. Luckily, my assistant wasn't driving too fast, otherwise they would most likely have overturned. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured." Officer Yang had a rough idea of what happened. Hearing Xiao He's words, an approving expression appeared on his face. "Your reaction time is excellent. In that situation, very few people could react in time." Officer Yang greatly admired Xiao He's ability to act at that critical moment and save everyone in the car. What's more, Xiao He even participated in the rescue operation after the accident. That makes it even more rare. "You also helped save others," Officer Yang said solemnly. "We will definitely commend you for your actions, please rest assured." Xiao He, Actually, whether or not he was commended, he didn't care anymore. Xiao He was more concerned about the source and cause of the accident. He continued to press Officer Yang. "May I ask what exactly happened in this accident?" A large tanker truck, driving normally on the road, couldn't just overturn like that, especially not in such an exaggerated way. Xiao He had observed the driver while rescuing people. The driver's breathing was normal, there was no smell of alcohol on him, and he seemed conscious, so it was probably not drunk driving or driving while fatigued. That meant there had to be something else. What happened on the road at the time? Xiao He looked at Officer Yang, his eyes full of curiosity. Officer Yang hesitated for a moment, not answering Xiao He immediately. Xiao He immediately narrowed his eyes. "Officer Yang, I'm the victim. I think I have the right to know what happened, right?" Officer Yang quickly explained, "Everything is still under investigation. We need further confirmation before we can release the information to the public." To the public? But I'm an insider. You telling me, shouldn't that be considered internal communication? It doesn't affect anything. That's true. But Officer Yang glanced at Xiao He and remained silent for a moment. It wasn't that Officer Yang was deliberately withholding information, he was simply being overly cautious. The situation was still unclear, and Xiao He was a public figure. If he only heard a preliminary account and immediately spoke out, causing excessive repercussions or a public relations crisis, the police would be in a very difficult position. However, as a party involved, Xiao He certainly had the right to know what had happened. Currently, it's just a preliminary investigation. We are still investigating the details. We hope Mr. Xiao will keep this matter confidential for the time being and not disclose it to the public or tell anyone else. Xiao He immediately understood, took out his phone, unlocked it, and showed it to Officer Yang for inspection. Don't worry, I won't spread unconfirmed information outside. I will definitely cooperate with the police investigation. What? An elderly person pushing a wheelchair across the road? Xiao He repeated the question in disbelief. Yes, Officer Yang said with a complex expression, while subtly reminding him, the investigation is still ongoing, and further details are pending. That's basically the situation. It turns out there was more to this accident than meets the eye. Based on the scene, the police reviewed nearby surveillance footage and questioned the surviving driver, finally discovering the cause of the tanker truck's sudden overturning. While the tanker truck was traveling normally, an elderly couple suddenly appeared from the adjacent intersection. The old woman was pushing a wheelchair, and the old man was sitting in it. They were moving incredibly fast, not only running a red light but also suddenly appearing out of the way, leaping across the road in front of a particularly large bus. By the time the tanker truck driver realized the danger, it was too late. In fact, for an experienced and somewhat ruthless driver, in this situation, the cost of simply driving through would have been lower than the cost of swerving. But this driver, a filial son, saw the elderly woman, though unsteady on her feet, pushing her husband across the road. Suddenly, he thought of his own parents and, overcome with compassion, instinctively swerved the steering wheel. Little did he know that this momentary act of kindness would destroy the happiness of several families. The tanker truck was already empty, making it more prone to overturning than a normal tanker truck. It was a mobile bomb with a high center of gravity and no load cushioning. Among drivers, there's a saying, a fully loaded tank is a seesaw. And this tanker truck, while turning, collided with another vehicle, causing it to overturn and drag along the ground for a distance, sweeping across the entire intersection. The scene was one of utter devastation, with wreckage everywhere. Who could have imagined? Who would have thought? The reason for all this was. Xiao He took a deep breath, a silent rage burning within him, yet with nowhere to vent it. What about those two elderly people? Xiao He asked. Officer Yang, we're still investigating their whereabouts. Xiao He, this situation is indeed quite unexpected. The old lady was startled at the intersection and tripped, but quickly got up and pushed people away from the scene. Xiao He. For a moment, Xiao He wanted to sincerely ask how come they weren't killed, but after repeatedly reminding himself that he was a good person with positive energy, he stopped himself and changed his approach. They didn't die. Officer Yang. Unusually, Officer Yang understood the unspoken meaning behind Xiao He's clenched teeth. Officer Yang, I know this truth is indeed heartbreaking, but please calm down and don't spread it around. We will definitely confirm the details after we find the person. They made such a commotion, and they didn't even stay to check on things? Xiao He said, feeling his blood pressure spike again. Officer Yang sighed helplessly. Of course, those old folks probably didn't connect the accident to them at all, and would only blame the driver. If the surveillance footage hadn't faithfully recorded everything, they probably wouldn't have admitted it when the police came to question them. What's even more disheartening is that these two people are incredibly old. According to their current understanding, both are over 75 years old. The subsequent investigation and accountability. Officer Yang already had a rough idea of the outcome. His gaze drifted to the end of the corridor, where the injured person's family members were sobbing uncontrollably. He felt a deep sense of melancholy. In their profession, they had seen far too many things like this. But there was nothing they could do, there were many things they couldn't change. Since things had come to this, all they could do was try to calm the injured. We will continue our investigation and will definitely give everyone an explanation. Officer Yang could only continue speaking like this. Xiao He took a deep breath, not intending to make things difficult for Officer Yang. I understand. Thank you, Officer Yang. Thank you for your hard work. I hope you can let me know as soon as there are any updates. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Officer Yang quickly left with his team to communicate with the other injured people's families. Officer, you absolutely must catch the driver. A woman wailed and sobbed, almost kneeling on the ground, clutching Officer Yang's sleeve, her voice trembling with tears. She's only 19. She just got into Beijing Normal University this year. Her bright future had just begun. I hate it. I hate it so much. Why did she have to go out like that? Wah, my child. I will make that bastard pay with his blood. Currently, many people are still unaware of the truth behind the accident, and all their anger is directed at the tanker truck driver. Was the driver at fault? He certainly was. He made a wrong judgment at the time of the incident and failed to take defensive driving precautions or anticipate the event, but these are all hindsight judgments. When something actually happens, most people cannot make the right rational choice. And the real culprit. Officer Yang helplessly helped the woman up, wanting to explain the situation, but he simply couldn't bring himself to speak. He had seen this girl on the surveillance footage. She had worn her helmet according to traffic rules, and even when waiting to cross the street at a traffic light, she dismounted and waited according to the rules for non-motorized vehicles. She had strictly followed traffic rules throughout. She was a sensible and well-behaved girl. However, natural disasters and man-made calamities can happen in an instant. A merciless disaster struck, cruelly taking away a person who diligently followed the rules. At this moment, Officer Yang didn't even know what he was thinking. His heart was churning, and his emotions were extremely low. But as a police officer, his duty was to serve the people. He should remain calm so that he could better help everyone. At least, everyone should know the truth. Hearing the persistent sobbing echoing down the corridor, Xiao He blinked and sighed helplessly. Fate, it seems, always loves to torment people like this. Xiao He. An anxious voice came from afar. Xiao He looked over and saw that Yan Shaohan and the others had arrived. Not only Yan Shaohan, but also Assistant Director Fan Kongwen and Guo Zinya and her assistant. You're all here? Xiao He asked with some concern. Is everything alright on set? Well, filming was almost finished for today. Yan Shaohan waved his hand. Besides, as one of our actors, it was only natural we had to come and check on you since something happened here. Where's Sister Lu? Guo Zinya was also observing her surroundings, her expression growing increasingly grave as she saw the family members crying so hard they were nearly fainting. Sister Lu is fine. She just bumped her head and scraped it. The doctor told her to keep her under observation. Xiao He spread his hands, showing himself as well. Xiao Chen and I are both fine. Then your clothes. Yan Shaohan's expression was complicated. Xiao He looked down and tugged at his blood-stained clothes, sighing. I haven't had time to change yet. I already called Sister Liu's assistant over. Xiao He wasn't the type to indulge in luxury, nor did he need a grand entourage, so his team hadn't brought many people with them to Beijing this time. Besides Xiao He's usual assistant, Xiao Chen, who followed him around, Lu Rulan also brought her own personal assistant to handle some work-related matters. This assistant was currently at the hotel and had likely received the news and was on her way. You're really quite frightening like this, Yan Shaohan said, turning to Fan Kongwen, senior brother. You stay here and watch over things, I'll go buy Xiao He some clothes. No need. Guo Zinya was more thoughtful and had prepared in advance. She gestured to her assistant to show the shopping bags in her hand. I already had my assistant buy you a few clean outfits. If you don't mind, you can change temporarily. Xiao He's eyes lit up immediately. Thank you, Sister Zinya. Sister Zinya is so reliable. After changing his clothes, Xiao He and the group of people who had come to visit them went to the temporary ward where Lu Rulan was staying. On the way, Yan Shaohan and Fan Kongwen both asked Xiao He about the car accident. Thinking of the shocking truth behind the accident, which was described as a brain hemorrhage, Xiao He forced a smile, but ultimately gave Officer Yang face and didn't reveal the details, only saying euphemistically, it seems the driver swerved to avoid a pedestrian, causing the rollover. The police are still investigating the more detailed circumstances. Swerved to avoid a pedestrian? Fan Kongwen and Guo Zinya both frowned, keenly sensing the unspoken implication in Xiao He's words. After such a serious accident, is the person still alive? Heh. Xiao He chuckled, the police are still looking for him. Fan Kongwen and Guo Zinya fell silent simultaneously. So, the guy who caused this tragedy is not only still alive, but he even escaped? Yan Shaohan wasn't stupid either, he instantly understood the situation. Sigh. Xiao He sighed. Actually, this wasn't the main problem. Officer Yang had said that the elderly couple were probably over 75 years old. According to current laws, negligent crimes would likely receive lighter or reduced penalties. If the elderly couple didn't have any assets, then there was a high probability they wouldn't even be able to afford compensation. The driver would certainly be held responsible, but given his current condition, he probably couldn't even fully cover his own medical expenses. Xiao He and the others naturally wouldn't care about that compensation, but what about the others? They were lucky, escaping unscathed thanks to the system's abilities, but what about the others who were injured, disabled, or even killed in this accident? He had seen and heard about the family's situation. That girl was in the prime of her life, just about to begin her career, but because of those two old people, her life was completely ruined. Her future was forever frozen in the past. Her family had lost her forever. Xiao He shook his head, temporarily putting aside these complex and angry emotions, and led everyone to see Lu Rulan. Although Lu Rulan had slept for a while, her sleep was restless, and she woke up immediately upon hearing the noise. Due to significant blood loss, Lu Rulan's complexion was still poor, her lips pale, but she still forced herself to sit up and greet everyone. "Just lie there, don't move around," Yin Shahan said, stopping her. "We just came to check on things," Guo Zinya said, "we'll leave in a bit." Lu Rulan breathed a sigh of relief. "How is the situation now?" she asked Xiao He. "Xiao He, the public outcry has basically subsided, now we're just waiting for the official announcement." "That's good." Seeing that Lu Rulan was alright, everyone relaxed considerably and began chatting casually. Fan Kongwen also took the initiative to thank Xiao He. "Regarding what you mentioned, I've investigated the situation thoroughly, but I haven't had a chance to thank you yet." Xiao He realized that Fan Kongwen was referring to the incident of drugging her in the dressing room. "It's nothing, just a small favor," Xiao He replied calmly. Thanks to Director Fan, the atmosphere on set has improved a lot, and everyone is able to focus on their work. Especially those troublemakers like Yuan Sitan, they've all toned down quite a bit now, which is truly commendable. Fan Kongwen paused for a moment, then chuckled, "You young people are so direct, but I like it." He put his hands behind his back, his tone becoming slightly more serious. "Don't worry, Director Zhuang has his reasons for appointing me as assistant director, and I'll naturally play my part in the crew." Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief. That couldn't be better. They chatted in the hospital room for a while, then waited for the first official announcement. Police report: at 18:23 on December 21, 20XX, a serious traffic accident occurred in XX, Beijing. A tanker truck overturned while trying to avoid two pedestrians who were jaywalking. Currently, the accident has resulted in 4 deaths and 7 injuries. Preliminary investigation indicates that pedestrians John, female, 78 years old, and Joe, male, 81 years old, jaywalked and suddenly crossed the road. The driver, Zhao, male, 31 years old, attempted to swerve to avoid a collision, causing the vehicle to overturn. Zhao has been ruled out for drunk driving and drug driving. Currently, the police are conducting a thorough investigation of the accident scene. Please, citizens, obey traffic rules and pay attention to travel safety. Due to the significant online discussion and widespread public concern, the police, adhering to the Golden 4-Hour Rule, issued a clarification announcement immediately after initially determining the details of the accident. However, this announcement did not quell the public outcry. Even more people are now focusing on the matter. Many netizens, who grew up doing reading comprehension exercises, quickly identified the key points in the announcement. So, it wasn't actually the tanker truck driver's fault, but rather he was caught off guard by those 2 lubes peeking out from behind a window. Comparatively speaking, those 2 people are even more despicable. In this situation, if someone is hit, the driver definitely can't escape responsibility. But these 2 pedestrians must be held accountable. As I said before, don't believe or spread rumors, and don't start cursing drivers every time something happens. Some pedestrians really deserve to be hit. I'm almost driven to road rage by them. Some elderly people cross the road without ever looking back. And you could say, fine, we'll let them go, but they just walk slowly, or even deliberately stand in the road blocking your way. It's infuriating. I encountered an old lady like that last time. She deliberately blocked my way as I was leaving the complex, swaying her little shopping basket. I was on my early shift and, in my haste, honked my horn. She immediately lay down on the ground, insisting that my horn had given her a heart attack. I was speechless. In the end, because honking is prohibited in the complex, I was fined and had to pay some compensation. My company also lost my perfect attendance bonus for being late. Haha, some old people these days, they only behave after their pensions are deducted. Damn, that's infuriating. That's 4 lives at stake. You'd better tell me those 2 people are also on the death list. That driver was clearly also at fault. First of all, in that situation, he shouldn't have swerved. Normally, you should yield to speed rather than give way. He was driving a tanker truck, not just any car. A sharp turn would greatly increase the risk of a rollover. Didn't he know the danger? His actions were irresponsible towards himself and others. I don't want to argue about whether the driver's actions were right or wrong. After all, in such a sudden crisis, not everyone can make the right choice without hesitation. I just want to know what's happening to those 2 elderly people now. It seems the old man was in a wheelchair. I have a terrifying thought. Could this old woman have deliberately staged the accident? Holy crap, that's chilling to think about. Yeah, she pushed the old man's wheelchair, deliberately choosing a very difficult angle to get in front of the bus and crash out. Wasn't that intentional murder? Honestly, check it out. I really suspect they're deliberately staging an accident. This reminds me of last year when I was driving and, as usual, I walked around my car. I was terrified. There was an old man sleeping under my wheel. If I hadn't been more careful and just driven away, I would most likely be in trouble. So I sincerely advise all drivers to develop the good habit of walking around your car and checking it before driving. After all, you never know what might be under your car. Oh my god, really? You guys are making it sound so scary. It just goes to show that there are many terrifying things in reality, and people really need to be more vigilant. Indeed, but let's wait for further updates from the police. Don't spread or believe rumors. The police haven't said that the two elderly people were deliberately trying to scam us. Let's wait for further news. Yes, please don't spread or believe rumors. Wait for official announcements. Don't be misled by rumors. Waiting for further news. I won't comment before the outcome is in. Support rational thinking about the news. Am I the only one who noticed that the comments are less aggressive this time? Is it just my imagination? It seems so? That's strange. If it were before, this would have been a huge uproar. The previously somewhat out of control comments gradually calmed down, and everyone's comments became much more rational, with everyone waiting for further official announcements. Meanwhile, the fans who had been quietly guiding all this breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Tian Yunhe, well done. Feng Xiao, this is the only thing we can do for Brother Xiao, we must complete the mission perfectly. I wonder how Brother Xiao and the others are doing. Sigh, I wonder if any friends in Beijing can go and check on them. Zaya Heezy, I'm in Beijing, but I'm a bit busy today, I can't make it over. Group owner, forget it, let's not bother Brother Xiao and the others for now. This incident has caused such a big stir, the film crew might also be affected, they must be very busy, let's not add to their troubles. Zaya, hey, I have a friend who works at that hospital, I heard several people from the film crew went to visit them. I hope it won't affect Brother Xiao's filming. The role of Yanqi is a transitional work for him, it's very important, please don't let it be affected. The online commotion hasn't affected Xiao He and the others for the time being. After seeing Yin Shaohan and the others off, Xiao He immediately went to the police station in charge of the case. At this moment, the police have found and brought back the two culprits of this incident. The old man, Zhou Jianyong, is 81 years old. He suffered a stroke 3 years ago, leaving him paralyzed on one side. He has been confined to a wheelchair and is mostly in a state of mental confusion. He is currently cared for primarily by his wife, Zhangli, and is completely unaware of what happened today. The old woman pushing the wheelchair is, of course, his wife, Zhangli. Do you even realize the serious consequences of your actions? Officer Yang asked sternly, slamming his fist on the table. Zhangli trembled, immediately clutching her heart. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. The police are being unreasonable, they're just bullying me and my paralyzed old man. Oh dear, what are we going to do? Wah! Officer Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When the police arrived, Zhangli denied everything, even claiming they hadn't left the house. However, the police, having come to their door, had solid evidence and wouldn't let Zhangli fool them with a few words. They immediately showed the old woman the surveillance footage, telling her to think carefully before answering questions. But then, Zhangli said she had heart problems and needed to see a doctor, refusing to come to the police station with the police. When the officers tried to arrest her, she lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum, saying she was unwell, had a heart condition, and that if the police drove her to her death, they would be in serious trouble. Finally, Officer Yang took a firm stance and, in accordance with the law, summoned Zhangli to the police station. However, the other party remained uncooperative, either beating around the bush or resorting to sob stories and threats, as if they had suffered a tremendous injustice. But there are many people worse off than her. How many people have lost their lives because of her? How many families have lost loved ones because of her? Thinking of this, Officer Yang could hear the lingering cries from the hospital, and before him, the deceased's family members were kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. So, looking at the old woman feigning madness before him, his expression turned much colder. Where are her other family members? He asked the officer beside him. The officer was also quite angry, gritting his teeth as he said, "She has a son. We've already notified him, but he doesn't want to come. We'll have to go and ask him." Did you explain the situation to him clearly? Officer Yang glared. It's not up to him to refuse to come now, he has to cooperate with our investigation. I did, but he's playing dumb, or he just won't answer the phone. Ha! Officer Yang laughed angrily. This family is really quite interesting. He looked at Zhangli again. You bear a lot of responsibility for this car accident. The consequences you face can't be escaped by pretending to be crazy. Zhangli met Officer Yang's cold gaze, stiffened, and then continued to sob, muttering things like police brutality and police driving someone to suicide. In fact, Zhangli knew the situation at the scene, she wasn't truly ignorant. When the truck came hurtling towards her, she was so frightened that she turned and ran, tripping and falling in the process. Unexpectedly, the tanker truck grazed her and the old man at an angle, then veered to the other side. What followed was a tragedy. The tanker truck flew through the intersection, sweeping away vehicles in the center and electric scooters on the side. Looking at the wrecked scene, Zhangli did feel a moment of panic, but she quickly suppressed that guilt. She was innocent. She was just passing by. Who knew this driver would react so strongly, driving carelessly, and almost hitting them? She'd really taken a nasty fall. If she hadn't been so unwilling to make a fuss, she would have made that driver pay her and apologize. She'd already been good enough. Blame the driver. His poor driving is none of her business. Pa, serves him right. Suddenly, Zhang Li became defiant again. I'm not feeling well. I need to see a doctor. I'm going to complain about you. I'm so old, are you trying to drive me to my death? Officer Yang clenched his fists, but didn't dare let the old lady get sick from worry. He took a deep breath and instructed the officer beside him, go find a doctor to take a look at her. So when Xiao He arrived at the police station, he saw medical personnel in white coats carrying a case coming out of the back of the police station. Xiao He frowned. What happened? Could it be that those two, cough cough, the old lady had an accident? The doctor who came out was accompanied by a somewhat familiar-looking young police officer. Xiao He recognized the officer as Officer Ye, who had been with Officer Yang at the hospital earlier. I told you, she has absolutely nothing wrong. Her heart is perfectly fine. She doesn't even have high blood pressure. The doctor rolled his eyes. She's obviously faking it. The hospital is in chaos right now. Please make your assessment first before calling. Don't waste medical resources. Officer Ye gave a wry smile. Thank you, we understand. If they didn't call, the old woman would only make a bigger scene, and they couldn't just let her keep clutching her chest and screaming. They had no choice but to call a doctor to come and take a look. And the result was obvious, the old woman was clearly faking it. The doctor, having learned the gist of the situation, didn't give her much of a warm welcome. After a thorough examination and confirming that the old woman's mouth was only a little dry and that there was nothing else wrong, he left. Xiao He stopped, subtly turning his ear to their conversation. However, the doctor was indeed very busy and didn't say much to Officer Ye before turning and leaving. Officer Ye also walked back listlessly. Xiao He immediately called out to him, Officer Ye. Officer Ye looked over at the sound of his voice and then met Xiao He's gaze. Officer Ye, Mr. Xiao. Although the police investigation was progressing steadily, Xiao He was probably the only one who could come here first to inquire about the situation. After all, most of the victims were still in the hospital receiving treatment, and their families were unlikely to be able to spare the time to come here and ask about the investigation results. Officer Ye sighed. Of course, it wasn't that he thought Xiao He was being nosy. It was mainly because one of the parties responsible for the accident was throwing a tantrum and refusing to admit fault, and the driver at the scene was still receiving treatment. He didn't know how to begin. Have you found the person? Xiao He understood the situation from Officer Ye's troubled expression. Officer Ye nodded. You're here to see Officer Yang, right? Wait a moment, I'll go in and get him. Oh, no need. Xiao He suddenly changed his attitude, waving his hand casually. I see you're still busy, why don't I come back later? You go ahead and do your work. It's alright, we're not exactly. But before Officer Ye could say anything more, Xiao He had already turned and left. Officer Ye scratched his head in confusion. Why did he come and leave so quickly? Judging from Xiao He's sinister expression just now, he thought Xiao He was coming to cause trouble for the people here. Then Officer Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was fine. Judging from Zhang Li's feigned madness and unrepentant attitude, if the victims knew the situation, it would probably cause even more chaos. But Xiao He himself is really fierce, just like Meng Zetian in Shining Stars. He doesn't seem like a good-tempered person. Surprisingly, he was quite easy to talk to and cooperative with their work. But then, thinking about the series of problems that would follow, Officer Ye gave a wry smile, shook his head slightly, and turned to walk back to the enforcement area, intending to explain the situation to Officer Yang. Xiao He was completely unaware that Officer Ye had been thinking about all sorts of random things after he left. He walked a short distance from the police station and randomly entered a bubble tea shop. After ordering a lemonade at the counter, Xiao He went to a secluded corner of the shop and put down his backpack. His original backpack and laptop were still in the van from the accident, and he didn't know if they had perished in the crash. He'd look for them later. This backpack and laptop were brought over by Lu Rulan's assistant after the accident. Luckily, he had brought several extra laptops, otherwise, he wouldn't have any suitable tools. Xiao He turned on his laptop and began typing away at code. A few minutes later, the barista brought the lemonade, and a surveillance video appeared on the computer screen in front of Xiao He. In the surveillance footage, an elderly woman in a simple red cotton-padded coat was still wailing. I told you I have a heart condition. Why won't you believe me? I think you've all conspired to frame me. Wah, God. Why am I suffering like this? My son is unfilial, my husband was paralyzed early on, and he's not even dead yet. Now these people are unfairly framing me. What can this old woman do? Wah! Officer Yang, unable to contain his anger, slammed his fist on the table. Watch your words. We've already found a doctor for you. Crying won't help. Refusing to cooperate with the police is illegal, you know? You've already broken the law. Please cooperate. This is for your own good. If you continue to cause trouble, we will pursue legal action against you. However, his words had no effect on the old woman. She cried even harder, her once rosy cheeks turning even paler. A nearby police officer tugged at Officer Yang's sleeve, giving him a barely perceptible shake of his head. Officer Yang could only sullenly sit back down. Xiao He, so shameless? Xiao He took a sip of ice-cold lemonade, feeling his mind clear a bit. Listening to the old woman on the monitor, seemingly unfazed by anything, resolutely refusing to cooperate and determined to resist to the end, he was deeply shocked. How could someone be so shameless and ignorant? Even after Officer Yang brought up John Lee's son and grandson, she remained unmoved, still sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao He even suspected that the old woman was trying to outlive herself. Frankly, this was a bit outrageous. You don't understand the law, your son doesn't understand the law, you don't care about your own future, and you don't care about your son's future? So what exactly are you doing putting on this show? You're not really using your elderly status as a passable excuse, are you? Do you really think the police can't touch you just because you're causing trouble? Xiao He put down his water glass and began investigating the old woman and her supposedly only son. Her son is a respectable man, a mid-level manager at a company. Logically, someone with that status shouldn't completely neglect his elderly mother, right? Xiao He's further investigation uncovered something even more shocking. This unfilial son was truly unfilial. Although he had a respectable job that everyone envied, he had a vice, gambling. 3 years ago, after squandering his family fortune, he set his sights on the elderly couple's retirement savings and accumulated fortune. Through his relentless efforts, he managed to steal all of their money. As a result, the old man suffered a stroke. Although he was fortunate enough to survive, he was left with hemiplegia. So John Lee wasn't lying, she genuinely hated her son. Therefore, she didn't care how the police used his name and threatened her with his and her grandson's future. Perhaps the old lady wished he were dead. Upon discovering this, Xiao He couldn't help but chuckle. Some people truly are like father, like son, their current miserable old age is perhaps a form of karma. Xiao He felt no pity whatsoever. However, a question immediately arose in Xiao He's mind. From the previous video of the car accident, it was clear the old woman couldn't hide her intention to exchange the old man for money. When the truck arrived, she pushed the wheelchair aside and ran, even tripping and falling in her haste. The old man in the wheelchair slid a short distance, nearly being swept away by the tanker truck. Initially, Xiao He thought the old woman was using the old man's life to extort money for her children, but now, given her strained relationship with her son, what was her true motive? Was she simply tired of caring for the old man and wanted to exchange his cold, lifeless body for warm cash? After all, the old man's condition was indeed quite poor, he was completely unable to care for himself, and even his lucid moments were few. John Lee needed to take care of him most of the time, handling his bodily needs, cooking, and laundry. Moreover, their son had swindled them out of all their money. Although they had their monthly pensions as a last resort, the old man's medical expenses were undoubtedly substantial. John Lee had been caring for him for almost 3 or 4 years, it was only natural that she couldn't bear her husband's condition. No one can expect someone to care for a bedridden person without complaint. That kind of quality might still exist, but it's rare these days. Therefore, Xiao He believed that Zhang Li intended to kill him outright. However, Zhang Li probably didn't expect that her staged accident would cause such a serious chain reaction, even implicating many innocent people. Just thinking about this stupid and malicious act made Xiao He's blood pressure soar. Then he pulled up the live surveillance footage from the other side. Sure enough, the old woman inside was still insisting that she had a heart condition and demanding that the police find her a doctor immediately, otherwise she would die. She wouldn't discuss anything else. This blind obsession made Xiao He slowly narrow his eyes. Since acquiring the skill of psychological suggestion, although Xiao He hadn't reached the level of mind reading or a psychology master, he now possessed some basic psychology knowledge. Based on Zhang Li's various behaviors and her attitude towards the police, Xiao He sensed something was amiss. It felt like Zhang Li wasn't lying. Xiao He wasn't the only one with this suspicion. After repeated questioning, Officer Yang also noticed something amiss. Zhang Li's reaction did indeed seem to confirm her heart condition. Officer Yang observed Zhang Li's expression, exchanged a knowing glance with the officer beside him. Then Officer Yang left the room. A short while later, he returned and informed her, "All right, Ms. Zhang, we'll take you to the hospital for a checkup now. We hope you're telling the truth." Indeed, Zhang Li's reaction had also aroused suspicion among Officer Yang and his team. To find out the truth and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Officer Yang and his team decided to take her directly to the hospital. They wanted to see if the old woman was faking it or if she really was. The group then compiled their notes and prepared to head to the hospital. Only after everyone exited the monitoring screen did Xiao He disconnect the connection and begin his investigation of Zhang Li. Actually, besides looking at her chat history or phone messages, there was another source of information: her daily financial transactions. A person's daily spending habits can indirectly reflect their current lifestyle and the people they interact with. Thankfully, the local economy was developing rapidly, and online payments were widespread. From toddlers to elderly people with mobility issues, most had learned how to use mobile payments. This greatly facilitated Xiao He's online investigation. With almost no effort, Xiao He discovered that Zhang Li was making large payments to someone every so often, sometimes once a week, sometimes once every 2 weeks. Based on the elderly couple's likely monthly pensions, these payments were almost all that was left after deducting their living expenses and the old man's medical bills. In other words, someone is taking all of the elderly couple's money every month. Is it their son? Xiao He checked the accounts and found it wasn't. That's strange. Zhang Li and her husband are practically living alone, with no relatives or friends. How could there be such a fixed expense, and one that's almost completely drained their remaining financial resources? Xiao He continued his investigation. Then, another peculiar note caught his eye. Son. At first, Xiao He didn't react to this title, assuming it was a note Zhang Li had left for her son. But Xiao He discovered that this son maintained frequent conversations with Zhang Li, almost from morning till night, from everyday days to holidays. And from their conversations, it was clear that Zhang Li and this son had a very good relationship, and the son often visited them. This formed a stark contrast to Zhang Li herself, the unfilial son. Each time this son visited, Zhang Li would send him a large sum of money. At that moment, a flash of insight struck Xiao He. He finally pieced together all the clues. The non-existent heart disease, the non-existent filial son, the non-existent lies. There was only one truth. Zhang Li had been scammed. This son was simply a staff member selling counterfeit medicine. It was likely that the heart disease was just a lie they told Zhang Li to trick her into buying fake medicine. Xiao He was furious. What kind of luck had he been having lately? Why did he always run into problems with medicine? He was Xiao He. Don't keep treating him like the Grim Reaper from next door. Further investigation revealed that this was actually a counterfeit medicine scam ring, mainly active in several major cities in northern China. They had already defrauded many elderly people, involving tens of millions of yuan. Xiao He was speechless. No wonder they were scamming the elderly, they were really rich. Xiao He took the opportunity to infiltrate their internal group chat. Watching their interactions and conversations, his previously calm emotions began to stir again. Salesperson A, did you see the news? Salesperson B, yeah, I remember that old woman, number 1023, the long-term blood pack guy, super easy to fool. Salesperson C, that old hag is really stupid, she can't even pull a fast one. I've hinted at it to her several times, she just won't learn. Salesperson A, speaking of which, that old man's pension must be pretty high, right? If you let her kill him, how will you make money afterwards? Salesperson C, I'm reluctant too, but the main thing is that the old man doesn't live much longer, only a month or 2 left. I definitely want to make one last killing while I can. Salesperson D, tisk tisk, no wonder you're the top salesperson, ruthless. Manager, everyone in Beijing, withdraw your orders. This matter has blown up too much, the truth can't be hidden forever. If the police find out anything, it'll be troublesome. You need to buy tickets quickly. Salesperson A *N%, I just landed a new client. Manager, get out of here, want to go to jail. Immediately afterward, the salespeople in the group frantically bought tickets, preparing to flee. Xiao He sneered. They came and already want to run away with the money? Did I agree to that? Xiao He immediately started hacking their phone numbers, preparing to prevent them from leaving Beijing, and even more so, from leaving China. But just then, an unexpected person appeared before Xiao He. Zhou Junhao, an entertainment reporter for a certain news outlet. Xiao He was utterly astonished. Where did this guy come from? And he even infiltrated this group? Xiao He vaguely remembered this reporter. During the scandal involving the director of Fearless Journey, he had helped this reporter, restoring the news traffic for this reporter and several others to normal, effectively destroying the director of Fearless Journey. However, at that time it was just casting a wide net, and he never expected to see him again. This guy is amazing. He actually managed to infiltrate such a deep fraud ring. Xiao He was filled with awe. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. With this guy leading the charge, it would be much easier for him to take action. Almost without hesitation, Xiao He followed his previous method and sent an email to the reporter named Zhou Junhao. Meanwhile, Zhou Junhao, who was undercover, discovered that the fraud gang he had been investigating for months was about to flee. He immediately prepared to call the police. But just then, a pop-up notification suddenly appeared in his email. Zhou Junhao was startled. This scene seemed strangely familiar. He instinctively opened his email, then his eyes widened, gleaming with excitement. How could I not have it? I don't believe it. You're all faking it. You're deliberately lying to me. I don't believe it. Inside the hospital, Zhang Li stared incredulously at the examination report in her hand, shouting loudly. The doctor clearly said I have heart disease. I've been taking medication for 2 years. How can you say I'm not sick? Incompetent doctors. You're all incompetent doctors. This time, Officer Yang finally sensed something was wrong. Which doctor said you have heart disease? Zhang Li immediately fell silent. Anyway, I definitely have heart disease. Your machines here are too inadequate, they can't detect it. The doctor beside her laughed angrily. This is one of the best hospitals in the country, and these machines are all the most advanced technology available. You dare to question us? Then go see a doctor somewhere else. We can't treat you here. Then he waved his hand, signaling Officer Yang to quickly leave with his men. He'd encountered these kinds of charlatans before, especially those who wanted to feign illness to escape punishment after committing crimes. He'd handled them before, so he didn't want to waste any more words on someone like this. Could this old lady have been scammed? A voice came from the doorway of the examination room. Officer Yang looked up and met Xiao He's emotionless gaze. Wasn't there a case that caused quite a stir recently? I think it was the substandard drug scandal involving Kemming and Company, right? That case isn't over yet. If another case of counterfeit drugs causing harm appears now, the impact will be significant. I also feel she wasn't lying, she really was scammed by some so-called doctor, Officer Ye weakly agreed. If this is a case within a case, then it coincides with the recent substandard drug case. It's not that the two cases are related, but the substandard drug case had a huge impact, and now this counterfeit drug case has emerged. Even if the two are unrelated, the successive scandals involving drug safety indicate significant regulatory problems, which will definitely stir up another wave of public opinion. Some people's positions might be affected, forcing them to relocate, but the troubles of the big shots are beyond the concern of ordinary people like them. Officer Yang rubbed his temples, a headache forming. The problem was, this was a case within a case. One case wasn't closed before another popped up. This was beyond their control. In recent years, there have been frequent news reports of scammers specifically targeting elderly people living alone, going to their homes pretending to be their children, making them happy, and then using this to market their company's drugs or other health products. Xiao He stared at Zhang Li, his eyes deep and mysterious, carrying a chilling pressure. You haven't encountered this situation either, have you? Zhang Li thought of her son, her expression changing slightly. But years of trust had blinded her. In her eyes, her son's group were the good people, while these people in front of her were the scammers and villains. This guy, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, dared to slander their feelings like this. He deserved to die. Zhang Li was about to retort when she met Xiao He's gaze, but inexplicably changed her tune. Okay, it seems that's true. The young man's eyes seemed to possess a magical power, stimulating Zhang Li's previously sluggish mind and bringing her back to a clearer state. Suddenly, Zhang Li snapped back to reality. She suddenly remembered that she had bought many things from her so-called good son, most of which were medications for heart disease, and for her grandfather she had stopped giving her grandfather his hospital medication 2 years ago, relying almost entirely on her good son's medicine. Although the medications hadn't been very effective for her grandfather, her heart condition had never flared up over the years, and everyone who saw her said she didn't look like someone with heart disease. She had strong blood and was very healthy. And if she calculated carefully, she had spent over 500,000 yuan over the years, using her and her grandfather's monthly pensions, in small amounts. In an instant, Zhang Li shuddered violently. That's over 500,000 yuan. They had already been swindled out of most of their money by their biological son, and now that fake son had tricked them out of another 500,000 yuan. They were truly penniless. Otherwise, Zhang Li wouldn't have gone so far as to deliberately use the old man's life to extort money for heart disease medication. She was driven to desperation, with nowhere else to turn. The next moment, Zhang Li's body went limp, and Officer Yang quickly helped her up. What's wrong now? Wah-ah-ah. But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Li suddenly burst into tears, her sobs appearing much more genuine than before. She grabbed Officer Yang's sleeve and cried out, "Officer, you have to help me." Officer Yang? Wah, I've been scammed by that damned liar. He said he had some cure for heart disease and tricked me into buying it. But I'm an old woman, I'm completely broke. That's why I resorted to this desperate measure, trying to trade my life for his. Wah, what am I going to do now? Officer Yang. Officer Xiao Ya. Doctor. The doctor rolled his eyes. Cure heart disease? How come I don't know about something so amazing? After saying that, he realized it was inappropriate for a doctor to say that, and immediately coughed lightly. Anyway, we've already confirmed that this lady doesn't have any heart problems. As for the rest, please leave and take care of it yourselves. Don't block his way, he still has other patients to see. Hearing the doctor's words, Zhang Li cried even harder. Officer Yang, feeling bad about continuing to delay the doctor's work, quickly signaled to Officer Xiao Ya, and the few of them helped Zhang Li out of the examination room. After finding a quiet and private hospital room, Officer Yang took advantage of Zhang Li's emotional turmoil to press her for details about the case. For some reason, Zhang Li, who had previously been stubborn, suddenly became very open and confident, answering almost every question Officer Yang posed. I really thought that person was a doctor. He was very good to my grandfather and me. Over the years, he's been the only one who's willing to visit us on holidays, and he'll also help us tidy up the house and do some chores. He brought out some kind of machine and said I had a heart problem, and even took me to their hospital for a checkup. Wait, tell me where their hospital is. It's at number 2, diagonally opposite the XX Central People's Hospital. Officer Yang's expression turned serious. This even involves an unlicensed clinic. Go on. At first, I didn't quite believe it, until around that time, I suddenly felt angina, and I was so scared that I called the doctor over for a checkup. He said my heart condition had suddenly worsened, and a small tumor had grown. If I didn't get treatment in time, it could be life-threatening. Okay, continue. I was terrified, but surgery was too expensive, I simply couldn't afford it. Then the doctor said their hospital had recently developed a new drug that could painlessly shrink tumors, cutting off their nutrition and causing them to detach on their own. Officer Yang, too many things to complain about, I don't even know where to begin. Finally, after Zhang Li's explanation, everyone understood the whole story. To buy medicine for her husband's illness, Zhang Li targeted him. The old man had been paralyzed for many years and his mind was not very clear. Zhang Li had cared for him for 3 years, and naturally, she harbored resentment. Moreover, compared to his condition, her own life was clearly more important. So Zhang Li began to plan how to extort money from him, intending to use the old man's life to get rid of him and gain a new lease on life, a win-win situation. The reason she chose a large truck was simple: she worried that a small car wouldn't be able to kill him in one hit. Yes, it was that simple and straightforward. This old woman actually believed she still had some compassion. Even if she had to use the old man's life for money, she didn't want him to suffer too much. So Zhang Li specifically chose a large truck, hoping to kill him instantly without leaving him any pain. This way, it would be easier to negotiate compensation, and there wouldn't be any worry about the person being unharmed. Having the person hanging in limbo would require her time and energy to care for them. Hearing Zhang Li's inner thoughts, the officers present were stunned. Zhang Li's idea was incredibly vicious. In all their years of service, they had never encountered such a ruthless old woman. She spoke of years of friendship, but her actions showed absolutely no mercy. Officer Yang fell silent after hearing this. Clearly, he hadn't expected Zhang Li to be so cooperative. It's no exaggeration to say that Zhang Li was going too far. She seemed eager to expose all her darkest thoughts to everyone. It was chilling to hear. However, if this was the case, then the nature of the car accident would change again. After all, the old woman had premeditated murder, constituting attempted murder, and now that she had confessed, she would bear primary responsibility for the accident. The main issue now is the fraud case uncovered by this car accident, which requires careful consideration. Just as Officer Yang was considering his next move, his phone suddenly rang. Officer Yang stood up. "You guys calm her down first." Then he walked outside. Opening the door, Officer Yang met Xiao He's gaze. Since it was a police interrogation and the scene was filled with officers, Xiao He didn't go in but waited outside. However, he had overheard most of what was happening inside. Xiao He slowly removed his earphones, feigning ignorance, and asked Officer Yang, "Was that one of the elderly people who fled the scene of the accident?" Officer Yang nodded. "This case is rather complicated and will require more time. Please go back and wait for news." He then gestured to his ringing phone, said goodbye to Xiao He, and turned to answer the call while walking towards the fire escape. "It's me. Yes, I'm in charge of this case." "What? You guys busted a fake medicine fraud ring? What happened? Thanks to the undercover reporter? That's great. Young people these days are getting more and more impressive." Xiao Li watched Officer Yang leave, then casually turned back, his gaze meeting the old man's again through the glass of the ward door. The old man, who had been sobbing, looked up and met Xiao He's cold, brooding eyes, and couldn't help but shudder. Xiao He's lips curled into a smile. Through the glass door, he slowly raised his hand and gently tapped his chest, the location of his heart. He didn't make a sound, but silently mouthed a few shapes. Zhang Li's pupils contracted slightly. The next moment, she felt a sudden, throbbing pain in her chest, as if needles were stabbing her heart, causing her face to turn deathly pale. "Ah!" She clutched her chest and screamed. "Ah, doctor! Doctor! I really have a heart condition. I'm having a heart attack. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ah!" Instantly, Zhang Li rolled on the floor in agony. This scene terrified everyone present. What's going on? Officer Xiao Ye was truly baffled by the old woman's antics. She'd been examined, and there was nothing wrong with her. She herself said she'd been scammed, so why was she having this attack? I'll call the doctor right away." Officer Xiao Ye immediately ran out and opened the door. Seeing Xiao he paused for a moment, then, without saying anything, nodded politely before running to fetch the doctor. Xiao He stepped aside to let Officer Xiao Ye leave, glanced down at the old woman writhing in pain on the ground, his eyes devoid of any sympathy, and slowly walked towards Sister Liu's and the others' ward. 10 minutes later, the doctor, his face grim, looked seriously at the elderly woman restrained on the bed. After a moment's thought, he said to Officer Ye beside him, "Given her condition, I suggest taking her to a psychiatrist." Officer Ye was stunned. "Ha, a psychiatrist? Yes, I suspect she has a problem here." The doctor tapped his temple. "Elderly people do experience this. Her heart isn't actually hurting, it's phantom pain." "Phantom pain?" Officer Ye's eyes widened. "It's a psychological effect. Her brain is deceiving itself, making her feel real pain," the doctor explained. "There's nothing we can do in this situation. We can only prescribe some sedatives for now. As for the details, we'll have to get her there first. This involves the brain's nervous system, which is much more complex." Given the severity of the elderly woman's episode, the doctor wasn't optimistic about her future treatment. It seems this old lady is truly destined to become a heart patient, except that while others have real heart disease, hers is psychological. Others' heart conditions might be manageable, but this old lady's heart disease is completely incurable. She'll likely experience recurring attacks, like now, with excruciating, agonizing pain that drives her mad, with no relief except for constant sedation and sleeping pills. This is truly agonizing. The doctor shook his head. "I heard this old lady has committed crimes, causing many deaths. Well, let this suffering accompany her for the rest of her life. Serves her right." Xiao He walked to the other end of the corridor, crossed the lobby, and prepared to take the elevator when he suddenly heard a man's hoarse, frantic cursing. "What have I done to wrong her? What have I done to wrong you? Are you deliberately trying to drive me to my death?" Xiao He slightly turned his head and, unsurprisingly, saw an elderly man in a wheelchair and a haggard-looking middle-aged man sitting by the window. The elderly man was Zhang Li's husband, the poor old man who had almost been exchanged for money, and the middle-aged man was naturally their filial son, Zhou Mingjun. The old man seemed to regain some of his senses. He struggled to raise his hand, muttering incoherently, and reached out to the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man impatiently slapped the old man's hand away, shouting, "Can't you just stay home all day? If you can't, just die at home. Why do you have to cause so much trouble? And reporting me to the company about gambling was that your swindler son's doing? You bunch of idiots, why do you always have to tell him? That money would have been better given to me than to that swindler. Damn it!" The old man's hand was violently slapped away, finally falling limply off the armrest of his wheelchair. The old man slowly lowered his head, but his son continued his incessant rant, complaining about everything that had happened, until Xiao He noticed something was wrong. Even then, he hadn't stopped cursing. "What are you doing? Can't you see the old man is acting strangely?" Xiao He immediately shouted sternly, while yelling towards the lobby outside, "Quick, get a doctor. The son has angered the old man to death." A few minutes later, Officer Yang and Officer Ye rushed over, their faces grim. The doctor had already laid the old man flat on the ground and performed first aid. He stood up, shook his head at Officer Yang, indicating he couldn't do anything more. The old man had already completely stopped breathing. "What happened?" Officer Yang asked in a deep voice. Xiao He immediately grabbed Zhou Mingjun, who was trying to run away, and shouted, "It was him." He not only cursed this old man, but he also hit him. He deliberately angered him to death. Zhou Mingjun struggled, and after hearing Xiao He's words, he glared at Xiao He with wide eyes and fiercely said, "You're talking nonsense." Xiao He stared back coldly. "Isn't that right? Then why are you trying to run away in such a guilty conscience?" I didn't." Zhou Mingjun immediately protested. "Besides, he's my dad. Even if I angered him to death, it doesn't matter. He's dead, so what? We can just cremate him." Officer Yang's expression immediately turned serious, knowing the other person's poor health. "You maliciously cursed the old man and even slapped him. There's a high probability that this is causally related to his death, potentially constituting manslaughter. This carries criminal and civil liability. Do you think your attempts to deny it will work?" Zhou Mingjun panicked immediately. "I didn't hit him. I just slapped his hand away. How could there be such serious consequences? You're not just lying to me, are you?" Xiao He laughed. "This guy's shamelessness rivals his mother's." "That's not up to you," Officer Yang snapped. "Xiao Ye, take him back for a thorough investigation." "Oh right, I just heard him say he gambles." "Officer Yang, you should investigate this thoroughly too," Xiao He added sarcastically. "He also said he's a manager at a big company? This gambling addict has no conscience, he might even be embezzling company funds. We need to find out." Zhou Mingjun's eyes widened in fury. He wanted to tear Xiao He's heart apart. Xiao He shrugged. "What about me? Go tell your jail food." He then gave a statement to Officer Yang, turned, and left, leaving everyone with a dashing silhouette. Officer Xiao Ye scratched his head, quite moved. "Xiao He, he's such a good person. Officer Yang sighed, one problem after another. No rest tonight, more overtime. Xiao He returned to his hospital room. It was already quite late, and Xiao Chen and Lu Rulan were both asleep. Only Guo Xinya's assistant remained, still sitting on the stool keeping watch. Xiao He's gaze softened considerably. He picked up a mirror, carefully examining his eyes and expression, making sure he had composed himself before pushing open the door again and going back inside. I'll take over, you go back first. He patted the assistant's shoulder. The assistant immediately sobered up, shaking her head and whispering, Sister Xinya said to keep an eye on things. Brother Xiao, you just got out of a car accident today, you must be very tired, you should rest for a while. Xiao He was actually quite tired too. He had used psychological suggestion many times today, and felt that it was indeed somewhat mysterious and extremely energy-consuming. Plus, he had been busy filming on set all day, and he was truly exhausted. So Xiao He didn't make a fuss, nodded, and lay down on the empty hospital bed next to him without even taking off his coat, and fell asleep. He hadn't slept very well. Even with the system-provided items, Xiao He still felt sore all over and exhausted when he woke up. He glanced at the bed next to him. Everyone else was still asleep, even his assistant was asleep by the bedside. Xiao He quietly got up, checked on Lu Rulan and Xiao Chen, and then quietly left the ward. This time, Xiao He didn't go to the police to inquire about the case investigation results. Instead, he went to a nearby area and ordered himself a bowl of noodles. To be honest, apart from that glass of lemonade, he hadn't eaten anything last night. Now, the owner brought over a steaming bowl of noodles, the aroma overwhelming his nostrils, and Xiao He instantly felt his stomach growling. A strong sense of hunger belatedly surged into his brain. He immediately picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat. Brother Xiao? A weak female voice sounded beside him. Xiao He's hand holding the chopsticks paused. He turned his head and saw two girls sitting at the table next to him. It was around 6 in the morning, and the noodle shop wasn't particularly crowded. Besides Xiao He, there were only the two girls at this table and two other tables occupied by middle-aged men working the early shift. Xiao He nodded directly, it's me. It was quite early, and he was only wearing a hat, so being recognized wasn't surprising. Ah, it really is Brother Xiao. Shui Yaiwei excitedly covered her mouth. Brother Xiao, how are you? Were you injured in the car accident? Dong Nijhan asked excitedly and worriedly from the side. Xiao He put down his chopsticks, I'm fine. None of the people in our car were seriously injured, otherwise you wouldn't have seen me eating here. At the same time, he casually asked, what are you doing here so early? Judging from their clothes and appearance, they didn't seem to be sick and waiting in line to see Brother Xiao. One of the girls said without hesitation. Xiao He looked at the two girls in front of him with some surprise. Look at me. Yes, we're all fans of Brother Xiao. Actually, after Brother Xiao's car accident, everyone was very worried about you and planned to visit you in the hospital. It's just that Xiao He and I live nearby, so we got here faster. Unexpectedly, Xiao He was out having breakfast when they bumped into him. Oh, I see. Being genuinely concerned by a group of fans, Xiao He was naturally very touched. However, the next moment, he frowned slightly and said, I'm fine. Tell them not to come. We'll be discharged this morning, and they might not find us. Besides, this is a hospital, mostly filled with patients and their families. If such a large group of fans wandered around the hospital, it would definitely disrupt the normal order. Although touched by the fans' love, Xiao He also very much didn't want them to disturb other people's normal work. Actually, that's what most people say, Dong Nijhan said, somewhat embarrassed. Most of the fans didn't come, and Xiao He and I only came because we live very close by. Fearing Xiao He might mistake them for irrational obsessive fans, Dong Nijhan quickly added, we were very well behaved. We didn't go into the hospital and disturb anyone. We just looked around from the outside and didn't bother anyone else. Xiao He naturally believed her. I believe you, he smiled. Need an autograph or a photo? Shui Yaiwei's eyes lit up, and she happily handed over a small notebook. Yes. Brother Xiao might not recognize me, my ID is little box. Xiao He recognized her. Oh, it's you. I vaguely remember you. He then picked up a pen and quickly signed Shui Yaiwei's autograph. Dong Nijhan also leaned over, looking at Xiao He expectantly. Brother Xiao, my name is Isaiah He. Do you remember me? Xiao He vaguely remembered her, the one who often posts emojis in my comments section. Dong Nijhan nodded excitedly. Yes, it's me. Xiao He couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. She seemed like a very well-behaved girl, so why did she only post abstract emojis? Some of the emojis were so abstract that Xiao He initially thought the person behind the ID was a burly man. Meeting Xiao He's strange gaze, Dong Nijhan suddenly remembered the abstract emoji she had posted in the comments section, and she froze instantly. She never expected her idol to actually remember her ID. She should have known better than to post abstract emojis in the comments to attract Xiao Ji's attention. Who knew Xiao Ji would actually remember her? If she could turn back time, she would absolutely, positively never use abstract emojis in Xiao Ji's comments section. Dong Nijhen silently shed tears, but maintained a smile on her face, handing over the postcard she had prepared beforehand. Xiao Ji, please sign it. Xiao He quickly signed it for her. After signing the papers, Xiao He chatted with them for a while. Hearing the two girls say that many in their fan group had been worried sick all night, Xiao He thought for a moment and had an idea. I'll start a live stream right now. Xiao He acted immediately, logging into his Yinfu account to start a live stream. Shui Yaiwei's eyes lit up. Brother Xiao, are you going to do a live stream? Xiao He nodded and started the live stream. Yeah, just chatting with everyone. He wanted to do a live stream at this time. There were fewer people around, most were still in bed. A live stream from the noodle shop wouldn't attract too many fans to watch offline. And after the live stream, he would announce that he and his manager had been discharged from the hospital, so if other fans woke up and checked their phones, they wouldn't have to make a wasted trip to the hospital to see him. A win-win situation. However, Xiao He was really hungry. After borrowing a phone stand from Shui Yaiwei, he decisively picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. Wow, this is so touching. Finally, we get to eat. Starving, Xiao He suddenly became ferocious, forgetting all sentimentality, and began to devour his food like a ravenous wolf. Completely unaware that the number of viewers watching the live stream on the phone next to him was skyrocketing. Even Dong Nijhan and Shui Yaiwei, standing nearby, were secretly frantically trying to find more people in their group chat or directly making phone calls to wake them up to watch the live stream. After Xiao He finished showing off a bowl of noodles, over 30,000 people were already watching the live stream. Xiao He. Looking at the flood of comments, Xiao He was somewhat dumbfounded. He genuinely hadn't expected so many people to be watching at this hour. Aren't young people usually asleep at this time? However, what Xiao He didn't know was that while many people are indeed nocturnal, if they were still awake at this hour, it mostly meant one thing: they were up all night. Victory for the night owls. Xiao Ji is completely unharmed. Great, seeing Xiao Ji is alright puts my mind at ease. I'm so happy, Xiao Ji, I'm so glad you're finally alright. I really don't understand. His fans are all worried about him, and here he is, eating and drinking like a king. He seems so cold-blooded. Hey trolls upstairs, calm down, your faces are practically plastered on the screen.